Introductory Remarks of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Ferreira. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. Introductory Remarks. Preface. It seems to be generally admitted that in rendering the title of a book from one language into another, the form of the original should be retained, even at the cost of some deviation from ordinary usage. Cicero's work, De Officiis, is never spoken of as a treatise on moral duties, but as Cicero's Offices. Upon the same principle we have not entitled the following collection of tales, instructive or moral, though it is in this sense that the author applied to them the epithet exemplares, as he states distinctly in his preface. The Spanish word exemplo, from the time of the archpriest of Hita and Don Juan Manuel, has had the meaning of instruction or instructive story. The Novelas Exemplares was first published in 1613, 3 years before the death of Cervantes. They are all original, and have the air of being drawn from his personal experience and observation. Ticknor, in his History of Spanish Literature, says of them, and of the impertinent curiosity inserted in the first part of Don Quixote, quote, "Their value is different, for they are written with different views and in a variety of style greater than he has elsewhere shown, but most of them contain touches of what is peculiar in his talent, and are full of that rich eloquence and of those pleasing descriptions of natural scenery which always flow so easily from his pen. They have little in common with the graceful story-telling spirit of Boccaccio and his followers, and still less with the strictly practical tone of Don Juan Manuel's tales, nor, on the other hand, do they approach, except in the case of the impertinent curiosity, the class of short novels which have been frequent in other countries within the last century. The more, therefore, we examine them, the more we shall find that they are original in their composition and general tone, and that they are strongly marked with the original genius of their author, as well as with the more peculiar traits of the national character, the ground, no doubt, on which they have always been favorites at home, and less valued than they deserve to be abroad. As works of invention, they rank, among their author's productions, next after Don Quixote. In correctness and grace of style they stand before it. They are all fresh from the racy soil of the national character, as that character is found in Andalusia, and are written with an idiomatic richness, a spirit, and a grace, which, though they are the oldest tales of their class in Spain, have left them ever since without successful rivals." The first 3 tales in this volume have merely undergone the revision of the editor, having been translated by another before he was engaged on the work. For the rest, he alone is responsible. Walter K. Kelly. Dedication. To Don Pedro Fernandez de Castro, Count of Lemos, Andrade, and Villalba, etc. Those who dedicate their works to some prince commonly fall into 2 errors. The first is, that in their dedicatory epistle, which ought to be brief and succinct, they dilate very complacently, whether moved by truth or flattery, on the deeds not only of their fathers and forefathers, but also of all their relations, friends, and benefactors. The second is, that they tell their patron they place their works under his protection and safeguard, in order that malicious and captious tongues may not presume to cavil and carp at them. For myself, shunning these 2 faults, I here pass over in silence the grandeur and titles of your Excellency's ancient and royal house, in your infinite virtues both natural and acquired, leaving it to some new Phidias and Lysippus to engrave and sculpture them in marble and bronze, that they may rival time in duration. Neither do I supplicate your Excellency to take this book under your protection, for I know, that if it is not a good one, though I should put it under the wings of Astolfo's hippogriff, or beneath the club of Hercules, the Zoili, the Cynics, the Aretinos, and the Boors will not abstain from abusing it out of respect for anyone. I only beg your Excellency to observe that I present to you, without more words, 13 tales, which had they not been wrought in the laboratory of my own brains, might presume to stand beside the best. Such as they are, there they go, leaving me here rejoiced at the thought of manifesting, in some degree, the desire I feel to serve your Excellency as my true lord and benefactor. Our Lord preserve, etc. Your Excellency's servant, Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Madrid, 13th of July, 1613. Author's Preface. I wish it were possible, dear reader, to dispense with writing this preface, for that which I put at the beginning of my Don Quixote did not turn out so well for me as to give me any inclination to write another. The fault lies with a friend of mine, one of the many I have made in the course of my life with my heart rather than my head. This friend might well have caused my portrait, which the famous Don Juan de Jauregui would have given him, to be engraved and put in the first page of this book, according to custom. By that means he would have gratified my ambition and the wishes of several persons, who would like to know what sort of face and figure he has who makes bold to come before the world with so many works of his own invention. My friend might have written under the portrait, "This person whom you see here, with an oval visage, chestnut hair, smooth open forehead, lively eyes, a hooked but well-proportioned nose, and silvery beard that 20 years ago was golden, large moustaches, a small mouth, teeth not much to speak of, for he has but 6, in bad condition and worse placed, no 2 of them corresponding to each other, a figure midway between the 2 extremes, neither tall nor short, a vivid complexion, rather fair than dark, somewhat stooped in his shoulders, and not very light-footed. This, I say, is the author of Galatea, Don Quixote de la Mancha, the Journey to Parnassus, which he wrote in imitation of Cesare Caporali Parusino, and other works which are current among the public, and perhaps without the author's name. He is commonly called Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. He was for many years a soldier, and for 5 years and a half in captivity, where he learned to have patience in adversity. He lost his left hand by a musket shot in the battle of Lepanto, and ugly as this wound may appear, he regards it as beautiful, having received it on the most memorable and sublime occasion which past times have overseen, or future times can hope to equal, fighting under the victorious banners of the son of that thunderbolt of war, Charles V. of blessed memory." Should the friend of whom I complain have had nothing more to say of me than this, I would myself have composed a couple of dozen eulogiums, and communicated them to him in secret, thereby to extend my fame and exalt the credit of my genius, for it would be absurd to expect the exact truth in such matters. We know well that neither praise nor abuse is meted out with strict accuracy. However, since this opportunity is lost, and I am left in the lurch without a portrait, I must have recourse to my own tongue, which for all its stammering may do well enough to state some truths that are tolerably self-evident. I assure you then, dear reader, that you can by no means make a fricassee of these tales which I here present to you, for they have neither legs, head, bowels, nor anything of the sort. I mean that the amorous intrigues you will find in some of them are so decorous, so measured, and so conformable to reason and Christian propriety, that they are incapable of exciting any impure thoughts in him who reads them with or without caution. I have called them exemplary, because if you rightly consider them, there is not one of them from which you may not draw some useful example, and were I not afraid of being too prolix, I might show you what savory and wholesome fruit might be extracted from them, collectively and severally. My intention has been to set up, in the midst of our community, a billiard table, at which every one may amuse himself without hurt to body and soul, for innocent recreations do good rather than harm. One cannot always be at church, or always saying one's prayers, or always engaged in one's business, however important it may be. There are hours for recreation when the wearied mind should take repose. It is to this end that alleys of trees are planted to walk in, waters are conveyed from remote fountains, hills are levelled, and gardens are cultivated with such care. One thing I boldly declare. Could I by any means suppose that these novels could excite any bad thought or desire in those who read them, I would rather cut off the hand with which I write them, than give them to the public. I am at an age when it does not become me to trifle with the life to come, for I am upwards of 64. My genius and my inclination prompt me to this kind of writing, the more so as I consider, and with truth, that I am the first who has written novels in the Spanish language, though many have hitherto appeared among us, all of them translated from foreign authors. But these are my own, neither imitated nor stolen from anyone. My genius has engendered them, my pen has brought them forth, and they are growing up in the arms of the press. After them, should my life be spared, I will present to you the Adventures of Persiles, a book which ventures to compete with Heliodorus. But previously you shall see, and that before long, the continuation of the exploits of Don Quixote, and the humours of Sancho Panza, and the weeks of the garden. This is promising largely for one of my feeble powers, but who can curb his desires? I only beg you to remark that since I have had the boldness to address these novels to the great Count of Lemos, they must contain some hidden mystery which exalts their merit. I have no more to say, so pray God to keep you, and give me patience to bear all the ill that will be spoken of me by more than one subtle and starched critic. Vale. End of Introductory Remarks.
Section 1 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Lady Cornelia, Part 1. Don Antonio de Isunza and Don Juan de Gamboa, gentlemen of high birth and excellent sense, both of the same age and very intimate friends, being students together at Salamanca, determined to abandon their studies and proceed to Flanders. To this resolution they were incited by the fervour of youth, their desire to see the world, and their conviction that the profession of arms, so becoming to all, is more particularly suitable to men of illustrious race. But they did not reach Flanders until peace was restored, or at least on the point of being concluded, and at Antwerp they received letters from their parents, wherein the latter expressed the great displeasure caused them by their sons having left their studies without informing them of their intention, which, if they had done, the proper measures might have been taken for their making the journey in a manner befitting their birth and station. Unwilling to give further dissatisfaction to their parents, the young men resolved to return to Spain, the rather as there was now nothing to be done in Flanders. But before doing so they determined to visit all the most renowned cities of Italy, and having seen the greater part of them, they were so much attracted by the noble University of Bologna that they resolved to remain there and complete the studies abandoned at Salamanca. They imparted their intentions to their parents, who testified their entire approbation by the magnificence with which they provided their sons with everything proper to their rank, to the end that, in their manner of living, they might show who they were, and of what house they were born. From the first day, therefore, that the young men visited the schools, all perceived them to be gallant, sensible, and well-bred gentlemen. Don Antonio was at this time in his 24th year, and Don Juan had not passed his 26th. This fair period of life they adorned by various good qualities. They were handsome, brave, of good address, and well versed in music and poetry. In a word, they were endowed with such advantages as caused them to be much sought and greatly beloved by all who knew them. They soon had numerous friends, not only among the many Spaniards belonging to the university, but also among people of the city and of other nations, to all of whom they proved themselves courteous, liberal, and wholly free from that arrogance which is said to be too often exhibited by Spaniards. Being young and of joyous temperament, Don Juan and Don Antonio did not fail to give their attention to the beauties of the city. Many there were indeed in Bologna, both married and unmarried, remarkable as well for their virtues as their charms, but among them all there was none who surpassed the Signora Cornelia Bentivoglia, of that old and illustrious family of the Bentivogli, who were at one time lords of Bologna. Cornelia was beautiful to a marvel. She had been left under the guardianship of her brother Lorenzo Bentivoglio, a brave and honourable gentleman. They were orphans, but inheritors of considerable wealth, and wealth is a great alleviation of the evils of the orphan state. Cornelia lived in complete seclusion, and her brother guarded her with unwearied solicitude. The lady neither showed herself on any occasion, nor would her brother consent that anyone should see her, but this very fact inspired Don Juan and Don Antonio with the most lively desire to behold her face, were it only at church. Yet all the pains they took for that purpose proved vain, and the wishes they had felt on the subject gradually diminished, as the attempt appeared more and more hopeless. Thus, devoted to their studies, and varying these with such amusements as are permitted to their age, the young men passed a life as cheerful as it was honourable, rarely going out at night, but when they did so, it was always together and well armed. One evening, however, when Don Juan was preparing to go out, Don Antonio expressed his desire to remain at home for a short time, to repeat certain orisons, but he requested Don Juan to go without him, and promised to follow him. "Why should I go out to wait for you?" said Don Juan. "I will stay. If you do not go out at all tonight, it will be of very little consequence." "By no means shall you stay," returned Don Antonio. "Go and take the air. I will be with you almost immediately, if you take the usual way." "Well, do as you please," said Don Juan. "If you come, you will find me on our usual beat." With these words Don Juan left the house. The night was dark, and the hour about 11. Don Juan passed through 2 or 3 streets, but finding himself alone, and with no one to speak to, he determined to return home. He began to retrace his steps accordingly, and was passing through a street, the houses of which had marble porticos, when he heard someone call out, "Hist, hist," from one of the doors. The darkness of the night, and the shadow cast by the colonnade, did not permit him to see the whisperer, but he stopped at once and listened attentively. He saw a door partially opened, approached it, and heard these words uttered in a low voice: "Is it you, Fabio?" Don Juan, on the spur of the moment, replied, "Yes." "Take it then," returned the voice. "Take it, and place it in security, but return instantly, for the matter presses." Don Juan put out his hand in the dark, and encountered a packet. Proceeding to take hold of it, he found that it required both hands. Instinctively he extended the second, but had scarcely done so before the portal was closed, and he found himself again alone in the street, loaded with he knew not what. Presently the cry of an infant, and, as it seemed, but newly born, smote his ears, filling him with confusion and amazement, for he knew not what next to do, or how to proceed in so strange a case. If he knocked at the door, he was almost certain to endanger the mother of the infant. If he left his burden there, he must imperil the life of the babe itself. But if he took it home, he should as little know what to do with it, nor was he acquainted with anyone in the city to whom he could entrust the care of the child. Yet, remembering that he had been required to come back quickly, after placing his charge in safety, he determined to take the infant home, leave it in the hands of his old housekeeper, and return to see if his aid was needed in any way, since he perceived clearly that the person who had been expected to come for the child had not arrived, and the latter had been given to himself in mistake. With this determination Don Juan soon reached his home, but found that Antonio had already left it. He then went to his chamber, and calling the housekeeper, uncovered the infant, which was one of the most beautiful ever seen, whilst, as the good woman remarked, the elegance of the clothes in which the little creature was wrapped proved him, for it was a boy, to be the son of rich parents. "You must now," said Don Juan to his housekeeper, "find someone to nurse this infant, but first of all take away these rich coverings, and put him in others of the plainest kind. Having done that, you must carry the babe without a moment's delay to the house of a midwife, for there it is that you will be most likely to find all that is requisite in such a case. Take money to pay what may be needful, and give the child such parents as you please, for I desire to hide the truth and not let the manner in which I became possessed of it be known." The woman promised that she would obey him in every point, and Don Juan returned in all haste to the street, to see whether he should receive another mysterious call. But just before he arrived at the house whence the infant had been delivered to him, the clash of swords struck his ear, the sound being as that of several persons engaged in strife. He listened carefully, but could hear no word. The combat was carried on in total silence, but the sparks cast up by the swords as they struck against the stones enabled him to perceive that one man was defending himself against several assailants, and he was confirmed in this belief by an exclamation which proceeded at length from the last person attacked. "Ah, traitors! You are many, but I am one, yet your baseness shall not avail you." Hearing and seeing this, Don Juan, listening only to the impulses of his brave heart, sprang to the side of the person assailed, and opposing the buckler he carried on his arm to the swords of the adversaries, drew his own, and speaking in Italian that he might not be known as a Spaniard, he said, "Fear not, signor. Help has arrived that will not fail you while life holds. Lay on well, for traitors are worth but little, however many there may be." To this one of the assailants made answer, "You lie. There are no traitors here. He who seeks to recover his lost honour is no traitor, and is permitted to avail himself of every advantage." No more was said on either side, for the impetuosity of the assailants, who, as Don Juan thought, amounted to not less than 6, left no opportunity for further words. They pressed his companion, meanwhile, very closely, and 2 of them giving him each a thrust at the same time with the point of their swords, he fell to the earth. Don Juan believed that they had killed him. He threw himself upon the adversaries, nevertheless, and with a shower of cuts and thrusts, dealt with extraordinary rapidity, caused them to give way for several paces. But all his efforts must needs have been vain for the defence of the fallen man, had not fortune aided him by making the neighbours come with lights to their windows and shout for the watch, whereupon the assailants ran off and left the street clear. The fallen man was meanwhile beginning to move, for the strokes he had received, having encountered a breastplate as hard as adamant, had only stunned but not wounded him. Now Don Juan's hat had been knocked off in the fray, and thinking he had picked it up, he had in fact put on that of another person, without perceiving it to be other than his own. The gentleman whom he had assisted now approached Don Juan, and accosted him as follows: "Signor Cavalier, whoever you may be, I confess that I owe you my life, and I am bound to employ it, with all I have or can command, in your service. Do me the favour to tell me who you are, that I may know whom my gratitude is due." "Signor," replied Don Juan, "that I may not seem discourteous, and in compliance with your request, although I am wholly disinterested in what I have done, you shall know that I am a Spanish gentleman, and a student in this city. If you desire to hear my name, I will tell you, rather lest you should have some future occasion for my services than for any other motive, that I am called Don Juan de Gamboa." "You have done me a singular service, Signor Don Juan de Gamboa," replied the gentleman who had fallen, "but I will not tell you who I am, nor my name, which I desired that you should learn from others rather than from myself. Yet I will take care that you be soon informed respecting these things." Don Juan then inquired of the stranger if he were wounded, observing that he had seen him receive 2 furious lunges in the breast, but the other replied that he was unhurt, adding that next to God A famous plastron that he wore had defended him against the blows he had received, though his enemies would certainly have finished him had Don Juan not come to his aid. While thus discoursing, they beheld a body of men advancing towards them, and Don Juan exclaimed, "If these are enemies, Signor, let us hasten to put ourselves on our guard, and use our hands as men of our condition should do." "They are not enemies, so far as I can judge," replied the stranger. "The men who are now coming towards us are friends." And this was the truth. The persons approaching, of whom there were 8, surrounded the unknown cavalier, with whom they exchanged a few words, but in so low a tone that Don Juan could not hear the purport. The gentleman then turned to Don Juan and said, "If these friends had not arrived, I should certainly not have left your company, Signor Don Juan, until you had seen me in some place of safety. But as things are, I beg you now with all kindness to retire and leave me in this place, where it is of great importance that I should remain." Speaking thus, the stranger carried his hand to his head, but finding that he was without a hat, he turned towards the persons who had joined him, desiring them to give him one, and saying that his own had fallen. He had no sooner spoken than Don Juan presented him with that which he had himself just picked up, and which he had discovered to be not his own. The stranger, having felt the hat, returned it to Don Juan, saying that it was not his, and adding, "On your life, Signor Don Juan, keep this hat as a trophy of this affray, for I believe it to be one that is not unknown." The persons around then gave the stranger another hat, and Don Juan, after exchanging a few brief compliments with his companion, left him in compliance with his desire, without knowing who he was. He then returned home, not daring at that moment to approach the door whence he had received the newly born infant, because the whole neighbourhood had been aroused and was in movement. Now it chanced that as Don Juan was returning to his abode, he met his comrade Don Antonio de Isunza, and the latter no sooner recognized him in the darkness than he exclaimed, "Turn about, Don Juan, and walk with me to the end of the street. I have something to tell you, and as we go along will relate a story such as you have never heard before in your life." "I also have one of the same kind to tell you," returned Don Juan. "But let us go up the street as you say, and do you first relate your story." Don Antonio thereupon walked forward and began as follows. "You must know that in little less than an hour after you had left the house, I left it also, to go in search of you, but I had not gone 30 paces from this place when I saw before me a black mass, which I soon perceived to be a person advancing in great haste. As the figure approached nearer, I perceived it to be that of a woman wrapped in a very wide mantle, and who, in a voice interrupted by sobs and sighs, addressed me thus: 'Are you, sir, a stranger, or one of the city?' 'I am a stranger,' I replied, 'and a Spaniard.' 'Thanks be to God!' she exclaimed. 'He will not have me die without the sacraments.' 'Are you then wounded, madam?' continued I, 'or attacked by some mortal malady?' 'It may well happen that the malady from which I suffer may prove mortal, if I do not soon receive aid,' returned the lady. 'Wherefore, by the courtesy which is ever found among those of your nation, I entreat you, Signor Spaniard, take me from these streets, and lead me to your dwelling with all the speed you may. There, if you wish it, you shall know the cause of my sufferings, and who I am, even though it should cost me my reputation to make myself known.' Hearing this, continued Don Antonio, and seeing that the lady was in a strait which permitted no delay, I said nothing more, but offering her my hand, I conducted her by the by-streets to our house. Our page, Santisteban, opened the door, but, commanding him to retire, I led the lady in without permitting him to see her, and took her into my room, where she had no sooner entered than she fell fainting on my bed. Approaching to assist her, I removed the mantle which had hitherto concealed her face, and discovered the most astonishing loveliness that human eyes ever beheld. She may be about 18 years old, as I should suppose, but rather less than more. Bewildered for a moment at the sight of so much beauty, I remained as one stupefied, but, recollecting myself, I hastened to throw water on her face, and, with a pitiable sigh, she recovered consciousness. The first word she uttered was the question, "Do you know me, Signor?" I replied, "No, lady, I have not been so fortunate as ever before to have seen so much beauty." "Unhappy she is," returned the lady, "to whom heaven has given it for her misfortune. But, Signor, this is not the time to praise my beauty, but to mourn my distress. By all that you most revere, I entreat you to leave me shut up here, and let no one behold me, while you return in all haste to the place where you found me, and see if there be any persons fighting there. Yet do not take part either with one side or the other. Only separate the combatants, for whatever injury may happen to either must needs be to the increase of my own misfortunes." "I then left her as she desired," continued Don Antonio, "and am now going to put an end to any quarrel which may arise, as the lady has commanded me." "Have you anything more to say?" inquired Don Juan. "Do you think I have not said enough?" answered Don Antonio, "since I have told you that I have now in my chamber, and hold under my key, the most wonderful beauty that human eyes have ever beheld?" "The adventure is a strange one, without doubt," replied Don Juan, "but listen to mine," and instantly related to his friend all that had happened to him. He told how the newly born infant was then in their house, and in the care of their housekeeper, with the orders he had given as to changing its rich habits for others less remarkable, and for procuring a nurse from the nearest midwife to meet the present necessity. "As to the combat you come in quest of," he added, "that is already ended, and peace is made." Don Juan further related that he had himself taken part in the strife, and concluded by remarking that he believed those whom he had found engaged were all persons of high quality, as well as great courage. Each of the Spaniards was much surprised at the adventure of the other, and they instantly returned to the house to see what the lady shut up there might require. On the way, Don Antonio told Don Juan that he had promised the unknown not to suffer anyone to see her, assuring her that he only would enter the room until she should herself permit the approach of others. "I shall nevertheless do my best to see her," replied Don Juan. "After what you have said of her beauty, I cannot but desire to do so, and shall contrive some means for effecting it." Saying this, they arrived at their house, when one of their 3 pages bringing lights, Don Antonio cast his eyes on the hat worn by Don Juan, and perceived that it was glittering with diamonds. Don Juan took it off, and then saw that the lustre of which his companion spoke proceeded from a very rich band formed of large brilliants. In great surprise the friends examined the ornament, and concluded that if all the diamonds were as precious as they appeared to be, the hat must be worth more than 2,000 ducats. They thus became confirmed in the conviction entertained by Don Juan that the persons engaged in the combat were of high quality, especially the gentleman whose part he had taken, and who, as he now recollected, when bidding him take the hat and keep it, had remarked that it was not unknown. The young men then commanded their pages to retire, and Don Antonio, opening the door of his room, found the lady seated on his bed, leaning her cheek on her hand, and weeping piteously. Don Juan also having approached the door, the splendour of the diamonds caught the eye of the weeping lady, and she exclaimed, "Enter, my lord Duke, enter! Why afford me in such scanty measure the happiness of seeing you? Enter at once, I beseech you." "Signora," replied Don Antonio, "there is no duke here who is declining to see you." "How, no duke?" she exclaimed. "He whom I have just seen is the Duke of Ferrara. The rich decoration of his hat does not permit him to conceal himself." "Of a truth, Signora, he who wears the hat you speak of is no duke, and if you please to undeceive yourself by seeing that person, you have but to give your permission, and he shall enter." "Let him do so," said the lady, "although if he be not the duke, my misfortune will be all the greater." Don Juan had heard all this, and now finding that he was invited to enter, he walked into the apartment with his hat in his hand, but he had no sooner placed himself before the lady than she, seeing he was not the person she had supposed, began to exclaim, in a troubled voice and with broken words, "Ah, miserable creature that I am! Tell me, Signor, tell me at once, without keeping me in suspense, what do you know of him who owned that sombrero? How is it that he no longer has it, and how did it come into your possession? Does he still live, or is this the token that he sends me of his death? Oh, my beloved, what misery is this! I see the jewels that were thine. I see myself shut up here without the light of thy presence. I am in the power of strangers, and if I did not know that they were Spaniards and gentlemen, the fear of that disgrace by which I am threatened would already have finished my life." "Calm yourself, madam," replied Don Juan, "for the master of this sombrero is not dead, nor are you in a place where any increase to your misfortunes is to be dreaded. We think only of serving you, so far as our means will permit, even to the exposing our lives for your defence and succour. It would ill become us to suffer that the trust you have in the faith of Spaniards should be vain, and since we are Spaniards, and of good quality, for here that assertion, which might otherwise appear arrogant, becomes needful, be assured that you will receive all the respect which is your due." "I believe you," replied the lady, "but nevertheless tell me, I pray you, how this rich sombrero came into your possession, and where is its owner, who is no less a personage than Alfonso d'Este, Duke of Ferrara." Then Don Juan, that he might not keep the lady longer in suspense, related to her how he had found the hat in the midst of a combat, in which he had taken the part of a gentleman, who, from what she had said, he could not now doubt to be the Duke of Ferrara. He further told her how, having lost his own hat in the strife, the gentleman had bidden him keep the one he had picked up, and which belonged, as he said, to a person not unknown, that neither the cavalier nor himself had received any wound, and that finally certain friends or servants of the former had arrived, when he who was now believed to be the duke had requested Don Juan to leave him in that place, where he desired for certain reasons to remain. "This, madam," concluded Don Juan, "is the whole history of the manner in which the hat came into my possession, and for its master, whom you suppose to be the Duke of Ferrara, it is not an hour since I left him in perfect safety. Let this true narration suffice to console you, since you are anxious to be assured that the duke is unhurt." To this the lady made answer, "That you, gentlemen, may know how much reason I have to inquire for the duke, and whether I need be anxious for his safety, listen in your turn with attention, and I will relate what I know not yet, if I must call my unhappy history." While these things were passing, the housekeeper of Don Antonio and Don Juan was occupied with the infant, whose mouth she had moistened with honey, and whose rich habit she was changing for clothes of a very humble character. When that was done, she was about to carry the babe to the house of the midwife, as Don Juan had recommended, but as she was passing with it before the door of the room wherein the lady was about to commence her history, the little creature began to cry aloud, insomuch that the lady heard it. She instantly rose to her feet, and set herself to listen, when the plaints of the infant arrived more distinctly to her ear. "What child is this, gentlemen?" said she, "for it appears to be but just born." Don Juan replied, "It is a little fellow who has been laid at the door of our house to-night, and our servant is about to seek someone who will nurse it." "Let them bring it to me for the love of God," exclaimed the lady, "for I will offer that charity to the child of others, since it has not pleased heaven that I should be permitted to nourish my own." Don Juan then called the housekeeper, and taking the infant from her arms, he placed it in those of the lady, saying, "Behold, madam, this is the present that has been made to us tonight, and it is not the first of the kind that we have received, since but few months pass wherein we do not find such godsends hooked on to the hinges of our doors." The lady had meanwhile taken the infant into her arms, and looked attentively at its face, but remarking the poverty of its clothing, which was nevertheless extremely clean, she could not restrain her tears. She cast the kerchief which she had worn around her head over her bosom, that she might succour the infant with decency, and, bending her face over that of the child, she remained long without raising her head, while her eyes rained torrents of tears on the little creature she was nursing. The babe was eager to be fed, but, finding that it could not obtain the nourishment it sought, the lady returned the babe to Don Juan, saying, "I have vainly desired to be charitable to this deserted infant, and have but shown that I am new to such matters. Let your servants put a little honey on the lips of the child, but do not suffer them to carry it through the streets at such an hour. Bid them wait until the day breaks, and let the babe be once more brought to me before they take it away, for I find a great consolation in the sight of it." Don Juan then restored the infant to the housekeeper, bidding her take the best care she could of it until daybreak, commanding that the rich clothes it had first worn should be put on it again, and directing her not to take it from the house until he had seen it once more. That done, he returned to the room, and the two friends being again alone with the beautiful lady, she said, "If you desire that I should relate my story, you must first give me something that may restore my strength, for I feel in much need of it." Don Antonio flew to the buffet for some conserves, of which the lady ate a little, and having drunk a glass of water, and feeling somewhat refreshed, she said, "Sit down, signors, and listen to my story." The gentlemen seated themselves accordingly, and she, arranging herself on the bed, and covering her person with the folds of her mantle, suffered the veil which she had kept about her head to fall on her shoulders, thus giving her face to view, and exhibiting in it a lustre equal to that of the moon, rather of the sun itself, when displayed in all its splendour. Liquid pearls fell from her eyes, which she endeavoured to dry with a kerchief of extraordinary delicacy, and with hands so white that he must have had much judgment in colour who could have found a difference between them and the cambric. Finally, after many a sigh and many an effort to calm herself, with a feeble and trembling voice she said, "I, signors, am she of whom you have doubtless heard mention in this city, since, such as it is, there are few tongues that do not publish the fame of my beauty. I am Cornelia Bentivoglio, sister of Lorenzo Bentivoglio, and in saying this I have perhaps affirmed two acknowledged truths, the one my nobility, and the other my beauty. At a very early age I was left an orphan to the care of my brother, who was most sedulous in watching over me, even from my childhood, although he reposed more confidence in the sentiments of honour than in the guards he had placed around me. In short, kept thus between walls and in perfect solitude, having no other company than that of my attendants, I grew into womanhood, and with me grew the reputation of my loveliness, bruited abroad by the servants of the house, and by such as had been admitted to my privacy, as also by a portrait which my brother had caused to be taken by a famous painter, to the end, as he said, that the world might not be wholly deprived of my features, in the event of my being early summoned by heaven to a better life. All this might have ended well, had it not chanced that the Duke of Ferrara consented to act as sponsor at the nuptials of one of my cousins, when my brother permitted me to be present at the ceremony, that we might do the greater honour to our kinswoman. There I saw and was seen. There, as I believe, hearts were subjugated, and the will of the beholders rendered subservient. There I felt the pleasure received from praise, even when bestowed by flattering tongues. And finally I there beheld the Duke, and was seen by him. In a word, it is in consequence of this meeting that you see me here. I will not relate to you, signors, for that would needlessly protract my story, the various stratagems and contrivances by which the Duke and myself, at the end of 2 years, were at length enabled to bring about the union, our desire for which had received birth at those nuptials. Neither guards, nor seclusion, nor remonstrances, nor human diligence of any kind sufficed to prevent it, and we were finally made one, for without the sanction due to my honour, Alfonso would certainly not have prevailed. I would fain have had him publicly demand my hand from my brother, who would not have refused it. Nor would the Duke have had to excuse himself before the world as to any inequality in our marriage, since the race of the Bentivogli is in no manner inferior to that of Este, but the reasons which he gave for not doing as I wished appeared to me sufficient, and I suffered them to prevail. The visits of the Duke were made through the intervention of a servant, over whom his gifts had more influence than was consistent with the confidence reposed in her by my brother. After a time I perceived that I was about to become a mother, and feigning illness and low spirits, I prevailed on Lorenzo to permit me to visit the cousin at whose marriage it was that I first saw the Duke. I then apprised the latter of my situation, letting him also know the danger in which my life was placed from that suspicion of the truth which I could not but fear that Lorenzo must eventually entertain. It was then agreed between us that when the time for my travail drew near, the Duke should come, with certain of his friends, and take me to Ferrara, where our marriage should be publicly celebrated. This was the night on which I was to have departed, and I was awaiting the arrival of Alfonso, when I heard my brother pass the door with several other persons, all armed, as I could hear by the noise of their weapons. The terror caused by this event was such as to occasion the premature birth of my infant, a son, whom the waiting woman, my confidant, who had made all ready for his reception, wrapped at once in the clothes we had provided, and gave at the street door, as she told me, to a servant of the Duke. Soon afterward, taking such measures as I could under circumstances so pressing, and hastened by the fear of my brother, I also left the house, hoping to find the Duke awaiting me in the street. I ought not to have gone forth until he had come to the door, but the armed band of my brother, whose sword I felt at my throat, had caused me such terror that I was not in a state to reflect. Almost out of my senses I came forth, as you behold me, and what has since happened you know. I am here, it is true, without my husband, and without my son, yet I return thanks to heaven which has led me into your hands, for from you I promise myself all that may be expected from Spanish courtesy, reinforced, as it cannot but be in your persons, by the nobility of your race." Having said this, the lady fell back on the bed, and the two friends hastened to her assistance, fearing she had again fainted. But they found this not to be the case. She was only weeping bitterly. Wherefore Don Juan said to her, If up to the present moment, beautiful lady, my companion Don Antonio and I have felt pity and regret for you as being a woman, still more shall we now do so, knowing your quality, since compassion and grief are changed into the positive obligation and duty of serving and aiding you. Take courage and do not be dismayed, for little as you are formed to endure such trials, so much more will you prove yourself to be the exalted person you are, as your patience and fortitude enable you to rise above your sorrows. Believe me, Signora, I am persuaded that these extraordinary events are about to have a fortunate conclusion, for heaven can never permit so much beauty to endure permanent sorrow, nor suffer your chaste purposes to be frustrated. Go now to bed, Signora, and take care of your health, of which you have so much need. There shall presently come to wait on you a servant of ours, in whom you may confide as in ourselves, for she will maintain silence respecting your misfortunes, with no less discretion than she will attend to all your necessities." "The condition in which I find myself," replied the lady, "might compel me to the adoption of more difficult measures than those you advise. Let this woman come, signors, presented to me by you. She cannot fail to be good and serviceable. Let no other living being see me." "So shall it be," replied Don Antonio, and the two friends withdrew, leaving Cornelia alone. Section 2 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Lady Cornelia, Part 2. Don Juan then commanded the housekeeper to enter the room, taking with her the infant, whose rich habits she had already replaced. The woman did as she was ordered, having been previously told what she should reply to the questions of the Signora respecting the infant she bore in her arms. Seeing her come in, Cornelia instantly said, "You come in good time, my friend. Give me that infant, and place the light near me." The servant obeyed, and, taking the babe in her arms, Cornelia instantly began to tremble, gazed at him intently, and cried out in haste, "Tell me, good woman, is this child the same that you brought me a short time since?" "It is the same, Signora," replied the woman. "How is it then that his clothing is so different?" "Certainly, dame housekeeper, either these are other wrappings, or the infant is not the same." "It may be all as you say," began the old woman. "All as I say!" interrupted Cornelia. "How and what is this? I conjure you, friend, by all you most value, to tell me whence you received these rich clothes, for my heart seems to be bursting in my bosom. Tell me the cause of this change, for you must know that these things belong to me, if my sight do not deceive me, and my memory have not failed. In these robes, or some like them, I entrusted to a servant of mine the treasured jewel of my soul. Who has taken them from him? Ah, miserable creature that I am! Who has brought these things here? Oh, unhappy and woeful day!" Don Juan and Don Antonio, who were listening to all this, could not suffer the matter to go further, nor would they permit the exchange of the infant's dress to trouble the poor lady any longer. They therefore entered the room, and Don Juan said, "This infant and its wrappings are yours, Signora," and immediately he related from point to point how the matter had happened. He told Cornelia that he was himself the person to whom the waiting woman had given the child, and how he had brought it home, with the orders he had given to the housekeeper respecting its change of clothes, and his motives for doing so. He added that, from the moment when she had spoken of her own infant, He had felt certain that this was no other than her son, and if he had not told her so at once, that was because he feared the effects of too much gladness, coming immediately after the heavy grief which her trials had caused her. The tears of joy then shed by Cornelia were many and long continued. Infinite were the acknowledgments she offered to heaven, innumerable the kisses she lavished on her son, and profuse the thanks which she offered from her heart to the two friends, whom she called her guardian angels on earth, with other names, which gave abundant proof of her gratitude. They soon afterwards left the lady with their housekeeper, whom they enjoined to attend her well, and do her all the service possible, having made known to the woman the position in which Cornelia found herself, to the end that she might take all necessary precautions, the nature of which she, being a woman, would know much better than they could do. They then went to rest for the little that remained of the night, intending to enter Cornelia's apartment no more, unless summoned by herself, or called thither by some pressing need. The day having dawned, the housekeeper went to fetch a woman, who agreed to nurse the infant in silence and secrecy. Some hours later the friends inquired for Cornelia, and their servant told them that she had rested a little. Don Juan and Don Antonio then went to the schools. As they passed by the street where the combat had taken place, and near the house whence Cornelia had fled, they took care to observe whether any signs of disorder were apparent, and whether the matter seemed to be talked of in the neighbourhood, but they could hear not a word respecting the affray of the previous night, or the absence of Cornelia. So, having duly attended the various lectures, they returned to their dwelling. The lady then caused them to be summoned to her chamber, but finding that, from respect to her presence, they hesitated to appear, she replied to the message they sent her, with tears in her eyes, begging them to come and see her, which she declared to be now the best proof of their respect as well as interest, since, if they could not remedy, they might at least console her misfortunes. Thus exhorted, the gentlemen obeyed, and Cornelia received them with a smiling face and great cordiality. She then entreated that they would do her the kindness to walk about the city and ascertain if anything had transpired concerning her affairs. They replied that they had already done so, with all possible care, but that not a word had been said reacting the matter. At this moment one of the 3 pages who served the gentleman approached the door of the room, telling his masters from without that there was then at the street door, attended by 2 servants, a gentleman who called himself Lorenzo Bentivoglio, and inquired for the Signor Don Juan de Gamboa. Hearing this message, Cornelia clasped her hands and placed them on her mouth. She exclaimed in a low and trembling voice, while her words came with difficulty through those clenched fingers, "It is my brother, signors, it is my brother. Without doubt he has learned that I am here, and has come to take my life. Help and aid, signors, help and aid." "Calm yourself, lady," replied Don Antonio. "You are in a place of safety, and with people who will not suffer the smallest injury to be offered you. The Signor Don Juan will go to inquire what this gentleman demands, and I will remain to defend you, if need be, from all disturbance." Don Juan prepared to descend accordingly, and Don Antonio, taking his loaded pistols, bade the pages belt on their swords, and hold themselves in readiness for whatever might happen. The housekeeper, seeing these preparations, began to tremble. Cornelia, dreading some fearful result, was in grievous terror. Don Juan and Don Antonio alone preserved their coolness. Arrived at the door of the house, Don Juan found Don Lorenzo, who, coming towards him, said, "I entreat your lordship," for such is the form of address among Italians, I entreat your lordship to do me the kindness to accompany me to the neighbouring church. I have to speak to you respecting an affair which concerns my life and honour." "Very willingly," replied Don Juan. "Let us go, Signor, wherever you please." They walked side by side to the church, where they seated themselves on a retired bench, so as not to be overheard. Don Lorenzo was the first to break silence. "Signor Spaniard," he said, "I am Lorenzo Bentivoglio. If not of the richest, yet of one of the most important families belonging to this city, and if this seem like boasting of myself, the notoriety of the fact may serve as my excuse for naming it. I was left an orphan many years since, and to my guardianship was left a sister, so beautiful that if she were not nearly connected with me, I might perhaps describe her in terms that, while they might seem exaggerated, would yet not by any means do justice to her attractions. My honour being very dear to me, and she being very young as well as beautiful, I took all possible care to guard her at all points, but my best precautions have proved vain. The self-will of Cornelia, for that is her name, has rendered all useless. In a word, and not to weary you, for this story might become a long one, I will but tell you that the Duke of Ferrara, Alfonso d'Este, vanquishing the eyes of Argus by those of a lynx, has rendered all my cares vain, by carrying off my sister last night from the house of one of our kindred, and it is even said that she has already become a mother. The misfortune of our house was made known to me last night, and I instantly placed myself on the watch. Nay, I met and even attacked Alfonso, sword in hand, but he was succoured in good time by some angel, who would not permit me to efface in his blood the stain he has put upon me. My relation has told me, and it is from her I have heard all, that the Duke deluded my sister under a promise to make her his wife, but this I do not believe, for, in respect to present station and wealth, the marriage would not be equal, though, in point of blood, all the world knows how noble are the Bentivogli of Bologna. What I fear is, that the Duke has done what is but too easy when a great and powerful prince desires to win a timid and retiring girl. He has merely called her by the tender name of wife, and made her believe that certain considerations have prevented him from marrying her at once, a plausible pretence, but false and perfidious. Be that as it may, I see myself at once deprived of my sister and my honour. Up to this moment I have kept the matter secret, purposing not to make known the outrage to any one, until I see whether there may not be some remedy or means of satisfaction to be obtained. It is better that a disgrace of this kind be supposed and suspected, than certainly and distinctly known, seeing that between the yes and the no of a doubt, each inclines to the opinion that most attracts him, and both sides of the question find defenders. Considering all these things, I have determined to repair to Ferrara, and there demand satisfaction from the Duke himself. If he refuse it, I will then offer him defiance. Yet my defiance cannot be made with armed bands, for I could neither get them together nor maintain them but as from man to man. For this it is, then, that I desire your aid. I hope you will accompany me in the journey. Nay, I am confident that you will do so, being a Spaniard and a gentleman, as I am told you are. I cannot entrust my purpose to any relation or friend of my family, knowing well that from them I should have nothing more than objections and remonstrances, while from you I may hope for sensible and honourable counsels, even though there should be peril in pursuing them. You must do me the favour to go with me, Signor. Having a Spaniard, and such as you appear to be, at my side, I shall account myself to have the armies of Xerxes. I am asking much at your hands, but the duty of answering worthily to what fame publishes of your nation would oblige you to do still more than I ask." "No more, Signor Lorenzo," exclaimed Don Juan, who had not before interrupted the brother of Cornelia, "no more. From this moment I accept the office you propose to me, and will be your defender and counsellor. I take upon myself the satisfaction of your honour, or due vengeance for the affront you have received, not only because I am a Spaniard, but because I am a gentleman, and you another, so noble, as you have said, as I know you to be, and as indeed all the world reputes you. When shall we set out? It would be better that we did so immediately, for a man does ever well to strike while the iron is hot. The warmth of anger increases courage, and a recent affront more effectually awakens vengeance." Hearing this, Don Lorenzo rose and embraced Don Juan, saying to him, "A person so generous as yourself, Signor Don Juan, needs no other incentive than that of the honour to be gained in such a cause. This honour you have assured to yourself to-day, if we come out happily from our adventure, but I offer you in addition all I can do, or am worth. Our departure I would have to be tomorrow, since I can provide all things needful to-day." "This appears to me well decided," replied Don Juan, "but I must beg you, Signor Don Lorenzo, to permit me to make all known to a gentleman who is my friend, and of whose honour and silence I can assure you even more certainly than of my own, if that were possible." "Since you, Signor Don Juan," replied Lorenzo, "have taken charge, as you say, of my honour, dispose of this matter as you please, and make it known to whom and in what manner it shall seem best to you, how much more then to a companion of your own, for what can he be but everything that is best?" This said, the gentlemen embraced each other and took leave, after having agreed that on the following morning Lorenzo should send to summon Don Juan at an hour fixed on when they should mount their horses and pursue their journey in the disguise that Don Lorenzo had selected. Don Juan then returned, and gave an account of all that had passed to Don Antonio and Cornelia, not omitting the engagement into which he had entered for the morrow. "Good heavens, Signor!" exclaimed Cornelia, "what courtesy, what confidence! To think of your committing yourself without hesitation to an undertaking so replete with difficulties! How can you know whether Lorenzo will take you to Ferrara, or to what place indeed he may conduct you? But go with him whither you may, be certain that the very soul of honour and good faith will stand beside you. For myself, unhappy creature that I am, I shall be terrified at the very atoms that dance in the sunbeams, and tremble at every shadow. But how can it be otherwise, since on the answer of Duke Alfonso depends my life or death? How do I know that he will reply with sufficient courtesy to prevent the anger of my brother from passing the limits of discretion? And if Lorenzo should draw the sword, think ye he will have a despicable enemy to encounter? Must I not remain through all the days of your absence in a state of mortal suspense and terror, awaiting the favourable or grievous intelligence that you shall bring me? Do I love either my brother or the Duke so little as not to tremble for both, and not feel the injury of either to my soul?" "Your fears affect your judgment, Signora Cornelia," replied Don Juan, "and they go too far. Amidst so many terrors you should give some place to hope, and trust in God. Put some faith also in my care, and in the earnest desire I feel to see your affairs attain to a happy conclusion. Your brother cannot avoid making this journey to Ferrara, nor can I excuse myself from accompanying him thither. For the present we do not know the intentions of the Duke, nor even whether he be or be not acquainted with your elopement. All this we must learn from his own mouth, and there is no one who can better make the inquiry than myself. Be certain, Signora, that the welfare and satisfaction of both your brother and the Signor Duke are to me as the apples of my eyes, and that I will care for the safety of one as of the other." "Ah, Signor Don Juan," replied Cornelia, "if heaven grant you as much power to remedy, as grace to console misfortune, I must consider myself exceedingly fortunate in the midst of my sorrows, and now would I fain see you gone and returned, for the whole time of your absence I must pass suspended between hope and fear." The determination of Don Juan was approved by Don Antonio, who commended him for the justification which he had thereby given to the confidence of Lorenzo Bentivoglio. He furthermore told his friend that he would gladly accompany him, to be ready for whatever might happen, but Don Juan replied, "Not so. First, because you must remain for the better security of the Lady Cornelia, whom it will not be well to leave alone; and secondly, because I would not have Signor Lorenzo suppose that I desire to avail myself of the arm of another." "But my arm is your own," returned Don Antonio, "wherefore, if I must even disguise myself, and can but follow you at a distance, I will go with you; and as to Signora Cornelia, I know well that she will prefer to have me accompany you, seeing that she will not here want people who can serve and guard her." "Indeed," said Cornelia, "it will be a great consolation to me to know that you are together, Signors, or at least so near as to be able to assist each other in case of necessity; and since the undertaking you are going on appears to be dangerous, do me the favour, gentlemen, to take these relics with you." Saying this, Cornelia drew from her bosom a diamond cross of great value, with an agnus of gold equally rich and costly. The two gentlemen looked at the magnificent jewels, which they esteemed to be of still greater value than the decoration of the hat, but they returned them to the lady, each saying that he carried relics of his own, which, though less richly decorated, were at least equally efficacious. Cornelia regretted much that they would not accept those she offered, but she was compelled to submit. The housekeeper was now informed of the departure of her masters, though not of their destination, or of the purpose for which they went. She promised to take the utmost care of the lady, whose name she did not know, and assured her masters that she would be so watchful as to prevent her suffering in any manner from their absence. Early the following morning Lorenzo was at the door, where he found Don Juan ready. The latter had assumed a travelling dress, with the rich sombrero presented by the duke, and which he had adorned with black and yellow plumes, placing a black covering over the band of brilliants. He went to take leave of Cornelia, who, knowing that her brother was near, fell into an agony of terror, and could not say one word to the two friends who were bidding her adieu. Don Juan went out the first, and accompanied Lorenzo beyond the walls of the city, where they found their servants waiting with the horses in a retired garden. They mounted, rode on before, and the servants guided their masters in the direction of Ferrara, by ways but little known. Don Antonio followed on a low pony, and with such a change of apparel as sufficed to disguise him, but fancying that they regarded him with suspicion, especially Lorenzo, he determined to pursue the highway, and rejoin his friend in Ferrara, where he was certain to find him with but little difficulty. The Spaniards had scarcely got clear of the city before Cornelia had confided her whole history to the housekeeper, informing her that the infant belonged to herself and to the Duke of Ferrara, and making her acquainted with all that has been related, not concealing from her that the journey made by her masters was to Ferrara, or that they went accompanied by her brother, who was going to challenge the Duke Alfonso. Hearing all this, the housekeeper, as though the devil had sent her to complicate the difficulties and defer the restoration of Cornelia, began to exclaim, Alas, lady of my soul! All these things have happened to you, and you remain carelessly there with your limbs stretched out, and doing nothing. Either you have no soul at all, or you have one so poor and weak that you do not feel it. And do you really suppose that your brother has gone to Ferrara? Believe nothing of the kind, but rather be sure that he has carried off my masters, and wiled them from the house, that he may return and take your life, for he can now do it as one would drink a cup of water. Consider only under what kind of guard and protection we are left, that of 3 pages, who have enough to do with their own pranks, and are little likely to put their hands to anything good. I, for my part, shall certainly not have courage to await what must follow, and the destruction that cannot but come upon this house. The Signor Lorenzo, an Italian, to put his trust in Spaniards, and ask help and favour from them! By the light of my eyes, I will believe none of that." So saying, she made a fig at herself. "But if you, my daughter, will take good advice, I will give you such as shall truly enlighten your way." Cornelia was thrown into a pitiable state of alarm and confusion by these declarations of the housekeeper, who spoke with so much heat, and gave so many evidences of terror, that all she said appeared to be the very truth. The lady pictured to herself Don Antonio and Don Juan as perhaps already dead. She fancied her brother even then coming in at the door, and felt herself already pierced by the blows of his poniard. She therefore replied, "What advice do you then give me, good friend, that may prevent the catastrophe which threatens us?" "I will give you counsel so good," rejoined the housekeeper, "that better could not be. I, Signora, was formerly in the service of a priest, who has his abode in a village not more than 2 miles from Ferrara. He is a good and holy man, who will do whatever I require from him, since he is under more obligations to me than merely those of a master to a faithful servant. Let us go to him. I will seek someone who shall conduct us thither instantly, and the woman who comes to nurse the infant is a poor creature, who will go with us to the end of the world. And now make ready, Signora, for supposing you are to be discovered, it would be much better that you should be found under the care of a good priest, old and respected, than in the hands of 2 young students, bachelors and Spaniards, who, as I can myself bear witness, are but little disposed to lose occasions for amusing themselves. Now that you are unwell, they treat you with respect, but if you get well and remain in their clutches, Heaven alone will be able to help you, for truly if my cold disdain and repulses had not been my safeguard, they would long since have torn my honour to rags. All is not gold that glitters. Men say one thing, but think another. Happily it is with me that they have to do, and I am not to be deceived, but know well when the shoe pinches my foot. Above all, I am well born, for I belong to the Crivellis of Milan, and carry the point of honour 10,000 feet above the clouds. By this you may judge, Signora, through what troubles I have had to pass, since, being what I am, I have been brought to serve as the housekeeper of Spaniards, or as, what they call, their gouvernante. Not that I have, in truth, any complaint to make of my masters, who are a couple of half-saints when they are not put into a rage, and in this respect they would seem to be Biscayans, as indeed they say they are. But after all they may be Galicians, which is another nation, and much less exact than the Biscayans. Neither are they so much to be depended on as the people of the bay. By all this verbiage, and more beside, the bewildered lady was induced to follow the advice of the old woman, insomuch that, in less than 4 hours after the departure of the friends, their housekeeper making all arrangements, and Cornelia consenting, the latter was seated in a carriage with the nurse of the babe, and without being heard by the pages, they set off on their way to the curate's village. All this was done not only by the advice of the housekeeper, but also with her money, for her masters had just before paid her a year's wages, and therefore it was not needful that she should take a jewel which Cornelia had offered her for the purposes of their journey. Having heard Don Juan say that her brother and himself would not follow the highway to Ferrara, but proceed thither by retired paths, Cornelia thought it best to take the high road. She bade the driver go slowly, that they might not overtake the gentleman in any case, and the master of the carriage was well content to do as they liked, since they had paid him as he liked. We will leave them on their way, which they take with as much boldness as good direction, and let us see what happened to Don Juan de Gamboa and Signor Lorenzo Bentivoglio. On their way they heard that the Duke had not gone to Ferrara, but was still at Bologna, wherefore, abandoning the round they were making, they regained the high road, considering that it was by this the Duke would travel on his return to Ferrara. Nor had they long entered thereon, before they perceived a troop of men on horseback coming, as it seemed from Bologna. Don Juan then begged Lorenzo to withdraw to a little distance, since, if the Duke should chance to be of the company approaching, it would be desirable that he should speak to him before he could enter Ferrara, which was but a short distance from them. Lorenzo complied, and as soon as he had withdrawn, Don Juan removed the covering by which he had concealed the rich ornament of his hat, but this was not done without some little indiscretion, as he himself was the first to admit some time after. Meanwhile the travellers approached. Among them came a woman on a pied horse, dressed in a travelling habit, and her face covered with a silk mask, either to conceal her features, or to shelter them from the effects of the sun and air. Don Juan pulled up his horse in the middle of the road, and remained with his face uncovered, awaiting the arrival of the cavalcade. As they approached him, the height, good looks, and spirited attitude of the Spaniard, the beauty of his horse, his peculiar dress, and, above all, the lustre of the diamonds on his hat, attracted the eyes of the whole party, but especially those of the Duke of Ferrara, the principal personage of the group, who no sooner beheld the band of brilliants than he understood the cavalier before him to be Don Juan de Gamboa, his deliverer in the combat frequently alluded to. So well convinced did he feel of this, that, without further question, he rode up to Don Juan, saying, "I shall certainly not deceive myself, Signor Cavalier, if I call you Don Juan de Gamboa, for your spirited looks and the decoration you wear on your hat alike assure me of the fact." "It is true that I am the person you say," replied Don Juan. "I have never yet desired to conceal my name, but tell me, Signor, who you are yourself, that I may not be surprised into any discourtesy." "Discourtesy from you, Signor, would be impossible," rejoined the Duke. "I feel sure that you could not be discourteous in any case, but I hasten to tell you, nevertheless, that I am the Duke of Ferrara, and a man who will be bound to do you service all the days of his life, since it is but a few nights since you gave him that life which must else have been lost." Alfonso had not finished speaking when Don Juan, springing lightly from his horse, hastened to kiss the feet of the Duke, but, with all his agility, the latter was already out of the saddle, and alighted in the arms of the Spaniard. Seeing this, Signor Lorenzo, who could but observe these ceremonies from a distance, believed that what he beheld was the effect of anger rather than courtesy. He therefore put his horse to its speed, but pulled up midway on perceiving that the Duke and Don Juan were of a verity clasped in each other's arms. It then chanced that Alfonso, looking over the shoulders of Don Juan, perceived Lorenzo, whom he instantly recognized, and somewhat disconcerted at his appearance, while still holding Don Juan embraced, he inquired if Lorenzo Bentivoglio, whom he there beheld, had come with him or not. Don Juan replied, "Let us move somewhat apart from this place, and I will relate to your Excellency some very singular circumstances." The Duke having done as he was requested, Don Juan said to him, "My Lord Duke, I must tell you that Lorenzo Bentivoglio, whom you there see, has a cause of complaint against you, and not a light one. He avers that some nights since you took his sister, the Lady Cornelia, from the house of a lady, her cousin, and that you have deceived her and dishonoured his house. He desires therefore to know what satisfaction you propose to make for this, that he may then see what it behoves him to do. He has begged me to be his aid and mediator in the matter, and I have consented with a good will, since, from certain indications which he gave me, I perceived that the person of whom he complained, and yourself, to whose liberal courtesy I owe this rich ornament, were one and the same. Thus, seeing that none could more effectually mediate between you than myself, I offered to undertake that office willingly, as I have said. And now I would have you tell me, Signor, if you know aught of this matter, and whether what Lorenzo has told me to be true." "Alas, my friend, it is so true," replied the Duke, "that I durst not deny it, even if I would. Yet I have not deceived or carried off Cornelia, though I know that she has disappeared from the house of which you speak. I have not deceived her, because I have taken her for my wife, and I have not carried her off, since I do not know what has become of her. If I have not publicly celebrated my nuptials with her, it is because I waited until my mother, who is now at the last extremity, should have passed into another life, she desiring greatly that I should espouse the Signora Livia, daughter of the Duke of Mantua. There are, besides, other reasons, even more important than this, but which it is not convenient that I should now make known. What has in fact happened is this. On the night when you came to my assistance, I was to have taken Cornelia to Ferrara, she being then in the last month of her pregnancy, and about to present me with that pledge of our love which it has pleased God to bless us. But whether she was alarmed by our combat or by my delay, I know not. All I can tell you is, that when I arrived at the house, I met the confidant of our affection just coming out. From her I learned that the mistress had that moment left the house, after having given birth to a son, the most beautiful that ever had been seen, and whom she had given to one Fabio, my servant. The woman is she whom you see here. Fabio is also in this company, but of Cornelia and her child I can learn nothing. These 2 days I have passed at Bologna in ceaseless endeavours to discover her, or to obtain some clue to her retreat, but I have not been able to learn anything." "In that case," interrupted Don Juan, "if Cornelia and her child were now to appear, you would not refuse to admit that the first is your wife and the second your son?" "Certainly not," replied the Duke, "for if I value myself on being a gentleman, still more highly do I prize the title of Christian. Cornelia, besides, is one who well deserves to be mistress of a kingdom. Let her but come, and whether my mother live or die, the world shall know that I maintain my faith, and that my word, given in private, shall be publicly redeemed." "And what you have now said to me you are willing to repeat to your brother, Signor Lorenzo?" inquired Don Juan. "My only regret is," exclaimed the Duke, "that he has not long before been acquainted with the truth." Section 3 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Lady Cornelia, Part 3. Hearing this, Don Juan made sign to Lorenzo that he should join them, which he did, alighting from his horse and proceeding towards the place where his friends stood, but far from hoping for the good news that awaited him. The Duke advanced to receive him with open arms, and the first word he uttered was to call him brother. Lorenzo scarcely knew how to reply to a reception so courteous and a salutation so affectionate. He stood amazed, and before he could utter a word, Don Juan said to him, "The Duke, Signor Lorenzo, is but too happy to admit his affection for your sister, the Lady Cornelia, and at the same time he assures you that she is his legitimate consort. This, as he now says it to you, he will affirm publicly before all the world, when the moment for doing so has arrived. He confesses, moreover, that he did propose to remove her from the house of her cousin some nights since, intending to take her to Ferrara, there to await the proper time for their public espousals, which he has only delayed for just causes, which he has declared to me. He describes the conflict he had to maintain against yourself, and adds that when he went to seek Cornelia, he found only her waiting woman Sulpicia, who is the woman you see yonder. From her he has learned that her lady has just given birth to a son, whom she entrusted to a servant of the Duke, and then left the house in terror, because she feared that you, Signor Lorenzo, had been made aware of her secret marriage. The lady hoped, moreover, to find the Duke awaiting her in the street. But it seems that Sulpicia did not give the babe to Fabio, but to some other person instead of him, and the child does not appear, neither is the Lady Cornelia to be found, in spite of the Duke's researches. He admits that all these things have happened by his fault, but declares that whenever your sister shall appear, he is ready to receive her as his legitimate wife. Judge then, Signor Lorenzo, if there be any more to say or to desire beyond the discovery of those two dear but unfortunate ones, the lady and her infant." To this Lorenzo replied by throwing himself at the feet of the Duke, who raised him instantly. "From your greatness and Christian uprightness, most noble lord and dear brother," said Lorenzo, "my sister and I had certainly nothing less than this high honour to expect." Saying this, tears came to his eyes, and the Duke felt his own becoming moist, for both were equally affected, the one with the fear of having lost his wife, the other by the generous candour of his brother-in-law. But, at once perceiving the weakness of thus displaying their feelings, they both restrained themselves, and drove back those witnesses to their source, while the eyes of Don Juan, shining with gladness, seemed almost to demand from them the albricias of good news, seeing that he believed himself to have both Cornelia and her son at his own house. Things were at this point when Don Antonio de Isunza, whom Don Juan recognized at a considerable distance by his horse, was perceived approaching. He also recognized Don Juan and Lorenzo, but not the Duke, and did not know what he was to do, or whether he ought to rejoin his friend or not. He therefore inquired of the Duke's servants who the gentleman was then standing with Lorenzo and Don Juan. They replied that it was the Duke of Ferrara, and Don Antonio, knowing less than ever what it was best for him to do, remained in some confusion, until he was relieved from it by Don Juan, who called him by his name. Seeing that all were on foot, Don Antonio also dismounted, and, approaching the group, was received with infinite courtesy by the duke, to whom Don Juan had already named him as his friend. Finally, Don Antonio was made acquainted with all that had taken place before his arrival. Rejoicing greatly at what he heard, Don Antonio then said to his comrade, "Why, Señor Don Juan, do you not finish your work and raise the joy of these señors to its acme by requiring from them the albricias for discovering the Lady Cornelia and her son?" "Had you not arrived, I might have taken those albricias you speak of," replied Don Juan; "but now they are yours, Don Antonio, for I am certain that the duke and Signor Lorenzo will give them to you most joyfully." The duke and Lorenzo, hearing of Cornelia being found, and of albricias, inquired the meaning of those words. "What can it be," replied Don Antonio, "if not that I also design to become one of the personages in this happily terminating drama, being he who is to demand the albricias for the discovery of the Lady Cornelia and her son, who are both in my house." He then at once related to the brothers, point by point, what has already been told, intelligence which gave the duke and Lorenzo so much pleasure that each embraced one of the friends with all his heart, Lorenzo throwing himself into the arms of Don Juan, and the duke into those of Don Antonio, the latter promising his whole dukedom for albricias, and Lorenzo his life, soul, and estates. They then called the woman who had given the child to Don Juan, and she, having perceived her master, Lorenzo Bentivoglio, came forward trembling. Being asked if she could recognize the man to whom she had given the infant, she replied that she could not, but that when she had asked if he were Fabio, he had answered yes, and that she had entrusted the babe to his care in the faith of that reply. "All this is true," returned Don Juan, "and you furthermore bade me deposit the child in a place of security, and instantly return." "I did so," replied the waiting woman, weeping. But the duke exclaimed, "We will have no more tears. All is gladness and joy. I will not now enter Ferrara, but return at once to Bologna, for this happiness is but in shadow until made perfect by the sight of Cornelia herself." Then, without more words, the whole company wheeled round and took their way to Bologna. Don Antonio now rode forward to prepare the Lady Cornelia, lest the sudden appearance of her brother and the duke might cause too violent a revulsion; but not finding her as he expected, and the pages being unable to give him any intelligence respecting her, he suddenly found himself the saddest and most embarrassed man in the world. Learning that the gouvernante had departed, he was not long in conjecturing that the lady had disappeared by her means. The pages informed him that the housekeeper had gone on the same day with himself and Don Juan, but as to that Lady Cornelia, respecting whom he inquired, they had never seen her. Don Antonio was almost out of his senses at this unexpected occurrence, which, he feared, must make the duke consider himself and Don Juan to be mere liars and boasters. He was plunged in these sad thoughts when Alfonso entered with Lorenzo and Don Juan, who had spurred on before the attendants by retired and unfrequented streets. They found Don Antonio seated with his head on his hand, and as pale as a man who has been long dead, and when Don Juan inquired what ailed him, and where was the Lady Cornelia, he replied, "Rather ask me what do I not ail, since the Lady Cornelia is not to be found. She quitted the house on the same day as ourselves, with the gouvernante we left to keep her company." This sad news seemed as though it would deprive the duke of life, and Lorenzo of his senses. The whole party remained in the utmost consternation and dismay, when one of the pages said to Don Antonio in a whisper, "Signor, Santisteban, Signor Don Juan's page, has had locked up in his chamber, from the day when your worships left, a very pretty woman, whose name is certainly Cornelia, for I have heard him call her so." Plunged into a new embarrassment, Don Antonio would rather not have found the lady at all, for he could not but suppose it was she whom the page had shut up in his room, than have discovered her in such a place. Nevertheless, without saying a word, he ascended to the page's chamber, but found the door fast, for the young man had gone out and taken away the key. Don Antonio therefore put his lips to the keyhole, and said in a low voice, "Open the door, Signora Cornelia, and come down to receive your brother and the Duke, your husband, who are waiting to take you hence." A voice from within replied, "Are you making fun of me? It is certain that I am neither so ugly nor so old but that dukes and counts may very well be looking for me, but this comes of condescending to visit pages." These words quite satisfied Don Antonio that it was not the Lady Cornelia who had replied. At that moment Santisteban returned and went up to his chamber, where he found Don Antonio, who had just commanded that all the keys of the house should be brought, to see if any one of them would open the door. The page fell on his knees, and held up the key, exclaiming, "Have mercy on me, your worship. Your absence, or rather my own villainy, made me bring this woman to my room. But I entreat your grace, Don Antonio, as you would have good news from Spain, that you suffer the fault I have committed to remain unknown to my master, Don Juan, if he be not yet informed of it. I will turn her out this instant." "What is the name of this woman?" inquired Don Antonio. "Cornelia," replied Santisteban. Downstairs at once went the page who had discovered the hidden woman, and who was not much of a friend to Santisteban, and entered the room where sat the Duke, Don Juan, and Lorenzo, and, either from simplicity or malice, began to talk to himself, saying, "Well caught, brother page. By heaven they have made you give up your Lady Cornelia. She was well hidden, to be sure, and no doubt my gentleman would have liked to see the masters remain away that he might enjoy himself some 3 or 4 days longer." "What is that you are saying?" cried Lorenzo, who had caught part of these words. "Where is the Lady Cornelia?" "She is above," replied the page, and the Duke, who supposed that his consort had just made her appearance, had scarcely heard the words before he rushed from the apartment like a flash of lightning, and, ascending the staircase at a bound, gained the chamber into which Don Antonio was entering. "Where is Cornelia? Where is the life of my life?" he exclaimed, as he hurried into the room. "Cornelia is here," replied a woman who was wrapped in a quilt taken from the bed with which she had concealed her face. "Lord bless us," she continued, "one would think an ox had been stolen. Is it a new thing for a woman to visit a page, that you make such a fuss about it?" Lorenzo, who had now entered the room, angrily snatched off the sheet, and exposed to view a woman still young and not ill-looking, who hid her face in her hands for shame, while her dress, which served her instead of a pillow, sufficiently proved her to be some poor castaway. The Duke asked her, was it true her name was Cornelia? It was, she replied, adding that she had very decent parents in the city, but that no one could venture to say, "Of this water I will never drink." The Duke was so confounded by all he beheld that he was almost inclined to think the Spaniards were making a fool of him, but, not to encourage so grievous a suspicion, he turned away without saying a word. Lorenzo followed him. They mounted their horses and rode off, leaving Don Juan and Don Antonio even more astonished and dismayed than himself. The two friends now determined to leave no means untried, possible or impossible, to discover the retreat of the Lady Cornelia, and convince the Duke of their sincerity and uprightness. They dismissed Santisteban for his misconduct, and turned the worthless Cornelia out of the house. Don Juan then remembered that they had neglected to describe to the duke those rich jewels wherein Cornelia carried her relics, with the Agnes she had offered to them, and they went out proposing to mention that circumstance, so as to prove to Alfonso that the lady had indeed been in their care, and that if she had now disappeared, it was not by any fault of theirs. They expected to find the duke in Lorenzo's house, but the latter informed them that Alfonso had been compelled to leave Bologna, and had returned to Ferrara, having committed the search for Cornelia to his care. The friends having told him what had brought them, Lorenzo assured them that the duke was perfectly convinced of their rectitude in the matter, adding that they both attributed the flight of Cornelia to her great fear, but hoped, and did not doubt, that heaven would permit her reappearance before long, since it was certain that the earth had not swallowed the housekeeper, the child, and herself. With these considerations they all consoled themselves, determining not to make search by any public announcement, but secretly, since, with the exception of her cousin, no person was yet acquainted with the disappearance of Cornelia, and Lorenzo judged that a public search might prove injurious to his sister's name among such as did not know the whole circumstances of the case, since the labour of effacing such suspicions as might arise would be infinite, and by no means certain of success. The duke meanwhile continued his journey to Ferrara, and favouring fortune, which was now preparing his happiness, led him to the village where dwelt that priest in whose house Cornelia, her infant, and the housekeeper were concealed. The good father was acquainted with the whole history, and Cornelia had begged his advice as to what it would be best for her to do. Now this priest had been the preceptor of the duke, and to his dwelling, which was furnished in a manner befitting that of a rich and learned clerk, the duke was in the habit of occasionally repairing from Ferrara, and would thence go to the chase, or amuse himself with the pleasant conversation of his host, and with the knowledge and excellence of which the good priest gave evidence in all he did or said. The priest was not surprised to receive a visit from the duke, because, as we have said, it was not the first by many, but he was grieved to see him sad and dejected, and instantly perceived that his whole soul was absorbed in some painful thought. As to Cornelia, having been told that the duke was there, she was seized with renewed terror, not knowing how her misfortunes were to terminate. She wrung her hands, and hurried from one side of her apartment to the other, like a person who had lost her senses. Fain would the troubled lady have spoken to the priest, but he was in conversation with the duke, and could not be approached. Alfonso was meanwhile saying to him, "I come to you, my father, full of sadness, and will not go to Ferrara to-day, but remain your guest. Give orders for all my attendants to proceed to the city, and let none remain with me but Fabio." The priest went to give directions accordingly, as also to see that his own servants made due preparations, and Cornelia then found an opportunity for speaking to him. She took his two hands and said, "Ah, my father and dear sir, what has the duke come for? For the love of God, see what can be done to save me. I pray you, seek to discover what he proposes. As a friend, do for me whatever shall seem best to your prudence and great wisdom." The priest replied, "Duke Alfonso has come to me in deep sadness, but up to this moment he has not told me the cause. What I would have you do now is to dress this infant with great care, put on it all the jewels you have with you, more especially such as you may have received from the duke himself. Leave the rest to me, and I have hope that heaven is about to grant us a happy day." Cornelia embraced the good man, and kissed his hand, and then retired to dress and adorn the babe as he had desired. The priest, meanwhile, returned to entertain the Duke with conversation while his people were preparing their meal, and in the course of their colloquy he inquired if he might venture to ask him the cause of his grief, since it was easy to see at the distance of a league that something gave him sorrow. "Father," replied the Duke, "it is true that the sadness of the heart rises to the face, and in the eyes may be read the history of that which passes in the soul. But for the present I cannot confide the cause of my sorrow to anyone." "Then we will not speak of it further, my Lord Duke," replied the priest. "But if you were in a condition permitting you to examine a curious and beautiful thing, I have one to show you which I cannot but think would afford you great pleasure." "He would be very unwise," returned Alfonso, "who, when offered a solace for his suffering, refuses to accept it. Wherefore show me what you speak of, father. The object is doubtless an addition to one of your curious collections, and they have all great interest in my eyes." The priest then arose and repaired to the apartment where Cornelia was awaiting him with her son, whom she had adorned as he had suggested, having placed him on the relics and Agnes, with other rich jewels, all gifts of the Duke to the babe's mother. Taking the infant from her hands, the good priest then went to the Duke, and telling him that he must rise and come to the light of the window, he transferred the babe from his own arms into those of Alfonso, who could not but instantly remark the jewels, and perceiving that they were those which he had himself given to Cornelia, he remained in great surprise. Looking earnestly at the infant, meanwhile, he fancied he beheld his own portrait, and, full of admiration, he asked the priest to whom the child belonged, remarking that from its decorations and appearance one might take it to be the son of some princess. "I do not know," replied the priest, "to whom it belongs. All I can tell you is, that it was brought to me some nights since by a cavalier of Bologna, who charged me to take good care of the babe, and bring it up heedfully, since it was the son of a noble and valiant father, and of a mother highly born as well as beautiful. With the cavalier there also came a woman to suckle the infant, and of her I have inquired if she knew anything of the parents, but she tells me that she knows nothing whatever. Yet of a truth, if the mother possess but half the beauty of the nurse, she must be the most lovely woman in Italy." "Could I not see her?" asked the Duke. "Yes, certainly you may see her," returned the priest. "You have only to come with me, and if the beauty and decorations of the child surprise you, I think the sight of the nurse cannot fail to produce an equal effect." The priest would then have taken the infant from the Duke, but Alfonso would not let it go. He pressed it in his arms, and gave it repeated kisses. The good father meanwhile hastened forward, and bade Cornelia approach to receive the Duke. The lady obeyed, her emotion giving so rich a colour to her face that the beauty she displayed seemed something more than human. The Duke, on seeing her, remained as if struck by a thunderbolt, while she, throwing herself at his feet, sought to kiss them. The Duke said not a word, but gave the infant to the priest, and hurried out of the apartment. Shocked at this, Cornelia said to the priest, "Alas, dear father, have I terrified the Duke with the sight of my face? Am I become hateful to him? Has he forgot the ties by which he has bound himself to me? Will he not speak one word to me? Was his child such a burden to him that he has thus rejected him from his arms?" To all these questions the good priest could give no reply, for he was too utterly confounded by the Duke's hasty departure, which seemed more like a flight than anything else. Meanwhile Alfonso had but gone out to summon Fabio. "Ride, Fabio, my friend," he cried, "ride for your life to Bologna, and tell Lorenzo Bentivoglio that he must come with all speed to this place. Let him make no excuse, and bid him bring with him the 2 Spanish gentlemen, Don Juan de Gamboa and Don Antonio de Isunza. Return instantly, Fabio, but not without them, for it concerns my life to see them here." Fabio required no further pressing, but instantly carried his master's commands into effect. The Duke returned at once to Cornelia, caught her in his arms, mingled his tears with hers, and kissed her 1,000 times, and long did the fond pair remain thus silently locked in each other's embrace, both speechless from excess of joy. The nurse of the infant and the dame, who proclaimed herself a Crivella, beheld all this from the door of the adjoining apartment, and fell into such ecstasies of delight that they knocked their heads against the wall, and seemed all at once to have gone out of their wits. The priest bestowed 1,000 kisses on the infant, whom he held on one arm, while with his right hand he showered no end of benedictions on the noble pair. At length his reverence's housekeeper, who had been occupied with her culinary preparations, and knew nothing of what had occurred, entered to notify her master that dinner was on the table, and so put an end to this scene of rapture. The Duke then took his babe from the arms of the priest, and kept it in his own during the repast, which was more remarkable for neatness and good taste than for splendour. While they were at table, Cornelia related to the Duke all that had occurred until she had taken refuge with the priest, by the advice of the housekeeper of those 2 Spanish gentlemen, who had protected and guarded her with such assiduous and respectful kindness. In return, the Duke related to her all that had befallen himself during the same interval, and the 2 housekeepers, who were present, received from him the most encouraging promises. All was joy and satisfaction, and nothing more was required for the general happiness, save the arrival of Lorenzo, Don Antonio, and Don Juan. They came on the 3rd day, all intensely anxious to know if the Duke had received intelligence of Cornelia, seeing that Fabio, who did not know what had happened, could tell them nothing on that subject. The Duke received them alone in the antechamber, but gave no signs of gladness in his face, to their great grief and disappointment. Bidding them be seated, Alfonso himself sat down, and thus addressed Lorenzo. "You well know, Signor Lorenzo Bentivoglio, that I never deceived your sister, as my conscience and heaven itself can bear witness. You know also the diligence with which I have sought her, and the wish I have felt to have my marriage with her celebrated publicly. But she is not to be found, and my word cannot so considered eternally engaged to a shadow. I am a young man, and am not so blasé as to leave ungathered such pleasures as I find on my path. Before I had ever seen Cornelia, I had given my promise to a peasant girl of this village, but whom I was tempted to abandon by the superior charms of Cornelia, giving therein a great proof of my love for the latter, in defiance of the voice of my conscience. Now, therefore, since no one can marry a woman who does not appear, and it is not reasonable that a man should eternally run after a wife who deserts him, lest he should take to his arms one who abhors him, I would have you consider, Signor Lorenzo, whether I can give you any further satisfaction for an affront which was never intended to be one. And further, I would have you give me your permission to accomplish my first promise, and solemnize my marriage with the peasant girl, who is now in this house." While the Duke spoke this, Lorenzo's frequent change of colour, and the difficulty with which he forced himself to retain his seat gave manifest proof that anger was taking possession of all his senses. The same feelings agitated Don Antonio and Don Juan, who were resolved not to permit the duke to fulfil his intention, even should they be compelled to prevent it by depriving him of life. Alfonso, reading these resolves in their faces, resumed, "Endeavour to calm yourself, Signor Lorenzo, and before you answer me one word, I will have you see the beauty of her whom I desire to take to wife, for it is such that you cannot refuse your consent, and it might suffice, as you will acknowledge, to excuse a graver error than mine." So saying, the duke rose, and repaired to the apartment where Cornelia was awaiting him in all the splendour of her beauty and rich decorations. No sooner was he gone than Don Juan also rose, and laying both hands on the arms of Lorenzo's chair, he said to him, "By Saint James of Galicia, by the true faith of a Christian, and by my honour as a gentleman, Signor Lorenzo, I will as readily allow the duke to fulfil his project as I will become a worshipper of Mohammed. Here, on this spot, he shall yield up his life at my hands, or he shall redeem the promise given to your sister, the Lady Cornelia. At the least, he shall give us time to seek her, and until we know to a certainty that she is dead, he shall not marry." "That is exactly my own view," replied Lorenzo. "And I am sure," rejoined Don Juan, "that it will be the determination of my comrade Don Antonio likewise." While they were thus speaking, Cornelia appeared at the door between the duke and the priest, each of whom led her by one hand. Behind them came Sulpicia, her waiting woman, whom the duke had summoned from Ferrara to attend her lady, with the infant's nurse and the Spaniard's housekeeper. When Lorenzo saw his sister, and had assured himself that it was indeed Cornelia, for at first the apparently impossible character of the occurrence had forbidden his belief, he staggered on his feet and cast himself at those of the duke, who, raising him, placed him in the arms of his delighted sister, whilst Don Juan and Don Antonio hastily applauded the duke for the clever trick he had played upon them all. Alfonso then took the infant from Sulpicia, and presenting it to Lorenzo, he said, "Signor and brother, receive your nephew, my son, and see whether it please you to give permission for the public solemnization of my marriage with this peasant girl, the only one to whom I have ever been betrothed." To repeat the replies of Lorenzo would be never to make an end, and the rather of it to these we added the questions of Don Juan, the remarks of Don Antonio, the expressions of delight uttered by the priest, the rejoicing of Sulpicia, the satisfaction of the housekeeper who had made herself the counsellor of Cornelia, the exclamations of the nurse, and the astonishment of Fabio, with the general happiness of all. The marriage ceremony was performed by the good priest, and Don Juan de Gamboa gave away the bride, but it was agreed among the parties that this marriage also should be kept secret until he knew the result of the malady under which the Duchess Dowager was labouring. For the present, therefore, it was determined that Cornelia should return to Bologna with her brother. All was done as thus agreed on, and when the Duchess Dowager died, Cornelia made her entrance into Ferrara, rejoicing the eyes of all who beheld her. The mourning weeds were exchanged for festive robes, the two housekeepers were enriched, and Sulpicia was married to Fabio. For Don Antonio and Don Juan, they were sufficiently rewarded by the services they had rendered to the duke, who offered them 2 of his cousins in marriage, with rich dowries. But they replied that the gentlemen of the Biscayan nation married for the most part in their own country, Wherefore, not because they despised so honourable a proffer, which was not possible, but that they might not depart from a custom so laudable, they were compelled to decline that illustrious alliance, and the rather as they were still subject to the will of their parents, who had, most probably, already affianced them. The Duke admitted the validity of their excuses, but, availing himself of occasions warranted by custom and courtesy, he found means to load the two friends with rich gifts, which he sent from time to time to their house in Bologna. Many of these were of such value that, although they might have been refused for fear of seeming to receive a payment, yet the appropriate manner in which they were presented, and the particular periods at which Alfonso took care that they should arrive, caused their acceptance to be easy, not to say inevitable. Such, for example, were those dispatched by him at the moment of their departure for their own country, and those which he gave them when they came to Ferrara to take their leave of him. At this period the Spanish gentleman found Cornelia the mother of 2 little girls, and the Duke more enamoured of his wife than ever. The Duchess gave the diamond cross to Don Juan, and the gold Agnes to Don Antonio, both of whom had no choice but to accept them. They finally arrived without accident in their native Spain, where they married rich, noble, and beautiful ladies, and they never ceased to maintain a friendly correspondence with the Duke and Duchess of Ferrara, and with Lorenzo Bentivoglio, to the great satisfaction of all parties. End of the Lady Cornelia Part.
Section 4 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. Rinconete and Cortadillo, or Peter of the Corner and the Little Cutter, Part 1. At the venta, or hostelry of the Molinillo, which is situate on the confines of the renowned plain of Alcudia, and on the road from Castile to Andalusia, 2 striplings met by chance on one of the hottest days of summer. One of them was about 14 or 15 years of age. The other could not have passed his 17th year. Both were well formed and of comely features, but in very ragged and tattered plight. Cloaks they had none, their breeches were of linen, and their stockings were merely those bestowed on them by nature. It is true they boasted shoes. One of them wore alpargates, or rather dragged them along at his heels. The other had what might as well have been shackles for all the good they did the wearer, being rent in the uppers and without soles. Their respective headdresses were a montera, and a miserable sombrero, low in the crown and wide in the brim. On his shoulder, and crossing his breast like a scarf, one of them carried a shirt, the colour of chamois leather. The body of this garment was rolled up and thrust into one of its sleeves. The other, though travelling without encumbrance, bore on his chest what seemed a large pack, but which proved, on closer inspection, to be the remains of a starched ruff, now stiffened with grease instead of starch, and so worn and frayed that it looked like a bundle of hemp. Within this collar, wrapped up and carefully treasured, was a pack of cards, excessively dirty, and reduced to an oval form by repeated paring of their dilapidated corners. The lads were both much burned by the sun. Their hands were anything but clean, and their long nails were edged with black. One had a dudgeon dagger by his side, the other a knife with a yellow handle. These gentlemen had selected for their siesta the porch or penthouse commonly found before a venta, and finding themselves opposite each other, he who appeared to be the elder said to the younger, "Of what country is your worship, noble sir? And by what road do you propose to travel? What is my country, Señor Cavalier? returned the other. I know not, nor yet which way my road lies. Your worship, however, does not appear to have come from heaven, rejoined the elder, and as this is not a place wherein a man can take up his abode for good, you must of necessity be going further. That is true, replied the younger. I have, nevertheless, told you only the veritable fact, for as to my country, it is mine no more, since all that belongs to me there is a father who does not consider me his child, and a stepmother who treats me like a son-in-law. With regard to my road, it is that which chance places before me, and it will end wherever I may find someone who will give me the wherewithal to sustain this miserable life of mine. Is your worship acquainted with any craft? inquired the first speaker. With none, returned the other, except that I can run like a hare, leap like a goat, and handle a pair of scissors with great dexterity. These things are all very good, useful, and profitable, rejoined the elder. You will readily find the sacristan of some church, who will give your worship the offering bread of All Saints' Day, for cutting him his paper flowers to decorate the monument on Holy Thursday. But that is not my manner of cutting, replied the younger. My father, who by God's mercy is a tailor and hosemaker, taught me to cut out that kind of spatterdashes properly called polainas, which, as your worship knows, cover the fore part of the leg and come down over the instep. These I can cut out in such style that I could pass an examination for the rank of master in the craft. But my ill luck keeps my talents in obscurity. The common lot, señor, of able men, replied the first speaker, for I have always heard that it is the way of the world to let the finest talents go to waste. But your worship is still at an age when this evil fortune may be remedied, and the rather, since, if I mistake not, and my eyes do not deceive me, you have other advantageous qualities, which it is your pleasure to keep secret. It is true that I have such, returned the younger gentleman, but they are not of a character to be publicly proclaimed, as your worship has very judiciously observed. But I, rejoined the elder, may with confidence assure you that I am one of the most discreet and prudent persons to be found within many a league. In order to induce your worship to open your heart and repose your faith on my honour, I will enlist your sympathies by first laying bare my own bosom, for I imagine that fate has not brought us together without some hidden purpose. Nay, I believe that we are to be true friends from this day to the end of our lives. I then, Señor Hidalgo, am a native of Fuenfrida, a place very well known, indeed renowned for the illustrious travellers who are constantly passing through it. My name is Pedro del Rincon. My father is a person of quality, and a minister of the Holy Crusade, since he holds the important charge of a bulero, or buldero, as the vulgar call it. I was for some time his assistant in that office, and acquitted myself so well that in all things concerning the sale of bulls I could hold my own with any man, though he had the right to consider himself the most accomplished in the profession. But one day, having placed my affections on the money produced by the bulls, rather than on the bulls themselves, I took a bag of crowns to my arms, and we two departed together for Madrid. In that city, such are the facilities that offer themselves, I soon gutted my bag, and left it with as many wrinkles as a bridegroom's pocket-handkerchief. The person who was charged with the collection of the money hastened to track my steps. I was taken, and met with but scant indulgence. Only, in consideration of my youth, their worships the judges contented themselves with introducing me to the acquaintance of the whipping-post, to have the flies whisked from my shoulders for a certain time, and commanding me to abstain from revisiting the court and capital during a period of 4 years. I took the matter coolly, bent my shoulders to the operation performed at their command, and made so much haste to begin my prescribed term of exile, that I had no time to procure sumpter mules, but contented myself with selecting from my valuables such as seemed most important and useful. I did not fail to include this pack of cards among them. Here the speaker exhibited that oviform specimen already mentioned, and with these I have gained my bread among the inns and taverns between Madrid and this place, by playing at 21. It is true, they are somewhat soiled and worn, as your worship sees, but for him who knows how to handle them, they possess a marvellous virtue, which is, that you never cut them but you find an ace at the bottom. If your worship then is acquainted with the game, you will see what an advantage it is to know for certain that you have an ace to begin with, since you may count it either for 1 or 11, and so you may be pretty sure that when the stakes are laid at 21, your money will be much disposed to stay at home. In addition to this, I have acquired the knowledge of certain mysteries regarding lansquenet and reversis, from the cook of an ambassador, who shall be nameless, insomuch that even as your worship might pass as master in the cutting of spatterdashes, so could I, too, take my degrees in the art of flat-catching. With all these acquirements, I am tolerably sure of not dying from hunger, since even in the most retired farmhouse I come to, there is always some one to be found who will not refuse himself the recreation of a few moments at cards. We have but to make a trial where we are. Let us spread the net, and it will go hard with us if some bird, out of all the muleteers standing about, do not fall into it. I mean to say, that if we two begin now to play at 21, as though we were in earnest, some one will probably desire to make a third, and, in that case, he shall be the man to leave his money behind him. With all my heart, replied the younger lad, and I consider that your Excellency has done me a great favour by communicating to me the history of your life. You have thereby made it impossible for me to conceal mine, and I will hasten to relate it as briefly as possible. Here it is, then. I was born at Pedroso, a village situate between Salamanca and Medina del Campo. My father is a tailor, as I have said, and taught me his trade, but from cutting with the scissors I proceeded, my natural abilities coming in aid, to the cutting of purses. The dull, mean life of the village, and the unloving conduct of my mother-in-law, were besides but little to my taste. I quitted my birthplace, therefore, repaired to Toledo to exercise my art, and succeeded in it to admiration, for there is not a reliquary suspended to the dress, not a pocket, however carefully concealed, but my fingers shall probe its contents, or my scissors snip it off, though the owner were guarded by the eyes of Argus. During 4 months I spent in Toledo, I was never trapped between 2 doors, nor caught in the fact, nor pursued by the runners of justice, nor blown upon by an informer. It is true that 8 days ago a double spy did set forth my distinguished abilities to the corregidor, and the latter, taking a fancy to me from his description, desired to make my acquaintance. But I am a modest youth, and do not wish to frequent the society of personages so important. Wherefore I took pains to excuse myself from visiting him, and departed in so much haste that I, like yourself, had no time to procure sumpter mules or small change. Nay, I could not even find a return chaise, nor so much as a cart. Console yourself for these omissions, replied Pedro del Rincon, and since we now know each other, let us drop these grand and stately airs, and confess frankly that we have not a blessed farthing between us, nor even shoes to our feet. Be it so, returned Diego Cortado, for so the younger boy called himself. Be it so, and since our friendship, as your worship Señor Rincon is pleased to say, is to last our whole lives, let us begin it with solemn and laudable ceremonies. Saying which, Diego rose to his feet, and embraced the Señor Rincon, who returned the compliment with equal tenderness and emotion. They then began to play at 21 with the cards above described, which were certainly free from dust and straw, as we say, but by no means free from grease and knavery, and after a few deals Cortado could turn up an ace as well as Rincon his master. When things had attained this point, it chanced that a muleteer came out at the porch, and as Rincon had anticipated, he soon proposed to make a third in their game. To this they willingly agreed, and in less than half an hour they had won from him 12 reals and 22 maravedis, which he felt as sorely as 12 stabs with a dagger and 22,000 sorrows. Presuming that the young chaps would not venture to defend themselves, he thought to get back his money by force, but the two friends laying hands promptly, the one on his dudgeon dagger and the other on his yellow-handled knife, gave the muleteer so much to do that if his companions had not hastened to assist him, he would have come badly out of the quarrel. At that moment there chanced to pass by a company of travellers on horseback, who were going to make their siesta at the hostelry of the alcalde, about half a league farther on. Seeing the affray between the muleteer with two boys, they interposed, and offered to take the latter in their company to Seville, if they were going to that great city. "That is exactly where we desire to go," exclaimed Rincon, "and we will serve your worships in all that it shall please you to command." Whereupon, without more ado, they sprang before the mules, and departed with the travellers, leaving the muleteer despoiled of his money and furious with rage, while the hostess was in great admiration of the finished education and accomplishments of the two rogues, whose dialogue she had heard from beginning to end, while they were not aware of her presence. When the hostess told the muleteer that she had heard the boys say the cards they played with were false, the man tore his beard for rage, and would have followed them to the other venta, in the hope of recovering his property, for he declared it to be a serious affront, and a matter touching his honour, that two boys should have cheated a grown man like him. But his companions dissuaded him from doing what they declared would be nothing better than publishing his own folly and incapacity, and their arguments, although they did not console the muleteer, were sufficient to make him remain where he was. Meanwhile, Cortado and Rincon displayed so much zeal and readiness in the service of the travellers, that the latter gave them a lift behind them for the greater part of the way. They might many a time have rifled the portmanteaus of their temporary masters, but did not, lest they should thereby lose the happy opportunity of seeing Seville, in which city they greatly desired to exercise their talents. Nevertheless, as they entered Seville, which they did at the hour of evening prayer and by the gate of the custom-house, on account of the dues to be paid and the trunks to be examined, Cortado could not refrain from making an examination, on his own account, of the valise which a Frenchman of the company carried with him on the croup of his mule. With his yellow-handled weapon, therefore, he gave it so deep and broad a wound in the side that its very entrails were exposed to view, and he dexterously drew forth two good shirts, a sundial, and a memorandum book, things that did not greatly please him when he had leisure to examine them. Thinking that since the Frenchman carried that valise on his own mule, it must needs contain matters of more importance than those he had captured, Cortado would fain have looked further into it, but he abstained, as it was probable that the deficiency had been already discovered, and the remaining effect secured. Before performing this feat, the friends had taken leave of those who had fed them on their journey, and the following day they sold the two shirts in the old clothes market, which is held at the gate of the almacen, or arsenal, obtaining 20 reals for their booty. Having dispatched this business, they went to see the city, and admired the great magnificence and vast size of its principal church, and the vast concourse of people on the quays, for it happened to be the season for loading the fleet. There were also 6 galleys on the water, at sight of which the friends could not refrain from sighing, as they thought the day might come when they should be clapped on board one of those vessels for the remainder of their lives. They remarked the large number of basket boys, porters, etc., who went to and fro about the ships, and inquired of one among them what sort of a trade it was, whether it was very laborious, and what were the gains. An Asturian, of whom they made the inquiry, gave answer to the effect that the trade was a very pleasant one, since they had no harbour dues to pay, and often found themselves at the end of the day with 6 or 7 reals in their pocket, with which they might eat, drink, and enjoy themselves like kings. Those of his calling, he said, had no need to seek a master to whom security must be given, and you could dine when and where you please, since in the city of Seville there is not an eating-house, however humble, where you will not find all you want at any hour of the day. The account given by the Asturian was by no means discouraging to the two friends, neither did his calling seem amiss to them. Nay, rather it appeared to be invented for the very purpose of enabling them to exercise their own profession in secrecy and safety, on account of the facilities it offered for entering houses. They consequently determined to buy such things as were required for the instant adoption of the new trade, especially as they could enter upon it without undergoing any previous scrutiny. In reply to their further inquiries, the Asturian told them that it would be sufficient if each had a small porter's bag of linen, either new or second-hand, so it was but clean, with 3 palm baskets, 2 large and 1 small, wherein to carry the meat, fish, and fruit purchased by their employers, while the bag was to be used for carrying the bread. He took them to where all these things were sold. They supplied themselves out of the plunder of the Frenchmen, and in less than 2 hours they might have been taken for regular graduates in their new profession, so deftly did they manage their baskets, and so jauntily carry their bags. Their instructor furthermore informed them of the different places at which they were to make their appearance daily, in the morning at the Shambles, and at the market of Saint Salvador; on fast days at the fish market; every afternoon on the quay; and on Thursdays at the fair. All these lessons the 2 friends carefully stored in their memory, and the following morning both repaired in good time to the market of Saint Salvador. Scarcely had they arrived before they were remarked by numbers of young fellows of the trade, who soon perceived by the shining brightness of their bags and baskets that they were new beginners. They were assailed with 1,000 questions, to all which they replied with great presence of mind and discretion. Presently up came 2 customers, one of whom had the appearance of a student, the other was a soldier. Both were attracted by the clean and new appearance of their baskets, and he who seemed to be a student beckoned Cortado, while the soldier engaged Rincon. "In God's name be it!" exclaimed both the novices in a breath, Rincon adding, "It is a good beginning of the trade, master, since it is your worship that has given me my hansel." "The hansel shall not be a bad one," replied the soldier, "seeing that I have been lucky at cards of late, and am in love. I propose this day to regale the friends of my lady with a feast, and am come to buy the materials." "Load away then, your worship," replied Rincon, "and lay on me as much as you please, for I feel courage enough to carry off the whole market. Nay, if you should desire me to aid in cooking what I carry, it shall be done with all my heart." The soldier was pleased with the boy's ready good will, and told him that if he felt disposed to enter his service, he would relieve him from the degrading office he then bore. But Rincon declared that since this was the first day on which he had tried it, he was not willing to abandon the work so soon, or at least until he had seen what profit there was to be made of it. But if it did not suit him, he gave the gentleman his word that he would prefer the service offered him even to that of a canon. The soldier laughed, loaded him well, and showed him the house of his lady, bidding him observe it well, that he might know it another time, so that he might be able to send him there again without being obliged to accompany him. Rincon promised fidelity and good conduct. The soldier gave him 3 cuartos, and the lad returned like a shot to the market, that he might lose no opportunity by delay. Besides, he had been well advised in respect of diligence by the Asturian, who had likewise told him that when he was employed to carry small fish, such as sprats, sardines, or flounders, he might very well take a few for himself, and have the first taste of them, were it only to diminish his expenses of the day, but that he must do this with infinite caution and prudence, lest the confidence of the employer should be disturbed, for to maintain confidence was above all things important in their trade. But whatever haste Rincon had made to return, he found Cortado at his post before him. The latter instantly inquired how he had got on. Rincon opened his hand and showed the 3 cuartos, when Cortado, thrusting his arm into his bosom, drew forth a little purse which appeared to have 1 spin of amber-coloured silk, and was not badly filled. "It was with this," said he, "that my service to his reverence the student has been rewarded. With this, and 2 cuartos besides. Do you take it, Rincon, for fear of what may follow." Cortado had scarcely given the purse in secret to his companion before the student returned in a great heat, and looking in mortal alarm. He no sooner set eyes on Cortado than, hastening towards him, he inquired if he had by chance seen a purse with such and such marks and tokens, and which had disappeared, together with 15 crowns in gold pieces, 3 double reals, and a certain number of maravedis in cuartos and octavos. "Did you take it from me yourself," he added, "while I was buying in the market, with you standing beside me?" To this Cortado replied with perfect composure, "All I can tell you of your purse is that it cannot be lost, unless, indeed, your worship has left it in bad hands." "That is the very thing, sinner that I am," returned the student. "To a certainty I must have left it in bad hands, since it has been stolen from me." "I say the same," rejoined Cortado, "but there is a remedy for every misfortune excepting death. The best thing your worship can do now is to have patience, for after all it is God who has made us, and after one day there comes another. If 1 hour gives us wealth, another takes it away. But it may happen that the man who has stolen your purse may in time repent, and may return it to your worship, with all the interest due on the loan." "The interest I will forgive him," exclaimed the student, and Cortado resumed, "There are, besides, those letters of excommunication, the Paulinas, and there is also good diligence in seeking for the thief, which is the mother of success. Of a truth, sir, I would not willingly be in the place of him who has stolen your purse. For if your worship have received any of the sacred orders, I should feel as if I had been guilty of some great crime, nay, of sacrilege, in stealing from your person." "Most certainly the thief has committed a sacrilege," replied the student in pitiable tones, "for although I am not in orders, but am only a sacristan of certain nuns, yet the money in my purse was the third of the income due from a chapelry, which I had been commissioned to receive by a priest, who is one of my friends, so that the purse does, in fact, contain blessed and sacred money." "Let him eat his sin with his bread," exclaimed Rincon at that moment. "I should be sorry to become bail for the profit he will obtain from it. There will be a day of judgment at the last, when all things will have to pass, as they say, through the holes of the colander, and it will then be known who was the scoundrel that has had the audacity to plunder and make off with the whole third of the revenue of a chapelry. But tell me, Mr. Sacristan, on your life, what is the amount of the whole yearly income?" "Income to the devil, and you with it!" replied the sacristan with more rage than was becoming. "Am I in a humour to talk to you about income? Tell me, brother, if you know anything of the purse. If not, God be with you. I must go and have it cried." "That does not seem to me so bad a remedy," remarked Cortado, "but I warn your worship not to forget the precise description of the purse, nor the exact sum that it contains, for if you commit the error of a single mite, the money will never be suffered to appear again while the world is a world, and that you may take for a prophecy." "I am not afraid of committing any mistake in describing the purse," returned the sacristan, "for I remember it better than I do the ringing of my bells, and I shall not commit the error of an atom." Saying this, he drew a laced handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the perspiration which rained down his face as from an alembic. But no sooner had Cortado set eyes on the handkerchief than he marked it for his own. When the sacristan had got to a certain distance, therefore, Cortado followed, and having overtaken him as he was mounting the steps of a church, he took him apart, and poured forth so interminable a string of rigmarole, all about the theft of the purse and the prospect of recovering it, that the poor sacristan could do nothing but listen with open mouth, unable to make head or tail of what he said, although he made him repeat it 2 or 3 times. Cortado meanwhile continued to look fixedly into the eyes of the sacristan, whose own were riveted on the face of the boy, and seemed to hang, as it were, on his words. This gave Cortado an opportunity to finish his job, and having cleverly whipped the handkerchief out of the pocket, he took leave of the sacristan, appointing to meet him in the evening at the same place, for he suspected that a certain lad of his own height and the same occupation, who was a bit of a thief, had stolen the purse, and he should be able to ascertain the fact in a few days, more or less. Somewhat consoled by this promise, the sacristan took his leave of Cortado, who then returned to the place where Rincon had privily witnessed all that had passed. But a little behind him stood another basket boy, who had also seen the whole transaction, and at the moment when Cortado passed the handkerchief to Rincon, the stranger accosted the pair. "Tell me, gallant gentlemen," said he, "are you admitted to the mala entrada or not?" "We do not understand your meaning, noble sir," replied Rincon. "How? Not entered, brave Murcians?" replied the other. "We are neither of Murcia nor of Thebes," replied Cortado. "If you have anything else to say to us, speak; if not, go your ways, and God be with you." "Oh, your worships do not understand, don't you?" said the porter, "but I will soon make you understand, and even sup up my meaning with a silver spoon. I mean to ask you, gentlemen, are your worships thieves? But why put the question, since I see well that you are thieves, and it is rather for you to tell me how it is that you have not presented yourselves at the custom-house of the Señor Monipodio." "Do they then pay duty on the right of thieving in this country, gallant sir?" exclaimed Rincon. "If they do not pay duty, at least they make them register themselves with the Señor Monipodio, who is the father, master, and protector of thieves, and I recommend you to come with me and pay your respects to him forthwith; or, if you refuse to do that, make no attempt to exercise your trade without his mark and password, or it will cost you dearly." "I thought for my part," remarked Cortado, "that the profession of thieving was a free one, exempt from all taxes and port dues, or at least that if we must pay, it is something to be levied in the lump, for which we give a mortgage upon our shoulders and our necks. But since it is as you say, and every land has its customs, let us pay due respect to this of yours. We are now in the first country of the world, and without doubt the customs of the place must be in the highest degree judicious. Wherefore your worship may be pleased to conduct us to the place where this gentleman of whom you have spoken is to be found. I cannot but suppose, from what you say, that he is much honoured, of great power and influence, of very generous nature, and above all, highly accomplished in the profession." "Honoured, generous, and accomplished, do you say?" replied the boy. "Ay, that he is; so much so that during the 4 years that he has held the seat of our chief and father, only 4 of us have suffered at finibustery. Some 30 or so, and not more, have lost leather, and but 62 have been lagged." "Truly, sir," rejoined Rincon, "all this is Hebrew to us. We know no more about it than we do of flying." "Let us be jogging, then," replied the newcomer, "and on the way I will explain to you these and other things, which it is requisite you should know as pat as bread to mouth." And accordingly he explained to them a whole vocabulary of that thieves' Latin which they call Germanesco or Jerigonza, and which their guide used in the course of his lecture, by no means a short one, for the distance they had to traverse was of considerable length. On the road Rincon said to his new acquaintance, "Does your worship happen to be a thief?" "Yes," replied the lad, "I have that honour, for the service of God and of all good people, but I cannot boast of being among the most distinguished, since I am as yet but in the year of my novitiate." "It is news to me," remarked Cortado, "that there are thieves for the service of God and of good people." "Señor," the other replied, "I don't meddle with theology, but this I know, that everyone may serve God in his vocation, the more so as Daddy Monipodio keeps such good order in that respect among all his children." "His must needs be a holy and edifying command," rejoined Rincon, "since it enjoins thieves to serve God." "It is so holy and edifying," exclaimed the stranger, "that I don't believe a better will ever be known in our trade. His orders are that we give something by way of alms out of all we steal, to buy oil for the lamp of a highly venerated image, well known in this city, and we have really seen great things result from that good work. Not many days ago, one of our cuatreros had to take 3 ansias for having come the Murcian over a couple of rosnos, and although he was but a poor weak fellow, and ill of the fever to boot, he bore them all without singing out, as though they had been mere trifles. This we of the profession attribute to his particular devotion to the Virgin of the Lamp, for he was so weak that of his own strength he could not have endured the first desconcierto of the hangman's wrist. But now, as I guess, you will want to know the meaning of certain words just used. I will take physic before I am sick, that is to say, give you the explanation before you ask for it. Be pleased to know then, gentlemen, that a cuatrero is a stealer of cattle. The ansia is the question or torture. Rosnos, saving your presence, are asses, and the first desconcierto is the first turn of the cord which is given by the executioner when we are on the rack. But we do more than burn oil to the Virgin. There is not one of us who does not recite his rosary carefully, dividing it into portions for each day of the week. Many will not steal at all on a Friday, and on Saturdays we never speak to any woman who is called Mary." "All these things fill me with admiration," replied Cortado, "but may I trouble your worship to tell me, have you no other penance than this to perform? Is there no restitution to make?" "As to restitution," returned the other, "it is a thing not to be mentioned. Besides, it would be wholly impossible, on account of the numerous portions into which things stolen have to be divided before each one of the agents and contractors has received the part due to him. When all these have had their share, the original thief would find it difficult to make restitution. Moreover, there is no one to bid us do anything of that kind, seeing that we do not go to confession. And if letters of excommunication are out against us, they rarely come to our knowledge, because we take care not to go into the churches while the priests are reading them, unless indeed it be on the days of Jubilee, for then we do go, on account of the vast profits we make from the crowds of people assembled on that occasion." "And proceeding in this manner," observed Cortado, "your worships think that your lives are good and holy?" "Certainly, for what is there bad in them?" replied the other lad. "Is it not worse to be a heretic or a renegade, or to kill your father or mother?" "Without doubt," admitted Cortado. "But now, since our fate has decided that we are to enter this brotherhood, will your worship be pleased to step out a little? For I am dying to behold this Señor Monipodio, of whose virtues you relate such fine things." "That wish shall soon be gratified," replied the stranger. "Nay, even from this place we can perceive his house. But your worships must remain at the door until I have gone in to see if he be disengaged, since these are the hours at which he gives audience." "So be it," replied Rincon, and the thief preceding them for a short distance, they saw him enter a house, which, so far from being handsome, had a very mean and wretched appearance. The two friends remained at the door to await their guide, who soon reappeared, and called to them to come in. He then bade them remain for the present in a little paved court, or patio, so clean and carefully rubbed that the red bricks shone as if covered with the finest vermilion. On one side of the court was a three-legged stool, before which stood a large pitcher with the lip broken off, and on the top of the pitcher was placed a small jug equally dilapidated. On the other side lay a rush mat, and in the middle was a fragment of crockery, which did service as the recipient of some sweet basil. The two boys examined these movables attentively while awaiting the descent of the Señor Monipodio, but finding that he delayed his appearance, Rincon ventured to put his head into one of two small rooms which opened on the court. There he saw two fencing foils, and two bucklers of cork hung upon 4 nails. There was also a great chest, but without a lid or anything to cover it, with 3 rush mats extended on the floor. On the wall in face of him was pasted a figure of Our Lady, one of the coarsest of prints, and beneath it was a small basket of straw, with a little vessel of white earthenware sunk into the wall. The basket Rincon took to be a poor box, for receiving alms, and the little basin he supposed to be a receptacle for holy water, as in truth they were. End of Rinconete and Cortadillo, or Section 5 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. Rinconete and Cortadillo, or Peter of the Corner and the Little Cutter, Part 2. The two boys examined these movables attentively while awaiting the descent of the Señor Monipodio, but finding that he delayed his appearance, Rincon ventured to put his head into one of 2 small rooms which opened on the court. There he saw 2 fencing foils and 2 bucklers of cork hung upon 4 nails. There was also a great chest, but without a lid or anything to cover it, with 3 rush mats extended on the floor. On the wall in face of him was pasted a figure of Our Lady, one of the coarsest of prints, and beneath it was a small basket of straw, with a little vessel of white earthenware sunk into the wall. The basket Rincon took to be a poor box for receiving alms, and the little basin he supposed to be a receptacle for holy water, as in truth they were. While the friends thus waited, there came into the court 2 young men of some 20 years each. They were clothed as students, and were followed soon afterwards by 2 of the basket boys or porters, and a blind man. Neither spoke a word to the other, but all began to walk up and down in the court. No long time elapsed before there also came in 2 old men clothed in black serge, and with spectacles on their noses, which gave them an air of much gravity, and made them look highly respectable. Each held in his hand a rosary, the beads of which made a ringing sound. Behind these men came an old woman wearing a long and ample gown, who, without uttering a word, proceeded at once to the room wherein was the figure of Our Lady. She then took holy water with the greatest devotion, placed herself on her knees before the Virgin, and after remaining there a considerable time, first kissed the soil thrice, and then rising, lifted her arms and eyes towards heaven, in which attitude she remained a certain time longer. She then dropped her alms into the little wicker case, and that done, she issued forth among the company in the patio. Finally, there were assembled in the court as many as 14 persons of various costumes and different professions. Among the latest arrivals were 2 dashing and elegant youths with long mustachios, hats of immense brims, broad collars stiffly starched, coloured stockings, garters with great bows and fringed ends, swords of a length beyond that permitted by law, and each having a pistol in his belt, with a buckler hanging on his arm. No sooner had these men entered than they began to look askance at Rincon and Cortadillo, whom they were evidently surprised to see there, as persons unknown to themselves. At length the newcomers accosted the 2 friends, asking if they were of the brotherhood. "We are so," replied Rincon, "and the very humble servants of your worships besides." At this moment the Señor Monipodio honoured the respectable assembly with his welcome presence. He appeared to be about 5 or 46 years old, tall and of dark complexion. His eyebrows met on his forehead, his black beard was very thick, and his eyes were deeply sunk in his head. He had come down in his shirt, through the opening of which was seen a hairy bosom, as rough and thick set as a forest of brushwood. Over his shoulders was thrown a serge cloak, reaching nearly to his feet, which were cased in old shoes, cut down to make slippers. His legs were covered with a kind of linen gaiters, wide and ample, which fell low upon his ankles. His hat was that worn by those of the Ampa, bell-formed in the crown and very wide in the brim. Across his breast was a leather baldric, supporting a broad short sword of the perrillo fashion. His hands were short and coarse, the fingers thick, and the nails much flattened. His legs were concealed by the gaiters, but his feet were of immoderate size, and the most clumsy form. In short, he was the coarsest and most repulsive barbarian ever beheld. With him came the conductor of the 2 friends, who, taking Rincon and Cortado each by a hand, presented them to Monipodio, saying, "These are the 2 good boys of whom I spoke to your worship, Señor Monipodio. May it please your worship to examine them, and you will see how well they are prepared to enter our brotherhood." "That I will do willingly," replied Monipodio. But I had forgotten to say that when Monipodio had first appeared, all those who were waiting for him made a deep and long reverence, the 2 dashing cavaliers alone excepted, who did but just touch their hats, and then continued their walk up and down the court. Monipodio also began to pace up and down the patio, and as he did so he questioned the new disciples as to their trade, their birthplace, and their parents. To this Rincon replied, "Our trade is sufficiently obvious, since we are here before your worship. As to our country, it does not appear to me essential to the matter in hand that we should declare it, any more than the names of our parents, since we are not now stating our qualifications for admission into some noble order of knighthood. What you say, my son, is true, as well as discreet, replied Monipodio, and it is, without doubt, highly prudent to conceal those circumstances. For if things should turn out badly, there is no need to have placed upon the books of register, and under the sign manual of the justice clerk, so-and-so, native of such a place, was hanged, or made to dance at the whipping-post on such a day, with other announcements of the like kind, which, to say the least of them, do not sound agreeable in respectable ears. Thus I repeat that to conceal the name and abode of your parents, and even to change your own proper appellation, are prudent measures. Between ourselves there must nevertheless be no concealment. For the present I will ask your names only, but these you must give me. Rincon then told his name, and so did Cortado, whereupon Monipodio said, Henceforward I request and desire that you, Rincon, call yourself Rinconete, and you, Cortado, Cortadillo, these being names which accord, as though made in a mould, with your age and circumstances, as well as with our ordinances, which make it needful that we should also know the names of the parents of our comrades, because it is our custom to have a certain number of masses said every year for the souls of our dead, and of the benefactors of our society, and we provide for the payment of the priests who say them by setting apart a share of our swag for that purpose. These masses, thus said and paid for, are of great service to the souls aforesaid. Among our benefactors we count the alguacil, who gives us warning, the advocate, who defends us, the executioner, who takes pity upon us when we have to be whipped, and the man who, when we are running along the street, and the people in full cry after us bawling, "Stop, thief!" throws himself between us and our pursuers, and checks the torrent, saying, "Let the poor wretch alone. His lot is hard enough. Let him go, and his crime will be his punishment." We also count among our benefactors the good wenches who aid us by their labors while we are in prison, or at the galleys, our fathers, and the mothers who brought us into the world, and finally we take care to include the clerk of the court, for if he befriend us, there is no crime which he will not find means to reduce to a slight fault, and no fault which he does not prevent from being punished. For all these our brotherhood causes the ceremonies, I have named to be solemnized, every year, with all possible grandiloquence. Certainly, replied Rinconete, now confirmed in that name, certainly that is a good work, and entirely worthy of the lofty and profound genius with which we have heard that you, Señor Monipodio, are endowed. Our parents still enjoy life, but should they precede us to the tomb, we will instantly give notice of that circumstance to this happy and highly esteemed fraternity, to the end that you may have sanctimonies solemnized for their souls, as your worship is pleased to say with customary grandiloquence. And so it shall be done, returned Monipodio, if there be but a piece of me left alive to look to it. He then called their conductor, saying, "Hello there, Ganchuelo! Is the watch set?" "Yes," replied the boy. 3 sentinels are on guard, and there is no fear of a surprise." "Let us return to business, then," said Monipodio. "I would fain know from you, my sons, what you are able to do, that I may assign you an employment in conformity with your inclinations and accomplishments." "I," replied Rinconete, "know a trick or two to gammon a bumpkin. I am not a bad hand at hiding what a pal has prigged. I have a good eye for a gudgeon. I play well at most games of cards, and have all the best turns of the pasteboard at my finger ends. I have cut my eye teeth, and am about as easy to lay hold of as a hedgehog. I can creep through a cat-hole or down a chimney, as I would enter the door of my father's house, and will muster a million of tricks better than I could marshal a regiment of soldiers, and flabbergast the knowingest cove a deal sooner than pay back a loan of 2 reals. "These are certainly the rudiments," admitted Monipodio, "but all such things are no better than old lavender flowers, so completely worn out of all savour that there is not a novice who may not boast of being a master in them. They are good for nothing but to catch simpletons who are stupid enough to run their heads against the church steeple. But time will do much for you, and we must talk further together. On the foundation already laid you shall have 6 lessons, and I then trust in God that you will turn out a famous craftsman, and even, mayhap, a master. My abilities shall always be at your service, and that of the gentlemen who are our comrades, replied Rinconete, and Monipodio then turned towards Cortadillo. And you, Cortadillo, what may you be good for? He inquired, to which Cortadillo replied, For my part, I know the trick called put in 2 and take out 5, and I can dive to the bottom of a pocket with great precision and dexterity. Do you know nothing more? Continued Monipodio. Alas, no, for my sins, that is all I can do, admitted Cortadillo. Do not afflict yourself, nevertheless, said the master. You are arrived at a good port, where you will not be drowned, and you enter a school in which you can hardly fail to learn all that is requisite for your future welfare. And now as to courage, how do you feel yourselves provided in that respect, my children? How should we be provided, returned Rinconete, but well and amply. We have courage enough to attempt whatever may be demanded in our art and profession. But I would have you to possess a share of that sort which would enable you to suffer as well as to dare, replied Monipodio, which would carry you, if need were, through a good half-dozen of ansias without opening your lips, and without once saying, This mouth is mine. We already know what the ansias are, Señor Monipodio, replied Cortadillo, and are prepared for all, since we are not so ignorant but that we know very well that what the tongue says the throat must pay for, and great is the grace heaven bestows on the bold man, not to give him a different name, in making his life or death depend upon the discretion of his tongue, as though there were more letters in a no than an I. Halt there, my son, you need say no more, exclaimed Monipodio at this point of the discourse. The words you have just uttered suffice to convince, oblige, persuade, and constrain me at once to admit you both to full brotherhood, and dispense with your passing through the year of novitiate. I also am of that opinion, said one of the gaily dressed bravos, and this was the unanimous feeling of the whole assembly. They therefore requested that Monipodio would immediately grant the new brethren the enjoyment of all the immunities of their confraternity, seeing that their good mien and judicious discourse proved them to be entirely deserving of that distinction. Monipodio replied that to satisfy the wishes of all, he at once conferred on those newcomers all the privileges desired, but he exhorted the recipients to remember that they were to hold the favour in high esteem, since it was a very great one, consisting in the exemption from payment of the media anata, or tax levied on the first theft they should commit, and rendering them free of all the inferior occupations of their office for the entire year. They were not obliged, that is to say, to bear messages to a brother of higher grade, whether in prison or at his own residence. They were permitted to drink their wine without water, and to make a feast when and where they pleased, without first demanding permission of their principal. They were, furthermore, to enter at once on a full share of whatever was brought in by the superior brethren, as one of themselves, with many other privileges, which the newcomers accepted as most signal favours, and on the possession of which they were felicitated by all present in the most polite and complimentary terms. While these pleasing ceremonies were in course of being exchanged, a boy ran in, panting for breath, and cried out, The alguacil of the vagabonds is coming direct to the house, but he has none of the Marshalsea men with him. Let no one disturb himself, said Monipodio. This is a friend. Never does he come here for our injury. Calm your anxiety, and I will go out to speak with him. At these words all resumed their self-possession, for they had been considerably alarmed, and Monipodio went forth to the door of his house, where he found the alguacil, with whom he remained some minutes in conversation, and then returned to the company. "Who was on guard today?" he asked, "in the market of San Salvador?" "I was," replied the conductor of our two friends, the estimable Ganchuelo. "You!" replied Monipodio. "How then does it happen that you have not given notice of an amber-coloured purse which has gone astray there this morning, and has carried with it 15 crowns in gold, 2 double reals, and I know not how many cuartos?" "It is true," replied Ganchuelo, "that this purse has disappeared, but it was not I took it, nor can I imagine who has done so." "Let there be no tricks with me," exclaimed Monipodio. "The purse must be found, since the alguacil demands it, and he is a friend who finds means to do us 1,000 services in the course of the year." The youth again swore that he knew nothing about it, while Monipodio's choler began to rise, and in a moment flames seemed to dart from his eyes. "Let none of you dare," he shouted, "to venture on infringing the most important rule of our order, for he who does so shall pay for it with his life. Let the purse be found, and if anyone has been concealing it to avoid paying the dues, let him now give it up. I will make good to him all that he would have been entitled to, and out of my own pocket too, for come what may, the alguacil must not be suffered to depart without satisfaction." But Ganchuelo could do no more than repeat, with all manner of oaths and imprecations, that he had neither taken the purse nor ever set eyes on it. All this did but lay fuel on the flame of Monipodio's anger, and the entire assembly partook of his emotions, the honourable members perceiving that their statutes were violated, and their wise ordinances infringed. Seeing, therefore, that the confusion and alarm had now got to such a height, Rinconete began to think it time to allay it, and to calm the anger of his superior, who was bursting with rage. He took counsel for a moment with Cortadillo, and receiving his assent, drew forth the purse of the sacristan, saying, "Let all questions cease, gentlemen. Let all questions cease, gentlemen. Here is the purse, from which nothing is missing that the alguacil has described, since my comrade Cortadillo prigged it this very day, with a pocket handkerchief into the bargain, which he borrowed from the same owner." Thereupon Cortadillo produced the handkerchief before the assembled company. Seeing this, Monipodio exclaimed, "Cortadillo the good, for by that title and surname shall you henceforward be distinguished. Keep the handkerchief, and I take it upon myself to pay you duly for this service. As to the purse, the alguacil must carry it away just as it is, for it belongs to a sacristan, who happens to be his relation, and we must make good in his case the proverb which says, 'To him who gives thee the entire bird, thou canst well afford a drumstick of the same.' This good alguacil can save us from more mischief in one day than we can do him good in 100. All the brotherhood with one voice approved the spirit and gentlemanly proceeding of the two newcomers, as well as the judgment and decision of their superior, who went out to restore the purse to the alguacil. As to Cortadillo, he was confirmed in his title of the good, much as if the matter had concerned a Don Alonso Perez de Guzman, surnamed the Good, who from the walls of Tarifa threw down to his enemy the dagger that was to destroy the life of his only son. When Monipodio returned to the assembly, he was accompanied by two girls with rouged faces, lips reddened with carmine, and necks plastered with white. They wore short camlet cloaks, and exhibited airs of the utmost freedom and boldness. At the first glance, Rinconete and Cortadillo could see what was the profession of these women. They had no sooner entered than they hurried with open arms, the one to Chiquiznaque, the other to Maniferro. These were the two bravos, one of whom bore the latter name because he had an iron hand, in place of one of his own, which had been cut off by the hand of justice. These two men embraced the girls with great glee, and inquired if they had brought the wherewithal to moisten their throats. "How could we think of neglecting that, old blade?" replied one of the girls, who was called Gananciosa. "Silvatillo, your scout, will be here before long with the clothes-basket, crammed with whatever good luck has sent us." And true it was, for an instant afterwards a boy entered with a clothes-basket covered with a sheet. The whole company renewed their rejoicings on the arrival of Silvatillo, and Monipodio instantly ordered that one of the mats should be brought from the neighbouring chamber, and laid out in the centre of the court. Furthermore, he commanded that all the brotherhood should take places around it, in order that while they were taking the wrinkles out of their stomachs, they might talk about business. To this proposal the old woman, who had been kneeling before the image, replied, "Monipodio, my son, I am not in the humour to keep festival this morning, for during the last 2 days I have had a giddiness and pain in my head that go near to make me mad. I must besides be at Our Lady of the Waters before midday strikes, having to accomplish my devotions and offer my candles there, as well as at the crucifix of St. Augustine, for I would not fail to do either, even though it were to snow all day and blow a hurricane. What I came here for is to tell you that last night the renegade and centipede brought to my house a basket somewhat larger than that now before us. It was as full as it could hold of fine linen, and on my life and soul it was still wet and covered with soap, just as they had taken it from under the nose of the washerwoman, so that the poor fellows were perspiring and breathless beneath its weight. It would have melted your heart to see them as they came in, with the water streaming from their faces, and they as red as a couple of cherubs. They told me, besides, that they were in pursuit of a cattle dealer who had just had some sheep weighed at the slaughter-house, and they were then hastening off to see if they could not contrive to grab a great cat which the dealer carried with him. They could not therefore spare time to count the linen, or take it out of the basket, but they relied on the rectitude of my conscience, and so may God grant my honest desires, and preserve us all from the power of justice, as these fingers have refrained from touching the basket, which is as full as the day it was born. We cannot doubt it, good mother, replied Monipodio. Let the basket remain where it is. I will come at nightfall to fetch it away, and will then ascertain the quantity and quality of its contents, giving to every one the portion due to him, faithfully and truly, as it is my habit to do. Let it be as you shall command, rejoined the old woman, and now, as it is getting late, give me something to drink, if you have it there, something that will comfort this miserable stomach, which is almost famishing for want. That you shall have, and enough of it, mother, exclaimed Escalanta, the companion of Gananciosa, and uncovering the basket, she displayed a great leather bottle, containing at least 2 arrobas of wine, with a cup made of cork, in which you might comfortably carry off an asumbre, or honest half-gallon of the same. This Escalanta now filled, and placed it in the hands of the devout old woman, who took it in both her own, and having blown away a little froth from the surface, she said, You have poured out a large quantity, Escalanta, my daughter, but God will give me strength. Whereupon, without once taking breath, and at one draught, she poured the whole from the cup down her throat. It is real Guadalcanal, said the old woman, when she had taken breath, and yet it has just a tiny smack of the gypsum. God comfort you, my daughter, as you have comforted me. I am only afraid that the wine may do me some mischief, seeing that I have not yet broken my fast. No, mother, it will do nothing of the kind, returned Monipodio, for it is 3 years old at the least. May the Virgin grant that I may find it so, replied the old woman. Then, turning to the girls, See, children, she said, whether you have not a few maravedis to buy the candles for my offerings of devotion. I came away in so much haste to bring the news of the basket of linen that I forgot my purse and left it at home. Yes, Dame Pipota, such was the name of the old woman. I have some, replied Gananciosa. Here are 2 cuartos for you, and with one of them I beg you to buy a candle for me, which you will offer in my name to the Señor Saint Michael, or if you can get 2 with the money, you may place the other at the altar of the Señor San Blas, for those 2 are my patron saints. I also wish to give one to the Señora Santa Lucia, for whom I have a great devotion, on account of the eyes. But I have no more change to-day, so it must be put off till another time, when I will square accounts with all. Don't be niggard, mind. It is a good thing to carry one's own candles before one dies, and not to wait until they are offered by the heirs and executors of our testament. You speak excellently, Mother Pipota, said Escalanta, and putting her hand into her pocket, she drew forth a cuarto, which she gave the old woman, requesting her to buy 2 candles for her likewise, and offer them to such saints as she considered the most useful and the most likely to be grateful. With this old Pipota departed, saying, Enjoy yourselves, my dears, now while you have time, for old age will come, and you will then weep for the moments you may have lost in your youth, as I do now. Commend me to God in your prayers, and I will remember you, as well as myself, in mine, that he may keep us all, and preserve us in this dangerous trade of ours from all the terrors of justice. These words concluded, the old woman went her way. Dame Pipota having disappeared, all seated themselves round the mat, which Gananciosa covered with the sheet in place of a tablecloth. The first thing she drew from the basket was an immense bunch of radishes. This was followed by a couple of dozens or more of oranges and lemons. Then came a great earthen pan filled with slices of fried ling, half a Dutch cheese, a bottle of excellent olives, a plate of shrimps, and a large dish of crawfish, with their appropriate sauce of capers, drowned in pepper vinegar. 3 loaves of the whitest bread from Gandul completed the collation. The number of guests at this breakfast was 14, and not one of them failed to produce his yellow-handled knife, Rinconete alone excepted, who drew his dudgeon dagger instead. The 2 old men in serge gowns, and the lad who had been the guide of the 2 friends, were charged with the office of cup-bearers, pouring the wine from the bottle into the cork cup. But scarcely had the guests taken their places before they were all startled, and sprang up in haste at the sound of repeated knocks at the door. Bidding them remain quiet, Monipodio went into one of the lower rooms, unhooked a buckler, took his sword in his hand, and going to the door, inquired in a rough and threatening voice, "Who is there?" "All right, senor. It is I, Tagarote, on sentry this morning," replied a voice from without. "I come to tell you that Juliana de Cariharta is coming, with her hair all about her face and crying her eyes out, as though some great misfortune had happened to her." He had scarcely spoken when the girl he had named came sobbing to the door, which Monipodio opened for her, commanding Tagarote to return to his post, and ordering him, moreover, to make less noise and uproar when he should next bring notice of what was going forward, a command to which the boy promised attention. Cariharta, a girl of the same class and profession with those already in presence, had meanwhile entered the court, her hair streaming in the wind, her eyes swollen with tears, and her face covered with contusions and bruises. She had no sooner got into the patio than she fell to the ground in a fainting fit. Gananciosa and Escalanta sprang to her assistance, unfastened her dress, and found her breast and shoulders blackened and covered with marks of violence. After they had thrown water on her face, she soon came to herself, crying out as she did so, "The justice of God and the king on that shameless thief, that cowardly cut-purse and dirty scoundrel, whom I have saved from the gibbet more times than he has hairs in his beard. Alas, unhappy creature that I am! See for what I have squandered my youth, and spent the flower of my days, for an unnatural, worthless, and incorrigible villain." "Recover yourself and be calm, Cariharta," said Monipodio. "I am here to render justice to you and to all. Tell me your cause of complaint, and you shall be longer in relating the story than I will be in taking vengeance. Let me know if anything has happened between you and your respeto, and if you desire to be well and duly avenged. You have but to open your mouth." "Protector!" exclaimed the girl. "What kind of protector is he? It were better for me to be protected in hell than to remain any longer with that lion among sheep, and sheep among men. Will I ever eat again with him at the same table, or live under the same roof? Rather would I give this flesh of mine, which he has put into the state you shall see, to be devoured alive by raging beasts." So saying, she pulled up her petticoats to her knees, and even a little higher, and showed the weals with which she was covered. "That's the way," she cried, "that I have been treated by that ungrateful Repolido, who owes more to me than to the mother that bore him." "And why do you suppose he has done this? Do you think I have given him any cause? No, truly. His only reason for serving me so was, that being at play and losing his money, he sent Cabrillas, his scout, to me for 30 reals, and I could only send him 24. May the pains and troubles with which I earned them be counted to me by heaven in remission of my sins. But in return for this civility and kindness, fancying that I had kept back part of what he chose to think I had got, the blackguard lured me out to the fields this morning, beyond the king's garden, and there, having stripped me among the olive trees, he took off his belt, not even removing the iron buckle. Oh, that I may see him clapped in irons and chains! And with that he gave me such an unmerciful flogging that he left me for dead. And that's a true story, as the marks you see bear witness." Here Cariharta once more set up her pipes and craved for justice, which was again promised to her by Monipodio and all the bravos present. The Gananciosa then tried her hand at consoling the victim, saying to her among other things, I would freely give my best gown that my fancy man had done as much by me. For I would have you know, Sister Cariharta, if you don't know it yet, that he who loves best thrashes best, and when these scoundrels whack us and kick us, it is then they most devoutly adore us. Tell me now, on your life, after having beaten and abused you, did not Repolido make much of you, and give you more than one caress? More than one, replied the weeping girl. He gave me more than 100,000, and would have given a finger off his hand if I would only have gone with him to his posada. Nay, I even think that the tears were almost starting from his eyes after he had leathered me. Not a doubt of it, replied Gananciosa, and he would weep now to see the state he has put you into, for men like him have scarcely committed the fault before repentance begins. You will see, sister, if he does not come back here to look for you before we leave the place, and see if he does not beg you to forgive what has passed, and behave to you as meek and as humble as a lamb. By my faith, observed Monipodio, the cowardly ruffian shall not enter these doors until he has made full reparation for the offence he has committed. How dare he lay a hand on poor Cariharta, who for cleanliness and industry is a match for Gananciosa herself, and that is saying everything. Alas, Señor Monipodio, replied Juliana, please do not speak too severely of the miserable fellow, for hard as he is, I cannot but love him as I do the very folds of my heart, and the words spoken in his behalf by my friend Gananciosa have restored the soul to my body. Of a truth, if I consulted only my own wishes, I should go this moment and look for him. No, no, replied Gananciosa, you shall not do so by my counsel, for to do that would make him proud. He would think too much of himself, and would make experiments upon you as on a dead body. Keep quiet, sister, and in a short time you will see him here repentant, as I have said, and if not, we will write verses on him that shall make him roar with rage. Let us write by all means, returned Juliana, for I have 1,000 things to say to him. And I will be your secretary, if need be, rejoined Monipodio, for although I am no poet, yet a man has but to tuck up the sleeves of his shirt, set well to work, and he may turn off a couple of 1,000 verses in the snapping of a pair of scissors. Besides, if the rhyme should not come so readily as one might wish, I have a friend close by, a barber, who is a great poet, and will trim up the ends of the verses at an hour's notice. At present, however, let us go finish our repast. All the rest can be done afterwards. Juliana was not unwilling to obey her superior, so they all fell to again at the "Oh, be joyful" with so much goodwill that they soon saw the bottom of the basket and the dregs of the great leather bottle. The old ones drank sine fine, the younger men to their heart's content, and the ladies till they could drink no more. When all was consumed, the 2 old men begged permission to take their leave, which Monipodio allowed them to do, but charged them to return punctually for the purpose of reporting all they should see or hear that could be useful to the brotherhood. They assured him they would by no means fail in their duty, and then departed. End of Rinconete and Cortadillo. Section 6 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly, Rinconete and Cortadillo, or Peter of the Corner and the Little Cutter, Part 3. After these gentlemen had left the company, Rinconete, who was of a very inquiring disposition, begged leave to ask Monipodio in what way 2 persons so old, grave, and formal as those he had just seen could be of service to their community. Monipodio replied that such were called hornets in their jargon, and that their office was to poke about all parts of the city, spying out such places as might be eligible for attempts to be afterwards made in the night time. They watch people who receive money from the bank or treasury, said he, observe where they go with it, and if possible, the very place in which it is deposited. When this is done, they make themselves acquainted with the thickness of the walls, marking out the spot where we may most conveniently make our guspataros, which are the holes whereby we contrive to force an entrance. In a word, these persons are among the most useful of the brotherhood, and they receive a fifth of all that the community obtains by their intervention, as His Majesty does, on treasure trove. They are, moreover, men of singular integrity and rectitude. They lead a respectable life, and enjoy a good reputation, fearing God and regarding the voice of their consciences, insomuch that not a day passes over their heads in which they have not heard Mass with extraordinary devotion. There are, indeed, some of them so conscientious that they content themselves with even less than by our rules would be their due. Those just gone are of this number. We have 2 others, whose trade it is to remove furniture, and as they are daily employed in the conveyance of articles for persons who are changing their abode, they know all the ins and outs of every house in the city, and can tell exactly where we may hope for profit and where not. "That is admirable," replied Rinconete, "and greatly do I desire to be of some use to so noble a confraternity." "Heaven is always ready to favor commendable desires," replied Monipodio. While the 2 were thus discoursing, a knock was heard at the door, and Monipodio went to see who might be there. "Open, Sor Monipodio, open," said a voice without. "It is I, Repolido." Cariharta, hearing this voice, began to lift up her own to heaven and cry out, "Don't open the door, Señor Monipodio. Don't let in that Tarpeian mariner, that tiger of Ocaña." Monipodio opened the door nevertheless, in despite of her cries, when Cariharta, starting to her feet, hurried away and hid herself in the room where the bucklers were hung up. There, bolting the door, she bawled from her refuge, "Drive out that black-visaged coward, that murderer of innocents, that white-livered terror of house lambs, who durst not look a man in the face." Repolido was meanwhile kept back by Maniferro and Chiquiznaque, as he struggled with all his might to get into the room where Cariharta was hidden. But when he saw that to be impossible, he called to her from without, "Come, come, let us have done with this, my little sulky. By your life, let us have peace, as you would wish to be married." "Married!" retorted the lady. "Married to you, too? Don't you wish you may get it? See what kind of a string he's playing on now. I would rather be married to a dead notomy." "Oh, bother!" exclaimed Repolido. "Let us have done with this, for it is getting late. Take care of being too much puffed up at hearing me speak so gently, and seeing me so meek, for by the light of heaven, if my rage should get steeple high, the relapse will be worse than the first fit. Come down from your stilts, let us all have done with our tantrums, and not give the devil a dinner." "I will give him a supper to boot, if he will take you from my sight to some place where I may never set eyes on you more," exclaimed the gentle Juliana from within. "Haven't I told you once to beware, Madam Hempsack? By the powers, I suspect I must serve out something to you by the dozen, though I make no change for it." Here Monipodio interposed. "In my presence," he said, "there shall be no violence. Cariharta will come out, not for your threats, but for my sake, and all will go well. Quarrels between people who love each other are but the cause of greater joy and pleasure when peace is once made. Listen to me, Juliana, my daughter. Listen to me, my Cariharta. Come out to us, for the love of your friend Monipodio, and I will make Repolido beg your pardon on his knees." "Ah, if he will do that," exclaimed Escalanta, "we shall then be all on his side, and will entreat Juliana to come out." "If I am asked to beg pardon in a sense of submission that would dishonour my person," replied Repolido, "an army of lansquenets would not make me consent. But if it be merely in the way of doing pleasure to Cariharta, I do not say merely that I would go on my knees, but I would drive a nail into my forehead to do her service." At these words Chiquiznaque and Maniferro began to laugh, and Repolido, who thought they were making game of him, cried out in a transport of rage, "Whoever shall laugh or think of laughing at anything whatsoever that may pass between Cariharta and myself, I say that he lies, and that he will have lied every time he shall laugh or think of laughing." Hearing this, Chiquiznaque and Maniferro looked at each other and scowled so sternly that Monipodio saw things were likely to come to a crisis unless he prevented it. Throwing himself, therefore, into the midst of the group, he cried out, "No more of this, gentlemen! Have done with all big words. Grind them up between your teeth, and since those that have been said do not reach to the belt, let no one here apply them to himself." "We are very sure," replied Chiquiznaque, "that such admonitions neither have been nor will be uttered for our benefit. Otherwise, or if it should be imagined that they were addressed to us, the tambourine is in hands that would well know how to beat it." "We also, Sor Chiquiznaque, have our drum of Biscay," retorted Repolido, "and in case of need can make the bells as well as another. I have already said that whoever jests in our matters is a liar, and whoever thinks otherwise, let him follow me. With a palm's length of my sword I will show him that what is said is said." Having uttered these words, Repolido turned towards the outer door, and proceeded to leave the place. Cariharta had meanwhile been listening to all this, and when she found that Repolido was departing in anger, she rushed out screaming, "Hold him! Hold him! Don't let him go, or he will be showing us some more of his handiwork. Can't you see that he is angry? And he is a Judas Macarello in the matter of bravery. Come here, Hector of the world and of my eyes." With these words Cariharta threw herself upon the retiring bravo, and held him with all her force by his cloak. Monipodio lent her his aid, and between them they contrived to detain him. Chiquiznaque and Maniferro, undetermined whether to resume the dispute or not, stood waiting apart to see what Repolido would do, and the latter, perceiving himself to be in the hands of Monipodio and Cariharta, exclaimed, "Friends should never annoy friends, nor make game of friends, more especially when they see that friends are vexed." "There is not a friend here," replied Maniferro, "who has any desire to vex a friend, and since we are all friends, let us give each other the hand like friends." "Your worships have all spoken like good friends," added Monipodio, "and as such friends should do. Now finish by giving each other your hands like true friends." All obeyed instantly, whereupon Escalanta, whipping off her cork-soled clog, began to play upon it as if it had been a tambourine. Gananciosa, in her turn, caught up a broom, and scratching the rushes with her fingers, drew forth a sound, which, if not soft or sweet, yet agreed very well with the beating of the slipper. Monipodio then broke a plate, the two fragments of which he rattled together in such fashion as to make a very praiseworthy accompaniment to the slipper and the broom. Rinconete and Cortadillo stood in much admiration of that new invention of the broom, for up to that time they had seen nothing like it. Maniferro perceived their amazement, and said to them, "The broom awakens your admiration, and well it may, since a more convenient kind of instrument was never invented in this world, nor one more readily formed or less costly. Upon my life, I heard a student the other day affirm, that neither the man who fetched his wife out of hell, Negrofeo, Ogrofeo, or what he was called, nor that Marian, who got upon a dolphin, and came out of the sea like a man riding on a hired mule, nor even that other great musician who built a city with 100 gates and as many posterns, never a one of them invented an instrument half so easy of acquirement, so ready to the touch, so pleasing and simple as to its frets, keys, and chords, and so far from troublesome in the tuning and keeping in accord. And by all the saints they swear that it was invented by a gallant of this very city, a perfect Hector in matters of music." "I fully believe all you say," replied Rinconete, "but let us listen, for our musicians are about to sing. Gananciosa is blowing her nose, which is a certain sign that she means to sing." And she was, in fact, preparing to do so. Monipodio had requested her to give the company some of the seguidillas most in vogue at the moment. But the first to begin was Escalanta, who sang as follows, in a thin, squeaking voice: "For a boy of Sevilla, red as a Dutchman, all my heart's in flame." To which Gananciosa replied, taking up the measure as she best might, "For the little brown lad, with a good bright eye, who would not lose her name?" Then Monipodio, making great haste to perform a symphony with his pieces of platter, struck in: "Two lovers dear fall out and fight, but soon to make their peace take leisure, and all the greater was the row, so much greater is the pleasure. But Cariharta had no mind to enjoy her recovered happiness in silence, and fingering another clog, she also entered the dance, joining her voice to those of her friends in the following words: "Pause, angry lad, and do not beat me more, for 'tis thine own dear flesh that thou dost baste, if thou but well consider, and—" "Fair and soft," exclaimed Repolido at that moment, "give us no old stories, there's no good in that. Let bygones be bygones. Choose another gait, girl, we've had enough of that one." The canticle, for a moment interrupted by these words, was about to recommence, and would not, apparently, have soon come to an end, had not the performers been disturbed by violent knocks at the door. Monipodio hastened to see who was there, and found one of his sentinels, who informed him that at the end of the street was the alcalde of criminal justice, with the little piebald and the kestrel, 2 catchpoles, who were called neutral, since they did the community of robbers neither good nor harm, marching before him. The joyous company within heard the report of their scout, and were in a terrible fright. Escalanta and Cariharta put on their clogs in great haste. Gananciosa threw down her broom, and Monipodio his broken plate, every instrument sinking at once into silence. Chiquiznaque lost his joyous grin, and stood dumb as a fish. Repolido trembled with fear, and Maniferro looked pale with anxiety. But these various demonstrations were exhibited only for a moment. In the next, all that goodly brotherhood had disappeared. Some rushed across a kind of terrace, and gained another court. Others clambered over the roof, and so passed into a neighbouring alley. Never did the sound of a fowling piece, or a sudden peal of thunder, more effectually disperse a flock of careless pigeons, than did the news of the alcalde's arrival that select company assembled in the house of the Señor Monipodio. Rinconete and Cortadillo, not knowing whither to flee, stood in their places waiting to see what would be the end of that sudden storm, which finished simply enough by the return of the sentinel, who came to say that the alcalde had passed through the whole length of the street without seeming to have any troublesome suspicions respecting them, or even appearing to think of their house at all. While Monipodio was in the act of receiving this last report, there came to the door a gentleman in the prime of youth, and dressed in the half-rustic manner suitable to the morning, or to one residing in the country. Monipodio caused this person to enter the house with himself. He then sent to look for Chiquiznaque, Repolido, and Maniferro, with orders that they should come forth from their hiding-places, but that such others as might be with them should remain where they were. Rinconete and Cortadillo, having remained in the court, could hear all the conversation which took place between Monipodio and the gentleman who had just arrived, and who began by inquiring how it happened that the job he had ordered had been so badly done. At this point of the colloquy, Chiquiznaque appeared, and Monipodio asked him if he had accomplished the work with which he had been entrusted, namely, the knife slash of 14 stitches. "Which of them was it?" inquired Chiquiznaque. "That of the merchant at the crossways?" "Exactly," replied the gentleman. "Then I'll tell you how the matter went," responded the bravo. "Last night, as I watched before the very door of his house, and the man appeared just before to the ringing of the Ave Maria, I got near him, and took the measure of his face with my eyes. But I perceived it was so small that it was impossible, totally impossible, to find room in it for a cut of 14 stitches. So that, perceiving myself unable to fulfil my instructions, you mean," said the gentleman. "Well, well, instructions, if you will," admitted Chiquiznaque. "Seeing that I could not find room for the number of stitches I had to make, because of the narrowness, I say, and want of space in the visage of the merchant, I gave the cut to a lackey he had with him, to the end that I might not have my journey for nothing, and certainly his allowance may pass for one of the best quality." "I would rather you had given the master a cut of 7 stitches than the servant one of 14, remarked the gentleman. "You have not fulfilled the promise made me, but the 30 ducats which I gave you as earnest money will be no great loss." This said, he saluted the 2 ruffians and turned to depart, but Monipodio detained him by the cloak of mixed cloth which he wore on his shoulders, saying, "Be pleased to stop, Señor Cavalier, and fulfil your promise, since we have kept our word with strict honour and to great advantage. 20 ducats are still wanting to our bargain, and your worship shall not go from this place until you have paid them, or left us something of equal value in pledge." "Do you call this keeping your word?" said the gentleman, "making a cut on the servant when you should have made it on the master?" "How well his worship understands the business," remarked Chiquiznaque. "One can easily see that he does not remember the proverb which says, 'He who loves Beltran loves his dog likewise.'" "But what has this proverb to do with the matter?" inquired the gentleman. "Why, is it not the same thing as to say, 'He who loves Beltran ill loves his dog ill too'? Now the master is Beltran, whom you love ill, and the servant is his dog. Thus, in giving the cut to the dog, I have given it to Beltran, and our part of the agreement is fulfilled. The work has been properly done, and nothing remains but to pay for it on the spot, and without further delay." "That is just what I am ready to swear to," cried Monipodio, "and you, friend Chiquiznaque, have taken all that you have said from my mouth. Wherefore, let not your worship, Señor Gallant, be making difficulties out of trifles with your friends and servants. Take my advice, and pay us what is our due. After that, if your worship would like to have another cut given to the master, of as many stitches as the space can contain, consider that they are already sewing up the wound." "If it be so," said the gentleman, "I will very willingly pay the whole sum." "Make no more doubt of it than of my being a good Christian, for Chiquiznaque will set the mark on his face so neatly that he shall seem to have been born with it." "On this promise, then, and with this assurance," replied the gentleman, "receive this chain in pledge for the 20 ducats before agreed on, and for 40 other ducats which I will give you for the cut that is to come. The chain weighs 1,000 reals, and it may chance to remain with you altogether, as I have an idea that I shall want 14 stitches more before long." Saying this, he took a chain from his neck, and put it into the hands of Monipodio, who found immediately by the weight and touch that it was not gold made by the chemist, but the true metal. He received it accordingly with great pleasure and much courtesy, for Monipodio was particularly well bred. The execution of the work to be done for it was committed to Chiquiznaque, who declared that it should be delayed no longer than till the arrival of night. The gentleman then departed, well satisfied with his bargain. Monipodio now summoned the confraternity from the hiding places into which their terror had driven them. When all had entered, he placed himself in the midst of them, drew forth a memorandum book from the hood of his cloak, and as he himself could not read, he handed it to Rinconete, who opened it, and read as follows: "Memoranda of the cuts to be given this week. The first is to the merchant at the crossways, and is worth 50 crowns, 30 of which have been received on account. Secutor Chiquiznaque." "I believe there are no others, my son," said Monipodio. "Go on and look for the place where it is written, 'Memoranda of blows with a cudgel.'" Rinconete turned to that heading, and found under it this entry: "To the keeper of the pothouse called the Trefoil, 12 blows to be laid on in the best style, at a crown apiece, 8 of which crowns have been received, time of execution within 6 days. Secutor Maniferro." "That article may be scratched out of the account," remarked Maniferro, "for to-night I shall give the gentleman his due." "Is there not another, my son?" asked Monipodio. "There is," replied Rinconete, and he read as follows: "To the hunchbacked tailor, called by the nickname Silguero, 6 blows of the best sort for the lady whom he compelled to leave her necklace in pledge with him. Secutor the Desmochado." "I am surprised to find this article still on the account," observed Monipodio, "seeing that 2 days have elapsed since it ought to have been taken off the book, and yet the secutor has not done his work. Desmochado must be indisposed." "I met him yesterday," said Maniferro. "He is not ill himself, but the hunchback has been so, and being confined to the house on that account, the Desmochado has been unable to encounter him." "I make no doubt of it," rejoined Monipodio, "for I consider the Desmochado to be so good a workman, that but for some such reasonable impediment, he would certainly before this have finished a job of much greater importance. Is there any more, my boy?" "No, señor," replied Rinconete. Turn over, then, till you find the memorandum of miscellaneous damages. Rinconete found the page inscribed Memorandum of Miscellaneous Damages, namely, radomagos, greasing with oil of juniper, clapping on sanbenitos and horns, false alarms, threatened stabbings, befoolings, calomels, etc., etc. "What do you find lower down?" inquired Monipodio. "I find, greasing with oil of juniper at the house in—" "Don't read the place or name of the house," interrupted Monipodio, "for we know where it is, and I am myself the tuatem and secutor of this trifling matter. 4 crowns have already been given on account, and the total is 8. "That is exactly what is here written," replied Rinconete. "A little lower down," continued the boy, "I find, horns to be attached to the house—" "Read neither the name nor the place where," interrupted Monipodio. "It is quite enough that we offer this outrage to the people in question. We need not make it public in our community, for that would be an unnecessary load on your consciences. I would rather nail 100 horns and as many sanbenitos on a man's door, provided I were paid for my work, than once tell that I had done so, were it to the mother that bore me." "The executor of this is Nariqueta," resumed Rinconete. "It is already done and paid for," said Monipodio. "See if there be not something else, for if my memory is not at fault, there ought to be a fright of the value of 20 crowns. 1/2 the money has already been paid, and the work is to be done by the whole community, the time within which it is to come off being all the current month. Nor will we fail in our duty. The commission shall be fulfilled to the very letter without missing a tilde, and it will be one of the finest things that has been executed in this city for many years. Give me the book, boy. I know there is nothing more, and it is certain that business is very slack with us just now, but times will mend, and we shall perhaps have more to do than we want. There is not a leaf on the tree that moves without the will of God, and we cannot force people to avenge themselves, whether they will or not. Besides, many a man has the habit of being brave in his own cause, and does not care to pay for the execution of work which he can do as well with his own hands." "That is true," said Repolido, "but will your worship, Señor Monipodio, see what you have for us to do, as it is getting late, and the heat is coming on at more than a foot pace." "What you have now to do is this," rejoined Monipodio. "Every one is to return to his post of the week, and is not to change it until Sunday. We will then meet here again, and make the distribution of all that shall have come in, without defrauding any one. To Rinconete and Cortadillo I assign for their district until Sunday, from the Tower of Gold, all without the city, and to the postern of the Alcázar, where they can work with their fine flowers. I have known those who were much less clever than they appear to be come home daily with more than 20 reals in small money, to say nothing of silver, all made with a single pack, and that 4 cards short. Ganchuelo will show them the limits of their district, and even though they should extend it as far as to San Sebastian or San Telmo, there will be no great harm done, although it is perhaps of more equal justice that none should enter on the domain of another." The 2 boys kissed his hand in acknowledgment of the favour he was doing them, and promised to perform their parts zealously and faithfully, and with all possible caution and prudence. Monipodio then drew from the hood of his cloak a folded paper, on which was the list of the brotherhood, desiring Rinconete to inscribe his name thereon with that of Cortadillo. But as there was no escritoire in the place, he gave them the paper to take with them, bidding them enter the first apothecary's shop they could find, and there write what was needful. Rinconete and Cortadillo, namely, comrades, novitiate, none. Rinconete a florist, Cortadillo a bassoon-player. To this was to be added the year, month, and day, but not the parents or birthplace. At this moment one of the old hornets came in and said, "I came to tell your worships that I have just now met on the steps Lobillo of Malaga, who tells me that he has made such progress in his art as to be capable of cheating Satan himself out of his money, if he have but clean cards. He is so ragged and out of condition at this moment that he dares not instantly make his appearance to register himself, and pay his respects as usual, but will be here without fail on Sunday." "I have always been convinced," said Monipodio, "that Lobillo would some day become supereminent in his art, for he has the best hands for the purpose that have ever been seen, and to be a good workman in his trade, a man should be possessed of good tools, as well as capacity for learning." "I have also met the Jew," returned the hornet. "He wears the garb of a priest, and is at a tavern in the street of the dyers, because he has learned that 2 peruleros are now stopping there. He wishes to try if he cannot do business with them, even though it should be but in a trifling way to begin, for from small endeavours often come great achievements. He, too, will be here on Sunday, and will then give an account of himself." "The Jew is a keen hawk, too," observed Monipodio, "but it is long since I have set eyes on him, and he does not do well in staying away, for by my faith, if he do not mend, I will cut his crown for him. The scoundrel has received orders as much as the Grand Turk, and knows no more Latin than my grandmother. Have you anything further to report?" The old man replied that he had not. "Very well," said Monipodio. "Take this trifle among you, distributing at the same time some 40 reals among those assembled, and do not fail to be here on Sunday, when there shall be nothing wanting of the booty." All returned him thanks. Repolido and Cariharta embraced each other. So did Maniferro and Escalanta, and Chiquiznaque and Gananciosa, and all agreed that they would meet that same evening, when they left off work at the house of Dame Pipota, whither Monipodio likewise promised to repair, for the examination of the linen announced in the morning, before he went to his job with the juniper oil. The master finally embraced Rinconete and Cortadillo, giving them his benediction. He then dismissed them, exhorting them to have no fixed dwelling or known habitation, since that was a precaution most important to the safety of all. Ganchuelo accompanied the friends for the purpose of guiding them to their districts, and pointing out the limits thereof. He warned them on no account to miss the assembly on Sunday, when it seemed that Monipodio intended to give them a lecture on matters concerning their profession. That done, the lad went away, leaving the 2 novices in great astonishment at all they had seen. Now Rinconete, although very young, had a good understanding and much intelligence. Having often accompanied his father in the sale of his bulls, he had acquired the knowledge of a more refined language than that they had just been hearing, and laughed with all his heart as he recalled the expressions used by Monipodio and the other members of the respectable community they had entered. He was especially entertained by the solecising sanctimonies, and by Cariharta calling Repolido a Tarpeian mariner and a tiger of Ocaña. He was also mightily edified by the expectation of Cariharta that the pains she had taken to earn the 24 reals would be accepted in heaven as a set-off against her sins, and was amazed to see with what security they all counted on going to heaven by means of the devotions they performed, notwithstanding the many thefts, homicides, and other offences against God and their neighbour which they were daily committing. The boy laughed too with all his heart as he thought of the good old woman Pipota, who suffered the basket of stolen linen to be concealed in her house, and then went to place her little wax candles before the images of the saints, expecting thereby to enter heaven full dressed in her mantle and clogs. But he was most surprised at the respect and deference which all these people paid to Monipodio, whom he saw to be nothing better than a coarse and brutal barbarian. He recalled the various entries which he had read in the singular memorandum book of the burly thief, and thought over all the various occupations in which that goodly company was hourly engaged. Pondering all these things, he could not but marvel at the carelessness with which justice was administered in that renowned city of Seville, since such pernicious hordes and inhuman ruffians were permitted to live there almost openly. He determined to dissuade his companion from continuing long in such a reprobate course of life. Nevertheless, led away by his extreme youth and want of experience, he remained with these people for some months, during which there happened to him adventures which would require much writing to detail them. Wherefore I propose to remit the description of his life and adventures to some other occasion, when I will also relate those of his master, Monipodio, with other circumstances connected with the members of that infamous academy, which may serve as warnings to those who read them. End of
Part 7 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Licentiate Vidriera, or Dr. Glasscase, Part 1. Two students were one day passing along the banks of the Tourmez, when they found a boy, about 11 years old, dressed as a laborer, and sleeping under a tree. They sent a servant to wake him, and when he had well opened his eyes, they asked him whence he came, and what he was doing to be lying asleep and defenceless in that lonely place. The boy replied that he had forgotten the name of his birthplace, but was going to Salamanca, there to seek a master whom he might serve, on condition of being permitted and aided to pursue his studies. The gentleman then asked if he could read, and he replied that he could, and write also. "It is not from want of memory, then, that you have forgotten the name of your country," remarked the students. "Let the cause be what it may," replied the boy, "neither that nor the name of my parents shall be known to any one until I can do honour to them both." "But in what manner do you propose to do them honour?" inquired the gentleman. "By the results of my studies," said the boy, "and when I have rendered myself famous by the learning I mean to acquire. For I have heard that some men have made themselves bishops by their studies." This reply moved the two gentlemen to receive the lad into their service, and take him with them to Salamanca, giving him such facilities for studying as it is not unusual for masters to afford in that university to those who serve them. The youth subsequently informed his masters that they might call him Thomas Rodaja, whence the students judged him to be the son of some poor labourer. A day or two after their meeting they caused him to be clothed in a suit of black, and in the course of a few weeks he gave proof of extraordinary talent. He was, besides, very grateful, and laboured so earnestly in the service of his masters, that although in fact exceedingly attentive to his studies, it might well have been thought that he did nothing but wait upon those he served. Now the good service of the valet led the masters to treat him well. Thomas soon became their companion rather than servant, and during 8 years, all of which he passed with them, he acquired for himself so high a reputation in the university, by his great ability and excellent conduct, that he was beloved and esteemed by those of every rank. The principal object of Rodaja's study was the law, but he was almost equally distinguished in polite learning, and his memory was matter of marvel to all, and the correctness of his views on all subjects was not less remarkable. The time had now arrived when the studies of his masters were completed, and they returned to their birthplace, which was one of the most important cities in Andalusia. They took Rodaja with them, and he remained in their company for some time, but assailed by a perpetual longing to return to his studies at Salamanca, a city that enchains the will of all who have tasted the amenities of life in that fair seat of learning, he entreated permission of his masters to depart for that purpose. With their usual kindness they accorded him the favour he desired, and took such measures in his behalf, that by their bounty he was supplied with a sufficiency to support him in the university for 3 years. Rodaja took his leave with manifest proofs of gratitude, and departed from Malaga, for that was the native city of his masters, without further delay. Descending the declivity of the Zambra on the road to Antequera, he chanced to encounter a gentleman on horseback, gaily accoutred in a rich travelling dress, and attended by 2 servants, also on horseback, whose company he joined. Their journey thenceforward lay in the same direction, and the gentleman accepted Thomas as his comrade. They discoursed of various matters, and in a short time Rodaja gave such proof of his quality as much delighted his fellow traveller, while the latter, on his part, soon proved himself to be a kind and courteous man. He told Rodaja that he was a captain of infantry in the service of the king, and that his ensign was then completing their company at Salamanca. He praised the life of a soldier in the highest terms, describing, with much encomium, the many cities and other places visited by those who lead that life. Among other themes of which he spoke were the beauty of Naples, the feasting and pleasures of Palermo, the rich abundance of Milan, and the frequent festivals held in other parts of Lombardy, not omitting the good cheer of the numerous hostelries, in the description of which he broke forth rapturously in the Tuscan language, discoursing of Macarella, Macaroni, and Pilastri with the most cordial good will. He expatiated largely on the free enjoyment of life in Italy, and on the pleasures of a soldier's life in general, which he exalted to the skies. But he did not say a word of the chilling night watch, the perils of the assault, the terrors of battle, the hunger and privation endured in blockages and sieges, or the ruin caused by mines, with other matters of similar kind whereof he might have spoken, but which he passed over in silence, although there are those who would consider such things as having something to do with the life of the soldier, not to call them its principal feature. In a word, he said so much on the subject, that the resolution of our Thomas Rodaja began to waver, and his inclination went near to fix itself on that life, which is so near a neighbour to death. The captain, whose name was Don Diego de Valdivia, charmed on his part with the handsome looks, cheerful manners, and admirable abilities of Rodaja, entreated him to accompany the march into Italy, were it only for the purpose of seeing the country. He offered him his table, and even, if he would adopt the military life, he proposed to procure him a pair of colours. Nay, he assured him that those of his own regiment would soon be vacant, and should be at his service. But little persuasion was required to induce Rodaja's acceptance of a part of this offer. Weighing it in his mind, he considered that it would be well to see Italy and Flanders, to say nothing of other countries, since travel contributes to increased knowledge and discretion. He thought, too, that although he should spend 3 or even 4 years in that occupation, yet these, added to the few he then counted, would not make him so old but that he might afterwards return to his studies. These and other considerations had their weight, and the opportunity being so much to his taste, Rodaja finally told the captain that he would go with him into Italy, but it must be on condition of being left at perfect liberty. He would not consent to enlist under his banner, nor to have his name enrolled in the books of the regiment, that he might not be subjected to the restraints of service. The captain represented that his being inscribed on the lists was a matter which involved no duty, and that he would thereby obtain all the appointments, with the regular pay accorded to his rank, while he, Don Diego, would take care that he should have leave of absence whenever he might demand it. Yet Rodaja was not to be moved from his determination. "For this," said he, "would be to act against the dictates of my conscience and of yours, Señor Captain. I would, besides, much rather go free than be attached to military service in any manner." "A conscience so scrupulous is more suitable to the cowl of a monk than the helmet of a soldier," said Don Diego, laughing. "But let it be as you will, so we but remain comrades." The first night of their journey they had passed at Antequera, and, making long stages each day, they speedily arrived at the place where the captain was to join his company. All arrangements being completed, the company began its march with 4 others to Cartagena, quartering at such places as fell in their way. And now Rodaja could not fail to remark the authority assumed by the commissaries, the intractable character of many among the captains, the rapacity of the quartermasters, and the unreasonable nature of their demands. The fashion in which the paymasters managed their accounts, the complaints of the people, the traffic and exchange of billets, the insolence of the undisciplined troops, their quarrels with the other guests at the inns, the requisition of more rations and other stores than were rightful or necessary, and finally the almost inevitable consequences of all this. Much besides came under his observation, which he could not but see to be in every way wrong and injurious. For Rodaja himself, he now abandoned the garb of a student, and dressed himself parrot fashion, as we say, conforming to such things as life around him presented. The many books he had possessed were now reduced to the Orisons of Our Lady, and a Garcilaso without comments, which he carried in 2 of his pockets. The party with which he travelled arrived in Cartagena much earlier than he desired, for the varied life he led was very pleasant, and each day brought something new and agreeable. At Cartagena the troops embarked in 4 galleys for Naples, and in his cabin also Rodaja made many observations on the strange life passed in those maritime houses, where, for the most part, a man is devoured by vermin and destroyed by rats, vexed by the sailors, robbed by the galley slaves, and tormented by the swell of the waters. He endured terrible fear from violent storms and tempests, more especially in the Gulf of Lyons, where they had 2, by one of which they were cast on the island of Corsica, while the other drove them back upon Toulon in France. At last, weary and half drowned, they reached land in the darkness of the night, and with great difficulty arrived at the most peaceful and beautiful city of Genoa. Having disembarked and hastily visited a church to return thanks for their safety, the captain with all his comrades adjourned to a tavern, where they quickly forgot past storms and tempests in present rejoicing and feasting. Here they learned to appreciate the respective merits of the different wines presented to them by their active and voluble host, the delicacy of Trebbiano, the fine body of Montefiascone, the purity of Asperino, the generous spirit of the wines from Candia and Soma, and the strength of those from the Cinco Vinas, or 5 vineyards. Neither did they disregard the sweetness and amenity of the Señora Guarnacha, or the rustic bloom of the Centola, not forgetting even in this bright array the humble Romanesco, which likewise came in for its meed of praise. The host having passed in review all these and other wines, of many various qualities, offered besides to place before his guests, without having any recourse to magic, and not as one marks down places on a map, but in all their vivid reality, Madriga, Coca, Alaquios, and the imperial rather than royal city, that favourite abode of the god of smiles, Ciudad Real. He furthermore offered Esquibias, Alanes, Cazala, Guadalcanal, and Membria, without forgetting the wines of Ribadavia or of Descargamaria. At a word, the host offered and even gave them more wines than Bacchus himself could have stored in all his cellars. Nor was the good Thomas unmindful of the admiration due to the radiant locks of the Genoese maidens, renowned for these fair tresses, while he likewise appreciated the obliging and cheerful disposition of the male inhabitants, and was never weary of expatiating on the beauty of the city itself, which, as you look at it from the sea, appears to hold the houses enchased amidst the rocks, as diamonds are set in gold. The day after their arrival, much of the companies as were destined for Piedmont were disembarked. Rodaja, however, had no wish to proceed thither, but determined to go from Genoa by land to Rome and Naples, and return by the way of Our Lady of Loreto to the great and magnificent Venice, and thence to Milan and Piedmont, where it was agreed that he should rejoin Don Diego, if the latter had not previously been compelled to set off for Flanders, as was expected. 2 days after these arrangements were made, Rodaja took leave of the captain, and in 5 days from that time he reached Florence, having first seen Lucca, a city which is small but very well built, and one where Spaniards are more kindly received and better treated than in any other part of Italy. With Florence Rodaja was infinitely delighted, as well for the pleasantness of its position as for its sumptuous buildings, its fine river, agreeable streets, and cleanliness of aspect. He remained there but 4 days, and then departed for Rome, the queen of cities and mistress of the world, whose temples he visited, whose relics he adored, and whose grandeur he admired. And as from the claws of the lion you may judge of its mass and force, so did Rodaja infer the greatness of Rome from the fragments of her marbles, her statues, broken or entire, her arches, fallen or fractured, her baths, crumbled to ruin, her magnificent porticos and vast amphitheatres, her renowned and holy river, which ever fills the banks with water to the brim, while it blesseth them with innumerable remains of the martyrs, whose bodies have found a burial beneath its waves. Nor did our traveller fail to estimate the beauty of the bridges, which one might fancy to be admiring each other, or the streets, which, by their very names alone, claim authority and preeminence over those of all other cities in the world. The Via Flaminia, for example, the Via Julia, the Appia, and others of the same character. No less was Rodaja satisfied with the division of those hills which exist within the city itself, the Caelian, the Quirinal, the Vatican, and the other 4, whose very names bear evidence to the Roman greatness and majesty. He took careful note, moreover, of that authority which attaches to the college of cardinals, and of the dignity represented in the person of the supreme pontiff. Nor did he suffer to pass unnoticed that great concourse and variety of men from all nations ever congregated within the walls of the city. All these things Rodaja admired, reflected on, and arranged in the order of their importance, and having made the station of the 7 churches, confessed to a penitentiary, and kissed the feet of his Holiness, he departed, well loaded with Agnus Deis and legends, determining thence to proceed to Naples. But the time was one of important changes and much disorder. This rendered the roads dangerous for all deserving to enter or travel out of Rome, and as he had come to the city by land, so he now resolved to depart by sea, wherefore, proceeding to the port of Ostia, he there embarked, and having reached Naples, added to the satisfaction which he had previously felt at seeing Rome, that of finding himself in a city, in his estimation, and in the opinion of all who have seen it, the finest in Europe, or even in the whole world. From Naples Rodaja proceeded to Sicily, where he visited Palermo and Messina. The first of these cities he admired for the advantages of its position and its beauty, and the second for the convenience of its port, while to the whole island he could not but offer the tribute of his praise for that abundance which causes it to be justly denominated the granary of all Italy. Returning from Sicily to Naples and Rome, Rodaja thence proceeded to Our Lady of Loreto, in whose holy temple he could see neither walls nor partitions, since every part was covered with crutches, biers, shrouds, chains, padlocks, fetters, and locks of hair, with arms, hands, legs, and busts in wax, to say nothing of pictures and prints, all giving manifest indication of the mercies and favours innumerable which hundreds of men have received in that place from the hand of God, by the intercession of his divine Mother, whose sacred image, there preserved, he has been pleased to exalt and sanction by a vast number of miracles, which have been performed in recompense of the devotion of her votaries, for by them it is that the walls of her house have been adorned in the manner described. Here Rodaja beheld that very chamber of the Virgin, wherein was delivered the most stupendous embassy ever heard, or witnessed by all the heavens, all the angels, and all the archangels, or other inhabitants of the everlasting abodes. From this place our traveller proceeded to Ancona, where he embarked and repaired to Venice, a city which, had Columbus never appeared in the world, would certainly be still supposed to have no equal. But by the favour of heaven, and thanks to the great Fernando Cortez, who conquered Mexico, the magnificent Venice has now found a city that may be compared to herself. The streets of these two renowned capitals, which are almost wholly of water, make them the admiration and terror of all mankind, that of Europe dominating the old world, and that of America the new. For of the former it would appear that her riches are infinite, her position impregnable, her government most wise, the abundance of her products inexhaustible. In a word, she is herself, as a whole, and in all her parts, entirely worthy of that fame for greatness and majesty which has penetrated to all the regions of the world. The justice of the praise bestowed on Venice is, besides, accredited by her renowned arsenal, wherein are constructed her potent galleys, with other vessels of which the number is not to be told. To our curious traveller the delights and pastimes found in Venice had almost proved fatal as those of Calypso, since they had nearly caused him to forget his first intentions. Yet when he had passed a month in that enduring place, he found resolution to continue his journey, passing by Ferrara, Parma, and Placentia, to Milan, the workshop of Vulcan, that grudge and despair of France, that superb city of which more wonders are reported than words can tell, her own grandeur being increased by that of her famous temple, and by the marvellous abundance of all things necessary to human life that are to be found therein. From Milan Rodaja journeyed to Asti, where he arrived in very good time, since the regiment of Don Diego was to depart for Flanders on the following day. He was received very kindly by his friend the captain, with whom he passed into Flanders, and arrived at Antwerp, a city no less worthy of admiration than those which he had seen in Italy. He visited Ghent and Brussels likewise, finding the whole country preparing to take arms, and well disposed to enter on the campaign of the following year. Rodaja, having now seen all that he had desired to behold, resolved to return to his native Spain and to the city of Salamanca, there to complete his studies. He had no sooner determined than he instantly put his purpose into execution, to the great regret of his friend, who, finding him resolved to depart, entreated him at least to write him word of his safe arrival, and likewise of his future success. This Rodaja promised to do, and then returned to Spain through France, but he did not see Paris, which was at that time in arms. At length he arrived at Salamanca, where he was well received by his friends, and with the facilities which they procured him, he continued his studies until he finally attained to the degree of Doctor of Laws. Now it chanced that about this time there arrived in Salamanca one of those ladies who belong to all points of the compass. She was besides well furnished with devices of every colour. To the whistle and bird call of this fowler there instantly came flocking all the birds of the place, nor was there a vade mecum who refrained from paying a visit to that gay decoy. Among the rest, our Thomas was informed that the Señora said she had been in Italy and Flanders, when he, to ascertain if he were acquainted with the dame, likewise paid her a visit. She, on her part, immediately fell in love with Rodaja, but he rejected her advances, and never approached her house but when led thither by others, and almost by force. Attending much more zealously to his studies than his amusements, he did not in any manner return her affection, even when she had made it known to him by the offer of her hand and all her possessions. Seeing herself thus scorned, and perceiving that she could not bend the will of Rodaja by ordinary means, the woman determined to seek others, which in her opinion would be more efficacious, and must, as she thought, ensure the desired effect. So, by the advice of a Morisca woman, she took a Toledan quince, and in that fruit she gave him one of those contrivances called charms, thinking that she was thereby forcing him to love her, and, as if there were in the world herbs, enchantments, or words of power, sufficient to enchain the free will of any creature. These things are called charms, but they are in fact poisons, and those who administer them are actual poisoners, as has been proved by sundry experiences. In an unhappy moment Rodaja ate the quince, but had scarcely done so when he began to tremble from head to foot, as if struck by apoplexy, remaining many hours before he could be brought to himself. At the end of that time he partially recovered, but appeared to have become almost an idiot. He complained, with a stammering tongue and feeble voice, that a quince which he had eaten had poisoned him, and also found means to intimate by whom it had been given, when justice at once began to move in quest of the criminal. But she, perceiving the failure of her attempt, took care to hide herself, and never appeared again. 6 months did Thomas remain confined to his bed, and during that time he not only became reduced to a skeleton, but seemed also to have lost the use of his faculties. Every remedy that could be thought of was tried in his behalf, but although the physicians succeeded in curing the physical malady, they could not remove that of the mind, so that when he was at last pronounced cured, he was still afflicted with the strangest madness that was ever heard of among the many kinds by which humanity had been assailed. The unhappy man imagined that he was entirely made of glass, and, possessed with this idea, when any one approached him, he would utter the most terrible outcries, begging and beseeching them not to come near him, or they would assuredly break him to pieces, as he was not like other men, but entirely of glass from head to foot. In the hope of rousing him from this strange hallucination, many persons, without regard to his prayers and cries, threw themselves upon him and embraced him, bidding him observe that he was not broken for all that. But all they gained by this was to see the poor creature sink to the earth, uttering lamentable moans, and instantly fall into a fainting fit, from which he could not be recovered for several hours. Nay, when he did recover, it was but to renew his complaints, from which he never desisted, but to implore that such a misfortune might not be suffered to happen again. He exhorted every one to speak to him from a great distance, declaring that on this condition they might ask him what they pleased, and that he could reply with all the more effect, now he was a man of glass and not of flesh of bones, since glass, being a substance of more delicate subtlety, permits the soul to act with more promptitude and efficacy than it can be expected to do in the heavier body formed of mere earth. Certain persons then desiring to ascertain if what he had said was true, asked him many questions of great difficulty respecting various circumstances. To all these he replied with utmost acuteness, insomuch that his answers awakened astonishment in the most learned professors of medicine and philosophy whom that university could boast. And well they might be amazed at seeing a man who was subject to so strange an hallucination as that of believing himself to be made of glass, still retain such extraordinary judgment on other points as to be capable of answering difficult questions with marvellous propriety and truth which distinguished the replies of Rodaja. The poor man had often entreated that some case might be given to him wherein he might disclose the brittle vase of his body, so that he might not break it in putting on the ordinary clothing. He was consequently furnished with a surplice of ample width, and a cloth wrapper, which he folded around him with much care, confining it to his waist with a girdle of soft cotton, but he would not wear any kind of shoes. The method he adopted to prevent any one from approaching him when they brought him food was to fix an earthen pot into the cleft of a stick prepared for that purpose, and in this vessel he would receive such fruits as the season presented. He would not eat flesh or fish, nor would he drink anything but the water of the river, which he lapped from his hands. In passing through the streets, Rodaja was in the habit of walking carefully in the middle of them, lest a tile should fall from the houses upon his head and break it. In the summer he slept in the open air, and in the winter he lodged at one of the inns, where he buried himself in straw to his throat, remarking that this was the most proper and secure bed for men of glass. When it thundered, Rodaja trembled like an aspen leaf, and would rush out into the fields, not returning to the city until the storm had passed. His friends kept him shut up for some time, but perceiving that his malady increased, they at last complied with his earnest request that they would let him go about freely, and he might be seen walking through the streets of the city, dressed as we have described, to the astonishment and regret of all who knew him. The boys soon got about him, but he kept them off with his staff, requesting them to speak to him from a distance, lest they should break him, seeing that he, being a man of glass, was exceedingly tender and brittle. But far from listening to his request, the boys, who are the most perverse generation in the world, soon began to throw various missiles and even stones at him, notwithstanding all his prayers and exclamations. They declared that they wished to see if he were in truth of glass, as he affirmed, but the lamentations and outcries of the poor maniac induced the grown persons who were near to reprove and even beat the boys, whom they drove away for the moment, but who did not fail to return at the next opportunity. One day that a horde of these tormentors had pursued him with more than their usual pertinacity, and had worn out his patience, he turned to them, saying, "What do you want with me, you varlets? More obstinate than flies, more disgusting than chinches, and bolder than the boldest fleas. Am I perchance the Monte Testaccio of Rome, that you cast upon me so many potsherds and tiles?" But Rodaja was followed by many who kept about him for the purpose of hearing him reply to the questions asked, or reprove the questioner, as the case might be, and after a time even the boys found it more amusing to listen to his words than to throw tiles at him, when they gave him, for the most part, somewhat less annoyance. The maniac Rodaja was one day passing through the ropery at Salamanca, when a woman who was working there accosted him, and said, "By my soul, Señor Doctor, I am sorry for your misfortune, but what shall I do for you, since try as I may, I cannot weep?" To which Rodaja, fixedly regarding her, gravely replied, "Felice Jerusalem, plorate super vos et super filios vestros." The husband of the rope-worker was standing by. Comprehending the reply, he said to Rodaja, "Brother Glass-Case, for so they tell me you are to be called, you have more of the rogue than the fool in you." "You are not called on to give me an obolus," rejoined Rodaja, "for I have not a grain of the fool about me." One day that he was passing near a house well known as the resort of thieves and other disorderly persons, he saw several of the inhabitants assembled round the door, and called out, "See, here you have baggage belonging to the army of Satan, and it is judged in the house of hell accordingly." A man asked him what advice he should give to a friend whose wife had left him for another, and who was in great sorrow for her loss. "You shall bid him thank God," replied Rodaja, "for the favour he has obtained, in that his enemy is removed from his house." "Then you would not have him go seek her?" inquired the other. "Let him not even think of doing so," replied Rodaja, "for if he find her, what will he have gained but the perpetual evidence of his dishonour?" "And what shall I do to keep peace with my own wife?" inquired the same person. "Give her all that she can need or rightfully claim," said the maniac, "and let her be mistress of every person and thing thy house contains, but take care that she be not mistress of thyself." A boy one day said to him, "Señor Glass-Case, I have a mind to run away from my father, and leave my home for ever, because he beats me." "I would have thee beware, boy," replied Rodaja. "The stripes given by a father are no dishonour to the son, and may save him from those of the hangman, are indeed a disgrace." The intelligence of his peculiar state, with a description of the replies he gave, and the remarks he uttered, was much spread abroad, more especially among those who had known him in different parts, and great sorrow was expressed for the loss of a man who had given so fair a promise of distinction. A person of high rank then at court wrote to a friend of his at Salamanca, begging that Rodaja might be sent to him at Valladolid, and charging his friend to make all needful arrangements for that purpose. The gentleman consequently accosted Vidriera the next time he met him, and said, "Señor Glass-Case, you are to know that a great noble of the court is anxious to have you go to Valladolid." Whereupon Rodaja replied, "Your worship will excuse me to that nobleman, and say that I am not fit to dwell at court, nor in the palace, because I have some sense of shame left, and do not know how to flatter." He was nevertheless persuaded to go, and the mode in which he travelled was as follows. A large panier of that kind in which glass is transported was prepared, and in this Rodaja was placed, well defended by straw, which was brought up to his neck, the opposite panier being carefully balanced by means of stones, among which appeared the necks of bottles, since Rodaja desired it to be understood that he was sent as a vessel of glass. In this fashion he journeyed to Valladolid, which city he entered by night, and was not unpacked until he had first been carefully deposited in the house of a noble who had requested his presence. By this gentleman he was received with much kindness, and the latter said to him, "You are extremely welcome, Dr. Glass-Case. I hope you have had a pleasant journey." Rodaja replied that no journey could be called a bad one if it took you safe to your end, unless indeed it were that which led to the gallows. End of the Licentiate Vidriera. Part 8 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel De Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Licentiate Vidriera. Part 2. Being one day shown the falconry, wherein were numerous falcons and other birds of similar kind, he remarked that the sport pursued by means of those birds was entirely suitable to great nobles, since the cost was as 2,000 to 1 of the profit. When it pleased Rodaja to go forth into the city, the nobleman caused him to be attended by a servant, whose office it was to protect him from intrusion, and see that he was not molested by the boys of the place, by whom he was at once remarked. Indeed, but a few days had elapsed before he became known to the whole city, since he never failed to find a reply for all who questioned or consulted him. Among those of the former class there once came a student, who inquired if he were a poet, to which Rodaja replied, that up to the moment they had then arrived at, he had neither been so stupid nor so bold as to become a poet. "I do not understand what you mean by so stupid or so bold, Señor Glass-Case," rejoined the student, to which Rodaja made answer, I am not so stupid as to be a bad poet, nor so bold as to think myself capable of being a good one. The student then inquired in what estimation he held poets, to which he answered that he held the poets themselves in but little esteem, but as to their art, that he esteemed greatly. His hearer inquiring further what he meant by that, Rodaja said that among the innumerable poets, by courtesy so called, the number of good ones was so small as scarcely to count at all, and that as the bad were not true poets, he would not admire them, but that he admired and even reverenced greatly the art of poetry, which does in fact comprise every other in itself, since it avails itself of all things, and purifies and beautifies all things, bringing its own marvellous productions to light for the advantage, the delectation, and the wonder of the world, which it fills with its benefits. He added further, I know thoroughly to what extent and for what qualities we ought to estimate the good poet, since I perfectly well remember those verses of Ovid, wherein he says, Cura ducum fuerunt olem regumque poetae, premiaque antique magni tuleri core, santaque majestas, et erat vulnerabile nomen vatibus, et large sepe debantur opes. And still less do I forget the high quality of the poet, whom Plato calls the interpreters of the gods, while Ovid says of them, Est Deus in nobis agitante calescimus illo. And again, At sacrevates et divum cura vocamur. These things are said of good poets, but as regards the bad ones, the gabbling pretenders, what can we say, save only that they are the idiocy and the arrogance of the world? Who is there that has not seen one of this sort when he was longing to bring forth some sonnet to the ears of his neighbours? How he goes round and round them with, Will your worships excuse me if I read you a little sonnet, which I made one night on a certain occasion? For it appears to me, although indeed it be worth nothing, to have yet a certain something, a je ne sais quoi of pretty and pleasing. Then shall he twist his lips, and arch his eyebrows, and make 1,000 antics, diving into his pockets meanwhile, and bringing out 100 scraps of paper, greasy and torn, as if he had made a good 1,000,000 of sonnets. He then recites that which he proffered to the company, reading it in a chanting and affected voice. If, perchance, those who hear him, whether because of their knowledge or their ignorance, shall fail to commend him, he says, Either your worships have not listened to the verses, or I have not been able to read them properly, for indeed and in truth they deserve to be heard. And he begins, as before, to recite his poem with new gestures and varied pauses. Then to hear these poetasters censure and tear one another to pieces! And what shall I say of the thefts committed by these cubs and whelps of modern pretence on the grave and ancient masters of the art, or of their malevolent carpings at those excellent persons of their own day, in whom shines the true light of poetry, who, making a solace and recreation of their arduous labours, prove the divinity of their genius and the elevation of their thoughts to the despite and vexation of these ignorant pretenders, who presume to judge that of which they know nothing, and abhor the beauties which they are not able to comprehend. What will you have me esteem in the nullity which seeks to find place for itself under the canopy spread for others, in the ignorance which is ever leaning for support on another man's chair? Rodaja was once asked how it happened that poets are always poor, to which he replied, that if they were poor, it was because they chose to be so, since it was always in their power to be rich if they would only take advantages of the opportunities in their hands. For see how rich are the ladies, he added. Have they not all a very profusion of wealth in their possession? Is not their hair of gold, their brows of burnished silver, their eyes of the most precious jewels, their lips of coral, their throats of ivory and transparent crystal? Are not their tears liquid pearls? And where they plant the soles of their feet, do not jasmine and roses spring up at the moment, however rebellious and sterile the earth may previously have been? Then what is their breath but pure amber, musk, and frankincense? Yet to whom do all these things belong, if not to the poets? They are, therefore, manifest signs and proofs of their great riches. In this manner he always spoke of bad poets. As to the good ones, he was loud in their praise, and exalted them above the horns of the moon. Being at San Francisco, he one day saw some very indifferent pictures by an incapable hand, whereupon he remarked that the good painters imitate nature, while the bad ones have the impertinence to daub her face. Having planted himself one day in front of the bookseller's shop with great care, to avoid being broken, he began to talk to the owner, and said, "This trade would please me greatly, were it not for one fault that it has." The bookseller inquiring what that might be, Rodaja replied, "It is the tricks you play on the writers when you purchase the copyright of a book, and the sport you make of the author, if, perchance, he desires to print at his own cost. For what is your method of proceeding? Instead of the 1,500 copies which you agree to print for him, you print 3,000, and when the author supposes that you are selling his books, you are but disposing of your own." One of these men who carry sedan chairs, once standing by while Rodaja was enumerating the faults committed by various trades and occupations, remarked to the latter, "Of us, Señor Doctor, you can find nothing amiss to say." "Nothing," replied Rodaja, "except that you are made acquainted with more sins than are known to the confessor, but with this difference, that the confessor learns them to keep all secret, but you to make them the public talk of the taverns." A muleteer who heard this, for all kinds of people were continually listening to him, said aloud, "There is little or nothing you can say of us, Señor File, for we are people of great worth, and very useful servants to the commonwealth." To which the man of glass replied, "The honour of the master exalts the honour of the servant. You, therefore, who call those who hire your mules your masters, see whom you serve, and what honour you may borrow from them, for your employers are some of the dirtiest rubbish that this earth endures. Once, when I was not a man of glass, I was travelling on a mule which I had hired, and I counted in her master 121 defects, all capital ones, and all enemies to the human kind. All muleteers have a touch of the ruffian, a spice of the thief, and a dash of the mountebank. If their masters, as they call those they take on their mules, be of the butter-mouthed kind, they play more pranks with them than all the rogues of this city could perform in a year. If they be strangers, the muleteers rob them. If students, they malign them. If monks, they blaspheme them. But if soldiers, they tremble before them. These men, with the sailors, the carters, and the arrieros, or pack-carriers, lead a sort of life which is truly singular, and belongs to themselves alone. The carter passes the greater part of his days in a space not more than 1.5 yards long, for there cannot be much more between the yoke of his mules and the mouth of his cart. He is singing for 1/2 of his time, and blaspheming the other, and if he have to drag one of his heels out of a hole in the mire, he is more aided, as it might seem, by 2 great oaths, than by 3 strong mules. The mariners are a pleasant people, but little like those of the towns, and they can speak no other language than that used in ships. When the weather is fine, they are very diligent, but very idle when it is stormy. During the tempest they order much and obey little. Their ship, which is their mess-room, is also their god, and their pastime is the torment endured by sea-sick passengers. As to the mule-carriers, they are a race which has taken out a divorce from all sheets, and has married the pack-saddle. So diligent and careful are these excellent men, that to save themselves from losing a day, they will lose their souls. Their music is the tramp of the hoof, their sauce is hunger, their matins are an exchange of abuse and bad words, their mass is to hear none at all. While speaking thus, Rodaja stood at an apothecary's door, and turning to the master of the shop, he said, "Your worship's occupation would be a most salutary one, if it were not so great an enemy to your lamps." "Wherein is my trade an enemy to my lamps?" asked the apothecary. "In this way," replied Rodaja. "Whenever other oils fail you, immediately you take that of the lamp, as being the one which most readily comes to hand. But there is indeed another fault in your trade, and one that would suffice to ruin the most accredited physician in the world." Being asked what that was, he replied that an apothecary never ventured to confess, or would admit, that any drug was absent from his stock, and so, if he have not the medicine prescribed, he makes use of some other, which, in his opinion, has the same virtues and qualities. But as that is very seldom the case, the medicine, being badly compounded, produces an effect contrary to that expected by the physician. Rodaja was then asked what he thought of the physicians themselves, and he replied as follows: "Honora medicum propter necessitatum, etenem creavit cum altissimus, a Deo enim ist omnis medela, et a regi accepiet donationem, disciplina medici exaltavit caput illius, et in conspectu magnatum collaudabitur. Altissimus de terra creavit medicinam, et via prudens non abhorrebit illam." "Thus," he added, "speaketh the book of Ecclesiastes of medicine and good physicians, but of the bad ones we may safely affirm the very contrary, since there are no people more injurious to the commonwealth than they are. The judge may distort or delay the justice which he should render us. The lawyer may support an unjust demand, the merchant may help us to squander our estate, and, in a word, all those with whom we have to deal in common life may do us more or less injury. But to kill us without fear and standing quietly at his ease, unsheathing no other sword than that wrapped in the folds of a recipe, and without being subject to any danger of punishment, that can be done only by the physician. He alone can escape all fear of the discovery of his crimes, because at the moment of committing them he puts them under the earth. When I was a man of flesh, and not of glass, as I am now, I saw many things that might be adduced in support of what I have now said, but the relation of these I refer to some other time. A certain person asked him what he should do to avoid envying another, and Rodaja bade him go to sleep, for, said he, while you sleep you will be the equal of him whom you envy. It happened on a certain occasion that the criminal judge passed before the place where Rodaja stood. There was a great crowd of people, and 2 alguazils attended the magistrate, who was proceeding to his court, when Rodaja inquired his name. Being told, he replied, "Now I would lay a wager that this judge has vipers in his bosom, pistols in his inkhorn, and flashes of lightning in his hands, to destroy all that shall come within his commission. I once had a friend who inflicted so exorbitant a sentence in respect to a criminal commission which he held, that it exceeded by many carats the amount of guilt incurred by the crime of the delinquents. I inquired of him wherefore he had uttered so cruel a sentence, and committed so manifest an injustice; to which he replied that he intended to grant permission of appeal, and that in this way he left the field open for the lords of the council to show their mercy by moderating and reducing that too rigorous punishment to its due proportions. But I told him that it would have been better still for him to have given such a sentence as would have rendered their labour unnecessary, by which means he would also have merited and obtained the reputation of being a wise and exact judge." Among the number of those by whom Rodaja, as I have said, was constantly surrounded, was an acquaintance of his own, who permitted himself to be saluted as Señor Doctor, although Thomas knew well that he had not taken even the degree of bachelor. To him, therefore, he one day said, "Take care, gossip mine, that you and your title do not meet with the fathers of the redemption, for they will certainly take possession of your doctorship as being a creature unrighteously detained captive." "Let us behave well to each other, Signor Glasscase," said the other, "since you know that I am a man of high and profound learning." "I know you rather to be a Tantalus in the same," replied Rodaja, "for if learning reach high to you, you are never able to plunge into its depths." He was one day leaning against the stall of a tailor, who was seated with his hands before him, and to whom he said, "Without doubt, Señor Maeso, you are in the way to salvation." "From what symptom do you judge me to be so, Señor Doctor?" inquired the tailor. "From the fact that, as you have nothing to do, so you have nothing to lie about, and may cease lying, which is a great step." Of the shoemakers he said, that not one of that trade ever performed his office badly, seeing that if the shoe be too narrow, and pinches the foot, the shoemaker says, "In 2 hours it will be as wide as an alpargate," or he declares it right that it should be narrow, since the shoe of the gentleman must needs fit closely, and if it be too wide, he maintains that it still ought to be so, for the ease of the foot, and lest a man should have the gout. Seeing the waiting maid of an actress attending her mistress, he said she was so much to be pitied, who had to serve so many women, and to say nothing of the men whom she also had to wait on; and the bystanders requiring to know how the damsel, who had but to serve one, could be said to wait on so many, he replied, "Is she not the waiting maid of a queen, a nymph, a goddess, a scullery maid, and a shepherdess? Besides that, she is also the servant of a page and a lackey, for all these and many more are in the person of an actress." Some one asked Rodaja who had been the happiest man in the world, to which he answered, "Nemo, seeing that nemo novit patrem, nemo sine cremine vivit, nemo sue sorte contentus, nemo ascendit in coelum," etc., etc. Of the fencing masters he said that they were professors of an art which was never to be known when it was most wanted, since they pretended to reduce to mathematical demonstrations, which are infallible, the angry thoughts and movements of a man's adversaries. And one day he saw a Portuguese, whose beard he knew to be dyed, in dispute with a Spaniard, to whom he said, "I swear by the beard that I wear on my face." Rodaja called out to him, "Halt there, friend! You should not say that you wear on your face, but that you dye on your face." To another, whose beard had been streaked by an imperfect dye, Dr. Glasscase said, "Your beard is of the true dust-coloured piebald." He related on another occasion that a certain damsel, discreetly conforming to the will of her parents, had agreed to marry an old man with a white beard, who, on the evening before his marriage was to take place, thought fit to have his beard dyed, and whereas he had taken it from the sight of his betrothed as white as snow, he presented it at the altar with a colour blacker than that of pitch. Seeing this, the damsel turned to her parents and requested them to give her the spouse they had promised, saying that she would have him and no other. They assured her that he whom she saw there was the person they had before shown her, and given her for her spouse, but she refused to believe it, maintaining that he whom her parents had given her was a grave person with a white beard, nor was she by any means to be persuaded that the dyed man before her was her betrothed, and the marriage was broken off. Towards duennas he entertained as great a dislike as towards those who dyed their beards, uttering wonderful things respecting their falsehood and affectation, their tricks and pretences, their simulated scruples, and their real wickedness, reproaching them with their fancied maladies of stomach, and the frequent giddiness with which they were afflicted in the head. Nay, even their mode of speaking was made the subject of his censure, and he declared that there were more turns in their speech than folds in their great togas and wide gowns. Finally, he declared them altogether useless, if not much worse. Being one day much tormented by a hornet which settled on his neck, he nevertheless refused to take it off, lest in seeking to catch the insect he should break himself, but he still complained woefully of the sting. Some one then remarked to him that it was scarcely to be supposed he would feel it much, since his whole person was of glass. But Rodaja replied that the hornet in question must needs be a slanderer, seeing that slanderers were of a race whose tongues were capable of penetrating bodies of bronze, to say nothing of glass. A monk, who was enormously fat, one day passed near where Rodaja was sitting, when one who stood by ironically remarked that the father was so reduced and consumptive as scarcely to be capable of walking. Offended by this, Rodaja exclaimed, "Let none forget the words of Holy Scripture, Nolite tangere Christos meus," and becoming still more heated, he bade those around him reflect a little, when they would see that of the many saints canonized and placed among the number of the blessed by the Church within a few years in those parts, none had been called the Captain Don such a one, or the lawyer Don so-and-so, or the Count Marquis or Duke of such a place, but were all Brother Diego, Brother Jacinto, or Brother Raimundo, all monks and friars, proceeding, that is to say, from the monastic orders. "These," he added, "are the orange trees of heaven, whose fruits are placed on the table of God." Of evil speakers, Rodaja said that they were like the feathers of the eagles, which gnaw, wear away, and reduce to nothing whatever feathers of other birds are mingled with them in beds or cushions, how good soever those feathers may be. Concerning the keepers of gaming-houses he uttered wonders, and many more than can here be repeated, commending highly the patience of a certain gamester, who would remain all night playing and losing, Yea, though of choleric disposition by nature, he would never open his mouth to complain, although he was suffering the martyrdom of Barabbas, provided only his adversary did not cut the cards. At a word, Rodaja uttered so many sage remarks, that had it not been for the cries he sent forth when any one approached near enough to touch him, for his peculiar dress, slight food, strange manner of eating and sleeping in the air, or buried in straw, as we have related, no one would have supposed but that he was one of the most acute persons in the world. He remained more than 2 years in this condition, but at the end of that time a monk of the order of St. Jerome, who had extraordinary powers in the cure of lunacy, nay, who even made deaf and dumb people hear and speak in a certain manner, this monk, I say, undertook the care and cure of Rodaja, being moved thereto by the charity of his disposition. Nor was it long before the lunatic was restored to his original state of judgment and understanding. When the cure was effected, the monk presented his patient with his previous dress of a doctor of laws, exhorting him to return to his earlier mode of life, and assuring him that he might now render himself as remarkable for the force of his intellect as he had before done for his singular folly. Thomas returned accordingly to his past pursuits, but instead of calling himself Rodaja, as before, he assumed the name of Rueda. He had scarcely appeared in the street before he was recognized by the boys, but seeing him in a dress so different from that he had before worn and been known by, they dared not cry after him or ask him questions, but contented themselves with saying one to another, "Is not this the madman, Dr. Glasscase? It is certainly he, and though he now looks so discreet, he may be just as mad in his handsome dress as he was in that other. Let us ask him some questions, and get rid of our doubts." All this was heard by Thomas, who maintained silence, but felt much confused, and hurried along more hastily than he had been wont to do before he regained his senses. The men at length made the same remarks as the boys, and before he had arrived at the court he had a train of more than 200 persons of all classes following him, being more amply attended than the most popular professor of the university. Having gained the first court, which is that of the entrance, these people ended by surrounding him completely, when, perceiving that he was so crowded on as no longer to have the power of proceeding, he finally raised his voice, and said, "Señores, it is true that I am your Dr. Glasscase, but not he whom you formerly knew. I am now Dr. Rueda. Misfortunes, such as not unfrequently happen in this world, by the permission of heaven, had deprived me of my senses, but the mercy of God has restored them, and by those things which you have heard me say when I was mad, you may judge of what I shall say now that I am become sane. I am a doctor in laws of the University of Salamanca, where I studied in much poverty, but raised myself through all my degrees to that I now hold. But my poverty may serve to assure you that I owe my rank to industry, and not to favour. I have come to this great sea of the court, hoping to swim and get forward and gain the bread of my life. But if you do not leave me, I shall be more likely to sink and find my death. For the love of God I entreat that you follow me no further, since in doing so you persecute and injure me. What you formerly inquired of me in the streets, I beg you now to come and ask me at my house. You shall see that the questions to which I before replied impromptu shall be more perfectly answered now that I shall take time to consider." All listened to him, many left him as he desired, and he returned to his abode with a much smaller train. But it was every day the same. His exhortations availed nothing, and Thomas finally resolved to repair to Flanders, there to support himself by the strength of his arm, since he could no longer profit by that of his intellect. This resolution he executed accordingly, claiming as he departed, "O city and court, you by whom the expectations of the bold pretender are fulfilled, while the hopes of the modest labourer are destroyed, you who abundantly sustain the shameless buffoon, while the worthy sage is left to die of hunger, I bid you farewell." That said, he proceeded to Flanders, where he finished in arms the life which he might have rendered immortal by letters, and died in the company of his friend the Captain Don Diego, leaving behind him the reputation of a most valiant soldier and upright.
Part 9 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Deceitful Marriage. From the Hospital of the Resurrection, which stands just beyond the Puerta del Campo, in Valladolid, there issued one day a soldier, who, by the excessive paleness of his countenance, and the weakness of his limbs, which obliged him to lean upon his sword, showed clearly to all who set eyes on him, that, though the winter was not very warm, he must have sweated a good deal in the last few weeks. He had hardly entered the gate of the city, with tottering steps, when he was accosted by an old friend, who had not seen him for the last 6 months, and who approached the invalid, making signs of the cross as if he had seen a ghost. "What is all this?" he cried. "Do I indeed behold the Señor Alferez Campuzano? Is it possible that I really see you in this country? Why, I thought you were in Flanders trailing a pike, instead of hobbling along with your sword for a walking stick. How pale, how emaciated you look!" "As to whether I am in this country or elsewhere, Señor Licentiate Peralta, the fact that you now see me is a sufficient answer," replied Campuzano. "As for your other questions, all I can tell you is, that I have just come out of that hospital, where I have been confined for a long time in a dreadful state of health, brought upon me by the conduct of a woman I was indiscreet enough to make my wife." "You have been married, then?" said Peralta. "Yes, señor." "Married without benefit of clergy, I presume. Marriages of that sort bring their own penance with them." "Whether it was without benefit of clergy I cannot say," replied the Alferez, "but I can safely aver that it was not without benefit of physic. Such were the torments of body and soul which my marriage brought upon me, that those of the body cost me 40 sudations to cure them, and as for those of the soul, there is no remedy at all that can relieve them. But excuse me if I cannot hold a long conversation in the street. Another day I will, with more convenience, relate to you my adventures, which are the strangest and most singular you ever heard in all the days of your life." "That will not do," said the licentiate. "I must have you come to my lodgings, and there we will do penance together. You will have an olla very fit for a sick man, and though it is scantly enough for 2, we will make up the deficiency with a pie and a few slices of root ham, and, above all, with a hearty welcome, not only now, but whenever you choose to claim it." Campuzano accepted the polite invitation. They turned into the church of San Lorente and heard mass, and then Peralta took his friend home, treated him as he had promised, repeated his courteous offers, and requested him after dinner to relate his adventures. Campuzano, without more ado, began as follows. "You remember, Señor Licentiate Peralta, how intimate I was in this city with Captain Pedro de Herrera, who is now in Flanders." "I remember it very well," replied Peralta. Well, one day when we had done dinner in the Posada della Solana, where we lived, there came in 2 ladies of genteel appearance, with 2 waiting women. One of the ladies entered into conversation with the captain, both leaning against a window. The other sat down in a chair beside me, with her veil low down, so that I could not see her face, except so far as the thinness of the texture allowed. I entreated her to do me the favor to unveil, but I could not prevail, which the more inflamed my desire to have sight of her. But what especially increased my curiosity was that, whether on purpose or by chance, the lady displayed a very white hand, with very handsome rings. At that time I made a very gallant appearance with that great chain you have seen me wear, my hat with plumes and bands, my flame-colored military garments, and, in the eyes of my own folly, I seemed so engaging that I imagined all the women must fall in love with me. Well, I implored her to unveil. "Be not importunate," she replied. "I have a house, let a servant follow me, for though I am of more honorable condition than this reply of mine would indicate, yet for the sake of seeing whether your discretion corresponds to your gallant appearance, I will allow you to see me with less reserve." I kissed her hand for the favor she granted me, in return for which I promised mountains of gold. The captain ended his conversation, the ladies went away, and a servant of mine followed them. The captain told me that what the lady had been asking of him was to take some letters to Flanders to another captain, who she said was her cousin, though he knew he was nothing but her gallant. For my part, I was all on fire for the snow-white hands I had seen, and dying for a peep at the face. So I presented myself next day at the door which my servant pointed out to me, and was freely admitted. I found myself in a house very handsomely decorated and furnished, in presence of a lady about 30 years of age, whom I recognized by her hands. Her beauty was not extraordinary, but of a nature well suited to fascinate in conversation, for she talked with a sweetness of tone that won its way through the ears to the soul. I had long tete-a-tetes with her, in which I made love with all my might. I bragged, bounced, swaggered, offered, promised, and made all the demonstrations I thought necessary to work myself into her good graces. But she was accustomed to such offers and protestations. She listened to them with an attentive, but apparently far from credulous ear. In short, during the 4 days I continued to visit her, our intercourse amounted only to talking soft nonsense, without my being able to gather the tempting fruit. In the course of my visits I always found the house free from intruders, and without a vestige of pretended relations or real gallants. She was waited on by a girl in whom there was more of the rogue than the simpleton. At last resolving to push my suit in the style of a soldier, who was about to shift his quarters, I came to the point with my fair one, Doña Estefania de Caicedo, for that is the name of my charmer, and this was the answer she gave me. "Señor Alferez Campuzano, I should be a simpleton if I thought to pass myself off on you for a saint. I have been a sinner, aye, and am one still, but not in a manner to become a subject of scandal in the neighborhood or of notoriety in public. I have inherited no fortune, either from my parents or any other relation, and yet the furniture of my house is worth a good 2,500 ducats, and would fetch that sum if put up to auction at any moment. With this property I look for a husband to whom I may devote myself in all obedience, and with whom I may lead a better life, whilst I apply myself with incredible solicitude to the task of delighting and serving him; for there is no master cook who can boast of a more refined palate, or can turn out more exquisite ragouts and made dishes than I can, when I choose to display my housewifery in that way. I can be the major domo in the house, the tidy wench in the kitchen, and the lady in the drawing room. In fact, I know how to command and make myself obeyed. I squander nothing and accumulate a great deal. My coin goes all the further for being spent under my own directions. My household linen, of which I have a large and excellent stock, did not come out of drapers' shops or warehouses. These fingers and those of my maidservants stitched it all, and it would have been woven at home had it been possible. If I give myself these commendations, it is because I cannot incur your censure by uttering what it is absolutely necessary that you should know. In fine, I wish to say that I desire a husband to protect, command, and honor me, and not a gallant to flatter and abuse me. If you like to accept the gift that is offered you, here I am, ready and willing to put myself wholly at your disposal, without going into the public market with my hand, for it amounts to no less to place oneself at the mercy of matchmakers' tongues, and no one is so fit to arrange the whole affair as the parties themselves. My wits were not in my head at that moment, but in my heels. Delighted beyond imagination, and seeing before me such a quantity of property, which I already beheld by anticipation converted into ready money, without making any other reflections than those suggested by the longing that fettered my reason, I told her that I was fortunate and blessed above all men, since heaven had given me by a sort of miracle such a companion, that I might make her the lady of my affections and my fortune, a fortune which was not so small, but that with that chain which I wore round my neck, and other jewels which I had at home, and by disposing of some military finery, I could muster more than 2,000 ducats, which, with her 2,500, would be enough for us to retire upon to a village of which I was a native, and where I had relations and some patrimony. Its yearly increase, helped by our money, would enable us to lead a cheerful and unembarrassed life. In fine, our union was at once agreed on. The banns were published on 3 successive holidays, which happened to fall together, and on the 4th day the marriage was celebrated in the presence of 2 men of mine, and a youth who she said was her cousin, and to whom I introduced myself as a relation with words of great urbanity. Such, indeed, were all those which hitherto I had bestowed on my bride. With how crooked and treacherous an intention I would rather not say, for though I am telling truths, they are not truths under confession, which must not be kept back. My servant removed my trunk from my lodgings to my wife's house. I put by my magnificent chain in my wife's presence, showed her 3 or 4 others, not so large, but of better workmanship, with 3 or 4 other trinkets of various kinds, laid before her my best dresses and my plumes, and gave her about 400 reals, which I had, to defray the household expenses. For 6 days I tasted the bread of wedlock, enjoying myself like a beggarly bridegroom in the house of a rich father-in-law. I trod on rich carpets, lay in holland sheets, had silver candlesticks to light me, breakfasted in bed, rose at 11 o'clock, dined at 12, and at 2 took my siesta in the drawing-room. Dona Estefania and the servant girl danced attendance upon me. My servant, whom I had always found lazy, was suddenly become nimble as a deer. If ever Dona Estefania quitted my side, it was to go to the kitchen and devote all her care to preparing fricassees to please my palate and quicken my appetite. My shirts, collars, and handkerchiefs were a very Aranjuez of flowers, so drenched they were with fragrant waters. Those days flew past, like the years which are under the jurisdiction of time. And seeing myself so regaled and so well treated, I began to change for the better the evil intention with which I had begun this affair. At the end of them, one morning, whilst I was still in bed with Dona Estefania, there was a loud knocking and calling at the street door. The servant girl put her head out of the window, and immediately popped it in again, saying, "There she is, sure enough. She has come sooner than she mentioned in her letter the other day, but she is welcome." "Who's come, girl?" said I. "Who?" she replied. "Why, my lady Dona Clementa Bueso, and with her Señor Don Lope Melendez de Almendares, with 2 other servants, and Ortigosa, the dueña she took with her." "Bless me! Run, wench, and open the door for them," Doña Estefania now exclaimed. "And you, señor, as you love me, don't put yourself out, or reply for me to anything you may hear said against me." "Why, who is to say anything to offend you, especially when I am by? Tell me, who are these people, whose arrival appears to have upset you?" "I have no time to answer," said Doña Estefania. "Only be assured that whatever takes place here will be all pretended, and bears upon a certain design which you shall know by and by." Before I could make any reply to this, in walked Doña Clementa Bueso, dressed in lustrous green satin, richly laced with gold, a hat with green, white, and pink feathers, a gold hatband, and a fine veil covering half her face. With her entered Don Lope Melendez de Almendares in a travelling suit, no less elegant than rich. The dueña Ortigosa was the first who opened her lips, exclaiming, "Saints and angels! What is this? My lady Dona Clementa's bed occupied, and by a man too! Upon my faith, the Señora Doña Estefania has availed herself of my lady's friendliness to some purpose." "That she has, Ortigosa," replied Doña Clementa; "but I blame myself for never being on my guard against friends who can only be such when it is for their own advantage." To all this Doña Estefania replied, "Pray do not be angry, my lady Doña Clementa. I assure you there is a mystery in what you see, and when you are made acquainted with it, you will acquit me of all blame." During this time I had put on my hose and doublet, and Doña Estefania, taking me by the hand, led me into another room. There she told me that this friend of hers wanted to play a trick on that Don Lope who was come with her, and to whom she expected to be married. The trick was to make him believe that the house and everything in it belonged to herself. Once married, it would matter little that the truth was discovered. So confident was the lady in the great love of Don Lope. The property would then be returned; and who could blame her, or any woman, for contriving to get an honourable husband, though it were by a little artifice? I replied that it was a very great stretch of friendship she thought of making, and that she ought to look well to it beforehand, for very probably she might be constrained to have recourse to justice to recover her effects. She gave me, however, so many reasons, and alleged so many obligations by which she was bound to serve Doña Clementa even in matters of more importance, that much against my will, and with sore misgivings, I complied with Doña Estefania's wishes, on the assurance that the affair would not last more than 8 days, during which we were to lodge with another friend of hers. We finished dressing. She went to take her leave of the Señora Doña Clementa Bueso and the Señor Lope Melendez Almendares, ordered my servant to follow her with my luggage, and I too followed, without taking leave of any one. Doña Estefania stopped at a friend's house, and stayed talking with her a good while, leaving us in the street, till at last a girl came out and told me and my servant to come in. We went upstairs to a small room, in which there were 2 beds so close together that they seemed but one, for the bedclothes actually touched each other. There we remained 6 days, during which not an hour passed in which we did not quarrel; for I was always telling her what a stupid thing she had done in giving up her house and goods, though it were to her own mother. One day, when Doña Estefania had gone out, as she said, to see how her business was going on, the woman of the house asked me what was the reason of my wrangling so much with my wife, and what had she done for which I scolded her so much, saying it was an act of egregious folly rather than of perfect friendship. I told her the whole story, how I had married Dona Estefania, the dower she had brought me, and the folly she had committed in leaving her house and goods to Dona Clementa, even though it was for the good purpose of catching such a capital husband as Don Lope. Thereupon the woman began to cross and bless herself at such a rate, and cry out, "O Lord! O the jade!" that she put me into a great state of uneasiness. At last, "Señor Alferez," said she, "I don't know but I am going against my conscience in making known to you what I feel would lie heavy on it if I held my tongue. Here goes, however, in the name of God. Happen what may, the truth forever, and lies to the devil. The truth is, that Dona Clementa Bueso is the real owner of the house and property which you have had palmed upon you for a dower. The lies are every word that Dona Estefania has told you, for she has neither house nor goods, nor any clothes besides those on her back. What gave her an opportunity for this trick was that Dona Clementa went to visit one of her relations in the city of Plasencia, and there to perform a novenary in the church of Our Lady of Guadalupe, meanwhile leaving Dona Estefania to look after her house, for in fact they are great friends. And after all, rightly considered, the poor señora is not to blame, since she has had the wit to get herself such a person as the Señor Alferez for a husband." Here she came to an end, leaving me almost desperate, and without doubt I should have become wholly so, if my guardian angel had failed in the least to support me, and whisper to my heart that I ought to consider I was a Christian, and that the greatest sin men can be guilty of is despair, since it is the sin of devils. This consideration, or good inspiration, comforted me a little; not so much, however, but that I took my cloak and sword, and went out in search of Dona Estefania, resolved to inflict upon her an exemplary chastisement. But chance ordained, whether for my good or not I cannot tell, that she was not to be found in any of the places where I expected to fall in with her. I went to the church of San Lorente, commended me to Our Lady, sat down on a bench, and in my affliction fell into so deep a sleep that I could not have awoke for a long time if others had not roused me. I went with heavy heart to Dona Clementa's, and found her as much at ease as a lady should be in her own house. Not daring to say a word to her, because Señor Don Lope was present, I returned to my landlady, who told me she had informed Dona Estefania that I was acquainted with her whole roguery; that she had asked how I had seemed to take the news; that she, the landlady, said I had taken it very badly, and had gone out to look for her, apparently with the worst intentions; whereupon Dona Estefania had gone away, taking with her all that was in my trunk, only leaving me one travelling coat. I flew to my trunk and found it open, like a coffin waiting for a dead body; and well might it have been my own, if sense enough had been left me to comprehend the magnitude of my misfortune. "Great it was indeed," observed the Licentiate Peralta. "Only to think that Dona Estefania carried off your fine chain and hatband. Well, it is a true saying, misfortunes never come single." "I do not so much mind that loss," replied the Alferez, "since I may apply to myself the old saw, my father-in-law thought to cheat me by putting off his squinting daughter upon me, and I myself am blind of an eye." "I don't know in what respect you can say that," replied Peralta. "Why, in this respect, that all that lot of chains and gewgaws might be worth some 10 or 12 crowns." "Impossible!" exclaimed the Licentiate; "for that which the Señor Alferez wore on his neck must have weighed more than 200 ducats." "So it would have done," replied the Alferez, "if the reality had corresponded with the appearance; but all is not gold that glitters, and my fine things were only imitations, but so well made that nothing but the touchstone or the fire could have detected that they were not genuine." So, then, it seems to have been a drawn game between you and the Señora Doña Estefania, said the licentiate. So much so that we may shuffle the cards and make a fresh deal. Only the mischief is, Señor Licentiate, that she may get rid of my mock chains, but I cannot get rid of the cheat she put upon me, for in spite of my teeth she remains my wife. You may thank God, Señor Campuzano, said Peralta, that your wife has taken to her heels, and that you are not obliged to go in search of her. Very true, but for all that, even without looking for her, I always find her, in imagination, and wherever I am, my disgrace is always present before me. I know not what answer to make you, except to remind you of these 2 verses of Petrarch. Che qui prende diletto di far frode, non c'ha di lamentar s'altro l'ingana. That is to say, whoever makes it his practice and his pleasure to deceive others has no right to complain when he is himself deceived. But I don't complain, replied the alferez, only I pity myself, for the culprit who knows his fault does not the less feel the pain of his punishment. I am well aware that I sought to deceive, and that I was deceived, and caught in my own snare. But I cannot command my feelings so much as not to lament over myself. To come, however, to what more concerns my history, for I may give that name to the narrative of my adventures, I learned that Doña Estefania had been taken away by that cousin whom she brought to our wedding, who had been a lover of hers of long standing. I had no mind to go after her, and bring back upon myself an evil I was rid of. I changed my lodgings and my skin, too, within a few days. My eyebrows and eyelashes began to drop. My hair left me by degrees, and I was bald before my time, and stripped of everything, for I had neither a beard to comb nor money to spend. My illness kept pace with my want, and as poverty bears down honor, drives some to the gallows, some to the hospital, and makes others enter their enemies' doors with cringing submissiveness, which is one of the greatest miseries that can befall an unlucky man, that I might not expend upon my cure the clothes that should cover me respectably in health, I entered the hospital of the Resurrection, where I took 40 sudations. They say I shall get well if I take care of myself. I have my sword, for the rest I trust in God. The licentiate renewed his friendly offers, much wondering at the things he had heard. If you are surprised at the little I have told you, Señor Peralta, said the alferez, what will you say to the other things I have yet to relate, which exceed all imagination, since they pass all natural bounds? I can only tell you that they are such that I think it a full compensation for all my disasters that they were the cause of my entering the hospital, where I saw what I shall now relate to you, and what you can never believe, no, nor anybody else in the world. All these preambles of the alferez so excited Peralta's curiosity that he earnestly desired to hear, in detail, all that remained to be told. You have no doubt seen, said the alferez, 2 dogs going about by night with lanterns along with the Capuchin brethren to give them light when they are collecting alms. I have, said Peralta. You have also seen, or heard tell of them, that if alms are thrown from the windows and happen to fall on the ground, they immediately help with the light and begin to look for what has fallen; that they stop of their own accord before the windows from which they know they are used to receive alms, and that with all their tameness on these occasions, so that they are more like lambs than dogs, they are lions in the hospital, keeping guard with great care and vigilance. I have heard that all this is as you say, said Peralta, but there is nothing in this to move my wonder. But what I shall now tell you of them, returned the alferez, is enough to do so, yet, strange as it is, you must bring yourself to believe it. One night, the last but one of my sedation, I heard, and all but saw with my eyes, those 2 dogs, one of which is called Scipio and the other Berganza, stretched on an old mat outside my room. In the middle of the night, lying awake in the dark, thinking of my past adventures and my present sorrows, I heard talking, and set myself to listen attentively to see if I could make out who were the speakers and what they said. By degrees I did both, and ascertained that the speakers were the dogs Scipio and Berganza. The words were hardly out of Campuzano's mouth when the licentiate jumped up and said, "Saving your favor, Señor Campuzano, till this moment I was in much doubt whether or not to believe what you have told me about your marriage. But what you now tell me of your having heard dogs talk makes me decide upon not believing you at all. For God's sake, Señor Alferez, do not relate such nonsense to anybody, unless it be to one who is as much your friend as I am." "Do not suppose I am so ignorant," replied Campuzano, "as not to know that brutes cannot talk unless by a miracle. I well know that if starlings, jays, and parrots talk, it is only such words as they have learned by rote, and because they have tongues adapted to pronounce them. But they cannot, for all that, speak and reply with deliberate discourse, as those dogs did. Many times, indeed, since I heard them, I have been disposed not to believe myself, but to regard as a dream that which, being really awake, with all the 5 senses which our Lord was pleased to give me, I heard, marked, and finally wrote down, without missing a word. Whence you may derive proof enough to move and persuade you to believe this verity which I relate. The matters they talked of were various and weighty, such as might rather have been discussed by learned men than by the mouths of dogs. So that, since I could not have invented them out of my own head, I am come, in spite of myself, to believe that I did not dream, and that the dogs did talk." "Body of me!" exclaimed the licentiate. "Are the times of Aesop come back to us, when the cock conversed with the fox, and one beast with another?" "I should be one of them, and the greatest," replied the alferez, "if I believed that time had returned; and so I should be too, if I did not believe what I have heard and seen, and what I am ready to swear to by any form of oath that can constrain incredulity itself to believe. But, supposing that I have deceived myself, and that this reality was a dream, and that to contend for it is an absurdity, will it not amuse you, Señor Peralta, to see, written in the form of a dialogue, the matters talked of by those dogs, or whoever the speakers may have been?" "Since you no longer insist on having me believe that you heard dogs talk," replied Peralta, "with much pleasure I will hear this colloquy, of which I augur well, since it is reported by a gentleman of such talents as the Señor Alferez." "Another thing I have to remark," said Campuzano, "is, that, as I was very attentive, my apprehension very sensitive, and my memory very retentive, thanks to the many raisins and almonds I had swallowed, I got it all by heart and wrote it down, word for word, the next day, without attempting to color or adorn it, or adding or suppressing anything to make it attractive. The conversation took place not on one night only, but on 2 consecutive nights, though I have not written down more than one dialogue, that which contains the life of Berganza. His comrade Scipio's life, which was the subject of the 2nd night's discourse, I intend to write out, if I find that the first one is believed, or at least not despised. I have thrown the matter into the form of a dialogue to avoid the cumbrous repetition of such phrases as, 'Said Scipio, replied Berganza.'" So saying, he took a roll of paper out of his breast pocket, and put it in the hands of the licentiate, who received it with a smile, as if he made very light of all he had heard, and was about to read. "I will recline on this sofa," said the alferez, "whilst you are reading those dreams or ravings, if you will, which have only this to recommend them, that you may lay them down when you grow tired of them." "Make yourself comfortable," said Peralta, "and I will soon dispatch my reading." The alferez lay down, The licentiate opened the scroll, and found it headed as follows:
Part 10 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. Dialogue between Scipio and Berganza. Dogs of the Hospital of the Resurrection in the city of Valladolid, commonly called the dogs of Mahudes. Part 1.
Berganza, my friend, let us leave our watch over the hospital tonight, and retire to this lonely place and these mats, where, without being noticed, we may enjoy that unexampled favor which heaven has bestowed on us both at the same moment.
Brother Scipio, I hear you speak, and know that I am speaking to you. Yet cannot I believe, so much does it seem to me to pass the bounds of nature.
That is true, Berganza, and what makes the miracle greater is, that we not only speak, but hold intelligent discourse, as though we had souls capable of reason, whereas we are so far from having it, that the difference between brutes and man consists in this, that man is a rational animal, and the brute is irrational.
I hear all you say, Scipio, and that you say it, and that I hear it, causes me fresh admiration and wonder. It is very true that in the course of my life I have many a time heard tell of our great endowments, insomuch that some, it appears, have been disposed to think that we possess a natural instinct, so vivid and acute in many things, that it gives signs and tokens little short of demonstrating that we have a certain sort of understanding capable of reason.
What I have heard highly extolled is our strong memory, our gratitude, and great fidelity, so that it is usual to depict us as symbols of friendship. Thus you will have seen, if it has ever come under your notice, that on the alabaster tombs on which are represented the figures of those interred in them, when they are husband and wife, a figure of a dog is placed between the pair at their feet, in token that in life their affection and fidelity to each other was inviolable.
I know that there have been grateful dogs who have cast themselves into the same grave with the bodies of their deceased masters. Others have stood over the graves in which their lords were buried without quitting them or taking food till they died. I know likewise that next to the elephant the dog holds the first place in the way of appearing to possess understanding, then the horse, and last the ape.
True, but you will surely confess that you never saw or heard tell of any elephant, dog, horse, or monkey having talked. Hence I infer that this fact of our coming by the gift of speech so unexpectedly falls within the list of those things which are called portents, the appearance of which indicates, as experience testifies, that some great calamity threatens the nations.
That being so, I can readily enough set down as a portentous token what I heard a student say the other day as I passed through Alcalá de Henares.
What was that?
That of 5,000 students this year attending the university, 2,000 are studying medicine.
And what do you infer from that?
I infer either that those 2,000 doctors will have patients to treat, and that would be a woeful thing, or that they must die of hunger.
Be that as it may, let us talk, portent or no portent. For what heaven has ordained to happen, no human diligence or wit can prevent. Nor is it needful that we should fall to disputing as to the how or the why we talk. Better will it be to make the best of this good clay or good night at home. And since we enjoy it so much on these mats, and know not how long this good fortune of ours may last, let us take advantage of it and talk all night, without suffering sleep to deprive us of a pleasure which I, for my part, have so long desired.
I too, for ever since I had strength enough to gnaw a bone, I have longed for the power of speech, that I might utter a multitude of things I had laid up in my memory, and which lay there so long that they were growing musty or almost forgotten. Now, however, that I see myself so unexpectedly enriched with this divine gift of speech, I intend to enjoy it and avail myself of it as much as I can, taking pains to say everything I can recollect, though it be confusedly and helter-skelter, not knowing when this blessing, which I regard as a loan, shall be reclaimed from me.
Let us proceed in this manner, friend Berganza. Tonight you shall relate the history of your life to me, and the perils through which you have passed to the present hour, and tomorrow night, if we still have speech, I will recount mine to you, for it will be better to spend the time in narrating our own lives than in trying to know those of others.
I have ever looked upon you, Scipio, as a discreet dog and a friend, and now I do so more than ever, since, as a friend, you desire to tell me your adventures and know mine, and, as a discreet dog, you apportion the time in which we may narrate them. But first observe whether anyone overhears us.
No one, I believe, since hereabouts there is a soldier going through a sweating course, but at this time of night he will be more disposed to sleep than to listen to anything.
Since then we can speak so securely, hearken, and if I tire you with what I say, either check me or bid me hold my tongue.
Talk till dawn, or till we are heard, and I will listen to you with very great pleasure, without interrupting you, unless I see it to be necessary.
It appears to me that the first time I saw the sun was in Seville, in its slaughter-houses, which were outside the Puerta de la Carne, whence I should imagine, were it not for what I shall afterwards tell you, that my progenitors were some of the mastiffs which are bred by those ministers of confusion who are called butchers. The first thing I knew for a master was one Nicholas the Pug-nosed, a stout, thick-set, passionate fellow, as all butchers are. This Nicholas taught me and other whelps to run at bulls in company with old dogs, and catch them by the ears. With great ease I became an eagle among my fellows in this respect.
I do not wonder, Berganza, that ill-doing is so easily learned, since it comes by a natural obliquity.
What can I say to you, brother Scipio, of what I saw in those slaughter-houses, and the enormous things that were done in them? In the first place, you must understand that all who work in them, from the lowest to the highest, are people without conscience or humanity, fearing neither the king nor his justice, most of them living in concubinage, carrion birds of prey, maintaining themselves and their doxies by what they steal. On all flesh days a great number of wenches and young chaps assemble in the slaughtering place before dawn, all of them with bags which come empty, and go away full of pieces of meat. Not a beast is killed out of which these people do not take tithe, and that of the choicest and most savoury pickings. The masters trust implicitly in these honest folk, not with the hope that they will not rob them, for that is impossible, but that they may use their knives with some moderation. But what struck me as the worst thing of all was that these butchers make no more of killing a man than a cow. They will quarrel for straws, and stick a knife into a person's body as readily as they would fell an ox. It is a rare thing for a day to pass without brawls and bloodshed, and even murder. They all pique themselves on being men of mettle, and they observe, too, some punctilios of the bravo. There is not one of them but has his guardian angel in the Plaza de San Francisco, whom he propitiates with sirloins and beef tongues.
If you mean to dwell at such length, friend Berganza, on the characteristics and faults of all the masters you have had, we had better pray to heaven to grant us the gift of speech for a year, and even then, I fear, at the rate you are going, you will not get through half your story. One thing I beg to remark to you, of which you will see proof when I relate my own adventures, and that is, that some stories are pleasing in themselves, and others from the manner in which they are told. I mean that there are some which give satisfaction, though they are told without preambles and verbal adornments, while others require to be decked in that way, and set off by expressive play of features, hands, and voice, whereby, instead of flat and insipid, they become pointed and agreeable. Do not forget this hint, but profit by it in what you are about to say.
I will do so if I can, and if I am not hindered by the great temptation I feel to speak, though indeed it appears to me that I shall have the greatest difficulty in constraining myself to moderation.
Be wary with your tongue, for from that member flow the greatest ills of human life.
Well, then, to go on with my story. My master taught me to carry a basket in my mouth, and to defend it against anyone who should attempt to take it from me. He also made me acquainted with the house in which his mistress lived, and thereby spared her servant the trouble of coming to the slaughter-house, for I used to carry to her the pieces of meat he had stolen overnight. Once as I was going along on this errand in the grey of the morning, I heard someone calling me by name from a window. Looking up, I saw an extremely pretty girl. She came down to the street door and began to call me again. I went up to her to see what she wanted of me, and what was it but to take away the meat I was carrying in the basket, and put an old clog in its place. "Be off with you," she said, when she had done so, "and tell Nicholas the Pug-nosed, your master, not to put trust in brutes." I might easily have made her give up what she had taken from me, but I would not put a cruel tooth on those delicate white hands.
You did quite right, for it is the prerogative of beauty always to be held in respect.
Well, I went back to my master without the meat and with the old clog. It struck him that I had come back very soon, and seeing the clog, he guessed the trick, snatched up a knife, and flung it at me. And if I had not leaped aside, you would not now be listening to my story. I took to my heels, and was off like a shot behind St. Bernard's, away over the fields, without stopping to think whither my luck would lead me. That night I slept under the open sky, and the following day I chanced to fall in with a flock of sheep. The moment I saw it, I felt that I had found the very thing that suited me, since it appeared to me to be the natural and proper duty of dogs to guard the fold, that being an office which involves the great virtue of protecting and defending the lowly and the weak against the proud and mighty. One of the 3 shepherds who were with the flock immediately called me to him, and I, who desired nothing better, went up at once to him, lowering my head and wagging my tail. He passed his hand along my back, opened my mouth, examined my fangs, ascertained my age, and told his master that I had all the works and tokens of a dog of good breed. Just then up came the owner of the flock on a grey mare with lance and surge, so that he looked more a coast-guard than a sheep-master. "What dog is that?" said he to the shepherd. "He seems a good one." "You may well say that," replied the man, "for I have examined him closely, and there is not a mark about him but shows that he must be of the right sort. He came here just now. I don't know who he is, but I know that he does not belong to any of the flocks hereabouts." "If that be so," said the master, "put on him the collar that belonged to the dog that is dead, and give him the same rations as the rest. Treat him kindly that he may take a liking to the fold, and remain with it henceforth." So saying he went away, and the shepherd put on my neck a collar set with steel points, after first giving me a great mess of bread sopped in milk in a trough. At the same time I had a name bestowed on me, which was Barcino. I liked my second master and my new duty very well. I was careful and diligent in watching the flock, and never quitted it except in the afternoons, when I went to repose under the shade of some tree or rock or bank, or by the margin of one of the many streams that watered the country. Nor did I spend these leisure hours idly, but employed them in calling many things to mind, especially the life I had led in the slaughter-house, and also that of my master and all his fellows, who were bound to satisfy the inordinate humours of their mistresses. Oh, how many things I could tell you of that I learned in the school of that she-butcher, my master's lady, but I must pass them over, lest you should think me tedious and censorious.
I have heard that it was a saying of a great poet among the ancients, that it was a difficult thing to write satires. I consent that you put some point into your remarks, but not to the drawing of blood. You may hit lightly, but not wound or kill. For sarcasm, though it make many laugh, is not good if it mortally wounds one, and if you can please without it, I shall think you more discreet.
I will take your advice, and I earnestly long for the time when you will relate your own adventures. for seeing how judiciously you correct the faults into which I fall in my narrative, I may well expect that your own will be delivered in a manner equally instructive and delightful. But to take up the broken thread of my story, I say that in those hours of silence and solitude, it occurred to me, among other things, that there could be no truth in what I had heard tell of the life of shepherds, of those at least about whom my master's lady used to read, when I went to her house, in certain books, all treating of shepherds and shepherdesses, and telling how they passed their whole life in singing and playing on pipes and rebecks, and other old-fashioned instruments. I remember her reading how the shepherd of Anfriso sang the praises of the peerless Belisardo, and that there was not a tree on all the mountains of Arcadia on whose trunk he had not sat and sung from the moment Sol quitted the arms of Aurora, till he threw himself into those of Thetis, and that even after black night had spread its murky wings over the face of the earth, he did not cease his melodious complaints. I did not forget the shepherd Eliseo, more enamoured than bold, of whom it was said, that without attending to his own loves or his flock, he entered into others' griefs; nor the great shepherd Philida, unique painter of a single portrait, who was more faithful than happy; nor the anguish of Cyrano, and the remorse of Diana, and how she thanked God, and the sage Felicia, who, with her enchanted water, undid that maze of entanglements and difficulties. I bethought me of many other tales of the same sort, but they were not worthy of being remembered. The habits and occupations of my masters, and the rest of the shepherds in that quarter, were very different from those of the shepherds in the books. If mine sang, it was no tuneful and finely composed strains, but very rude and vulgar songs, to the accompaniment not of pipes and rebecks, but to that of one crook knocked against another, or of bits of tile jingled between the fingers, and sung with voices not melodious and tender, but so coarse and out of tune, that whether singly or in chorus, they seemed to be howling and grunting. They passed the greater part of the day in hunting up their fleas, or mending their brogues, and none of them were named Amaryllis, Philida, Galatea, or Diana, nor were there any Lisardos, Lausos, Jacintos, or Riselos, but all were Antonis, Domingos, Pablos, or Llorentes. This led me to conclude that all those books about pastoral life are only fictions ingeniously written for the amusement of the idle, and that there is not a word of truth in them. For, were it otherwise, there would have remained among my shepherds some trace of that happy life of yore, with its pleasant meads, spacious groves, sacred mountains, handsome gardens, clear streams and crystal fountains, its ardent but no less decorous love descants, and here the shepherd, there the shepherdess, all woe begone, and the air made vocal everywhere with flutes and pipes and flageolets.
Enough, Berganza. Get back into your road, and trot on.
I am much obliged to you, friend Scipio, for, but for your hint, I was getting so warm upon the scent, that I should not have stopped till I had given you one whole specimen of those books that had so deceived me. But a time will come when I shall discuss the whole matter more fully and more opportunely than now.
Look to your feet, and don't run after your tail. That is to say, recollect that you are an animal devoid of reason, or if you seem at present to have a little of it, we are already agreed that this is a supernatural and altogether unparalleled circumstance.
That would be all very well if I were still in my pristine state of ignorance. But now that I bethink me of what I should have mentioned to you in the beginning of our conversation, I not only cease to wonder that I speak, but I am terrified at the thought of leaving off.
Can you not tell me that something, now that you recollect it?
It was a certain affair that occurred to me with a Sorntus, a disciple of La Camacha de Montilla.
Let me hear it now, before you proceed with the story of your life.
No, not till the proper time. Have patience, and listen to the recital of my adventures in the order they occurred, for they will afford you more pleasure in that way.
Very well. Tell me what you will, and how you will, but be brief.
I say, then, that I was pleased with my duty as a guardian of the flock, for it seemed to me that in that way I ate the bread of industry, and that sloth, the root and mother of all vices, came not nigh me. For if I rested by day, I never slept at night, the wolves continually assailing us and calling us to arms. The instant the shepherds said to me, the wolf, at him, Barcino, I dashed forward before all the other dogs, in the direction pointed out to me by the shepherds. I scoured the valleys, searched the mountains, beat the thickets, leaped the gullies, crossed the roads, and on the morning returned to the fold without having caught the wolf, or seen a glimpse of him, panting, weary, all scratched and torn, and my feet cut with splinters, and I found in the fold either an ewe or a wether slaughtered and half eaten by the wolf. It vexed me desperately to see of what little avail were all my care and diligence. Then the owner of the flock would come, the shepherds would go out to meet him with the skin of the slaughtered animal. The owner would scold the shepherds for their negligence, and order the dogs to be punished for cowardice. Down would come upon us a shower of sticks and revilings. And so, finding myself punished without fault, and that my care, alertness, and courage were of no avail to keep off the wolf, I resolved to change my manner of proceeding, and not to go out to seek him, as I had been used to do, but to remain close to the fold, for since the wolf came to it, that would be the surest place to catch him. Every week we had an alarm, and one dark night I contrived to get a sight of the wolves, from which it was so impossible to guard the fold. I crouched behind a bank, the rest of the dogs ran forward, and from my lurking place I saw and heard how two shepherds picked out one of the fattest wethers, and slaughtered it in such a manner that it really appeared next morning as if the executioner had been a wolf. I was horror-struck when I saw that the shepherds themselves were the wolves, and that the flock was plundered by the very men who had the keeping of it. As usual, they made known to their master the mischief done by the wolf, gave him the skin and part of the carcass, and ate the rest, and that the choicest part, themselves. As usual, they had a scolding, and the dogs a beating. Thus there were no wolves, yet the flock dwindled away, and I was dumb, all which filled me with amazement and anguish. O Lord, said I to myself, who can ever remedy this villainy? Who will have the power to make known that the defence is offensive, the sentinels sleep, the trustees rob, and those who guard you kill you?
You say very true, Berganza, for there is no worse or more subtle thief than the domestic thief, and accordingly there die many more of those who are trustful than of those who are wary. But the misfortune is that it is impossible for people to get on in the world in any tolerable way without mutual confidence. However, let us drop this subject. There is no need that we should be evermore preaching. Go on.
I determined then to quit that service, though it seemed so good a one, and to choose another, in which well-doing, if not rewarded, was at least not punished. I went back to Seville, and entered the service of a very rich merchant.
How did you set about getting yourself a master? As things are nowadays, an honest man has great difficulty in finding an employer. Very different are the lords of the earth from the Lord of heaven. The former, before they will accept a servant, first scrutinize his birth and parentage, examine into his qualifications, and even require to know what clothes he has got. But for entering the service of God, the poorest is the richest, the humblest is the best born, and whoso is but disposed to serve him in purity of heart is at once entered in his book of wages, and has such assigned to him that his utmost desire can hardly compass, so ample are they.
All this is preaching, Scipio.
Well, it strikes me that it is, so go on.
With respect to your question, how I set about getting a master, you are aware that humility is the base and foundation of all virtues, and that without it there are none. It smooths inconveniences, overcomes difficulties, and is a means which always conducts us to glorious ends. It makes friends of enemies, tempers the wrath of the choleric, and abates the arrogance of the proud. It is the mother of modesty and sister of temperance. I availed myself of this virtue whenever I wanted to get a place in any house, after having first considered and carefully ascertained that it was one which could maintain a great dog. I then placed myself near the door, and whenever any one entered whom I guessed to be a stranger, I barked at him. And when the master entered, I went up to him with my head down, my tail wagging, and licked his shoes. If they drove me out with sticks, I took it patiently, and turned with the same gentleness to fawn in the same way on the person who beat me. The rest let me alone, seeing my perseverance and my generous behaviour, and after 1 or 2 turns of this kind I got a footing in the house. I was a good servant, they took a liking to me immediately, and I was never turned out, but dismissed myself, or, to speak more properly, I ran away, and sometimes I met with such a master, that but for the persecution of fortune I should have remained with him to this day.
It was just in the same way that I got into the houses of the masters I served. It seems that we read men's thoughts.
I will tell you now what happened to me after I left the fold in the power of those reprobates. I returned, as I have said, to Seville, the asylum of the poor and refuge for the destitute, which embraces in its greatness not only the rude, but the mighty and nourishing. I planted myself at the door of a large house belonging to a merchant, exerted myself as usual, and after a few trials gained admission. They kept me tied up behind the door by day, and let me loose at night. I did my duty with great care and diligence, barked at strangers, and growled at those who were not well known. I did not sleep at night, but visited the yards, and walked about the terraces, acting as general guard over our house and those of the neighbours, and my master was so pleased with my good service, that he gave orders that I should be well treated, and have a ration of bread, with the bones from his table and the kitchen scraps. For this I showed my gratitude by no end of leaps when I saw my master, especially when he came home after being abroad, and such were my demonstrations of joy that my master ordered me to be untied and left loose day and night. As soon as I was set free I ran to him, and gambolled all round him, without venturing to lay my paws on him, for I bethought me of that ass of Aesop's fables, who was ass enough to think of fondling his master in the same manner as his favourite lap-dog, and was well basted for his pains. I understood that fable to signify that what is graceful and comely in some is not so in others. Let the ribald flout and jeer, and the mountebank tumble, let the common fellow, who has made it his business, imitate the song of birds and the gestures of animals, but not the man of quality, who can deserve no credit or renown from any skill in these things.
Enough, Berganza. I understand you. Go on.
Would that others for whom I say this understood me as well, for there is something or other in my nature which makes me feel greatly shocked when I see a cavalier make a buffoon of himself, and taking pride in being able to play a thimble rig, or in dancing the chacona to perfection. I know a cavalier who boasted that he had, at the request of a sacristan, cut out 32 paper ornaments, to stick upon the black cloth over a monument, and he was so proud of his performance that he took his friends to see it, as though he were showing them pennons and trophies taken from the enemy, and hung over the tombs of his forefathers. Well, this merchant I have been telling you of had 2 sons, one aged 12, the other about 14, who were studying the humanities in the classes of the Company of Jesus. They went in pomp to the college, accompanied by their tutor and by pages to carry their books, and what they called their vade mecum. To see them go with such parade, on horseback in fine weather, and in a carriage when it rained, made me wonder at the plain manner in which their father went abroad upon his business, attended by no other servants than a negro, and sometimes mounted upon a sorry mule.
You must know, Berganza, that it is a customary thing with the merchants of Seville, and of other cities also, to display their wealth and importance, not in their own persons, but in those of their sons. For merchants are greater in their shadows than in themselves, and as they rarely attend to anything else than their bargains, they spend little on themselves. But as ambition and wealth burn to display themselves, they show their own in the persons of their sons, maintaining them as sumptuously as if they were sons of princes. Sometimes, too, they purchase titles for them, and set upon their breasts the mark that so much distinguishes men of rank from the commonalty.
It is ambition, but a generous ambition that seeks to improve one's condition without prejudice to others.
Seldom or never can ambition consist with abstinence from injury to others.
Have we not said that we are not to speak evil of anyone?
Aye, but I don't speak evil of any one.
You now convince me of the truth of what I have often heard say, that a person of a malicious tongue will utter enough to blast 10 families, and calumniate 20 good men, and if he is taken to task for it, he will reply that he said nothing, or if he did, he meant nothing by it, and would not have said it if he had thought any one would take it amiss. In truth, Scipio, one has need of much wisdom and wariness to be able to entertain a conversation for 2 hours without approaching the confines of evil speaking. In my own case, for instance, brute as I am, I see that with every 4th phrase I utter, words full of malice and detraction come to my tongue like flies to wine. I therefore say again that doing and speaking evil are things we inherit from our first parents, and suck in with our mother's milk. This is manifest in the fact that hardly is a boy out of swaddling clothes before he lifts his hand to take vengeance upon those by whom he thinks himself offended, and the first words he articulates are to call his nurse or his mother a jade.
That is true. I confess my error and beg you will forgive it, as I have forgiven you so many. Let us pitch ill nature into the sea, as the boys say, and henceforth bite back no more. Go on with your story. You were talking of the grand style in which the sons of your master the merchant went to the college of the Company of Jesus.
I will go on then, and though I hold it a sufficient thing to abstain from ill-natured remarks, yet I propose to use a remedy, which I am told was employed by a great swearer, who repenting of his bad habit, made it a practice to pinch his arm or kiss the ground as penance, whenever an oath escaped him, but he continued to swear for all that. In like manner, whenever I act contrary to the precept you have given me against evil speaking, and contrary to my own intention to abstain from that practice, I will bite the tip of my tongue, so that the smart may remind me of my fault, and hinder me from relapsing into it.
If that is the remedy you mean to use, I expect that you will have to bite your tongue so often that there will be none of it left, and it will be put beyond the possibility of offending.
At least I will do my best. May heaven make up my deficiencies. Well, to resume. One day my master's sons left a notebook in the courtyard where I was, and as I had been taught to fetch and carry, I took it up and went after them, resolved to put it into their own hands. It turned out exactly as I desired, for my master seeing me coming with the notebook in my mouth, which I held cleverly by its string, set a page to take it from me, but I would not let him, nor quitted it till I entered the hall with it, at which all the students fell a-laughing. Going up to the elder of my masters, I put it into his hands with all the obsequiousness I could, and went and seated myself on my haunches at the door of the hall, with my eyes fixed on the master who was lecturing in the chair. There is some strange charm in virtue, for though I know little or nothing about it, I at once took delight in seeing the loving care and industry with which the reverend fathers taught those youths, shaping their tender minds aright, and guiding them in the path of virtue, which they demonstrated to them along with letters. I observed how they reproved them with suavity, chastised them with mercy, animated them with examples, incited them with rewards, and indulged them with prudence, and how they set before them the loathsomeness of vice and the beauty of virtue, so that abhorring the one and loving the other, they might achieve the end for which they were created.
You say very well, Berganza, for I have heard tell of this holy fraternity, that for worldly wisdom there are none equal to them, and that as guides and leaders on the road to heaven few come up to them. They are mirrors of integrity, Catholic doctrine, rare wisdom, and profound humility, the base on which is erected the whole edifice of beatitude.
That is every word true. But to return to my story. My masters were so pleased with my carrying them the notebook that they would have made me do so every day, and thus I enjoyed the life of a king, or even better, having nothing to do but to play with the students, with whom I grew so tame that they would put their hands in my mouth, and the smallest of them would ride on my back. They would fling their hats or caps for me to fetch, and I would put them into their hands with marks of great delight. They used to give me as much to eat as they could, and they were fond of seeing, when they gave me nuts or almonds, how I cracked them like a monkey, let fall the shells, and ate the kernels. One student, to make proof of my ability, brought me a great quantity of salad in a basket, and I ate it like a human being. It was the winter season, when manchettes and mantequillas abound in Seville, and I was so well supplied with them that many an Antonio was pawned or sold that I might breakfast. In short, I spent a student's life without hunger or itch, and that is saying everything for it. For if hunger and itch were not identified with the student's life, there would be none more agreeable in the world, since virtue and pleasure go hand in hand through it, and it is passed in learning and taking diversion. This happy life ended too soon for me. It appeared to the professors that the students spent the half hour between the classes, not in studying their lessons, but in playing with me, and therefore they ordered my masters not to bring me any more to the college. I was left at home accordingly, at my old post behind the door, and notwithstanding the order graciously given by the head of the family that I should be at liberty day and night, I was again confined to a small mat, with a chain round my neck. Ah, friend Scipio, did you but know how sore a thing it is to pass from a state of happiness to one of wretchedness! When sorrows and distresses flood the whole course of life, either they soon end in death, or their continuance begets a habit of endurance, which generally alleviates their greatest rigour. But when one passes suddenly and unexpectedly from a miserable and calamitous lot to one of prosperity and enjoyment, and soon after relapses into his former state of woe and suffering, this is such a poignant affliction, that if it does not extinguish life, it is only to make it a prolonged torment. Well, I returned to my ordinary rations, and to the bones which were flung to me by a negress belonging to the house, but even these were partly filched from me by two cats, who very nimbly snapped up whatever fell beyond the range of my chain. Brother Scipio, as you hope that heaven will prosper all your desires, do suffer me to philosophize a little at present, for unless I utter the reflections which have now occurred to my mind, I feel that my story will not be complete or duly edifying.
Beware, Berganza, that this inclination to philosophize is not a temptation of the fiend, for slander has no better cloak to conceal its malice than the pretence that all it utters are maxims of philosophers, that evil speaking is moral reproval, and the exposure of the faults of others is nothing but honest zeal. There is no sarcastic person whose life, if you scrutinize it closely, will not be found full of vices and improprieties. And now, after this warning, philosophize as much as you have a mind.
You may be quite at your ease on that score, Scipio. What I have to remark is, that as I was the whole day at leisure, and leisure is the mother of reflection, I conned over several of those Latin phrases I had heard when I was with my masters at college, and wherewith it seemed to me that I had somewhat improved my mind, and I determined to make use of them as occasion should arise, as if I knew how to talk, but in a different manner from that practised by some ignorant persons, who interlard their conversation with Latin apothegm, giving those who do not understand them to believe that they are great Latinists, whereas they can hardly decline a noun or conjugate a verb.
That is not so bad as what is done by some who really understand Latin, some of whom are so absurd that in talking with a shoemaker or a tailor they pour out Latin like water.
On the whole we may conclude that he who talks Latin before persons who do not understand it, and he who talks it, being himself ignorant of it, are both equally to blame.
Another thing you may remark, which is that some persons who know Latin are not the less asses for all that.
No doubt of it, and the reason is clear, for when in the time of the Romans everybody spoke Latin as his mother tongue, that did not hinder some among them from being boobies.
But to know when to keep silence in the mother tongue, and speak in Latin, is a thing that needs discretion, brother Berganza.
True, for a foolish word may be spoken in Latin as well as in the vulgar tongue, and I have seen silly literati, tedious pedants, and babblers in the vernacular, who were enough to plague one to death with their scraps of Latin.
No more of this. Proceed with your philosophical remarks.
They are already delivered.
How so?
In those remarks on Latin and the vulgar tongue, which I began and you finished.
Do you call railing philosophizing? Sanctify the unhallowed plague of evil-speaking, Berganza, and give it any name you please. It will, nevertheless, entail upon us the name of cynics, which means dogs of ill tongue. In God's name, hold your peace, and go on with your story.
How can I go on with my story if I hold my peace?
I mean, go on with it in one piece, and don't hang on so many tails to it as to make it look like a polypus.
Speak correctly, Scipio. One does not say the tails, but the arms of a polypus. But to my story. My evil fortune, not content with having torn me from my studies, and from the calm and joyous life I led amid them, not content with having fastened me up behind a door, and transferred me from the liberality of the students to the stinginess of the negress, resolved to rob me of the little ease and comfort I still enjoyed. Look ye, Scipio, you may set it down with me for a certain fact, that ill luck will hunt out and find the unlucky one, though he hides in the uttermost parts of the earth. I have reason to say this, for the negress was in love with a negro, also belonging to the house, who slept in the porch between the street door and the inner one behind which I was fastened, and they could only meet at night, to which end they had stolen the keys or got false ones. Every night the negress came downstairs, and stopping my mouth with a piece of meat or cheese, opened the door for the negro. For some days the woman's bribes kept my conscience asleep, for but for them I began to fear that my ribs would come together and that I should be changed from a mastiff to a greyhound. But my better nature coming at last to my aid, I bethought me of what was due to my master, whose bread I ate, and that I ought to act as becomes not only honest dogs, but all who have masters to serve.
There now, Berganza, you have spoken what I call true philosophy. But go on. Do not make too long a yarn, not to say tale, of your history.
But, first of all, pray tell me if you know what is the meaning of the word philosophy. For though I use it, I do not know what the thing really is, only I guess that it is something good.
I will tell you briefly. The word is compounded of two Greek words, philo, love, and sophia, wisdom, so that it means love of wisdom, and philosopher a lover of wisdom.
What a deal you know, Scipio! Who the deuce taught you Greek words?
Truly you are a simpleton, Berganza, to make so much of a matter that is known to every schoolboy. Indeed, there are many persons who pretend to know Greek, though they are ignorant of it, just as is the case with Latin.
I believe it, Scipio, and I would have such persons put under a press, as the Portuguese do with the negroes of Guiana, and have all the juice of their knowledge well squeezed out of them, so that they might no more cheat the world with their scraps of broken Greek and Latin.
Now indeed, Berganza, you may bite your tongue, and I may do the same, for we do nothing but rail in every word.
Aye, but I am not bound to do as I have heard that one Charondas, a Tyrian, did, who published a law that no one should enter the National Assembly in arms, on pain of death. Forgetting this, he one day entered the assembly girt with a sword. The fact was pointed out to him, and, on the instant, he drew his sword, plunged it into his body, and thus he was the first who made the law, broke it, and suffered its penalty. But I made no law. All I did was to promise that I would bite my tongue, if I chanced to utter an acrimonious word. But things are not so strictly managed in these times as in those of the ancients. To-day a law is made, and tomorrow it is broken, and perhaps it is fit it should be so. To-day a man promises to abandon his fault, and tomorrow he falls into a greater. It is one thing to extol discipline, and another to inflict it on oneself. And indeed there is a wide difference between saying and doing. The devil may bite himself, not I. Nor have I a mind to perform heroic acts of self-denial here on this mat, where there are no witnesses to commend my honorable determination.
In that case, Berganza, were you a man, you would be a hypocrite, and all your acts would be fictitious and false, though covered with the cloak of virtue, and done only that men might praise you, like the acts of all hypocrites.
I don't know what I should do if I were a man, but what I do know is that at present I shall not bite my tongue, having so many things yet to tell, and not knowing how or when I shall be able to finish them, but rather fearing that when the sun rises we shall be left groping without the power of speech.
Heaven forbid it! Go on with your story, and do not run off the road into needless digressions. In that way only you will come soon to the end of it, however long it may be.
I say, then, that having seen the thievery, impudence, and shameful conduct of the negroes, I determined, like a good servant, to put an end to their doings, if possible, and I succeeded completely in my purpose. The negress, as I have told you, used to come to amuse herself with the negro, making sure of my silence on account of the pieces of meat, bread, or cheese she threw me. Gifts have much power, Scipio.
Much. Don't digress. Go on.
I remember, when I was a student, to have heard from the master a Latin phrase or adage, as they call it, which ran thus: habet bovem in lingua.
Oh, confound your Latin! Have you so soon forgotten what we have said of those who mix up that language with ordinary conversation?
But this bit of Latin comes in here quite pat, for you must know that the Athenians had among their coin one which was stamped with the figure of an ox, and whenever a judge failed to do justice in consequence of having been corrupted, they used to say, "He has the ox on his tongue."
I do not see the application.
Is it not very manifest, since I was rendered mute many times by the negress's gifts, and was careful not to bark when she came down to meet her amorous negro? Wherefore I repeat, that great is the power of gifts.
I have already admitted it, and were it not to avoid too long a digression, I could adduce many instances in point, but I will speak of these another time, if heaven grants me an opportunity of narrating my life to you.
God grant it. Meanwhile I continue. At last my natural integrity prevailed over the negress's bribes, and one very dark night, when she came down as usual, I seized her without barking, in order not to alarm the household, and in a trice I tore her shift all to pieces, and bit a piece out of her thigh. This little joke confined her for 8 days to her bed, for which she accounted to her masters by some pretended illness or other. When she was recovered she came down another night. I attacked her again, and without biting, scratched her all over as if I had been carding wool. Our battles were always noiseless, and the negress always had the worst of them, but she had her revenge. She stinted my rations and my bones, and those of my own body began to show themselves through my skin. But though she cut short my victuals, that did not hinder me from barking, so to make an end of me altogether, she threw me a sponge fried in grease. I perceived the snare, and knew that what she offered me was worse than poison, for it would swell up in the stomach and never leave it with life. Judging then that it was impossible for me to guard against the insidious attacks of such a base enemy, I resolved to get out of her sight, and put some space between her and me. One day I found myself at liberty, and without bidding adieu to any of the family, I went into the street, and before I had gone 100 paces, I fell in with the alguazil I mentioned in the beginning of my story, as being a great friend of my first master, Nicholas the butcher. He instantly knew me, and called me by my name. I knew him too, and went up to him with my usual ceremonies and caresses. He took hold of me by the neck, and said to his men, "This is a famous watch-dog, formerly belonging to a friend of mine. Let us bring him home." The men said, if I was a watch-dog, I should be of great use to them all, and they wanted to lay hold on me to lead me along. But the alguazil said it was not necessary, for I knew him and would follow him. I forgot to tell you that the spiked collar I wore when I ran away from the flock was stolen from me at an inn by a gipsy, and I went without one in Seville. But my new master put on me a collar all studded with brass. Only consider, Scipio, this change in my fortunes. Yesterday I was a student, and to-day I found myself a bailiff.
So wags the world, and you need not exaggerate the vicissitudes of fortune, as if there were any difference between the service of a butcher and that of a bailiff. I have no patience when I hear some persons rail at fortune, whose highest hopes never aspired beyond the life of a stable-boy. How they curse their ill luck, and all to make the hearers believe that they have known better days, and have fallen from some high estate.
Just so. Now you must know that this alguazil was on intimate terms with an attorney, and the two were connected with a pair of wenches not a bit better than they ought to be, but quite the reverse. They were rather good looking, but full of meretricious arts and impudence. These two served their male associates as baits to fish with. Their dress and deportment was such that you might recognize them for what they were at a distance of a musket shot. They frequented the houses of entertainment for strangers, and the period of the fairs in Cadiz and Seville was their harvest time, for there was not a Breton with whom they did not grapple. Whenever a bumpkin fell into their snares, they apprised the alguazil and the attorney to what inn they were going, and the latter then seized the party as lewd persons, but never took them to prison, for the strangers always paid money to get out of the scrape. One day it happened that Colindres, this was the name of the alguazil's mistress, picked up a Briton, and made an appointment with him for the night, whereof she informed her friend, and they were hardly undressed before the alguazil, the attorney, two bailiffs, and myself entered the room. The amorous pair were sorely disconcerted, and the alguazil, in vying against the enormity of their conduct, ordered them to dress with all speed, and go with him to prison. The Breton was dismayed. The attorney interceded from motives of compassion, and prevailed on the alguazil to commute the penalty for only 100 reals. The Briton called for a pair of leather breeches he had lain on a chair at the end of the room, and in which there was money to pay his ransom, but the breeches were not to be seen. The fact was, that when I entered the room, my nostrils were saluted by a delightful odour of ham. I followed the scent, and found a great piece of ham in one of the pockets of the breeches, which I carried off into the street, in order to enjoy the contents without molestation. Having done so, I returned to the house, where I found the Briton vociferating in his barbarous jargon, and calling for his breeches, in one of the pockets of which he said he had 50 gold crowns. The attorney suspected that either Colindres or the bailiffs had stolen the money. The alguazil was of the same opinion, took them aside, and questioned them. None of them knew anything, and they all swore at each other like troopers. Seeing the hubbub, I went back to the street where I had left the breeches, having no use for the money in them, but I could not find them, for some one passing by had no doubt picked them up. The alguazil, in despair at finding that the Briton had no money to bribe with, thought to indemnify himself by extorting something from the mistress of the house. He called for her, and in she came half dressed, and when she saw and heard the Briton bawling for his money, Colindres crying in her shift, the alguazil storming, the attorney in a passion, and the bailiffs ransacking the room, she was in no very good humour. The alguazil ordered her to put on her clothes and be off with him to prison, for allowing men and women to meet for bad purposes in her house. Then indeed the row grew more furious than ever. "Señor alguazil and señor attorney," said the hostess, "none of your tricks upon me, for I know a thing or two, I tell you. Give me none of your blustering, but shut your mouth, and go your ways in God's name, otherwise by my faith I'll pitch the house out of the windows, and blow upon you all, for I am well acquainted with the Señora Colindres, and I know moreover that for many months past she has been kept by Señor alguazil. So don't provoke me to let out any more, but give this gentleman back his money, and let us all part good friends, for I am a respectable woman, and I have a husband with his patent of nobility with its leaden seals all hanging to it, God be thanked, and I carry on this business with the greatest propriety. I have the table of charges hung up where everybody may see it, so don't meddle with me, or by the Lord I'll soon settle your business. It is no affair of mine if women come in with my lodgers. They have the keys of their rooms, and I am not a lynx to see through 7 walls." My masters were astounded at the harangue of the landlady, and at finding how well acquainted she was with the story of their lives. But seeing there was nobody else from whom they could squeeze money, they still pretended that they meant to drag her to prison. She appealed to heaven against the unreasonableness and injustice of their behaving in that manner when her husband was absent, and he too a man of such quality. The Breton bellowed for his 50 crowns. The bailiffs persisted in declaring that they had never set eyes on the breeches. God forbid. The attorney privately urged the alguazil to search Colindres's clothes, for he suspected she must have possessed herself of the 50 crowns, since it was her custom to grope in the pockets of those who took up with her company. Colindres declared that the Breton was drunk, and that it was all a lie about his money. All in short was confusion, oaths, and bawling, and there would have been no end to the uproar, if the lieutenant corregidor had not just then entered the room, having heard the noise as he was going his rounds. He asked what it was all about, and the landlady replied with great copiousness of detail. She told him who was the damsel Colindres, who by this time had got her clothes on, made known the connection between her and the alguazil, and exposed her plundering tricks, protested her own innocence, and that it was never with her consent that a woman of bad repute had entered her house, cried herself up for a saint, and her husband for a pattern of excellence, and called out to a servant wench to run and fetch her husband's patent of nobility out of the chest, that she might show it to the Señor Lieutenant. He would then be able to judge whether the wife of so respectable a man was capable of anything but what was quite correct. If she did keep a lodging-house, it was because she could not help it. God knows if she would not rather have some comfortable independence to live upon at her ease. The lieutenant, tired of her volubility and her bouncing about the patent of gentility, said to her, "Sister hostess, I am willing to believe that your husband is a gentleman, but then you must allow he is only a gentleman innkeeper." The landlady replied with great dignity, "And where is the family in the world, however good its blood may be, but you may pick some holes in its coat?" "Well, all I have to say, sister, is that you must put on your clothes and come away to prison." This brought her down from her high heights at once. She tore her hair, cried, screamed, and prayed, but all in vain. The inexorable lieutenant carried the whole party off to prison, that is to say, the Breton, Colindres, and the landlady. I learned afterwards that the Breton lost his 50 crowns, and was condemned besides to pay costs. The landlady had to pay as much more. Colindres was let off scot-free, and the very day she was liberated she picked up a sailor, out of whom she made good her disappointment in the affair of the Breton. Thus you see, Scipio, what serious troubles arose from my gluttony.
Say rather from the rascality of your master.
Nay, but listen, far worse remains to be told, since I am loath to speak ill of alguazil and attorneys.
Ay, but speaking ill of one is not speaking ill of all. There is many and many an attorney who is honest and upright. They do not all take fees from both parties in a suit, nor extort more than their right, nor go prying about into other people's business in order to entangle them in the webs of the law, nor league with the justice to fleece one side and skin the other. It is not every alguazil that is in collusion with thieves and vagabonds, or keeps a decoy duck in the shape of a mistress, as your master did. Very many of them are gentlemen in feeling and conduct, neither arrogant nor insolent, nor rogues and knaves, like those who go about inns, measuring the length of strangers' swords, and ruining their owners if they find them a hair's breadth longer than the law allows.
My master hawked at higher game. He set himself up for a man of valor, piqued himself on making famous captures, and sustained his reputation for courage without risk to his person, but at the cost of his purse. One day, at the Porta de Xeres, he fell in, single-handed, with 6 famous bravos, whilst I could not render him any assistance, having a muzzle on my mouth, which he made me wear by day and took off at night. I was amazed at his intrepidity and headlong valour. He dashed in and out between the 6 swords of the ruffians, and made as light of them as if they were so many osier wands. It was wonderful to behold the agility with which he assaulted, his thrusts and parries, and with what judgment and quickness of eye he prevented his enemies from attacking him from behind. In short, in my opinion, and that of all the spectators of the fight, he was a very Rhodomont, having fought his men all the way from the Porta de Xeres to the statues of the college of Maese Rodrigo, a good 100 paces and more. Having put them to flight, he returned to collect the trophies of the battle, consisting of 3 sheaths, and these he carried to the corregidor, who was then, if I mistake not, the Licentiate Sarmiento de Valladolid, renowned for the destruction of the Sauceda. As my master walked through the streets, people pointed to him and said, "There goes the valiant men who ventured, singly, to encounter the flower of the bravos of Andalusia." He spent the remainder of the day in walking about the city, to let himself be seen, and at night we went to the suburb of Triana, to a street near the powder mill, where my master, looking about to see if any one observed him, entered a house, myself following him, and in the courtyard we found the 6 rogues he had fought with, all untrussed and without cloaks or swords. One fellow, who appeared to be the landlord, had a big jar of wine in one hand and a great tavern goblet in the other, and filling a sparkling bumper he drank to all the company. No sooner had they set eyes on my master than they all ran to him with open arms. They all drank his health, and he returned the compliment in every instance, and would have done it in as many more had there been occasion. So affable he was, and so averse to disoblige any one for trifles. Were I to recount all that took place there, the supper that was served up, the fights and the robberies they related, the ladies of their acquaintance whom they praised or disparaged, the encomiums they bestowed on each other, the absent bravos whom they named, the clever tricks they played, jumping up from supper to exhibit their sleight of hand, the picked words they used, and finally the figure of the host, whom all respected as their lord and father, were I to attempt this, I should entangle myself in a maze, from which I could never extricate myself. I ascertained that the master of the house, whose name was Manipodillo, was a regular fence, and that my master's battle of the morning had been preconcerted between him and his opponents, with all its circumstances, including the dropping of the sword sheaths, which my master now delivered in lieu of his share of the reckoning. The entertainment was continued almost till breakfast time, and, by way of a final treat, they gave my master information of a foreign bravo, an out-and-outer just arrived in the city. In all probability he was an abler blade than themselves, and they denounced him from envy. My master captured him the next night as he lay in bed, but had he been up and armed, there was that in his face and figure which told me that he would not have allowed himself to be taken so quietly. This capture, coming close upon the heels of the pretended fight, enhanced the fame of my poltroon of a master, who had no more courage than a hare, but sustained his valorous reputation by treating and feasting, so that all the gains of his office, both fair and foul, were frittered away upon his false renown. I am afraid I weary you, Scipio, but have patience and listen to another affair that befell him, which I will tell you without a tittle more or less than the truth. 2 thieves stole a fine horse in Antegada, brought him to Seville, and in order to sell him without risk, adopted what struck me as being a very ingenious stratagem. They put up at 2 different inns, and one of them entered a plaint in the courts of law, to the effect that Pedro de Losada owed him 400 reals, money lent as appeared by a note of hand, signed by the said Pedro, which he produced in evidence. The lieutenant corregidor directed that Losada should be called upon to state whether or not he acknowledged the note as his own, and if he did, that he should be compelled to pay the amount by seizure of his goods or go to prison. My master and his friend the attorney were employed in this business. One of the thieves took them to the lodgings of the other, who at once acknowledged his note of hand, admitted the debt, and offered his horse in satisfaction of the amount. My master was greatly taken with the animal, and resolved to have it if it should be sold. The time prescribed by the law being expired, the horse was put up for sale. My master employed a friend to bid for it, and it was knocked down to him for 500 reals, though well worth 12 or 1300. Thus one thief obtained payment of the debt which was not due to him, the other a quittance of which he had no need, and my master became possessed of the horse, which was as fatal to him as the famous Sejanus was to his owners. The thieves decamped at once, and 2 days afterwards my master, after having repaired the horse's trappings, appeared on his back in the Plaza de San Francisco, as proud and conceited as a bumpkin in his holiday clothes. Everybody complimented him on his bargain, declaring the horse was worth 150 ducats, as surely as an egg was worth a Mardivalli. But whilst he was caracoling and curvetting, and showing off his own person and his horse's paces, 2 men of good figure and very well dressed entered the square, one of whom cried out, "Why, bless my soul, That is my horse Ironfoot, that was stolen from me a few days ago in Antequera." 4 servants who accompanied him said the same thing. My master was greatly chopfallen. The gentleman appealed to justice, produced his proofs, and they were so satisfactory that the sentence was given in his favour, and my master was disposed of the horse. The imposture was exposed, and it came out how, through the hands of justice itself, the thieves had sold what they had stolen, and almost everybody rejoiced that my master's covetousness had made him burn his fingers. His disasters did not end there. That night the lieutenant, going his rounds, was informed that there were robbers abroad as far as San Julian's wards. Passing a cross-road, he saw a man running away, and taking me by the collar, "At him, good dog," he said, "at him, boy." Disgusted as I was with my master's villainies, and eager to obey the lieutenant's orders, I made no hesitation to seize my own master and pull him down to the ground, where I would have torn him to pieces, if the thief-takers had not with great difficulty separated us. They wanted to punish me, and even to beat me to death with sticks, and they would have done so if the lieutenant had not bade them let me alone, for I had only done what he ordered me. The warning was not lost upon me, so without taking my leave of anybody, I leaped through an opening in the wall, and before daybreak I was in Mairena, a place about 4 leagues from Seville. There by good luck I fell in with a party of soldiers, who, as I heard, were going to embark at Cartagena. Among them were 4 of my late master's ruffian friends. One of them was the drummer, who had been a catchpole and a great buffoon, as drummers frequently are. They all knew me and spoke to me, asking after my master as if I could reply. But the one who showed the greatest liking for me was the drummer, and so I determined to attach myself to him, if he would let me, and to accompany the expedition, whether they were bound for Italy or Flanders. For in spite of the proverb, a blockhead at home is a blockhead all the world over, you must agree with me that travelling and sojourning among various people makes men wise.
That is so true that I remember to have heard from a master of mine, a very clever man, that the famous Greek Ulysses was renowned as wise solely because he had travelled and seen many men and nations. I therefore applaud your determination to go with the soldiers, wherever they might take you.
End Part 11 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads and Tricia G. The Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. Dialogue between Scipio and Berganza. Dogs of the Hospital of the Resurrection in the city of Valladolid, commonly called the Dogs of Mahudes, Part 2. To help him in the display of his jugglery, the drummer began to teach me to dance to the sound of the drum, and to play other monkey tricks, such as no other dog than myself could ever have acquired. The detachment marched by very short stages. We had no commissary to control us. The captain was a mere lad, but a perfect gentleman, and a great Christian. The ensign had but just left the page's hall at the court. The sergeant was a knowing blade, and a great conductor of companies from the place where they were raised to the port of embarkation. The detachment was full of ruffians, whose insolent behaviour, in the places through which we passed, redounded in curses directed to a quarter where they were not deserved. It is the misfortune of the good prince to be blamed by some of his subjects for faults committed by others of them, which he could not remedy if he would, for the circumstances attendant on war are for the most part inevitably harsh, oppressive, and untoward. In the course of a fortnight, what with my own cleverness and the diligence of him I had chosen for my patron, I learned to jump for the King of France, and not to jump for the good-for-nothing landlady. He taught me to curvet like a Neapolitan courser, to move in a ring like a mill-horse, and other things which might have made one suspect that they were performed by a demon in the shape of a dog. The drummer gave me the name of the wise dog, and no sooner were we arrived at a halting-place than he went about, beating his drum, and giving notice to all who desired to behold the marvellous graces and performances of the wise dog, that they were to be seen at such a house, for 4 or 8 maravedis a head, according to the greater or less wealth of the place. After these encomiums everybody ran to see me, and no one went away without wonder and delight. My master exulted in the gains I brought him, which enabled him to maintain 6 of his comrades like princes. The envy and covetousness of the rogues was excited, and they were always watching for an opportunity to steal me, for any way of making money by sport was great charms for many. This is why there are so many puppet showmen in Spain, so many who go about with peep shows, so many others who hawk pens and ballads, though their stock, if they sold it all, would not be enough to keep them for a day, and yet they are to be found in taverns and drinking shops all the year round, whence I infer that the cost of their guzzling is defrayed by other means than the profits of their business. They are all good-for-nothing vagabonds, bread weevils, and wine sponges.
No more of that, Berganza. Let us not go over the same ground again. Continue your story, for the night is waning, and I should not like, when the sun rises, that we should be left in the shades of silence.
Keep it and listen. It is an easy thing to extend and improve our inventions. My master, seeing how well I imitated a Neapolitan courser, made me housings of gilt leather and a little saddle, which he fitted on my back. He put on it a little figure of a man, with lance in hand, and taught me to run straight at a ring fixed between 2 stakes. As soon as I was perfect in that performance, my master announced that on that day the wise dog would run at the ring, and exhibit other new and incomparable feats, which, indeed, I drew from my own invention, not to give my master the lie. We next marched to Montilla, a town belonging to the famous and great Christian, Marquis of Priego, head of the house of Aguilar and Montilla. My master was quartered, at his own request, in a hospital. He made his usual proclamation, and as my great fame had already reached the town, the courtyard was filled with spectators in less than an hour. My master rejoiced to see such a plenteous harvest, and resolved to show himself that day a first-rate conjurer. The entertainment began with my leaping through a hoop. He had a willow switch in his hand, and when he lowered it, that was a signal for me to leap, and when he kept it raised, I was not to budge. On that day, for ever memorable in my life, he began by saying, "Come, my friend, jump for that juvenile old gentleman, you know, who blacks his beard, or, if you won't, jump for the pomp and grandeur of Donna Pimpinela de Plafagonia, who was the fellow-servant of the Galician kitchen-wench at Valde Estelias. Don't you like that, my boy? Then jump for the bachelor Pasilius, who signs himself licentiate without having any degree. How lazy you are! Why don't you jump? Oh, I understand. I am up to your roguery. Jump, then, for the wine of Esquivios, a match for that of Ciudad Real, St. Martin, and Rivadavia." He lowered the switch, and I jumped in accordance with the signal. Then, addressing the audience, "Do not imagine, worshipful senate," he said, "that it is any laughing matter what this dog knows. I have taught him 24 performances, the least of which is worth going 30 leagues to see. He can dance the zaraband and the chicona better than their inventor. He tosses off a pint of wine without spilling a drop. He intones a so fa mi re as well as any sacristan. All these things, and many others which remain to be told, your worship shall witness during the time the company remains here. At present, our wise one will give another jump, and then we will enter upon the main business." Having inflamed the curiosity of the audience, or senate as he called them, with this harangue, he turned to me and said, "Come now, my lad, and go through all your jumps with your usual grace and agility. But this time it shall be for the sake of the famous witch who is said to belong to this place." The words were hardly out of his mouth, when the matron of the hospital, an old woman, who seemed upwards of 70, screamed out, "Rogue, charlatan, swindler, there is no witch here. If you mean Camacha, she has paid the penalty of her sin, and is where God only knows. If you mean me, you juggling cheat, I am no witch, and never was one in my life, and if I ever was reputed to be a witch, I may thank false witnesses, and the injustice of the law, and a presumptuous and ignorant judge. All the world knows the life of penance I lead, not for any acts of witchcraft, which I have never done, but for other great sins which I have committed as a poor sinner. So get out of the hospital, you rascally sheepskin thumper, or by all the saints I'll make you glad to quit it at a run." And with that she began to screech at such a rate, and pour such a furious torrent of abuse upon my master, that he was utterly confounded. In fine, she would not allow the entertainment to proceed on any account. My master did not care much about the row, as he had his money in his pocket, and he announced that he would give the performance next day in another hospital. The people went away cursing the old woman, and calling her a witch, and a bearded hag into the bargain. We remained, for all that, in the hospital that night, and the old woman, meeting me alone in the yard, said, "Is that you, Montiel, my son? Is that you?" I looked up as she spoke, and gazed steadily at her, seeing which, she came to me with tears in her eyes, threw her arms round my neck, and would have kissed my mouth if I had allowed her, but I was disgusted and would not endure it.
"You were quite right, for it is no treat, but quite the reverse, to kiss or be kissed by an old woman."
What I am now going to relate I should have told you at the beginning of my story, as it would have served to diminish the surprise we felt at finding ourselves endowed with speech. Said the old woman to me, "Follow me, Montiel, my son, that you may know my room, and be sure you come to me tonight, that we may be alone together, for I have many things to tell you of great importance for you to know." I drooped my head in token of obedience, which confirmed her in her belief that I was the dog Montiel, whom she had been long looking for, as she afterwards told me. I remained bewildered with surprise, longing for the night to see what might be the meaning of this mystery or prodigy, and, as I had heard her called a witch, I expected wonderful things from the interview. At last the time came, and I entered the room, which was small and low, and dimly lighted by an earthenware lamp. The old woman trimmed it, sat down on a chest, drew me to her, and without speaking a word, fell to embracing me, and I to taking care that she did not kiss me. "I did always hope in heaven," the old woman began, "that I should see my son before my eyes were closed in the last sleep, and now that I have seen you, let death come when it will, and release me from this life of sorrow. You must know, my son, that there lived in this city the most famous witch in the world, called Camacha de Mantilla. She was so perfect in her art, that the Eritzdeus, Certhes, and Mahudes, of whom old histories, I am told, are full, were not to be compared to her. She congealed the clouds when she pleased, and covered the face of the sun with them, and when the whim seized her, she made the murkiest sky clear up at once. She fetched men in an instant from remote lands, admirably relieved the distresses of damsels who had forgot themselves for a moment, enabled widows to console themselves without loss of reputation, unmarried wives, and married those she pleased. She had roses in her garden in December, and gathered wheat in January. To make watercresses grow in a hand-basin was a trifle to her, and to show any persons whom she wanted to see, either dead or alive, in a looking-glass, or on the nail of a new-born infant. It was reported that she turned men into brutes, and that she made an ass of a sacristan, and used him really and truly in that form for 6 years. I never could make out how this was done, for as for what is related of those ancient sorceresses, that they turned men into beasts, the learned are of opinion that this means only that by their great beauty and their fascinations they so captivated men and subjected them to their humours as to make them seem unreasoning animals. But in you, my son, I have a living instance to the contrary, for I know that you are a rational being, and I see you in the form of a dog, unless indeed this is done through that art which they call tropelia, which makes people mistake appearances, and take one thing for another. Be this as it may, what mortifies me is that neither your mother nor myself, who were disciples of the great Camacha, ever came to know as much as she did, and that not for want of capacity, but through her inordinate selfishness, which could never endure that we should learn the higher mysteries of her art, and be as wise as herself. Your mother, my son, was called Montiela, and next to Camacha she was the most famous of witches. My name is Canizares, and if not equal in proficiency to either of these two, at least I did not yield to them in good will to the art. It is true that in boldness of spirit, in the intrepidity with which she entered a circle and remained, enclosed in it with a legion of fiends, your mother was in no wise inferior to Camacha herself, while for my part I was always somewhat timid, and contented myself with conjuring half a legion. But though I say it that should not, in the matter of compounding witches' ointment, I would not turn my back upon either of them, no, nor upon any living who follow our rules. But you must know, my son, ever since I have felt how fast my life is hastening away upon the light wings of time, I have sought to withdraw from all the wickedness of witchcraft in which I was plunged for many years, and I have only amused myself with white magic, a practice so engaging that it is most difficult to forego it. Your mother acted in the same manner. She abandoned many evil practices, and performed many righteous works, but she would not relinquish white magic to the hour of her death. She had no malady, but died by the sorrow brought upon her by her mistress Camacha, who hated her because she saw that in a short time Montiela would know as much as herself, unless indeed she had some other cause of jealousy not known to me. Your mother was pregnant, and her time being come, Camacha was her midwife. She received in her hands what your mother brought forth, and showed her that she had borne 2 puppy dogs. This is bad business, said Camacha. There is some knavery here. But, sister Montiela, I am your friend, and I will conceal this unfortunate birth. So have patience and get well, and be assured that your misfortune shall remain an inviolable secret. I was present at this extraordinary occurrence, and was not less astounded than your mother. Camacha went away, taking the whelps with her, and I remained to comfort the lying-in woman, who could not bring herself to believe what had happened. At last Camacha's end drew near, and when she felt herself at the point of death, she sent for her and told her how she had turned her sons into dogs on account of a certain grudge she bore her, but that she need not distress herself, for they would return to their natural forms when it was least expected, but this would not happen until they should see the exalted quickly brought low, and the lowly exalted by an arm that is mighty to do it. Your mother wrote down this prophecy, and deeply engraved it in her memory, and so did I, that I might impart it to one of you if ever the opportunity should present itself. And in hopes to recognize you, I have made it a practice to call every dog of your colour by your mother's name, to see if any of them would answer to one so unlike those usually given to dogs, and this evening, when I saw you do so many things, and they called you the wise dog, and also when you looked up at me upon my calling to you in the yard, I believed that you were really the son of Montiela. It is with extreme pleasure that I acquaint you with the history of your birth, and the manner in which you are to recover your original form. I wish it was as easy as it was for the golden ass of Apuleius, who had only to eat a rose for his restoration, but yours depends upon the actions of others, and not upon your own efforts. What you have to do meanwhile, my son, is to commend yourself heartily to God, and hope for the speedy and prosperous fulfilment of the prophecy, for since it was pronounced by Camacha, it will be accomplished without any doubt, and you and your brother, if he is alive, will see yourselves as you would wish to be. All that grieves me is that I am so near my end, that I can have no hope of witnessing the joyful event. I have often longed to ask my goat how matters would turn out with you at last, but I had not the courage to do so, for he never gives a straightforward answer, but as crooked and perplexing as possible. That is always the way with our lord and master. There is no use in asking him anything, for with one truth he mingles 1,000 lies, and from what I have noted in his replies, it appears that he knows nothing for certain of the future, but only by way of conjecture. At the same time he so befools us that, in spite of 1,000 treacherous tricks he plays us, we cannot shake off his influence. We go to see him a long way from here in a great field, where we met a multitude of warlocks and witches, and are feasted without measure, and other things take place which, in deed and in truth, I cannot bring myself to mention, nor will I offend your chaste ears by repeating things so filthy and abominable. Many are of opinion that we frequent these assemblies only in imagination, wherein the demon presents to us the images of all those things which we afterwards relate as having occurred to us in reality. Others, on the contrary, believe that we actually go to them in body and soul, and for my part I believe that both opinions are true, since we know not when we go in the one manner or in the other. For all that happens to us in imagination does so with such intensity that it is impossible to distinguish between it and reality. Their worships, the inquisitors, have had sundry opportunities of investigating this matter, in the cases of some of us whom they have had under their hands, and I believe that they have ascertained the truth of what I state. I should like, my son, to shake off this sin, and I have exerted myself to that end. I have got myself appointed matron to this hospital. I tend the poor, and some die who afford me a livelihood either by what they leave me, or by what I find among their rags, through the great care I always take to examine them well. I say but few prayers, and only in public, but grumble a good deal in secret. It is better for me to be a hypocrite than an open sinner, for my present good works efface from the memory of those who know me the bad ones of my past life. After all, pretended sanctity injures no one but the person who practises it. Look you, Montiel, my son, my advice to you is this: be good all you can, but if you must be wicked, contrive all you can not to appear so. I am a witch, I do not deny it, and your mother was one likewise, but the appearances we put on were always enough to maintain our credit in the eyes of the whole world. 3 days before she died, we were both present at a grand Sabbath of witches in a valley of the Pyrenees, and yet when she died, it was with the same calmness and serenity, that were it not for some grimaces she made a quarter of an hour before she gave up the ghost, you would have thought she lay upon a bed of flowers. But her 2 children lay heavy at her heart, and even to her last gasp she never would forgive Camacha. Such a resolute spirit she had. I closed her eyes and followed her to the grave, and there took my last look at her, though indeed I have not lost the hope of seeing her again before I die, for they say that several persons have met her going about the churchyards and at the crossroads in various forms, and who knows but I may fall in with her some time or other, and be able to ask her whether I can do anything for the relief of her conscience. Every word that the old hag uttered in praise of her she called my mother went like a knife to my heart. I longed to fall upon her and tear her to pieces, and only refrained from unwillingness that death should find her in such a wicked state. Finally she told me that she intended to anoint herself that night, and go to one of their customary assemblies, and inquire of her master as to what was yet to befall me. I should have liked to ask her what were the ointments she made use of, and it seemed as though she read my thoughts, for she replied to my question as though it had been uttered. "This ointment," she said, "is composed of the juices of exceedingly cold herbs, and not, as the vulgar assert, of the blood of children whom we strangle. And here you may be inclined to ask what pleasure or profit can it be to the devil to make us murder little innocents, since he knows that being baptized they go as sinless creatures to heaven, and every Christian soul that escapes him is to him a source of poignant anguish. I know not what answer to give to this except by quoting the old saying, that some people would give both their eyes to make their enemy lose one. He may do it for the sake of the grief beyond imagination which the parents suffer from the murder of their children, but what is still more important to him is to accustom us to the repeated commission of such a cruel and perverse sin. And all this God allows by reason of our sinfulness, for without his permission, as I know by experience, the devil has not the power to hurt a pismire. And so true is this that one day when I requested him to destroy a vineyard belonging to an enemy of mine, he told me that he could not hurt a leaf of it, for God would not allow him. Hence you may understand when you come to be a man, that all the casual evils that befall men, kingdoms, and cities, and peoples, sudden deaths, shipwrecks, devastations, and all sorts of losses and disasters, come from the hand of the Almighty, and by his sovereign permission; and the evils which fall under the denomination of crime are caused by ourselves. God is without sin, whence it follows that we ourselves are the authors of sin, forming it in thought, word, and deed, God permitting all this by reason of our sinfulness, as I have already said. Possibly you will ask, my son, if so be you understand me, who made me a theologian? And mayhap you will say to yourself, confound the old hag, why does not she leave off being a witch, since she knows so much? Why does she not turn to God, since she knows that he is readier to forgive sin than to permit it? To this I reply, as though you had put the question to me, that the habit of sinning becomes a second nature, and that of being a witch transforms itself into flesh and blood, and amidst all its ardour, which is great, it brings with it a chilling influence, which so overcomes the soul as to freeze and benumb its faith, whence follows a forgetfulness of itself, and it remembers neither the terrors with which God threatens it, nor the glories with which he allures it. In fact, as sin is fleshly and sensual, it must exhaust and stupefy all the feelings, and render the soul incapable of rising to embrace any good thought, or to clasp the hand which God in his mercy continually holds out to it. I have one of those souls I have described. I see it clearly, but the empire of the senses enchains my will, and I have ever been and ever shall be bad. But let us quit this subject, and go back to that of our unguents. They are of so cold a nature that they take away all our senses when we anoint ourselves with them. We remain stretched on the ground, and then they say we experience all those things in imagination which we suppose to occur to us in reality. Sometimes after we have anointed and changed ourselves into fowls, foals, or deer, we go to the place where our master awaits us. There we recover our own forms, and enjoy pleasures which I will not describe, for they are such as the memory is ashamed to recall, and the tongue refuses to relate. The short and the long of it is, I am a witch, and cover my many delinquencies with the cloak of hypocrisy. It is true that as some esteem and honour me as a good woman, there are many who bawl in my ear the name imprinted upon your mother and me by order of an ill-tempered judge, who committed his wrath to the hands of the hangman, and the latter, not being bribed, used his plenary power upon our shoulders. But that is past and gone, and all things pass, memories wear out, lives do not renew themselves, tongues grow tired, and new events make their predecessors forgotten. I am matron of a hospital. My behaviour is plausible in appearance. My unguents procure me some pleasant moments, and I am not so old but that I may live another year, my age being 75. I cannot fast on account of my years, nor pray on account of the swimming in my head, nor go on pilgrimages for the weakness of my legs, nor give alms because I am poor, nor think rightly because I am given to backbiting, and to be able to backbite one must first think evil. I know for all that God is good and merciful, and that he knows what is in store for me, and that is enough. So let us drop this conversation which really makes me melancholy. Come, my son, and see me anoint myself, for there is a cure for every sorrow, and though the pleasures which the devil affords us are elusive and fictitious, yet they appear to us to be pleasures, and sensual delight is much greater in imagination than in actual fruition, though it is otherwise with true joys. After this long harangue she got up, and taking the lamp went into another and smaller room. I followed her, filled with 1,000 conflicting thoughts, and amazed at what I had heard and what I expected to see. Cañizares hung the lamp against the wall, hastily stripped herself to her shift, took a jug from a corner, put her hand into it, and muttering between her teeth, anointed herself from feet to the crown of her head. Before she had finished she said to me, that whether her body remained senseless in that room, or whether it quitted it, I was not to be frightened, nor fail to wait there till morning, when she would bring me word of what was to befall me until I should be a man. I signified my assent by drooping my head, and she finished her unction, and stretched herself on the floor like a corpse. I put my mouth to hers, and perceived that she did not breathe at all. One thing I must own to you, friend Scipio, that I was terribly frightened at seeing myself shut up in that narrow room with that figure before me, which I will describe to you as well as I can. She was more than 6 feet high, a mere skeleton covered with a black wrinkled skin. Her dugs were like 2 dried and puckered ox bladders. Her lips were blackened, her long teeth locked together. Her nose was hooked, her eyes starting from her head, and her hair hung in elf-locks on her hollow wrinkled cheeks. In short, she was all over diabolically hideous. I remained gazing on her for a while, and felt myself overcome with horror, as I contemplated the hideous spectacle of her body and the worse occupation of her soul. I wanted to bite her to see if she would come to herself, but I could not find a spot on her whole body that did not fill me with disgust. Nevertheless, I seized her by one heel, and dragged her to the yard, without her ever giving any sign of feeling. There, seeing myself at large with the sky above me, my fear left me, or at least abated, so much as to give me courage to await the result of the wicked woman's expedition, and the news she was to bring me. Meanwhile I asked myself, how comes this old woman to be at once so knowing and so wicked? How is it that she can so well distinguish between casual and culpable evils? How is it that she understands and speaks so much about God, and acts so much from the prompting of the devil? How is it that she sins so much from choice, not having the excuse of ignorance? In these reflections I passed the night. The day dawned, and found us both in the court, she lying still insensible, and I on my haunches beside her, attentively watching her hideous countenance. The people of the hospital came out, and seeing this spectacle, some of them exclaimed, "The pious Canizardus is dead. See how emaciated she is with fasting and penance." Others felt her pulse, and finding that she was not dead, concluded that she was in a trance of holy ecstasy; whilst others said, "This old hag is unquestionably a witch, and is no doubt anointed, for saints are never seen in such an indecent condition when they are lost in religious ecstasy; and among us who know her she has hitherto had the reputation of a witch rather than a saint." Some curious inquirers went so far as to stick pins in her flesh up to the head, yet without ever awakening her. It was not till 7 o'clock that she came to herself, and then finding how she was stuck over with pins, bitten in the heels, and her back flayed by being dragged from her room, and seeing so many eyes intently fixed upon her, she rightly concluded that I had been the cause of her exposure. "What, you thankless, ignorant, malicious villain," she cried, "is this my reward for the acts I did for your mother and those I intended to do for you?" Finding myself in peril of my life under the talons of that ferocious harpy, I shook her off, and seizing her by her wrinkled flank, I worried and dragged her all about the yard, while she shrieked for help from the fangs of that evil spirit. At these words most present believed that I must be one of those fiends who are continually at enmity with good Christians. Some were for sprinkling me with holy water, some were for pulling me off the old woman, but durst not. Others bawled out words to exorcise me. The witch howled. I tightened my grip with my teeth. The confusion increased, and my master was in despair, hearing it said that I was a fiend. A few who knew nothing of exorcisms caught up 3 or 4 sticks and began to baste me. Not liking the joke, I let go of the old woman. In 3 bounds I was in the street, and in a few more I was outside the town, pursued by a host of boys shouting, "Out of the way, the wise dog is gone mad." Others said, "He is not mad, but he is the devil in the form of a dog." The people of the place were confirmed in their belief that I was a devil by the tricks they had seen me perform, by the words spoken by the old woman when she woke out of her infernal trance, and by the extraordinary speed with which I shot away from them, so that I seemed to vanish from before them like a being of the other world. In 6 hours I cleared 12 leagues, and arrived at a camp of gipsies in a field near Granada. There I rested awhile, for some of the gipsies who recognized me as the wise dog received me with great delight, and hid me in a cave, that I might not be found if anyone came in search of me, their intention being, as I afterwards learned, to make money by me as my master the drummer had done. I remained 20 days among them, during which I observed their habits and ways of life, and these are so remarkable that I must give you an account of them.
Before you go any further, Berganza, we had better consider what the witch said to you, and see if there can possibly be a grain of truth in the great lie to which you give credit. Now, what an enormous absurdity it would be to believe that Camacha could change human beings into brutes, or that the sacristan served her for years under the form of an ass. All these things and the like are cheats, lies, or illusions of the devil, and if it now seems to ourselves that we have some understanding and reason, since we speak, though we are really dogs or bear that form, we have already said that this is a portentous and unparalleled case, and though it is palpably before us, yet we must suspend our belief until the event determines what it should be. Shall I make this more plain to you? Consider upon what frivolous things Camacha declared our restoration to depend, and that what seems a prophecy to you is nothing but a fable, or one of those old women's tales, such as the headless horse and the wand of virtues, which are told by the fireside in the long winter nights, for were it anything else, it would already have been accomplished, unless indeed it is to be taken in what I have heard called an allegorical sense, that is to say, a sense which is not the same as that which the letter imports, but which, though differing from it, yet resembles it. Now for your prophecy. They are to recover their true forms when they shall see the exalted quickly brought low, and the lowly exalted by a hand that is mighty to do it. If we take this in the sense I have mentioned, it seems to me to mean that we shall recover our forms when we shall see those who yesterday were at the top of fortune's wheel, today cast down in the mire, and held of little account by those who most esteemed them. So likewise, when we shall see others who, but 2 hours ago, seemed sent into the world only to figure as units in the sum of its population, are now lifted up to the very summit of prosperity. Now, if our return, as you say, to human form, were to depend on this, why, we have already seen it, and we see it every hour. I infer, then, that Camacha's words are to be taken, not in an allegorical, but in a literal sense. But this will help us out no better, since we have many times seen what they say, and we are still dogs, as you see. And so Camacha was a cheat, Canizardus an artful hag, and Montella a fool and a rogue. Be it said without offence, if by chance she was the mother of us both, or yours, for I won't have her for mine. Furthermore, I say that the true meaning is a game of ninepins, in which those that stand up are quickly knocked down, and the fallen are set up again, and that by a hand that is able to do it. Now think whether or not in the course of our lives we have ever seen a game of ninepins, or having seen it, have therefore been changed into men.
I quite agree with you, Scipio, and have a higher opinion of your judgment than ever. From all you have said, I am come to think and believe that all that has happened to us hitherto, and that is happening now, is a dream. But let us not therefore fail to enjoy this blessing of speech, and the great excellence of holding human discourse all the time we may. And so let it not weary you to hear me relate what befell me with the gipsies who hid me in the cave.
With great pleasure. I will listen to you, that you in your turn may listen to me when I relate, if heaven pleases, the events of my life.
My occupation among the gipsies was to contemplate their numberless tricks and frauds, and the thefts they all commit from the time they are out of leading strings and can walk alone. You know what a multitude there is of them dispersed all over Spain. They all know each other, keep up a constant intelligence among themselves, and reciprocally pass off and carry away the articles they have purloined. They render less obedience to their king than to one of their own people whom they style Count, and who bears the surname of Maldonado, as do all his descendants. This is not because they come of that noble line, but because a page belonging to a cavalier of that name fell in love with a beautiful gipsy, who would not yield to his wishes unless he became a gipsy and made her his wife. The page did so, and was so much liked by the other gipsies that they chose him for their lord, yielded him obedience, and in token of vassalage rendered to him a portion of everything they stole, whatever it might be. To give a colour to their idleness, the gipsies employ themselves in working in iron, and you may always see them hawking pincers, tongs, hammers, fire shovels, and so forth, the sale of which facilitates their thefts. The women are all midwives, and in this they have the advantage over others, for they bring forth without cost or attendance. They wash their new-born infants in cold water, and accustom them from birth to death to endure every inclemency of weather. Hence they are all strong, robust, nimble leapers, runners, and dancers. They always marry among themselves, in order that their bad practices may not come to be known, except by their own people. The women are well behaved to their husbands, and few of them intrigue except with persons of their own race. When they seek for alms, it is rather by tricks and juggling than by appeals to charity. And as no one puts faith in them, they keep none, but own themselves downright vagabonds. Nor do I remember to have ever seen a gipsy woman taking the sacrament, though I have often been in the churches. The only thoughts of their minds are how to cheat and steal. They are fond of talking about their thefts and how they effected them. A gipsy, for instance, related one day in my presence how he had swindled a countryman, as you shall hear. The gipsy had an ass with a docked tail, and he fitted a false tail to the stump so well that it seemed quite natural. Then he took the ass to market and sold it to a countryman for 10 ducats. Having pocketed the money, he told the countryman that if he wanted another ass, own brother to the one he had bought, and every bit as good, he might have it a bargain. The countryman told him to go and fetch it, and meanwhile he would drive that one home. Away went the purchaser. The gipsy followed him, and somehow or other it was not long before he had stolen the ass, from which he had immediately whipped off the false tail, leaving only a bare stump. He then changed the halter and saddle, and had the audacity to go and offer the animal for sale to the countryman before the latter had discovered his loss. The bargain was soon made. The purchaser went into his house to fetch the money to pay for the second ass, and there he discovered the loss of the first. Stupid as he was, he suspected that the gipsy had stolen the animal, and he refused to pay him. The gipsy brought forward as witness the man who had received the alcabala on the first transaction, and who swore that he had sold the countryman an ass with a very bushy tail, quite different from the second one, and an alguazil who was present took the gipsy's part so strongly that the countryman was forced to pay for the ass twice over. Many other stories they told, all about stealing beasts of burden, in which art they are consummate masters. In short, they are a thoroughly bad race, and though many able magistrates have taken them in hand, they have always remained incorrigible. After I had remained with them 20 days, they set out for Murcia, taking me with them. We passed through Granada, where the company was quartered to which my master the drummer belonged. As the gipsies were aware of this, they shut me up in the place where they were lodged. I overheard them talking about their journey, and thinking that no good would come of it, I contrived to give them the slip, quitted Granada, and entered the garden of a Morisco, who gladly received me. I was quite willing to remain with him and watch his garden, a much less fatiguing business, in my opinion, than guarding a flock of sheep, and as there was no need to discuss the question of wages, the Morisco soon had a servant and I a master. I remained with him more than a month, not that the life I led with him was much to my liking, but because it gave me opportunities of observing that of my master, which was like that of all the other Moriscos in Spain. Of what curious things I could tell you, friend Scipio, about that half Paenum rabble, if I were not afraid that I should not get to the end of my story in a fortnight. Nay, if I were to go into particulars, 2 months would not be enough. Some few specimens, however, you shall hear. Hardly will you find among the whole race one man who is a sincere believer in the holy law of Christianity. Their only thought is how to scrape up money and keep it, and to this end they toil incessantly and spend nothing. The moment a real falls into their clutches, they condemn it to a perpetual imprisonment, so that by dint of perpetually accumulating and never spending, they have got the greater part of the money of Spain into their hands. They are the grubs, the magpies, the weasels of the nation. Consider how numerous they are, and that every day they add much or little to their hoards, and that as they increase in number, so the amount of their hoarded wealth must increase without end. None of them of either sex make monastic vows, but all marry and multiply, for thrifty living is a great promoter of fecundity. They are not wasted by war or excessive toil. They plunder us in a quiet way, and enrich themselves with the fruits of our patrimonies, which they sell back to us. They have no servants, for they all wait upon themselves. They are at no expense for the education of their sons, for all their lore is but how to rob us. From the 12 sons of Jacob, who entered Egypt, as I have heard, there had sprung, when Moses freed them from captivity, 600,000 fighting men, besides women and children. From this we may infer how much the Moriscos have multiplied, and how incomparably greater must be their numbers.
Means have been sought for remedying the mischiefs you have mentioned and hinted at, and indeed I am sure that those which you have passed over in silence are even more serious than those which you have touched upon. But our Commonwealth has most wise and zealous champions, who, considering that Spain produces and retains in her bosom such vipers as the Moriscos, will, with God's help, provide a sure and prompt remedy for so great an evil. Go on.
My master being a stingy hunks, like all his caste, I lived like himself chiefly on maize bread and buckwheat porridge, but this penury helped me to gain paradise, in the strange manner you shall hear. Every morning by daybreak a young man used to seat himself at the foot of one of the many pomegranate trees. He had the look of a student, being dressed in a rusty suit of threadbare baize, and was occupied in writing in a notebook, slapping his forehead from time to time, biting his nails, and gazing up at the sky. Sometimes he was so immersed in reverie that he neither moved hand nor foot, nor even winked his eyes. One day I drew near him unperceived, and heard him muttering between his teeth. At last, after a long silence, he cried out aloud, "Glorious! The very best verse I ever composed in my life," and down went something in his notebook. From all this it was plain that the luckless wit was a poet. I approached him with my ordinary courtesies, and when I had convinced him of my gentleness, he let me lie down at his feet, and resumed the course of his thoughts, scratching his head, falling into ecstasies, and then writing as before. Meanwhile there came into the garden another young man, handsome and well dressed, with papers in his hand, at which he glanced from time to time. The newcomer walked up to the pomegranate tree and said to the poet, "Have you finished the first act?" "I have just this moment finished it in the happiest manner possible," was the reply. "How is that?" "I will tell you. His Holiness the Pope comes forth in his pontificals, with 12 cardinals in purple canonicals, for the action of my comedy is supposed to take place at the season of mutatio caparum, when their eminences are not dressed in scarlet, but in purple. Therefore propriety absolutely requires that my cardinals should wear purple. This is a capital point, and one on which your common run of writers would be sure to blunder. But as for me, I could not go wrong, for I have read the whole Roman ceremonial through, merely that I might be exact as to these dresses." "But where do you suppose," said the other, "that our manager is to find purple robes for 12 cardinals?" "If a single one is wanting," cried the poet, "I would as soon think of flying, as of letting my comedy be represented without it. Zounds! Is the public to lose that magnificent spectacle? Just imagine the splendid effect on the stage of a supreme pontiff and 12 grave cardinals, with all the other dignitaries, who will of course accompany them. By heavens, it will be one of the grandest things ever seen on the stage, not excepting even the nosegay of Duraja." I now perceived that one of these young men was a poet, and the other a comedian. The latter advised the former that he should cut out a few of his cardinals, if he did not want to make it impossible for the manager to produce the piece. The poet would not listen to this, but said they might be thankful that he had not brought in the whole conclave, to be present at the memorable event which he proposed to immortalize in his brilliant comedy. The player laughed, left him to his occupation, and returned to his own, which was studying a part in a new play. The poet, after having committed to writing some verses of his magnificent comedy, slowly and gravely drew from his pocket some morsels of bread, and about 20 raisins, or perhaps not so many, for there were some crumbs of bread among them, which increased their apparent number. He blew the crumbs from the raisins, and ate them one by one, stalks and all, for I did not see him throw anything away, adding to them the pieces of bread, which had got such a colour from the lining of his pocket that they looked mouldy, and were so hard that he could not get them down, though he chewed them over and over again. This was lucky for me, for he threw them to me, saying, "Catch, dog, and much good may it do you." "Look," said I to myself, "what nectar and ambrosia this poet gives me, for that is the food on which they say these sons of Apollo are nourished." In short, great for the most part is the penury of poets, but greater was my need, since it obliged me to eat what he left. As long as he was busy with the composition of his comedy, he did not fail to visit the garden, nor did I want crusts, for he shared them with me very liberally, and then we went to the well, where we satisfied our thirst like monarchs, I lapping and he drinking out of a pitcher. But at last the poet came no more, and my hunger became so intolerable that I resolved to quit the Moresco and seek my fortune in the city. As I entered it, I saw my poet coming out of the famous monastery of San Geronimo. He came to me with open arms, and I was no less delighted to see him. He immediately began to empty his pockets of pieces of bread, softer than those he used to carry to the garden, and to put them between my teeth without passing them through his own. From the softness of the bites of bread, and from my having seen my poet come out of the monastery, I surmised that his muse, like that of many of his brethren, was a bashful beggar. He walked into the city, and I followed him, intending to take him from my master if he would let me, thinking that the crumbs from his table might serve to support me, since there is no better or ampler purse than charity, whose liberal hands are never poor. After some time, we arrived at the house of a theatrical manager, called Angula the Bad, to distinguish him from another Angula, not a manager, but a player, one of the best ever seen. The whole company was assembled to hear my master's comedy read, but before the first act was half finished, all had vanished, one by one, except the manager and myself, who formed the whole audience. The company was such that to me, who am but an ass in such matters, it seemed as though Satan himself had composed it for the utter ruin and perdition of the poet. And I actually shivered with vexation to see the solitude in which his audience had left him. I wonder did his prophetic soul presage to him the disgrace impending over him, for all the players, and there were more than 12 of them, came back, laid hold on the poet without saying a word, and had it not been for the authoritative interference of the manager, they would have tossed him in a blanket. I was confounded by this sad turn of affairs. The manager was incensed, the players very merry, and the poor forlorn poet, with great patience but a somewhat wry face, took the comedy, thrust it into his bosom, muttering, "It is not right to cast pearls before swine," and sadly quitted the place without another word. I was so mortified and ashamed that I could not follow him, and the manager caressed me so much that I was obliged to remain, and within a month I became an excellent performer in interludes and pantomimes. Interludes, you know, usually end with a cudgelling bout, but in my master's theatre they ended with setting me at the characters of the piece, whom I worried and tumbled one over the other, to the huge delight of the ignorant spectators and my master's great gain. O Scipio, what things I could tell you that I saw among these players, and 2 other companies to which I belonged. But I must leave them for another day, for it would be impossible to compress them within moderate limits. All you have heard is nothing to what I could relate to you about these people and their ways, their work and their idleness, their ignorance and their cleverness, and other matters without end, which might serve to disenchant many who idolize these fictitious divinities.
I see clearly, Berganza, that the field is large, but leave it now, and go on.
I arrived with a company of players in the city of Valladolid, where they gave me a wound in an interlude that was near being the death of me. I could not revenge myself then, because I was muzzled, and I had no mind to do so afterwards in cold blood, for deliberate vengeance argues a cruel and malicious disposition. I grew weary of this employment, not because it was laborious, but because I saw in it many things which called for amendment and castigation, and as it was not in my power to remedy them, I resolved to see them no more, but to take refuge in an abode of holiness, as those do who forsake their vices when they can no longer practise them, but better late than never. Well then, seeing you one night carrying the lantern with that good Christian Mahudes, I noticed how contented you were, how righteous and holy was your occupation. Filled with honest emulation, I longed to follow your steps, and with that laudable intention I placed myself before Mahudes, who immediately elected me your companion, and brought me to this hospital. What has occurred to me since I have been here would take some time to relate. I will just mention a conversation I heard between 4 invalids, who lay in 4 beds next to each other. It will not take long to tell, and it fits in here quite pat.
Very well, but be quick, for, to the best of my belief, it cannot be far from daylight.
The 4 beds were at the end of the infirmary, and in them lay an alchemist, a poet, a mathematician, and one of those persons who are called projectors.
I recollect these good people well.
One afternoon last summer, the windows being closed, I lay panting under one of their beds, when the poet began piteously to bewail his ill fortune. The mathematician asked him what he complained of. "Have I not good cause for complaint?" he replied. "I have strictly observed the rule laid down by Horace in his Art of Poetry, not to bring to light any work until 10 years after it has been composed. Now, I have a work on which I was engaged for 20 years, and which is lain by me for 12. The subject is sublime, the invention perfectly novel, the episode singularly happy, the versification noble, and the arrangement admirable, for the beginning is in perfect correspondence with the middle and the end. Altogether it is a lofty, sonorous, heroic poem, delectable and full of matter, and yet I cannot find a prince to whom I may dedicate it. A prince, I say, who is intelligent, liberal, and magnanimous. Wretched and depraved age this of ours." "What is the subject of the work?" inquired the alchemist. "It treats," said the poet, "of that part of the history of King Arthur of England which Archbishop Turpin left unwritten, together with the history of the quest of the Sangreal, the whole in heroic measure, part rhymes, part blank verse, and in dactyls moreover, that is to say, in dactylic noun substantives, without any admission of verbs." "For my part, I am not much of a judge in matters of poetry," returned the alchemist, "and therefore I cannot precisely estimate the misfortune you complain of, but in any case it cannot equal my own in wanting means, or a prince to back me and supply me with the requisites for prosecuting the science of alchemy, but for which want alone I should now be rolling in gold, and richer than ever was Midas, Croesus, and Croesus." "Have you ever succeeded, Señor Alchemist," said the mathematician, "in extracting gold from the other metals?" "I have not yet extracted it," the alchemist replied, "but I know for certain that the thing is to be done, and that in less than 2 months more I could complete the discovery of the philosopher's stone, by means of which gold can be made even out of pebbles." "Your worships," rejoined the mathematician, "have both of you made a great deal of your misfortunes. But after all, one of you has a book to dedicate, and the other is on the point of discovering the philosopher's stone, by means of which he will be as rich as all those who have followed the course. But what will you say of my misfortune, which is great beyond compare? For 22 years I have been in pursuit of the fixed point. Here I miss it, there I get sight of it again, and just when it seems that I am down upon it, so that it can by no means escape me, I find myself on a sudden so far away from it that I am utterly amazed. It is just the same with the quadrature of the circle. I have been within a hair's breadth of it, that I cannot conceive how it is that I have not got it in my pocket. Thus I suffer a torment like that of Tantalus, who starves with fruits all round him, and burns with thirst with water at his lip. At one moment I seem to grasp the truth, at another it is far away from me, and like another Sisyphus, I begin again to climb the hill which I have just rolled down, along with all the mass of my labours." The projector, who had hitherto kept silence, now struck in. Here we are, he said, 4 complainants, brought together by poverty under the roof of this hospital. To the devil with such callings and employments, as give neither pleasure nor bread to those who exercise them. I, gentlemen, am a projector, and have at various times offered sundry valuable projects to his Majesty, all to his advantage, and without prejudice to the realm. And I have now a memorial in which I supplicate his Majesty to appoint a person to whom I may communicate a new project of mine, which will be the means of entirely liquidating all his debts. But from the fate which all my other memorials have had, I foresee that this one will also be thrown into the dust-hole. Lest, however, your worships should think me crank-brained, I will explain my project to you, though this be in some degree a publication of my secret. I propose that all his Majesty's vassals, from the age of 14 to 60, be bound once a month, on a certain appointed day, to fast on bread and water, and that the whole expenditure, which would otherwise be made on that day for food, including fruit, meat, fish, wine, eggs, and vegetables, be turned into money, and the amount paid to his Majesty without defrauding him of a doit, as each shall declare on oath. By this means, in the course of 20 years, the king will be freed from all debts and encumbrances. The calculation is easily made. There are in Spain more than 3 million of persons of the specified age, exclusive of invalids, old, and young, and there is not one of these but spends at least a real and a half daily. However, I am willing to put it at a real only, and less it cannot be, even were they to eat nothing but leeks. Now does it not strike your worships that it would be no bad thing to realize every month 3 millions of reals, all net and clear as if they were winnowed and sifted? The plan, moreover, instead of a loss to his Majesty's subjects, would be a real advantage to them, for by means of their fast they would make themselves acceptable to God and would serve their king, and some of them even might find it beneficial to their health. The project is in every way admirable, as you must confess. The money too might be collected by parishes, without the cost of tax-gatherers and receivers, those plagues and bloodsuckers of the realm. The others all laughed at the projector's scheme, and even he himself joined in the laugh at last. For my part, I found much matter for reflection in the strange conversation I had heard, and in the fact that people such as these usually end their days in a hospital.
That is true, Berganza. Have you anything more to say?
2 things more, and then I shall have done, for I think the day is beginning to dawn. One day I accompanied Mahudes to ask for alms in the house of the corregidor of this city, who is a great cavalier and a very great Christian. We found him alone, and I thought fit to take advantage of that opportunity to give him certain counsels which I had gathered from the lips of an old invalid in this hospital, who was discussing the means of saving from perdition those vagabond girls who take to a life of vice to avoid labor, an intolerable evil demanding an immediate and effectual remedy. Wishing to impart what I had heard to the corregidor, I lifted up my voice, thinking to speak, but instead of articulate speech, I barked so loudly that the corregidor called out in a passion to his servants to drive me out of the room with sticks. Whereupon one of them caught up a copper siphon, which was the nearest thing at hand, and thrashed me with it so, that I feel it in my ribs to this hour.
And do you complain of that, Berganza?
Nay, have I not reason to complain, since I feel the pain even now, and since it appears to me that my good intentions merited no such chastisement?
Look you, Berganza, no one should interfere where he is not wanted, or take upon himself a business that in no wise is his concern. Besides, you ought to know that the advice of the poor, however good it may be, is never taken, nor should the lowly presume to offer advice to the great, who fancy they know everything. Wisdom in a poor man lies under a cloud, and cannot be seen, or if by chance it shines through it, people mistake it for folly, and treat it with contempt.
You are right, Scipio, and having had the lesson well beaten into me, I will henceforth act accordingly. That same night I entered the house of a lady of quality, who had in her arms a little lap-dog, so very diminutive that she could have hid it in her bosom. The instant it saw me, it flew at me out of its mistress's arms, barking with all its might, and even went so far as to bite my leg. I looked at it with disgust, and said to myself, if I meet you in the street, paltry little animal, either I would take no notice of you at all, or I would make mincemeat of you. The little wretch was an example of the common rule, that mean-souled persons when they are in favour are always insolent, and ready to offend those who are much better than themselves, though inferior to them in fortune.
We have many instances of this in worthless fellows, who are insolent enough under cover of their master's protection, but if death or any other chance brings down the tree against which they leaned, their true value becomes apparent, since they have no other merit than that borrowed from their patrons, whilst virtue and good sense are always the same, whether clothed or naked, alone or accompanied. But let us break off now, for the light beaming in through those chinks shows that the dawn is far advanced.
Be it so, and I trust in heaven that tonight we shall find ourselves in a condition to renew our conversation.
The licentiate finished the reading of this dialogue, and the alferez his nap, both at the same time. Although this colloquy is manifestly fictitious, said the licentiate, it is, in my opinion, so well composed, that the Señor Alferez may well proceed with the second part. Since you give me much encouragement, I will do so, replied the alferez, without further discussing the question with you, whether the dog spoke or not. There is no need that we should go over that ground again, said the licentiate. I admire the art and the invention you have displayed in the dialogue, and that is enough. Let us go to the Espolón, and recreate our bodily eyes, as we have gratified those of our minds. With all my heart, said the alferez, and away they went. End of the
Section 12 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 1. It would almost seem that the Gitanos and Gitanas, or male and female gypsies, had been sent into the world for the sole purpose of thieving. Born of parents who are thieves, reared among thieves, and educated as thieves, they finally go forth perfected in their vocation, accomplished at all points, and ready for every species of roguery. In them the love of thieving, and the ability to exercise it, are qualities inseparable from their existence, and never lost until the hour of their death. Now it chanced that an old woman of this race, one who had merited retirement on full pay as a veteran in the ranks of Cacus, brought up a girl whom she called Preciosa, and declared to be her granddaughter. To this child she imparted all her own acquirements, all the various tricks of her art. Little Preciosa became the most admired dancer in all the tribes of gipsydom. She was the most beautiful and discreet of all their maidens. Nay, she shone conspicuous not only among the gipsies, but even as compared with the most lovely and accomplished damsels, whose praises were at that time sounded forth by the voice of fame. Neither sun nor wind, nor all those vicissitudes of weather, to which the gipsies are more constantly exposed than any other people, could impair the bloom of her complexion, or embrown her hands, and what is more remarkable, the rude manner in which she was reared only served to reveal that she must have sprung from something better than the Gitano stock, for she was extremely pleasing and courteous in conversation, and lively though she was, yet in no wise did she display the least unseeming levity. On the contrary, amidst all her sprightliness, there was at the same time so much genuine decorum in her manner, that in the presence of Preciosa no Gitana, old or young,
ever dared to sing lascivious songs, or utter unbecoming words. The grandmother fully perceived what a treasure she had in her grandchild, and the old eagle determined to set her young eaglet flying, having been careful to teach her how to live by her talons. Preciosa was rich in hymns, ballads, seguidillas, sarabands, and other ditties, especially romances, which she sang with peculiar grace, for the cunning grandmother knew by experience that such accomplishments added to the youth and beauty of her granddaughter were the best means of increasing her capital, and therefore she failed not to promote their cultivation in every way she could. Nor was the aid of poets wanting, for some there are who do not disdain to write for the gipsies, as there are those who invent miracles for the pretended blind, or go snacks with them in what they gain from charitable believers. During her childhood Preciosa lived in different parts of Castile, but in her 16th year her grandmother brought her to Madrid, to the usual camping ground of the gipsies, in the fields of Santa Barbara. Madrid seemed to her the most likely place to find customers, for there everything is bought and sold. Preciosa made her first appearance in the capital at the festival of Santa Anna, the patroness of the city, when she took part in a dance performed by 8 gitanas, with one gitano, an excellent dancer, to lead them. The others were all very well, but such was the elegance of Preciosa that she fascinated the eyes of all the spectators. Amidst the sound of the tambourine and castanets, in the heat of the dance, a murmur of admiration arose for the beauty and grace of Preciosa. But when they heard her sing, for the dance was accompanied with song, the fame of the gitana reached its highest point, and by common consent the jewel offered as the prize of the best dancer in that festival was adjudged to her. After the usual dance in the church of Santa Maria, before the image of the glorious Santa Anna, Preciosa caught up a tambourine, well furnished with bells, and having cleared a wide circle around her with pirouettes of exceeding lightness, she sang a hymn to the patroness of the day. It was the admiration of all who heard her. Some said, "God bless the girl." Others, "'Tis a pity that this maiden is a gitana. Truly she deserves to be the daughter of some great lord." Others more coarsely observed, "Let the wench grow up and she will show you pretty tricks. She is closing the meshes of a very nice net to fish for hearts." Another, more good-natured but ill-bred and stupid, seeing her foot it so lightly, "Keep it up, keep it up! Courage, darling! Grind the dust to atoms." "Never fear," she answered without losing a step, "I'll grind it to atoms." At the vespers and feast of Santa Anna, Preciosa was somewhat fatigued, but so celebrated had she become for beauty, wit, and discretion, as well as for her dancing, that nothing else was talked of throughout the capital. A fortnight afterwards she returned to Madrid, with 3 other girls, provided with their tambourines and a new dance, besides a new stock of romances and songs, but all of a moral character, for Preciosa would never permit those in her company to sing immodest songs, nor would she ever sing them herself. The old gitana came with her, for she now watched her as closely as Argus, and never left her side, lest some one should carry her off. She called her granddaughter, and the girl believed herself to be her grandchild. The young gitanas began their dance in the shade, in the Calle de Toledo, and were soon encircled by a crowd of spectators. Whilst they danced, the old woman gathered money among the bystanders, and they showered it down like stones on the highway, for beauty has such power that it can awaken slumbering charity. The dance over, Preciosa said, "If you will give me 4 quartos, I will sing by myself a beautiful romance about the churching of Our Lady the Queen Dona Margarita. It is a famous composition by a poet of renown, one who may be called a captain in the battalion of poets. No sooner had she said this than almost everyone in the crowd cried out, "Sing it, Preciosa! Here are my 4 quartos." And so many quartos were thrown down on her, that the old gitana had not hands enough to pick them up. When the gathering was ended, Preciosa resumed her tambourine, and sang the promised romance, which was loudly encored, the whole audience crying out with one voice, "Sing again, Preciosa, sing again, and dance for us, girl. Thou shalt not want quartos whilst thou hast the ground beneath thy feet." Whilst more than 200 persons were thus looking on at the dance, and listening to the singing of the gitana, one of the lieutenants of the city passed by, and seeing so many people together, he asked what was the occasion of the crowd. Being told that the handsome gitana was singing there, the lieutenant, who was not without curiosity, drew near also to listen, but in consideration of his dignity he did not wait for the end of the romance. The gitanilla, however, pleased him so much, that he sent his page to tell the old crone to come to his house that evening with her troop, as he wished his wife Doña Clara to hear them. The page delivered the message, and the old gitana promised to attend. After the performance was ended, and the performers were going elsewhere, a very well-dressed page came up to Preciosa, and giving her a folded paper, said, "Pretty Preciosa, will you sing this romance? It is a very good one, and I will give you others from time to time, by which you will acquire the fame of having the best romances in the world." "I will learn this one with much willingness," replied Preciosa, "and be sure, señor, you bring me the others you speak of, but on condition that there is nothing improper in them. If you wish to be paid for them, we will agree for them by the dozen, but do not expect to be paid in advance, that will be impossible. When a dozen have been sung, the money for a dozen shall be forthcoming." "If the Señora Preciosa only pays me for the paper," said the page, "I shall be content. Moreover, any romance which does not turn out so well shall not be counted." "I will retain the right of choice," said Preciosa, and then she continued her way with her companions up the street, when some gentlemen called and beckoned to them from a latticed window. Preciosa went up and looked through the window, which was near the ground, into a cheerful, well-furnished apartment, in which several cavaliers were walking about, and others playing at various games. "Will you give me a share of your winnings, señors?" said Preciosa, in the lisping accent of the gipsies, which she spoke not by nature but from choice. At the sight of Preciosa, and at the sound of her voice, the players quitted the tables. The rest left off lounging, and all thronged to the window, for her fame had already reached them. "Come in, let the little gipsies come in," said the cavaliers gaily. "We will certainly give them a share of our winnings." "But you might make it cost us dear, señors," said Preciosa. "No, on the honour of gentlemen," said one. "You may come in, Niña, in full security that no one will touch the sole of your shoe. I swear this to you by the order I wear on my breast." And as he spoke he laid his hand on the cross of the Order of Calatrava which he wore. "If you like to go in, Preciosa," said one of the gitanillas who were with her, "do so by all means, but I do not choose to go where there are so many men." "Look you, Christina," answered Preciosa, "what you have to beware of is one man alone. Where there are so many there is nothing to fear. Of one thing you may be sure, Christina, the woman who is resolved to be upright may be amongst an army of soldiers. It is well indeed to avoid occasions of temptation, but it is not in crowded rooms like this that danger lurks." "Well then, let us go in, Preciosa," said her companion. "You know more than a witch." The old gipsy also encouraged them to go in, and that decided the question. As soon as they had entered the room, the cavalier of the order, seeing the paper which Preciosa carried, stretched out his hand to take it. "Do not take it from me," she said. "It is a romance, but just given to me, and which I have not yet had time to read." "And do you know how to read, my girl?" said one of the cavaliers. "Ay, and to write too," said the old woman. "I have brought up my grandchild as if she was a lawyer's daughter." The cavalier opened the paper, and finding a gold crown enclosed in it, said, "Truly, Preciosa, the contents of this letter are worth the postage. Here is a crown enclosed in the romance." "The poet has treated me like a beggar," said Preciosa, "but it is certainly a greater marvel for one of his trade to give a crown than for one of mine to receive it. If his romances come to me with this edition, he may transcribe the whole Romancera General, and send me every piece in it one by one. I will weigh their merit, and if I find there is good matter in them, I will not reject them. Read the paper aloud, señor, that we may see if the poet is as wise as he is liberal." The cavalier accordingly read as follows: "Sweet gipsy girl, whom envy's self must own of all fair maids the fairest. Ah, well befits thy stony heart the name thou Preciosa bearest. If as in beauty, so in pride and cruelty thou grow to sight, woe worth the land, woe worth the age, which brought thy fatal charms to light. A basilisk in thee we see, which fascinates our gaze and kills. No empire mild is thine, but one that tyrannizes o'er our wills. How grew such charms mid gipsy tribes, from roughest blasts without a shield? How such a perfect chrysolite could humble Manzanares yield? River, for this thou shalt be famed, like Tagus with its golden show, and more for Preciosa prized than Ganges with its lavish flow. In telling fortunes who can say what dupes to ruin thou beguilest? Good luck thou speak'st with smiling lips, but luckless they on whom thou smilest. 'Tis said they're witches every one, the women of the gipsy race, and all men may too plainly see that thou hast witchcraft in thy face. 1,000 different modes are thine, to turn the brain, for rest or move. Speak, sing, be mute, approach, retire, thou kindlest still the fire of love. The freest hearts bend to thy sway, and lose the pride of liberty. Bear witness mine, thy captive thrall, which would not, if it could, be free. These lines, thou precious gem of love, whose praise all power of verse transcend, he who for thee will live or die, thy poor and humble lover sends." "The poem ends with poor in the last line," said Preciosa, "and that is a bad sign. Lovers should never begin by saying that they are poor, for poverty, it strikes me, is a great enemy to love." "Who teaches you these things, girl?" said one of the cavaliers. "Who should teach me?" she replied. "Have I not a soul in my body? Am I not 15 years of age? I am neither lame, nor halt, nor maimed in my understanding. The wit of a gipsy girl steers by a different compass from that which guides other people. They are always forward for their years. There is no such thing as a stupid gitano or a silly gitana, since it is only by being sharp and ready that they can earn a livelihood. They polish their wits at every step, and by no means let the moss grow under their feet. You see these girls, my companions, who are so silent. You may think they are simpletons, but put your fingers in their mouths to see if they have cut their wise teeth, and then you shall see what you shall see. There is not a gipsy girl of 12 who does not know as much as one of another race at 25, for they have the devil and much practice for instructors, so that they learn in 1 hour what would otherwise take them a year. The company were much amused by the gitana's chat, and all gave her money. The old woman sacked 30 reals, and went off with her flock as merry as a cricket to the house of the Señor Lieutenant, after promising that she would return with them another day, to please such liberal gentlemen. Doña Clara, the lieutenant's lady, had been apprised of the intended visit of the gipsies, and she and her doncellas and dueñas, as well as those of another señora, her neighbour, were expecting them as eagerly as one looks for a shower in May. They had come to see Preciosa. She entered with her companions, shining among them like a torch among lesser lights, and all the ladies pressed towards her. Some kissed her, some gazed at her, others blessed her sweet face, others her graceful carriage. "This indeed is what you may call golden hair," cried Doña Clara. "These are truly emerald eyes." The señora, her neighbour, examined the gitanilla piecemeal. She made a pepitoria of all her joints and members, and coming at last to a dimple in her chin, she said, "Oh, what a dimple! It is a pit into which all eyes that behold it must fall." Thereupon an esquire in attendance on Doña Clara, an elderly gentleman with a long beard, exclaimed, "Call you this a dimple, señora? I know little of dimples, then, if this be one. It is no dimple, but a grave of living desires. I vow to God the gitanilla is such a dainty creature. She could not be better if she was made of silver or sugar paste. Do you know how to tell fortunes, Niña?" "That I do, and in 3 or 4 different manners," replied Preciosa. "You can do that too?" exclaimed Doña Clara. "By the life of my lord the lieutenant, you must tell me mine, Niña of gold, Niña of silver, Niña of pearls, Niña of carbuncles, Niña of heaven, and more than that cannot be said." "Give the Niña the palm of your hand, señora, and something to cross it with," said the old gipsy, "and you will see what things she will tell you, for she knows more than a doctor of medicine." The señora tenienta put her hand in her pocket, but found it empty. She asked for a loan of a quarto from her maids, but none of them had one, neither had the señora her neighbour. Preciosa, seeing this, said, "For the matter of crosses all are good, but those made with silver or gold are best. As for making the sign of the cross with copper money, that, ladies, you must know, lessens the luck. At least it does mine. I always like to begin by crossing the palm with a good gold crown, or a piece of 8, or at least a quarto, for I am like the sacristans who rejoice when there is a good collection." "How witty you are," said the lady visitor. Then turning to her squire, "Do you happen to have a quarto about you, Señor Contreras? If you have, give it me, and when my husband the doctor comes you shall have it again." "I have one," replied Contreras, "but it is pledged for 22 maravedis for my supper. Give me so much, and I will fly to fetch it." "We have not a quarto amongst us all," said Doña Clara, "and you ask for 22 maravedis? Go your way, Contreras, for a tiresome blockhead, as you always were." One of the damsels present, seeing the penury of the house, said to Preciosa, "Niña, will it be of any use to make the cross with a silver thimble?" "Certainly," said Preciosa, "the best crosses in the world are made with silver thimbles, provided there are plenty of them." "I have one," said the doncella. "If that is enough, here it is, on condition that my fortune must be told too." "So many fortunes to be told for a thimble!" exclaimed the old gipsy. "Make haste, granddaughter, for it will soon be night." Preciosa took the thimble, and began her soothsaying. Pretty lady, with a hand as silver fair, how thy husband dearly loves thee, 'tis superfluous to declare. Thou art a dove, all milk of kindness, Yet at times too thou canst be wrathful as a tiger, or a lioness of Barbary. Thou canst show thy teeth when jealous. Truly the lieutenant's sly, loves with furtive sports to vary magisterial gravity. What a pity one worth having wooed thee when a maiden fair! Plague upon all interlopers, you'd have made a charming pair. Sooth I do not like to say it, yet it may as well be said, thou wilt be a buxom widow, twice again shalt thou be wed. Do not weep, my sweet señora, we gitanas, you must know, speak not always true as gospel. Weep not then, sweet lady, so. If the thought is too distressing, losing such a tender mate, thou hast but to die before him, to escape a widow's fate. Wealth abundant thou'lt inherit, and that quickly, never fear. Thou shalt have a son, a canon, of what church does not appear. Not Toledo, no, that can't be. And a daughter, let me see. Ay, she'll rise to be an abbess, that is, if a nun she be. If thy husband do not drop off from this moment in weeks 4, Burgos him, or Salamanca, shall behold corregidor. Meanwhile keep thyself from tripping, where thou walkest many a snare, for the feet of pretty ladies, naughty gallants lay, beware. Other things, still more surprising, shall on Friday next be told, things to startle and delight thee, when I've crossed thy palm with gold. Preciosa having finished this oracular descant for the lady of the house, the rest of the company were all eager to have their fortunes told likewise, but she put them off till the next Friday, when they promised to have silver coin ready for crossing their palms. The Señor Lieutenant now came in, and heard a glowing account of the charms and accomplishments of the leading gitana. Having made her and her companions dance a little, he emphatically confirmed the encomiums bestowed on Preciosa, and putting his hand in his pocket he groped and rummaged about in it for a while, but at last drew his hand out empty, saying, "Upon my life I have not a doit. Give Preciosa a real, Doña Clara. I will give it you by and by." "That is all very well, señor," the lady replied, "but where is the real to come from? Amongst us all we could not find a quarto to cross our hands with." "Well, give her some trinket or other, that Preciosa may come another day to see us, when we will treat her better." "No," said Doña Clara, "I will give her nothing to-day, and I shall be sure she will come again." "On the contrary," said Preciosa, "if you give me nothing, I will never come here any more. Sell justice, Señor Lieutenant, sell justice, and then you will have money. Do not introduce new customs, but do as other magistrates do, or you will die of hunger. Look you, señor, I have heard say that money enough may be made of one's office to pay any mulets that may be incurred, and to help one to other appointments." "So say and do those who have no conscience," said the lieutenant, "but the judge who does his duty will have no mulet to pay, and to have well discharged his office will be his best help to obtain another." "Your worship speaks like a very saint," replied Preciosa. "Proceed thus, and we shall snip pieces off your old coats for relics." "You know a great deal, Preciosa," said the lieutenant. "Say no more, and I will contrive that their majesties shall see you, for you are fit to be shown to a king." "They will want me for a court fool," said the gitanilla, "and as I never shall learn the trade, your pains will be all for nothing. If they wanted me for my cleverness, they might have me, but in some palaces fools thrive better than the wise. I am content to be a gitana, and poor, and let heaven dispose of me as it pleases." "Come along, niña," said the old gipsy, "say no more. You have said a great deal already, and know more than I ever taught you. Don't put too fine a point to your wit, for fear it should get blunted. speak of things suitable to your years, and don't set yourself on the high ropes, lest you should chance to have a fall." "The deuce is in these gitanas," said the delighted lieutenant, as they were taking their leave. The doncella of the thimble stopped them for a moment, saying to Preciosa, "Tell me my fortune, or give me back my thimble, for I have not another to work with." "Señora doncella," replied Preciosa, "count upon your fortune as if it were already told, and provide yourself with another, or else sow no more gussets until I come again on Friday, when I will tell you more fortunes and adventures than you could read in any book of knight errantry." The gipsies went away, and falling in with numerous workwomen, returning from Madrid to their villages, as usual at the Ave Maria, they joined company with them, as they always did for the greater security, for the old gipsy lived in Section 13 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Little Gipsy Girl. Part 2. One morning after this, as they were returning to Madrid to levy blackmail along with other gitanas, in a little valley about 500 yards from the city, they met a handsome young gentleman, richly dressed. His sword and dagger were a blaze of gold. His hat was looped with a jewelled band, and was adorned with plumes of various colours. The gitanas stopped on seeing him, and set themselves to observe his movements at their leisure, wondering much that so fine a cavalier should be alone and on foot in such a place at that early hour. He came up to them, and addressing the eldest gitana, said, "On your life, friend, I entreat you to do me the favour to let me say 2 words in private to you and Preciosa. It shall be for your good." "With all my heart," said the old woman, "so you do not take us much out of our way, or delay us long." And calling Preciosa, they withdrew to some 20 paces distance, where they stopped, and the young gentleman thus addressed them: "I am so subdued by the wit and beauty of Preciosa, that after having in vain endeavoured to overcome my admiration, I have at last found the effort impossible. Ay, signoras, for I shall always give you that title if heaven favours my pretensions. As a knight, as this dress may show you," and opening his cloak he displayed the insignia of one of the highest orders in Spain, "I am the son of " Here he mentioned a personage whose name we suppress for obvious reasons, "and am still under tutelage and command. I am an only son, and expect to inherit a considerable estate. My father is here in the capital, looking for a certain post, which by all accounts he is on the point of obtaining. Being then of the rank and condition which I have declared to you, I should yet wish to be a great lord for the sake of Preciosa, that I might raise her up to my own level, and make her my equal and my lady. I do not seek to deceive. The love I bear her is too deep for any kind of deception. I only desire to serve her in whatever way shall be most agreeable to her. Her will is mine. For her my heart is wax to be moulded as she pleases, but enduring as marble to retain whatever impression she shall make upon it. If you believe me, I shall fear no discouragement from any other quarter, but if you doubt me, I shall despond. My name is . My father's I have already given you. He lives in such a house in such a street, and you may inquire about him and me of the neighbours, and of others also, for our name and quality are not so obscure, but that you may hear of us about the court and everywhere in the capital. I have here 100 crowns in gold to present to you, an earnest of what I mean to give you hereafter, for a man will be no niggard of his wealth who has given away his very soul." Whilst the cavalier was speaking, Preciosa watched him attentively, and doubtless she saw nothing to dislike either in his language or his person. Turning to the old woman, she said, "Pardon me, grandmother, if I take the liberty of answering this enamoured signor myself." "Make whatever answer you please, granddaughter," said the old woman, "for I know you have sense enough for anything." So Preciosa began. "Señor Cavalier," she said, "though I am but a poor gitana, and humbly born, yet I have a certain fantastic little spirit within me, which moves me to great things. Promises do not tempt me, nor presents sap my resolution, nor obsequiousness allure, nor amorous wiles ensnare me, and although by my grandmother's reckoning I shall be but 15 next Michaelmas, I am already old in thought, and have more understanding than my years would seem to promise. This may perhaps be more from nature than from experience, but be that as it may, I know that the passion of love is an impetuous impulse, which violently distorts the current of the will, makes it dash furiously against all impediments, and recklessly pursue the desired object. But not unfrequently, when the lover believes himself on the point of gaining the heaven of his wishes, he falls into the hell of disappointment. Or say that the object is obtained, the lover soon becomes wearied of his so much desired treasure, and opening the eyes of his understanding, he finds that what before was so devoutly adored is now become abhorrent to him. The fear of such a result inspires me with so great a distrust that I put no faith in words and doubt many deeds. One sole jewel I have, which I prize more than life, and that is my virgin purity, which I will not sell for promises or gifts, for sold it would be in that case, and if it could be bought, small indeed would be its value. Nor is it to be filched from me by wiles or artifices, rather I will carry it with me to my grave, and perhaps to heaven, than expose it to danger by listening to specious tales and chimeras. It is a flower which nothing should be allowed to sully, even in imagination, if it be possible. Nip the rose from the spray, and how soon it fades. One touches it, another smells it, a third plucks its leaves, and at last the flower perishes in vulgar hands. If you are come then, Signor, for this booty, you shall never bear it away except bound in the ties of wedlock. If you desire to be my spouse, I will be yours, but first there are many conditions to be fulfilled, and many points to be ascertained. In the first place, I must know if you are the person you declare yourself to be. Next, should I find this to be true, you must straightway quit your father's mansion, and exchange it for our tents, where, assuming the garb of a gipsy, you must pass 2 years in our schools, during which I shall be able to satisfy myself as to your disposition, and you will become acquainted with mine. At the end of that period, if you are pleased with me, and I with you, I will give myself up to you as your wife, but till then I will be your sister and your humble servant, and nothing more. Consider, Signor, that during the time of this novitiate you may recover your sight, which now seems lost, or at least disordered, and that you may then see fit to shun what now you pursue with so much ardour. You will then be glad to regain your lost liberty, and having done so, you may by sincere repentance obtain pardon of your family for your faults. If on these conditions you are willing to enlist in our ranks, the matter rests in your own hands, but if you fail in any one of them, you shall not touch a finger of mine." The youth was astounded at Preciosa's decision, and remained as if spellbound, with his eyes bent on the ground, apparently considering what answer he should return. Seeing this, Preciosa said to him, "This is not a matter of such light moment that it can or ought to be resolved on the spot. Return, Señor, to the city, consider maturely what is best for you to do, and you may speak with me in this same place any week-day you please, as we are on our way to or from Madrid." "When heaven disposed me to love you, Preciosa," replied the cavalier, "I determined to do for you whatever it might be your will to require of me, though it never entered my thought that you would make such a demand as you have now done. But since it is your pleasure that I should comply with it, count me henceforth as a gipsy, and put me to all the trials you desire. You will always find me the same towards you as I now profess myself. Fix the time when you will have me change my garb. I will leave my family under pretext of going to Flanders, and will bring with me money for my support for some time. In about 8 days I shall be able to arrange for my departure, and I will contrive some means to get rid of my attendants, so as to be free to accomplish my purpose. What I would beg of you, if I might make bold to ask any favour, is that, except to-day for the purpose of inquiring about me and my family, you go no more to Madrid, for I would not that any of the numerous occasions that present themselves there should deprive me of the good fortune I prize so dearly." "Not so, Señor Gallant," said Preciosa. "Wherever I go I must be free and unfettered. My liberty must not be restrained or encumbered by jealousy. Be assured, however, that I will not use it to such excess but that any one may see from a mile off that my honesty is equal to my freedom. The first charge, therefore, I have to impose upon you is, that you put implicit confidence in me, for lovers who begin by being jealous are either silly or deficient in confidence." "You must have Satan himself within you, little one," said the old gipsy. "Why, you talk like a bachelor of Salamanca. You know all about love and jealousy and confidence. How is this? You make me look like a fool, and I stand listening to you as to a person possessed, who talks Latin without knowing it." "Hold your peace, grandmother," replied Preciosa, "and know that all the things you have heard me say are mere trifles to the many greater truths that remain in my breast." All that Preciosa said, and the sound sense she displayed, added fuel to the flame that burned in the breast of the enamoured cavalier. Finally it was arranged that they should meet in the same place on that day sennight, when he would report how matters stood with him, and they would have had time to inquire into the truth of what he had told them. The young gentleman then took out a brocaded purse in which he said there were 100 gold crowns, and gave it to the old woman. But Preciosa would by no means consent that she should take them. "Hold your tongue, Nina," said the grandmother. "The best proof this señor has given of his submission is in thus having yielded up his arms to us in token of surrender. To give, upon whatever occasion it may be, is always the sign of a generous heart. Moreover, I do not choose that the gitanas should lose through my fault the reputation they have had for long ages of being greedy of lucre. Would you have me lose 100 crowns, Preciosa? 100 crowns in gold, that one may stitch up in the hem of a petticoat not worth 2 reals, and keep them there as one holds a rent charge on the pastures of Estremadura." Suppose that any of our children, grandchildren, or relations should fall by any mischance into the hands of justice, is there any eloquence so sure to touch the ears of the judge as the music of these crowns when they fall into his purse? 3 times, for 3 different offences, I have seen myself all but mounted on the ass to be whipped, but once I got myself off by means of a silver mug, another time by a pearl necklace, and the 3rd time with the help of 40 pieces of 8, which I exchanged for quartos, throwing 20 reals into the bargain. Look you, Nina, ours is a very perilous occupation, full of risks and accidents, and there is no defence that affords us more ready shelter and succour than the invincible arms of the great Philip. Nothing beats the plus ultra. For the 2 faces of a doubloon, a smile comes over the grim visage of the procurator, and of all the other ministers of mischief, who are downright harpies to us poor gitanas, and have more mercy for highway robbers than for our poor hides. Let us be ever so ragged and wretched in appearance, they will not believe that we are poor, but say that we are like the doublets of the gavachos of Belmont, ragged and greasy, and full of doubloons. Say no more, for heaven's sake, grandmother, said Preciosa. Do not string together so many arguments for keeping the money, but keep it, and much good may it do you. I wish to God you would bury it in a grave out of which it may never return to the light, and that there may never be any need of it. We must, however, give some of it to these companions of ours, who must be tired of waiting so long for us. They shall see 1 coin out of this purse as soon as they will see the Grand Turk, the old woman replied. The good señor will try if he has any silver coin, or a few coppers remaining, to divide amongst them, for they will be content with a little. Yes, I have, he said, and he took from his pocket 3 pieces of 8, which he divided among the gitanas, with which they were more delighted than the manager of a theatre when he is placarded as victor in a contest with a rival. Finally it was settled that the party should meet there again in a week, as before mentioned, and that the young man's gipsy name should be Andrew Caballero, for that was a surname not unknown among the gipsies. Andrew, as we shall henceforth call him, could not find courage to embrace Preciosa, but darting his very soul into her with a glance, he went away without it, so to speak, and returned to Madrid. The gipsies followed soon after, and Preciosa, who already felt a certain interest in the handsome and amiable Andrew, was anxious to learn if he was really what he said. They had not gone far before they met the page of the verses and the gold crown. "Welcome, Preciosa," he said, coming up to her. "Have you read the lines I gave you the other day?" "Before I answer you a word," said she, "you must, by all you love best, tell me one thing truly." Upon that adjuration, he replied, I could not refuse an answer to any question, though it should cost me my head. "Well then, what I want to know is this: are you, perchance, a poet?" "If I were one, it would certainly be perchance," said the page; "but you must know, Preciosa, that the name of poet is one which very few deserve. Thus I am not a poet, but only a lover of poetry, yet for my own use I do not borrow of others. The verses I gave you were mine, as are these also which I give you now, but I am not a poet for all that. God forbid." "Is it such a bad thing to be a poet?" Preciosa asked. "It is not a bad thing," he answered, "but to be a poet and nothing else I do not hold to be very good. We should use poetry like a rich jewel, the owner of which does not wear it every day, or show it to all people, but displays it only at suitable occasions. Poetry is a beautiful maiden, chaste, honest, discreet, reserved, and never overstepping the limits of perfect refinement. She is fond of solitude. She finds pleasure and recreation among fountains, meadows, trees, and flowers, and she delights and instructs all who are conversant with her. I have heard for all that, said Preciosa, that she is exceedingly poor, something of a beggar in short. It is rather the reverse, said the page, for there is no poet who is not rich, since they all live content with their condition, and that is a piece of philosophy which few understand. But what has moved you, Preciosa, to make this inquiry? I was moved to it because, as I believe all poets, or most of them, to be poor, that crown which you gave me wrapped up with the verses caused me some surprise. But now that I know that you are not a poet, but only a lover of poetry, it may be that you are rich, though I doubt it, for your propensity is likely to make you run through all you have got. It is a well-known saying that no poet can either keep or make a fortune. But the saying is not applicable to me, said the page. I make verses, and I am neither rich nor poor, and without feeling it or making a talk about it, as the Genoese do with their invitations, I can afford to give a crown, or even two, to whom I like. Take then, precious pearl, this second paper, and this second crown enclosed in it, without troubling yourself with the question whether I am a poet or not. I only beg you to think and believe that he who gives you this would fain have the wealth of Midas to bestow upon you. Preciosa took the paper, and feeling a crown within it, she said, This paper bids fair to live long, for it has two souls within it, that of the crown and that of the verses, which of course are full of souls and hearts as usual. But please to understand, Señor Page, that I do not want so many souls, and that unless you take back one of them, I will not receive the other on any account. I like you as a poet, and not as a giver of gifts, and thus we may be the longer friends, for your stock of crowns may run out sooner than your verses. Well, said the page, since you will have it that I am poor, do not reject the soul I present to you in this paper, and give me back the crown, which, since it has been touched by your hand, shall remain with me as a hallowed relic as long as I live. Preciosa gave him the crown, and kept the paper, but would not read it in the street. The page went away exulting in the belief that Preciosa's heart was touched, since she had treated him with such affability. It being now her object to find the house of Andrew's father, she went straight to the street, which she knew well, without stopping anywhere to dance. About halfway down it, she saw the gilded iron balcony which Andrew had mentioned to her, and in it a gentleman of about 50 years of age, of noble presence, with a red cross upon his breast. The gentleman, seeing the gitanilla, called out, Come up here, niñas, and we will give you something. These words brought 3 other gentlemen to the balcony, among whom was the enamoured Andrew. The instant he cast his eyes on Preciosa he changed colour, and well nigh swooned. Such was the effect her sudden appearance had upon him. The girls went upstairs, whilst the old woman remained below to pump the servants with respect to Andrew. As they entered the room, the elder gentleman was saying to the others, This is no doubt the handsome gitanilla who is so much talked of in Madrid. It is, said Andrew, and she is unquestionably the most beautiful creature that ever was seen. So they say, said Preciosa, who had overheard these remarks as she came in, but indeed they must be half out in the reckoning. I believe I am pretty well, but as handsome as they say, not a bit of it. By the life of Don Juanico, my son, said the elder gentleman, you are far more so, fair gitana. And who is Don Juanico, your son? Said Preciosa. That gallant by your side, said the cavalier. Truly, I thought your worship had sworn by some bantling of 2 years old, said Preciosa. What a pretty little pet of a Don Juanico! Why, he is old enough to be married, and by certain lines on his forehead, I foresee that married he will be before 3 years are out, and much to his liking too, if in the meantime he be neither lost nor changed. Ay, ay, said one of the company, the gitanilla can tell the meaning of a wrinkle. During this time the 3 gipsy girls, who accompanied Preciosa, had got their heads together, and were whispering each other. Girls, said Christina, that is the gentleman that gave us the 3 pieces of 8 this morning. Sure enough, said they, but don't let us say a word about it, unless he mentions it. How do we know but he may wish to keep it secret? Whilst the 3 were thus conferring together, Preciosa replied to the last remark about wrinkles. What I see with my eyes, I divine with my fingers. Of the Señor Don Juanico, I know without lines that he is somewhat amorous, impetuous, and hasty, and a great promiser of things that seem impossible. God grant he be not a deceiver, which would be worse than all. He is now about to make a long journey, but the bay horse thinks one thing, and the man that saddles him thinks another thing. Man proposes, and God disposes. Perhaps he may think he is bound for Oñez, and will find himself on the way to Gaviboa. In truth, gitana, said Don Juan, you have guessed right respecting me in several points. I certainly intend, with God's will, to set out for Flanders in 4 or 5 days, though you forebode that I shall have to turn out of my road. Yet I hope no obstacle will occur to frustrate my purpose. Say no more, señorito, the gipsy replied, but commend yourself to God, and all will be well. Be assured I know nothing at all of what I have been saying. It is no wonder if I sometimes hit the mark, since I talk so much and always at random. I wish I could speak to such good purpose as to persuade you not to leave home, but remain quietly with your parents to comfort their old age, for I am no friend to these Flanders expeditions, especially for a youth of your tender years. Wait till you are grown a little more, and better able to bear the toils of war, and the rather as you have war enough at home, considering all the amorous conflicts that are raging in your bosom. Gently, gently with you, madcap. Look what you are doing before you marry. And now give us a little dole for God's sake, and for the name you bear, for truly I believe you are well born. And if along with this you are loyal and true, then I will sing jubilee for having hit the mark in all I have said of you. I told you before, Niña, said Don Juan, otherwise Andrew Caballero, that you were right on every point, except as to the fear you entertain that I am not quite a man of my word. In that respect you are certainly mistaken. The word that I pledge in the field I fulfil in the town, or wherever I may be, without waiting to be asked. For no man can esteem himself a gentleman who yields in the least to the vice of falsehood. My father will give you alms for God's sake and for mine, for in truth I gave all I had this morning to some ladies, of whom I would not venture to assert that they are as obliging as they are beautiful, one of them especially. Hearing this, Christina said to her companions, May I be hanged, girls, if he is not talking of the 3 pieces of 8 he gave us this morning. No, that can't be, one of them observed, for he said they were ladies, and we are none, and being so true spoken as he says he is, he would not lie in this matter. Oh, but, said Christina, that is not a lie of any moment that is told without injury to anybody, but for the advantage and credit of him who tells it. Be that as it may, I see he neither gives us anything, nor asks us to dance." The old gipsy now came into the room, and said, "Make haste, granddaughter, for it is late, and there is much to be done, and more to be said." "What is it, grandmother?" said Preciosa. "A boy or a girl?" "A boy, and a very fine one." "Come along, Preciosa, and you shall hear marvels." "God grant the mother does not die of her after pains," said the granddaughter. "We will take all possible care of her. She has had a very good time, and the child is a perfect beauty." "Has any lady been confined?" said Andrew's father. "Yes, señor," replied the old gitana, "but it is such a secret that no one knows of it except Preciosa, myself, and one other person, so we cannot mention the lady's name." "Well, we don't want to know it," said one of the gentlemen present, "but God help the lady who trusts her secret to your tongues, and her honour to your aid." "We are not all bad," replied Preciosa. "Perhaps there may be one among us who piques herself on being as trusty and as true as the noblest man in this room. Let us be gone, grandmother, for here we are held in little esteem, though in truth we are neither thieves nor beggars." "Do not be angry, Preciosa," said Andrew's father. "Of you at least I imagine no one can presume anything ill, for your good looks are warrant for your good conduct. Do me the favour to dance a little with your companions. I have here a doubloon for you with 2 faces, and neither of them as good as your own, though they are the faces of 2 kings." The moment the old woman heard this, she cried, "Come along, girls, tuck up your skirts and oblige these gentlemen." Preciosa took the tambourine, and they all danced with so much grace and freedom, that the eyes of all the spectators were riveted upon their steps, especially those of Andrew, who gazed upon Preciosa as if his whole soul was centred in her. But an untoward accident turned his delight into anguish. In the exertion of the dance, Preciosa let fall the paper given her by the page. It was immediately picked up by the gentleman who had no good opinion of the gipsies. He opened it and said, "What have we here? A madrigal? Good. Break off the dance and listen to it, for as far as I can judge from the beginning, it is really not bad." Preciosa was annoyed at this, as she did not know the contents of the paper, and she begged the gentleman not to read it, but give it back to her. All her entreaties, however, only made Andrew more eager to hear the lines, and his friend read them out as follows: "Who hath Preciosa seen, dancing like the fairy queen, riplets on a sunlit river, like her small feet glance and quiver, when she strikes the timbrel featly, when she warbles, oh how sweetly, pearls from her white hands she showers, from her rosy lips drop flowers, not a ringlet of her hair, but doth 1,000 souls ensnare, not a glance of her bright eyes, but seems shot from love's own skies. He in obeisance to this sovereign maid, his bow and quiver at her feet hath laid." "Por Dios!" exclaimed the reader, "he is a dainty poet who wrote this." "He is not a poet, señor," said Preciosa, "but a page, and a very gallant and worthy man." "Mind what you say, Preciosa," returned the other, "for the praises you bestow on the page are so many lance thrusts through Andrew's heart. Look at him as he sits aghast, thrown back on his chair, with a cold perspiration breaking through all his pores. Do not imagine, maiden, that he loves you so lightly but that the least slight from you distracts him. Go to him, for God's sake, and whisper a few words in his ear, that may go straight to his heart, and recall him to himself. Go on receiving such madrigals as this every day, and just see what will come of it." It was just as he had said. Andrew had been racked by 1,000 jealousies on hearing the verses, and was so overcome that his father observed it, and cried out, "What ails you, Don Juan? You are turned quite pale, and look as if you were going to faint." "Wait a moment," said Preciosa. "Let me whisper certain words in his ear, and you will see that he will not faint." Then bending over him, she said, almost without moving her lips, "A pretty sort of gitano you will make. Why, Andrew, how will you be able to bear the torture with gauze when you are overcome by a bit of paper?" Then making half a dozen signs of the cross over his heart, she left him, after which Andrew breathed a little, and told his friends that Preciosa's words had done him good. Finally the two-faced doubloon was given to Preciosa, who told her companions that she would change it, and share the amount honourably with them. Andrew's father entreated her to leave him in writing the words she had spoken to his son, as he wished by all means to know them. She said she would repeat them with great pleasure, and that though they might appear to be mere child's play, they were of sovereign virtue to preserve from the heartache and dizziness of the head. The words were these: "Silly pate, why run on at this rate? No tripping or slipping or sliding. Have trusty assurance and patient endurance, and ever be frank and confiding. To ugly suspicion refuse all admission, nor let it your better sense twist over. All this if you'll do, you'll not rue, for excellent things will ensue, with the good help of God and Saint Christopher." "Only say these words," she continued, "over any person who has a swimming in the head, making at the same time 6 signs of the cross over his heart, and he will soon be as sound as an apple." When the old woman heard the charm, she was amazed at the clever trick played by her granddaughter, and Andrew was still more so when he found that the whole was an invention of her quick wit. Preciosa left the madrigal in the hands of the gentleman, not liking to ask for it, lest she should again distress Andrew, for she knew, without any one teaching her, what it was to make a lover feel the pangs of jealousy. Before she took her leave, she said to Don Juan, "Every day of the week, señor, is lucky for beginning a journey. Not one of them is black. Hasten your departure, therefore, as much as you can, for there lies before you a free life of ample range and great enjoyment, if you choose to accommodate yourself to it." "It strikes me that a soldier's life is not so free as you say," replied Andrew, "but one of submission rather than liberty. However, I will see what I can do." "You will see more than you think for," said Preciosa, "and may God have you in his keeping, and lead you to happiness, as your goodly presence deserves." These farewell words filled Andrew with delight. The gitanas went away no less gratified, and shared the doubloon between them, the old woman as usual taking a part and a half, both by reason of her seniority, as because she was the compass by which they steered their course on the wide sea of their dances, pleasantry, and tricks. Section 14 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 3. At last the appointed day of meeting came, and Andrew arrived in the morning at the old trysting place, mounted on a hired mule, and without any attendant. He found Preciosa and her grandmother waiting for him, and was cordially welcomed by them. He begged they would take him at once to the rancho, before it was broad day, that he might not be recognized should he be sought for. The two gitanas, who had taken the precaution to come alone, immediately wheeled round, and soon arrived with him at their huts. Andrew entered one of them, which was the largest in the rancho, where he was forthwith assisted by 10 or 12 gitanos, all handsome strapping young fellows, whom the old woman had previously informed respecting the new comrade who was about to join them. She had not thought it necessary to enjoin them to secrecy, for, as we have already said, they habitually observed it with unexampled sagacity and strictness. Their eyes were at once on the mule, and said one of them, "We can sell this on Thursday in Toledo." "By no means," said Andrew, "for there is not a hired mule in Madrid, or any other town, but is known to all the muleteers that tramp the roads of Spain." "Por Dios, Señor Andrew," said one of the gang, "if there were more signs and tokens upon the mule than are to precede the day of judgment, we will transform it in such a manner that it could not be known by the mother that bore it, or the master that owned it." "That may be," said Andrew, "but for this time you must do as I recommend. This mule must be killed, and buried where its bones shall never be seen." "Put the innocent creature to death?" cried another gipsy. "What a sin! Don't say the word, good Andrew, only do one thing. Examine the beast well, till you have got all its marks well by heart. Then let me take it away, and if in 2 hours from this time you are able to know it again, let me be basted like a runaway negro." "I must insist upon the mule's being put to death," said Andrew, "though I were ever so sure of its transformation. I am in fear of being discovered unless it is put under ground. If you object for sake of the profit to be made by selling it, I am not come so destitute to this fraternity, but that I can pay my footing with more than the price of 4 mules." "Well, since the Señor Andrew Caballero will have it so," said the other gitano, "let the sinless creature die, though God knows how much it goes against me, both because of its youth, for it has not yet lost mark of mouth, a rare thing among hired mules, and because it must be a good goer, for it has neither scars on its flank nor marks of the spur." The slaughter of the mule was postponed till night, and the rest of the day was spent in the ceremonies of Andrew's initiation. They cleared out one of the best huts in the encampment, dressed it with boughs and rushes, and seating Andrew in it on the stump of a cork tree, they put a hammer and tongs in his hands, and made him cut 2 capers to the sound of 2 guitars. They then bared one of his arms, tied round it a new silk ribbon, through which they passed a short stick, and gave it 2 turns gently, after the manner of the garrote with which criminals are strangled. Preciosa was present at all this, as were many other gitanas, old and young, some of whom gazed at Andrew with admiration, others with love, and such was his good humour that even the gitanos took most kindly to him. These ceremonies being ended, an old gipsy took Preciosa by the hand, and setting her opposite Andrew, spoke thus: "This girl, who is the flower and cream of all beauty among the gitanas of Spain, we give to you either for your wife or your mistress, for in that respect you may do whatever shall be most to your liking, since our free and easy life is not subject to squeamish scruples or to much ceremony. Look at her well, and see if she suits you, or if there is anything in her you dislike. If there is, choose from among the maidens here present the one you like best, and we will give her to you. But bear in mind that once your choice is made, you must not quit it for another, nor make or meddle either with the married women or the maids. We are strict observers of the law of good fellowship. None among us covets the good that belongs to another. We live free and secure from the bitter plague of jealousy, and though incest is frequent amongst us, there is no adultery. If a wife or a mistress is unfaithful, we do not ask the courts of justice to punish, but we ourselves are the judges and executioners of our wives and mistresses, and make no more ado about killing and burying them in the mountains and desert places than if they were vermin. There are no relations to avenge them, no parents to call us to account for their deaths. By reason of this fear and dread, our women learn to live chaste, and we, as I have said, feel no uneasiness about their virtue. We have few things which are not common to us all, except wives and mistresses, each of whom we require to be his alone, to whom fortune has allotted her. Among us, divorce takes place because of old age as well as by death. Any man may, if he like, leave a woman who is too old for him, and choose one more suitable to his years. By means of these and other laws and statutes we contrive to lead a merry life. We are lords of the plains, the cornfields, the woods, mountains, springs, and rivers. The mountains yield us wood for nothing, the orchards fruit, the vineyards grapes, the gardens vegetables, the fountains water, the rivers fish, the parks feathered game. The rocks yield us shade, the glades and valleys fresh air, and the caves shelter. For us the inclemencies of the weather are zephyrs, the snow refreshment, the rain baths, the thunder music, and the lightning torches. For us the hard ground is a bed of down, the tanned skin of our bodies is an impenetrable harness to defend us. Our nimble limbs submit to no obstacle from iron bars or trenches or walls. Our courage is not to be twisted out of us by cords, or choked by gauze, or quelled by the rack. Between yes and no we make no difference, when it suits our convenience to confound them. We always pride ourselves more on being martyrs than confessors. For us the beasts of burden are reared in the fields, and pockets are filled in the cities. No eagle or other bird of prey pounces more swiftly on its quarry than we upon opportunities that offer us booty. And finally, we possess many qualities which promise us a happy end, for we sing in prison, are silent on the rack, work by day, and by night we thieve. Or rather we take means to teach all men that they should exempt themselves from the trouble of seeing where they put their property. We are not distressed by the fear of losing our honour, or kept awake by ambition to increase it. We attach ourselves to no parties. We do not rise by daylight to attend levees and present memorials, or to swell the trains of magnates, or to solicit favours. Our gilded roofs and sumptuous palaces are these portable huts. Our Flemish pictures and landscapes are those which nature presents to our eyes at every step in the rugged cliffs and snowy peaks, the spreading meads and leafy groves. We are rustic astronomers, for as we sleep almost always under the open sky, we can tell every hour by day or night. We see how Aurora extinguishes and sweeps away the stars from heaven, and how she comes forth with her companion, the dawn, enlivening the air, refreshing the water, and moistening the earth. And after her appears the sun, gilding the heights, as the poet sings, and making the mountains smile. We are not afraid of being left chilly by his absence, when his rays fall aslant upon us, or of being roasted when they blaze down upon us perpendicularly. We turn the same countenance to sun and frost, to dearth and plenty. In conclusion, we are people who live by our industry and our wits, without troubling ourselves with the old adage, the church, the sea, or the king's household. We have all we want, for we are content with what we have. All these things have I told you, generous youth, that you may not be ignorant of the life to which you are come, and the manner and customs you will have to profess, which I have here sketched for you in the rough. Many other particulars, no less worthy of consideration, you will discover for yourself in process of time. Here the eloquent old gitano closed his discourse, and the novice replied, that he congratulated himself much on having been made acquainted with such laudable statutes, that he desired to make profession of an order so based on reason and politic principles, that his only regret was that he had not sooner come to the knowledge of so pleasant a life, and that from that moment he renounced his knighthood, and the vain glory of his illustrious lineage, and placed them beneath the yoke, or beneath the laws under which they lived, forasmuch as they so magnificently recompensed the desire he had to serve them, in bestowing upon him the divine Preciosa, for whom he would surrender many crowns and wide empires, or desire them only for her sake. Preciosa spoke next. Whereas these señores, our lawgivers, she said, have determined according to their laws that I should be yours, and as such have given me up to you, I have decreed, in accordance with the law of my own will, which is the strongest of all, that I will not be so except upon the conditions heretofore concerted between us two. You must live 2 years in our company before you enjoy mine, so that you may neither repent through fickleness, nor I be deceived through precipitation. Conditions supersede laws. Those which I have prescribed you know. If you choose to keep them, I may be yours, and you mine. If not, the mule is not dead, your clothes are whole, and not a doit of your money is spent. Your absence from home has not yet extended to the length of a day. What remains you may employ in considering what best suits you. These señores may give up my body to you, but not my soul, which is free, and born free, and shall remain free. If you remain, I shall esteem you much. If you depart, I shall do no less, for I hold that amorous impulses run with a loose rein, until they are brought to a halt by reason or disenchantment. I would not have you be towards me like the sportsman, who, when he has bagged a hare, thinks no more of it, but runs after another. The eyes are sometimes deceived. At first sight, tinsel looks like gold, but they soon recognize the difference between the genuine and the false metal. This beauty of mine, which you say I possess, and which you exalt above the sun, and declare more precious than gold, how do I know but that at a nearer view it will appear to you a shadow, and when tested will seem but base metal? I give you 2 years to weigh and ponder well what will be right to choose or reject. Before you buy a jewel, which you can only get rid of by death, you ought to take much time to examine it, and ascertain its faults or its merits. I do not assent to the barbarous license which these kinsmen of mine have assumed, to forsake their wives or chastise them when the humour takes them, and as I do not intend to do anything which calls for punishment, I will not take for my mate one who will abandon me at his own caprice." "You are right, Preciosa," said Andrew, "and so, if you would have me quiet your fears and abate your doubts, by swearing not to depart a jot from the conditions you prescribe, choose what form of oath I shall take, and what other assurance I shall give you, and I will do exactly as you desire." "The oaths and promises which the captive makes to obtain his liberty are seldom fulfilled when he is free," returned Preciosa, "and it is just the same, I fancy, with a lover, who to obtain his desire will promise the wings of Mercury and the thunderbolts of Jove, and indeed a certain poet promised myself no less, and swore it by the Stygian lake. I want no oaths or promises, Signor Andrew, but to leave everything to the result of this novitiate. It will be my business to take care of myself, if at any time you should think of offending me." "Be it so," said Andrew. "One request I have to make of these signores and comrades mine, and that is that they will not force me to steal anything for a month or so, for it strikes me that it will take a great many lessons to make me a thief." "Never fear, my son," said the old gipsy, "for we will instruct you in such a manner that you will turn out an eagle in our craft. And when you have learned it, you will like it so much that you will be ready to eat your hand, it will so itch after it. Yes, it is fine fun to go out empty-handed in the morning, and to return loaded at night to the rancho." "I have seen some return with a whipping," said Andrew. "One cannot catch trouts dry shod," the old man replied. "All things in this life have their perils. The acts of the thief are liable to the galleys, whipping, and the scragging post. But it is not because one ship encounters a storm, or springs a leak, that others should cease to sail the seas. It would be a fine thing if there were to be no soldiers, because war consumes men and horses. Besides, a whipping by the hand of justice is for us a badge of honour, which becomes us better worn on the shoulders than on the breast. The main point is to avoid having to dance upon nothing in our young days, and for our first offences. But as for having our shoulders dusted, or thrashing the water in a galley, we don't mind that a nutshell. For the present, Andrew, my son, keep snug in the nest under the shelter of our wings. In due time we will take you out to fly, and that where you will not return without a prey, and the short and the long of it is, that by and by you will lick your fingers after every theft." "Meanwhile," said Andrew, "as a compensation for what I might bring in by thieving during the vacation allowed me, I will divide 200 gold crowns among all the members of the rancho." The words were no sooner out of his mouth than several gitanos caught him up in their arms, hoisted him upon their shoulders, and bore him along, shouting, "Long life to the great Andrew, and long life to Preciosa his beloved." The gitanas did the same with Preciosa, not without exciting the envy of Christina and the other gitanillas present, for envy dwells alike in the tents of barbarians, the huts of shepherds, and the palaces of princes, and to see another thrive, who seems no better than oneself, is a great weariness to the spirit. This done, they ate a hearty dinner, made an equitable division of the gift money, repeated their praises of Andrew, and exalted Preciosa's beauty to the skies. When night fell, they broke the mule's neck, and buried it, so as to relieve Andrew of all fear of its leading to his discovery. They likewise buried with it the trappings, saddle, bridle, girths, and all, after the manner of the Indians, whose chief ornaments are laid in the grave with them. Andrew was in no small astonishment at all he had seen and heard, and resolved to pursue his enterprise without meddling at all with the customs of his new companions, so far as that might be possible. Especially he hoped to exempt himself at the cost of his purse from participating with them in any acts of injustice. On the following day Andrew requested the gipsies to break up the camp and remove to a distance from Madrid, for he feared that he should be recognized if he remained there. They told him they had already made up their minds to go to the mountains of Toledo, and thence to scour all the surrounding country, and lay it under contribution. Accordingly they struck their tents and departed, offering Andrew an ass to ride, but he chose rather to travel on foot, and serve as attendant to Preciosa, who rode triumphantly another ass, rejoicing in her gallant esquire, whilst he was equally delighted at finding himself close to her whom he had made the mistress of his freedom. O potent force of him who is called the sweet god of bitterness, a title given him by our idleness and weakness, how effectually dost thou enslave us! Here was Andrew, a knight, a youth of excellent parts, brought up at court, and maintained in affluence by his noble parents, and yet since yesterday such a change has been wrought in him, that he has deceived his servants and friends, disappointed the hopes of his parents, abandoned the road to Flanders, where he was to have exercised his valour, and increased the honours of his line, and he has prostrated himself at the feet of a girl, made himself the lackey of one who, though exquisitely beautiful, is after all a gitana. Wondrous prerogative of beauty, which brings down the strongest will to its feet, in spite of all its resistance. In 4 days' march the gipsies arrived at a pleasant village, within 2 leagues of the great Toledo, where they pitched their camp, having first given some articles of silver to the alcalde of the district, as a pledge that they would steal nothing within all his bounds, nor do any other damage that might give cause of complaint against them. This done, all the old gitanas, some young ones, and the men, spread themselves all over the country, to the distance of 4 or 5 leagues from the encampment. Andrew went with them to take his first lesson in thievery, but though they gave him many in that expedition, he did not profit by any of them. On the contrary, as was natural in a man of gentle blood, every theft committed by his masters wrung his very soul, and sometimes he paid for them out of his own pocket, being moved by the tears of the poor people who had been despoiled. The gipsies were in despair at this behaviour. It was in contravention, they said, of their statutes and ordinances, which prohibited the admission of compassion into their hearts, because if they had any, they must cease to be thieves, a thing which was not to be thought of on any account. Seeing this, Andrew said he would go thieving by himself, for he was nimble enough to run from danger, and did not lack courage to encounter it, so that the prize or the penalty of his thieving would be exclusively his own. The gipsies tried to dissuade him from this good purpose, telling him that occasions might occur in which he would have need of companions, as well to attack as to defend, and that one person alone could not make any great booty. But in spite of all they could say, Andrew was determined to be a solitary robber, intending to separate from the gang, and purchase for money something which he might say he had stolen, and thus burden his conscience as little as possible. Proceeding in this way, in less than a month, he brought more gain to the gang than 4 of the most accomplished thieves in it. Preciosa rejoiced not a little to see her tender lover become such a smart and handy thief, but for all that she was sorely afraid of some mischance, and would not have seen him in the hands of justice for all the treasures of Venice. Such was the good feeling towards him which she could not help entertaining, in return for his many good offices and presents. After remaining about a month in the Toledan district, where they reaped a good harvest, the gipsies entered the wealthy region of Estremadura. Meanwhile Andrew frequently held honourable and loving converse with Preciosa, who was gradually becoming enamoured of his good qualities, while, in like manner, his love for her went on increasing, if that were possible. Such were the virtues, the good sense and beauty of his Preciosa. Whenever the gipsies engaged in athletic games, he carried off the prize for running and leaping. He played admirably at skittles and at ball, and pitched the bar with similar strength and dexterity. In a short while his fame spread through all Estremadura, and there was no part of it where they did not speak of the smart young gitano, Andrew, and his graces and accomplishments. As his fame extended, so did that of Preciosa's beauty, and there was no town, village, or hamlet to which they were not invited, to enliven their patron saint's days, or other festivities. The tribe consequently became rich, prosperous, and contented, and the lovers were happy in the mere sight of each other. It happened one night, when the camp was pitched among some evergreen oaks, a little way off the highway, they heard their dogs barking about the middle watch with unusual vehemence. Andrew and some others got up to see what was the matter, and found a man dressed in white battling with them, whilst one of them held him by the leg. "What the devil brought you here, man?" said one of the gipsies, after they had released him, "at such an hour, away from the high road? Did you come to thieve? If so, you have come to the right door." "I do not come to thieve, and I don't know whether or not I am off the road, though I see well enough that I am gone astray," said the wounded man. "But tell me, señores, is there any venta or place of entertainment where I can get a night's lodging, and dress the wounds which these dogs have given me?" "There is no venta or public place to which we can take you," replied Andrew; "but as for a night's lodging, or dressing your wounds, that you can have done at our ranchos. Come along with us, for though we are gipsies, we are not devoid of humanity." "God reward you," said the man. "Take me whither you please, for my leg pains me greatly." Andrew lifted him up, and carried him along with the help of some of the other compassionate gipsies, for even among the fiends there are some worse than others, and among many bad men you may find one good. It was a clear moonlight night, so that they could see that the person they carried was a youth of handsome face and figure. He was dressed all in white linen, with a sort of frock of the same material belted round his waist. They arrived at Andrew's hut or shed, quickly kindled a fire, and fetched Preciosa's grandmother to attend to the young man's hurts. She took some of the dog's hairs, fried them in oil, and after washing with wine the 2 bites she found on the patient's left leg, she put the hairs and the oil upon them, and over this dressing a little chewed green rosemary. She then bound the leg up carefully with clean bandages, made the sign of the cross over it, and said, "Now go to sleep, friend, and with the help of God your hurts will not signify." While they were attending to the wounded man, Preciosa stood by, eyeing him with great curiosity, whilst he did the same by her, insomuch that Andrew took notice of the eagerness with which he gazed, but he attributed this to the extraordinary beauty of Preciosa, which naturally attracted all eyes. Finally, having done all that was needful for the youth, they left him alone on a bed of dry hay, not caring to question him then as to his road or any other matter. As soon as all the others were gone, Preciosa called Andrew aside and said to him, "Do you remember, Andrew, a paper I let fall in your house when I was dancing with my companions, and which caused you, I think, some uneasiness?" "I remember it well," said Andrew. "It was a madrigal in your praise, and no bad one either." "Well, you must know, Andrew, that the person who wrote those verses is no other than the wounded youth we have left in the hut. I cannot be mistaken, for he spoke to me 2 or 3 times in Madrid, and gave me too a very good romance. He was then dressed, I think, as a page, not an ordinary one, but like a favourite of some prince. I assure you, Andrew, he is a youth of excellent understanding, and remarkably well behaved, and I cannot imagine what can have brought him hither, and in such a garb." "What should you imagine, Preciosa, but that the same power which has made me a gitano has made him put on the dress of a miller, and come in search of you?" "Ah, Preciosa, Preciosa, how plain it begins to be that you pride yourself on having more than one adorer. If this be so, finish me first, and then kill off this other, but do not sacrifice both at the same time to your perfidy." "God's mercy, Andrew, how thin-skinned you are! On how fine a thread you make your hopes and my reputation hang, since you let the cruel sword of jealousy so easily pierce your soul. Tell me, Andrew, if there were any artifice or deceit in this case, could I not have held my tongue about this youth, and concealed all knowledge of him? Am I such a fool that I cannot help telling you what should make you doubt my integrity and good behaviour? Hold your tongue, Andrew, in God's name, and try to-morrow to extract from this cause of your alarm whither he is bound, and why he is come hither. It may be that you are mistaken in your suspicion, though I am not mistaken in what I told you of the stranger. And now for your greater satisfaction, since it is come to that pass with me that I seek to satisfy you, whatever be the reason of this youth's coming, send him away at once. All our people obey you, and none of them will care to receive him into their huts against your wish. But if this fails, I give you my word not to quit mine, or let myself be seen by him, or by anybody else from whom you would have me concealed. Look you, Andrew, I am not vexed at seeing you jealous, but it would vex me much to see you indiscreet." "Unless you see me mad, Preciosa," said Andrew, "any other demonstration would be far short of showing you what desperate havoc jealousy can make of a man's feelings. However, I will do as you bid me, and find out what this Señor Page Poet wants, whither he is going, and whom he is in search of. It may be that unawares he may let me get hold of some end of thread, which shall lead to the discovery of the whole snare, which I fear he is come to set for me." "Jealousy, I imagine," said Preciosa, "never leaves the understanding clear to apprehend things as they really are. Jealousy always looks through magnifying glasses, which make mountains of molehills, and realities of mere suspicions. On your life, Andrew, and on mine, I charge you to proceed in this matter, and all that touches our concerns, with prudence and discretion, and if you do, I know that you will have to concede the palm to me, as honest, upright, and true to the very utmost." With these words she quitted Andrew, leaving him impatient for daylight, that he might receive the confession of the wounded man, and distracted in mind by 1,000 various surmises. He could not believe but that this page had come thither attracted by Preciosa's beauty, for the thief believes that all men are such as himself. On the other hand, the pledge voluntarily made to him by Preciosa appeared so highly satisfactory, that he ought to set his mind quite at ease, and commit all his happiness implicitly to the keeping of her good faith. At last day appeared. He visited the wounded man, and after inquiring how he was, and did his bites pain him, he asked what was his name, whither he was going, and how it was he travelled so late and so far off the road. The youth replied that he was better, and felt no pain, so that he was able to resume his journey. His name was Alonso Hurtado. He was going to Our Lady of the Peña de Francia on a certain business. He travelled by night for the greater speed, and having missed his way he had come upon the encampment, and been worried by the dogs that guarded it. Andrew did not by any means consider this a straightforward statement. His suspicions returned to plague him, and, said he, "Brother, if I were a judge, and you had been brought before me, upon any charge which would render necessary such questions as those I have put to you, the reply you have given would oblige me to apply the thumbscrew. It is nothing to me who you are, what is your name, or where you are going. I only warn you that if it suits your convenience to lie on this journey, you should lie with more appearance of truth. You say you are going to La Peña de Francia, and you leave it on the right hand more than 30 leagues behind this place. You travel by night for sake of speed, and you quit the high road and strike into thickets and woods, where there is scarcely a footpath. Get up, friend, learn to lie better, and go your ways, in God's name. But in return for this good advice I give you, will you not tell me one truth? I know you will. You are such a bad hand at lying. Tell me, are you not one I have often seen in the capital, something between a page and a gentleman, one who has the reputation of being a great poet, and who wrote a romance and a sonnet upon a gitanilla, who some time ago went about Madrid, and was celebrated for her surpassing beauty? Tell me, and I promise you on the honour of a gentleman gipsy, to keep secret whatever you may wish to be so kept. Mind you, no denial that you are the person I say will go down with me, for the face I see before me is unquestionably the same I saw in Madrid. The fame of your talents made me often stop to gaze at you as a distinguished man, and therefore your features are so strongly impressed on my memory, though your dress is very different from that in which I formerly saw you. Don't be alarmed, cheer up, and don't suppose you have fallen in with a tribe of robbers, but with an asylum where you may be guarded and defended from all the world. A thought strikes me, and if it be as I conjecture, you have been lucky in meeting me above all men. What I conjecture is, that, being in love with Preciosa, that beautiful young gipsy, to whom you addressed the verses, you have come in search of her, for which I don't think a bit the worse of you, but quite the reverse, for gipsy though I am, experience has shown me how far the potent force of love reaches, and the transformations it makes those undergo whom it brings beneath its sway and jurisdiction. If this be so, as I verily believe it is, the fair gitanilla is here." "Yes, she is here. I saw her last night," said the stranger. This was like a death blow to Andrew, for it seemed at once to confirm all his suspicions. "I saw her last night," the young man repeated, "but I did not venture to tell her who I was, for it did not suit my purpose." "So then," said Andrew, "you are indeed the poet of whom I spoke." "I am. I neither can nor will deny it. Possibly it may be that where I thought myself lost, I have come right to port. If, as you say, there is fidelity in the forests, and hospitality in the mountains." "That there is, beyond doubt," said Andrew, "and among us gipsies the strictest secrecy in the world. On that assurance, Signor, you may unburden your breast to me. You will find in mine no duplicity whatever. The gitanilla is my relation, and entirely under my control. If you desire her for a wife, myself and all other relations will be quite willing, and if for a mistress, we will not make any squeamish objections, provided you have money, for covetousness never departs from our ranchos." "I have money," the youth replied, "in the bands of this frock, which I wear girt round my body. There are 400 gold crowns." This was another mortal blow for Andrew, who assumed that the stranger could carry so large a sum about him for no other purpose than to purchase possession of the beloved object. With a faltering tongue he replied, "That is a good lump of money. You have only to discover yourself, and go to work. The girl is no fool, and will see what a good thing it is for her to be yours." "Oh, friend," exclaimed the youth, "I would have you know that the power which has made me change my garb is not that of love, as you say, nor any longing for Preciosa, for Madrid has beauties who know how to steal hearts and subdue souls, as well as the handsomest gitanas, and better, though I confess that the beauty of your kinswoman surpasses any I have ever seen. The cause of my being in this dress, on foot, and bitten by dogs, is not love, but my ill luck." Upon this explanation Andrew's downcast spirit began to rise again, for it was plain that the wind was in quite a different quarter from what he had supposed. Eager to escape from this confusion, he renewed his assurances of secrecy, and the stranger proceeded thus: "I was in Madrid, in the house of a nobleman, whom I served not as a master, but as a relation. He had an only son and heir, who treated me with great familiarity and friendship, both on account of our relationship, and because we were both of the same age and disposition. This young gentleman fell in love with a young lady of rank, whom he would most gladly have made his wife, had it not been for his dutiful submission to the will of his parents, who desired him to marry into a higher family. Nevertheless, he continued furtively to pay court to the lady of his choice, carefully concealing his proceedings from all eyes but mine. One night, which ill luck must have especially selected for the adventure I am about to relate to you, as we were passing by the lady's house, we saw ranged against it 2 men of good figure apparently. My kinsman wished to reconnoitre them, but no sooner had he made a step towards them, than their swords were out, their bucklers ready, and they made at us, whilst we did the same on our side, and engaged them with equal arms. The fight did not last long, neither did the lives of our 2 opponents, for 2 thrusts, urged home by my kinsman's jealousy and my zeal in his defence, laid them both low, an extraordinary occurrence, and such as is rarely witnessed. Thus involuntarily victorious, we returned home, and, taking all the money we could, set off secretly to the church of San Hieronimo, waiting to see what would happen, when the event was discovered next day, and what might be the conjectures as to the persons of the homicides. We learned that no trace of our presence on the scene had been discovered, and the prudent monks advised us to return home, so as not by our absence to arouse any suspicion against us. We had already resolved to follow their advice, when we were informed that the alcaldes of the court had arrested the young lady and her parents, and that among their domestics whom they examined, one person, the young lady's attendant, had stated that my kinsman visited her mistress by night and by day. Upon this evidence they had sent in search of us, and the officers not finding us, but many indications of our flight, it became a confirmed opinion throughout the whole city that we were the very men who had slain the two cavaliers, for such they were, and of very good quality. Finally, by the advice of the Count, my relation, and of the monks, after remaining hid a fortnight in the monastery, my comrade departed in company with a monk, himself disguised as one, and took the road to Aragon, intending to pass over to Italy, and thence to Flanders, until he should see what might be the upshot of the matter. For my part, thinking it well to divide our fortunes, I set out on foot in a different direction, and in the habit of a lay brother, along with a monk who quitted me at Talavera. From that city I travelled alone, and missed my way, till last night I reached this wood, when I met with the mishap you know. If I asked for La Peña de Francia, it was only by way of making some answer to the questions put to me, for I know that it lies beyond Salamanca. True, observed Andrew, you left it on your right about 20 leagues from this. So you see what a straight road you were taking, if you were going thither. The road I did intend to take was that to Seville, for there I should find a Genoese gentleman, a great friend of the Count my relation, who is in the habit of exporting large quantities of silver ingots to Genoa, and my design is, that he should send me with his carriers, as one of themselves, by which means I may safely reach Cartagena, and thence pass over to Italy, for 2 galleys are expected shortly to ship some silver. This is my story, good friend. Was I not right in saying it is the result of pure ill luck, rather than disappointed love? Now, if these Signores Gitanos will take me in their company to Seville, supposing they are bound thither, I will pay them handsomely, for I believe that I should travel more safely with them, and have some respite from the fear that haunts me. Yes, they will take you, said Andrew, or if you cannot go with our band, for as yet I know not that we are for Andalusia, you can go with another which we shall fall in with in a couple of days, and if you give them some of the money you have about you, they will be able and willing to help you out of still worse difficulties. He then left the young man, and reported to the other gipsies what the stranger desired, and the offer he had made of good payment for their services. They were all for having their guest remain in the camp, but Preciosa was against it, and her grandmother said that she could not go to Seville or its neighbourhood, on account of a hoax she had once played off upon a cap-maker named Trujillo, well known in Seville. She had persuaded him to put himself up to his neck in a butt of water, stark naked, with a crown of cypress on his head, there to remain till midnight, when he was to step out, and look for a great treasure, which she had made him believe was concealed in a certain part of his house. When the good cap-maker heard matins ring, he made such haste to get out of the butt, lest he should lose his chance, that it fell with him, bruising his flesh, and deluging the floor with water, in which he fell to swimming with might and main, roaring out that he was drowning. His wife and his neighbours ran to him with lights, and found him striking out lustily with his arms and legs. "Help, help!" he cried, "I am suffocating," and he really was not far from it. Such was the effect of his excessive fright. They seized and rescued him from his deadly peril. When he had recovered a little, he told them the trick the gipsy woman had played him, and yet for all that, he dug a hole, more than a fathom deep, in the place pointed out to him, in spite of all his neighbours could say, and had he not been forcibly prevented by one of them, when he was beginning to undermine the foundations of the house, he would have brought the whole of it down about his ears. The story spread all over the city, so that the little boys in the street used to point their fingers at him, and shout in his ears the story of the gipsy's trick and his own credulity. Such was the tale told by the old gitana in explanation of her unwillingness to go to Seville. The gipsies, knowing from Andrew that the youth had a sum of money about him, readily assented to his accompanying them, and promised to guard and conceal him as long as he pleased. They determined to make a bend to the left, and enter La Mancha and the kingdom of Murcia. The youth thanked them cordially, and gave them on the spot 100 gold crowns to divide amongst them, whereupon they became as pliant as washed leather. Preciosa, however, was not pleased with the continuance among them of Don Sancho, for that was the youth's name, but the gipsies changed it to Clement. Andrew, too, was rather annoyed at this arrangement, for it seemed to him that Clement had given up his original intention upon very slight grounds, but the latter, as if he read his thoughts, told him that he was glad to go to Murcia, because it was near Cartagena, whence, if galleys arrived there, as he expected, he could easily pass over to Italy. Finally, in order to have him more under his own eye, to watch his acts, and scrutinize his thoughts, Andrew desired to have Clement for his own comrade, and the latter accepted this friendly offer as a signal favour. They were always together, both spent largely, their crowns came down like rain, they ran, leaped, danced, and pitched the bar better than any of their companions, and were more than commonly liked by the women of the tribe, and held in the highest respect by the men. Section 15 of the Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 4. Leaving Estremadura, they entered La Mancha, and gradually traversed the kingdom of Murcia. In all the villages and towns they passed through, They had matches at ball playing, fencing, running, leaping, and pitching the bar; and in all these trials of strength, skill, and agility, Andrew and Clement were victorious, as Andrew alone had been before. During the whole journey, which occupied 6 weeks, Clement neither found nor sought an opportunity to speak alone with Preciosa, until one day when she and Andrew were conversing together, they called him to them, and Preciosa said, "The first time you came to our camp I recognized you, Clement, and remembered the verses you gave me in Madrid, but I would not say a word, not knowing with what intention you had come among us. When I became acquainted with your misfortune, it grieved me to the soul, though at the same time it was a relief to me, for I had been much disturbed, thinking that as there was a Don Juan in the world who had become a gipsy, a Don Sancho might undergo transformation in like manner. I speak this to you because Andrew tells me he has made known to you who he is, and with what intention he turned gipsy." And so it was, for Andrew had acquainted Clement with his whole story, that he might be able to converse with him on the subject nearest to his thoughts. Do not think that my knowing you was of little advantage to you, since for my sake, and in consequence of what I said of you, our people the more readily admitted you amongst them, where I trust in God you may find things turn out according to your best wishes. You will repay me, I hope, for this good will on my part, by not making Andrew ashamed of having set his mind so low, or representing to him how ill he does in persevering in his present way of life. For though I imagine that his will is enthralled to mine, still it would grieve me to see him show signs, however slight, of repenting what he has done. "Do not suppose, peerless Preciosa," replied Clement, "that Don Juan acted lightly in revealing himself to me. I found him out beforehand. His eyes first disclosed to me the nature of his feelings. I first told him who I was, and detected that enthrallment of his will which you speak of, and he, reposing a just confidence in me, made his secret mine. He can witness whether I applauded his determination and his choice, for I am not so dull of understanding, Preciosa, as not to know how omnipotent is beauty, and yours, which surpasses all bounds of loveliness, is a sufficient excuse for all errors, if error that can be called, for which there is so irresistible a cause. I am grateful to you, Señora, for what you have said in my favour, and I hope to repay you by hearty good wishes that you may find a happy issue out of your perplexities, and that you may enjoy the love of your Andrew, and Andrew that of his Preciosa, with the consent of his parents, so that from so beautiful a couple there may come into the world the finest progeny which nature can form in her happiest mood. This is what I shall always desire, Preciosa, and this is what I shall always say to your Andrew, and not anything which could tend to turn him from his well-placed affections." With such emotion did Clement utter these words, that Andrew was in doubt whether they were spoken in courtesy only, or from love, for the infernal plague of jealousy is so susceptible that it will take offence at the motes in the sunbeams, and the lover finds matter for self-torment in everything that concerns the beloved object. Nevertheless, he did not give way to confirmed jealousy, for he relied more on the good faith of his Preciosa than on his own fortune, which in common with all lovers he regarded as luckless, so long as he had not obtained the object of his desires. In fine, Andrew and Clement continued to be comrades and friends, their mutual good understanding being secured by Clement's upright intentions, and by the modesty and prudence of Preciosa, who never gave Andrew an excuse for jealousy. Clement was somewhat of a poet, Andrew played the guitar a little, and both were fond of music. One night, when the camp was pitched in a valley 4 leagues from Murcia, Andrew seated himself at the foot of a cork tree, and Clement near him under an evergreen oak. Each of them had a guitar, and invited by the stillness of the night, they sang alternately, Andrew beginning the descant, and Clement responding. Andrew. 10,000 golden lamps are lit on high, making this chilly night rival the noonday's light. Look, Clement, on yon star-bespangled sky, and in that image see, if so divine thy fancy be, that lovely radiant face, where centres all of beauty and of grace. Clement. Where centres all of beauty and of grace, and where in concord sweet goodness and beauty meet, and purity hath fixed its dwelling place. Creature so heavenly fair, may any mortal genius dare, or less than tongue divine, to praise in lofty rare and sounding line. Andrew. To praise in lofty rare and sounding line, thy name hit on a bright, earth's wonder and delight, worthy above the empyrean vault to shine. Fain would I snatch from fame the trump and voice whose loud acclaim should startle every ear, and lift Preciosa's name to the 8th sphere. Clement. To lift Preciosa's fame to the 8th sphere, were meet and fit that so the heavens new joy might know, through all their shining courts that name to hear, which on this earth doth sound, like music spreading gladness round, breathing with charm intense, peace to the soul and rapture to the sense. It seemed as though the freeman and the captive were in no haste to bring their tuneful contest to conclusion, had not the voice of Preciosa, who had overheard them, sounded from behind in response to theirs. They stopped instantly, and remained listening to her in breathless attention. Whether her words were delivered impromptu, or had been composed some time before, I know not. However that may be, she sang the following lines with infinite grace, as though they were made for the occasion. While in this amorous emprise an equal conflict I maintain, 'tis higher glory to remain pure maid than boast the brightest eyes. The humblest plant on which we tread, if sound and straight it grows apace, by aid of nature or of grace, may rear aloft towards heaven its head. In this my lowly poor estate, by maiden honour dignified, no good wish rests unsatisfied, their wealth I envy not the great. I find not any grief or pain in lack of love or of esteem, for I myself can shape I deem my fortunes happy in the main. Let me but do what in me lies, the path of rectitude to tread, and then be welcomed on this head, whatever fate may please the skies. I fain would know if beauty hath such high prerogative to raise my mind above the common ways, and set me on a loftier path. If equal in their souls they be, the humblest hind on earth may vie, in honest worth and virtue high, with one of loftiest degree. What inwardly I feel of mine, doth raise me all that's base above, for majesty, be sure, and love, do not on common soil recline. Preciosa having ended her song, Andrew and Clement rose to meet her. An animated conversation ensued between the three, and Preciosa displayed so much intelligence, modesty, and acuteness, as fully excused, in Clement's opinion, the extraordinary determination of Andrew, which he had before attributed more to his youth than his judgment. The next morning the camp was broken up, and they proceeded to a place in the jurisdiction of Murcia, 3 leagues from the city, where a mischance befell Andrew, which went near to cost him his life. After they had given security in that place, according to custom, by the deposit of some silver vessels and ornaments, Preciosa and her grandmother, Christina and 2 other gitanillas, Clement and Andrew, took up their quarters in an inn kept by a rich widow, who had a daughter aged about 17 or 18, rather more forward than handsome. Her name was Juana Carducha. This girl having seen the gipsies dance, the devil possessed her to fall in love with Andrew, to that degree that she proposed to tell him of it, and take him for a husband, if he would have her, in spite of her relations. Watching for an opportunity to speak to him, she found it in a cattle yard, which Andrew had entered in search of 2 young asses, when she said to him hurriedly, "Andrew," she already knew his name, "I am single and wealthy. My mother has no other child. This inn is her own, and besides it she has large vineyards and several other houses. You have taken my fancy, and if you will have me for a wife, only say the word. Answer me quickly, and if you are a man of sense, only wait, and you shall see what a life we shall lead." Astonished as he was at Carducha's boldness, Andrew nevertheless answered her with the promptitude she desired. "Señora Doncella, I am under promise to marry, and we gitanos intermarry only with gitanas. Many thanks for the favour you would confer on me, of which I am not worthy." Carducha was within 2 inches of dropping dead at this unwelcome reply, to which she would have rejoined, but that she saw some of the gitanos come into the yard. She rushed from the spot, athirst for vengeance. Andrew, like a wise man, determined to get out of her way, for he read in her eyes that she would willingly give herself to him with matrimonial bonds, and he had no wish to find himself engaged foot to foot and alone in such an encounter. Accordingly he requested his comrades to quit the place that night. Complying with his wishes as they always did, they set to work at once, took up their securities again that evening, and decamped. Carducha, seeing that Andrew was going away, and half her soul with him, and that she should not have time to obtain the fulfilment of her desires, resolved to make him stop by force, since he would not do so of good will. With all the cunning and secrecy suggested to her by her wicked intentions, she put among Andrew's baggage, which she knew to be his, a valuable coral necklace, 2 silver medals, and other trinkets belonging to her family. No sooner had the gipsies left the inn than she made a great outcry, declaring that the gipsies had robbed her, till she brought about her the officers of justice and all the people of the place. The gipsies halted, and all swore that they had no stolen property with them, offering at the same time to let all their baggage be searched. This made the old gipsy woman very uneasy, lest the proposed scrutiny should lead to the discovery of Preciosa's trinkets and Andrew's clothes, which she preserved with great care. But the good wench Carducha quickly put an end to her fears on that hand, for, before they had turned over 2 packages, she said to the men, "Ask which of these bundles belongs to that gipsy who is such a great dancer. I saw him enter my room twice, and probably he is the thief." Andrew knew it was himself she meant, and answered with a laugh, "Señora Doncella, this is my bundle, and that is my ass. If you find in or upon either of them what you miss, I will pay you the value 7-fold, besides submitting to the punishment which the law awards for theft." The officers of justice immediately unloaded the ass, and in the turn of a hand discovered the stolen property, whereat Andrew was so shocked and confounded that he stood like a stone statue. "I was not out in my suspicions," said Carducha. "See with what a good-looking face the rogue covers his villainy." The alcalde, who was present, began to abuse Andrew and the rest of the gipsies, calling them common thieves and highwaymen. Andrew said not a word, but stood pondering in the utmost perplexity, for he had no surmise of Carducha's treachery. At last an insolent soldier, nephew to the alcalde, stepped up to him, saying, "Look at the dirty gipsy thief. I will lay a wager he will give himself airs as if he were an honest man, and deny the robbery, though the goods have been found in his hands. Good luck to whoever sends the whole pack of you to the galleys. A fitter place it will be for this scoundrel, where he may serve his majesty, instead of going about dancing from place to place, and thieving from venta to mountain. On the faith of a soldier, I have a mind to lay him at my feet with a blow." So saying, without more ado, he raised his hand and gave Andrew such a buffet as roused him from his stupor, and made him recollect that he was not Andrew Caballero, but Don Juan, and a gentleman. Therefore, flinging himself upon the soldier with sudden fury, he snatched his sword from its sheath, buried it in his body, and laid him dead at his feet. The people shouted and yelled. The dead man's uncle, the alcalde, was frantic with rage. Preciosa fainted, and Andrew, regardless of his own defence, thought only of succouring her. As ill luck would have it, Clement was not on the spot, having gone forward with some baggage, and Andrew was set upon by so many that they overpowered him, and loaded him with heavy chains. The alcalde would gladly have hanged him on the spot, but was obliged to send him to Murcia, as he belonged to the jurisdiction of that city. It was not, however, till the next day that he was removed thither, and meanwhile he was loaded with abuse and maltreatment by the alcalde and all the people of the place. The alcalde, moreover, arrested all the rest of the gipsies he could lay hands on, but most of them had made their escape, among others Clement, who was afraid of being seized and discovered. On the following morning the alcalde, with his officers and a great many other armed men, entered Murcia with a caravan of gipsy captives, among whom were Preciosa and poor Andrew, who was chained on the back of a mule, and was handcuffed, and had a fork fixed under his chin. All Murcia flocked to see the prisoners, for the news of the soldier's death had been received there, but so great was Preciosa's beauty that no one looked upon her that day without blessing her. The news of her loveliness reached the corregidora's lady, who, being curious to see her, prevailed on her husband to give orders that she should not enter the prison to which all the rest of the gipsies were committed. Andrew was thrust into a dark narrow dungeon, where, deprived of the light of the sun, and of that which Preciosa's presence diffused, he felt as though he should leave it only for his grave. Preciosa and her grandmother were taken to the corregidora's lady, who at once exclaiming, "Well might they praise her beauty," embraced her tenderly, and never was tired of looking at her. She asked the old woman what was the girl's age. 15 within a month or two, more or less, was the reply. "That would be the age of my poor Constantia," observed the lady. "Ah, amigas, how the sight of this young girl has brought my bereavement back afresh to my mind." Upon this, Preciosa took hold of the corregidora's hands, kissed them repeatedly, bathed them with tears, and said, "Señora mia, the gitano who is in custody is not in fault, for he had provocation. They called him a thief, and he is none. They gave him a blow on the face, though his is such a face that you can read in it the goodness of his soul. I entreat you, señora, to see that justice is done him, and that the señor corregidor is not too hasty in executing upon him the penalty of the law. If my beauty has given you any pleasure, preserve it for me by preserving the life of the prisoner, for with it mine ends too. He is to be my husband, but just and proper impediments have hitherto prevented our union. If money would avail to obtain his pardon, all the goods of our tribe should be sold by auction, and we would give even more than was asked of us. My lady, if you know what love is, and have felt and still feel it for your dear husband, have pity on me, who love mine tenderly and honestly." All the while Preciosa was thus speaking, she kept fast hold of the corregidora's hands, and kept her tearful eyes fixed on her face, whilst the lady gazed on her with no less wistfulness, and wept as she did. Just then the corregidor entered, and seeing his wife and Preciosa thus mingling their tears, he was surprised as much by the scene as by the gitanilla's beauty. On his asking the cause of her affliction, Preciosa let go the lady's hands, and threw herself at the corregidor's feet, crying, "Mercy, mercy, señor! If my husband dies, I die too. He is not guilty. If he is, let me bear the punishment; or if that cannot be, at least let the trial be delayed until means be sought which may save him. For as he did not sin through malice, it may be that heaven in its grace will send him safety." The corregidor was still more surprised to hear such language from the gitanilla's lips, and but that he would not betray signs of weakness, he could have wept with her. While all this was passing, the old gitana was busily turning over a great many things in her mind, and after all this cogitation, she said, "Wait a little, your honour, and I will turn these lamentations into joy, though it should cost me my life," and she stepped briskly out of the room. Until she returned, Preciosa never desisted from her tears and entreaties that they would entertain the cause of her betrothed, being inwardly resolved that she would send to his father, that he might come and interfere in his behalf. The old gipsy woman returned with a little box under her arm, and requested that the corregidor and his lady would retire with her into another room, for she had important things to communicate to them in secret. The corregidor imagined she meant to give him information respecting some thefts committed by the gipsies, in order to bespeak his favour for the prisoner, and he instantly withdrew with her and his lady to his closet, where the gipsy, throwing herself on her knees before them both, began thus: "If the good news I have to give to your honours be not worth forgiveness for a great crime I have committed, I am here to receive the punishment I deserve. But before I make my confession, I beg your honours will tell me if you know these trinkets." And she put the box which contained those belonging to Preciosa into the corregidor's hands. He opened it and saw those childish gewgaws, but had no idea what they could mean. The corregidora looked at them too, with as little consciousness as her husband, and merely observed that they were the ornaments of some little child. "That is true," replied the gipsy, "and to what child they belonged is written in this folded paper." The corregidor hastily opened the paper, and read as follows: "The child's name was Doña Constanza de Acevedo y de Meneses, her mother's Doña Guiomar de Meneses, and her father's Don Fernando de Acevedo, Knight of the Order of Calatrava. She disappeared on the day of the Lord's Ascension at 8 in the morning, in the year 1595. The child had upon her the trinkets which are contained in this box." Instantly, on hearing the contents of the paper, the corregidora recognized the trinkets, put them to her lips, kissed them again and again, and swooned away, and the corregidor was too much occupied in assisting her to ask the gitana for his daughter. "Good woman, angel rather than gitana," cried the lady when she came to herself, "where is the owner of these baubles?" "Where, señora?" was the reply. "She is in your own house. That young gipsy who drew tears from your eyes is their owner, and is indubitably your own daughter, whom I stole from your house in Madrid on the day and hour named in this paper." On hearing this, the agitated lady threw off her clogs, and rushed with open arms into the sala, where she found Preciosa, surrounded by her doncellas and servants, and still weeping and wailing. Without a word she caught her hurriedly in her arms, and examined if she had under her left breast a mark in the shape of a little white mole, with which she was born, and she found it there enlarged by time. Then, with the same haste, she took off the girl's shoe, uncovered a snowy foot, smooth as polished marble, and found what she sought, for the two smaller toes of the right foot were joined together by a thin membrane, which the tender parents could not bring themselves to let the surgeon cut when she was an infant. The mole on the bosom, the foot, the trinkets, the day assigned for the kidnapping, the confession of the gitana, and the joy and emotion which her parents felt when they first beheld her, confirmed with the voice of truth in the corregidora's soul that Preciosa was her own daughter. Clasping her therefore in her arms, she returned with her to the room where she had left the corregidor and the old gipsy. Preciosa was bewildered, not knowing why she had made all those investigations, and was still more surprised when the lady raised her in her arms and gave her not 1 kiss, but 100. Doña Guiomar at last appeared with her precious burthen in her husband's presence, and, transferring the maiden from her own arms to his, "Receive, señor, your daughter Constanza," she said, "for your daughter she is without any doubt, since I have seen the marks on the foot and the bosom, and stronger even than these proofs is the voice of my own heart, ever since I set eyes on her." "I doubt it not," replied the corregidor, folding Preciosa in his arms, "for the same sensations have passed through my heart as through yours, and how could so many strange particulars combine together, unless it were by a miracle?" The people of the house were now lost in wonder, going about and asking each other, "What is all this?" but erring widely in their conjectures, for who would have imagined that the gitanilla was the daughter of their lord? The corregidor told his wife and daughter and the old gipsy that he desired the matter should be kept secret until he should himself think fit to divulge it. As for the old gipsy, he assured her that he forgave the injury she had done him in stealing his treasure, since she had more than made atonement by restoring it. The only thing that grieved him was that, knowing Preciosa's quality, she should have betrothed her to a gipsy, and worse than that, to a thief and murderer. "Alas, señor mio," said Preciosa, "he is neither a gipsy nor a thief, although he has killed a man, but then it was one who had wounded his honour, and he could not do less than show who he was, and kill him." "What, he is not a gipsy, my child?" said Doña Guiomar. "Certainly not," said the old gitana, and she related the story of Andrew Caballero, that he was the son of Don Francisco de Cárcamo, Knight of Santiago, that his name was Don Juan de Cárcamo, of the same order, and that she had kept his clothes after he had changed them for those of a gipsy. She likewise stated the agreement which Preciosa and Don Juan had made not to marry until after 2 years of mutual trial, and she put in their true light the honourable conduct of both, and the suitable condition of Don Juan. The parents were as much surprised at this as at the recovery of their daughter. The corregidor sent the gitana for Don Juan's clothes, and she came back with them accompanied by a gipsy who carried them. Previously to her return, Preciosa's parents put 1,000 questions to her, and she replied with so much discretion and grace that even though they had not recognized her for their child, they must have loved her. To their inquiry whether she had any affection for Don Juan, she replied, not more than that to which she was bound in gratitude towards one who had humbled himself to become a gipsy for her sake, but even this should not extend farther than her parents desired. "Say no more, daughter Preciosa," said her father, "for I wish you to retain this name of Preciosa in memory of your loss and your recovery. As your father, I take it upon myself to establish you in a position not derogatory to your birth." Preciosa sighed, and her mother, shrewdly suspecting that the sigh was prompted by love for Don Juan, said to the corregidor, "Since Don Juan is a person of such rank, and is so much attached to our daughter, I think, señor, it would not be amiss to bestow her upon him." "Hardly have we found her to-day," he replied, "and already would you have us lose her? Let us enjoy her company for a while at least, for when she marries she will be ours no longer, but her husband's." "You are right, señor," said the lady, "but give orders to bring out Don Juan, for he is probably lying in some filthy dungeon." "No doubt he is," said Preciosa, "for as a thief and homicide, and above all as a gipsy, they will have given him no better lodging." "I will go see him," said the corregidor, as if for the purpose of taking his confession. "Meanwhile, señora, I again charge you not to let any one know this history until I choose to divulge it, for so it behooves my office." Then, embracing Preciosa, he went to the prison where Don Juan was confined, and entered his cell, not allowing any one to accompany him. He found the prisoner with both legs in fetters, handcuffed, and with the iron fork not yet removed from beneath his chin. The cell was dark, only a scanty gleam of light passing into it from a loophole near the top of the wall. "How goes it, sorry knave?" said the corregidor, as he entered. "I would I had all the gipsies in Spain leashed here together to finish them all at once, as Nero would have beheaded all Rome at a single blow. Know, thou thief, who art so sensitive on the point of honour, that I am the corregidor of this city, and come to know from thee if thy betrothed is a gitanilla who is here with the rest of you." Hearing this, Andrew imagined that the corregidor had surely fallen in love with Preciosa, for jealousy is a subtle thing, and enters other bodies without breaking or dividing them. He replied, however, "If she has said that I am her betrothed, it is very true, and if she has said I am not her betrothed, she has also spoken the truth, for it is not possible that Preciosa should utter a falsehood." "Is she so truthful then?" said the corregidor. "It is no slight thing to be so, and be a gitana. Well, my lad, she has said that she is your betrothed, but that she has not yet given you her hand. She knows that you must die for your crime, and she has entreated me to marry her to you before you die, that she may have the honour of being the widow of so great a thief as yourself." "Then let your worship do as she has requested," said Andrew, "for so I be married to her, I will go content to the other world, leaving this one with the name of being hers." "You must love her very much." "So much," replied the prisoner, "that whatever I could say of it would be nothing to the truth. In a word, señor corregidor, let my business be dispatched. I killed the man who insulted me. I adore this young gitana. I shall die content if I die in her grace, and God's I know will not be wanting to us, for we have both observed honourably and strictly the promise we made each other." "This night then I will send for you," said the corregidor, "and you shall marry Preciosa in my house, and tomorrow morning you shall be on the gallows. In this way I shall have complied with the demands of justice and with the desire of you both." Andrew thanked him. The corregidor returned home and told his wife what had passed between them. During his absence Preciosa had related to her mother the whole course of her life, and how she had always believed she was a gipsy and the old woman's granddaughter, but that at the same time she had always esteemed herself much more than might have been expected of a gitana. Her mother bade her say truly, was she very fond of Don Juan? With great bashfulness and with downcast eyes, she replied that, having considered herself a gipsy, and that she should better her condition by marrying a knight of Santiago, and one of such station as Don Juan de Cárcamo, and having moreover learned by experience his good disposition and honourable conduct, she had sometimes looked upon him with the eyes of affection, but that, as she had said once for all, she had no other will than that which her parents might approve. Night arrived, and about 10 they took Andrew out of prison without handcuffs and fetters, but not without a great chain with which his body was bound from head to foot. In this way he arrived unseen by any but those who had charge of him in the corregidor's house, was silently and cautiously admitted into a room, and there left alone. A confessor presently entered and bade him confess, as he was to die next day. With great pleasure I will confess, replied Andrew, but why do they not marry me first? And if I am to be married, truly it is a sad bridal chamber that awaits me. Doña Guiomar, who heard all this, told her husband that the terrors he was inflicting on Don Juan were excessive, and begged he would moderate them, lest they should cost him his life. The corregidor assented, and called out to the confessor that he should first marry the gipsy to Preciosa, after which the prisoner would confess, and commend himself with all his heart to God, who often rains down his mercies at the moment when hope is most parched and withering. Andrew was then removed to a room where there was no one but Doña Guiomar, the corregidor, Preciosa, and 2 servants of the family. But when Preciosa saw Don Juan in chains, his face all bloodless, and his eyes dimmed with recent weeping, her heart sank within her, and she clutched her mother's arm for support. Cheer up, my child, said the corregidora, kissing her, for all you now see will turn to your pleasure and advantage. Knowing nothing of what was intended, Preciosa could not console herself. The old gipsy was sorely disturbed, and the bystanders awaited the issue in anxious suspense. Señor Vicar, said the corregidor, this gitano and gitana are the persons whom your reverence is to marry. That I cannot do, replied the priest, unless the ceremony be preceded by the formalities required in such cases. Where have the bans been published? Where is the license of my superior authorizing the espousals? The inadvertence has been mine, said the corregidor, but I will undertake to get the license from the bishop's deputy. Until it comes then, your worships will excuse me, said the priest, and without another word, to avoid scandal, he quitted the house, leaving them all in confusion. The padre has done quite right, said the corregidor, and it may be that it was by heaven's providence to the end that Andrew's execution might be postponed, for married to Preciosa he shall assuredly be, but first the bans must be published, and thus time will be gained, and time often works a happy issue out of the worst difficulties. Now I want to know from Andrew, should matters take such a turn, that without any more of those shocks and perturbations, he should become the husband of Preciosa, would he consider himself a happy man, whether as Andrew Caballero, or as Don Juan de Cárcamo? As soon as Don Juan heard himself called by his true name, he said, since Preciosa has not chosen to confine herself to silence, and has discovered to you who I am, I say to you that though my good fortune should make me monarch of the world, she would still be the sole object of my desires, nor would I aspire to have any blessings besides save that of heaven. Now for this good spirit you have shown, Señor Don Juan de Cárcamo, I will in fitting time make Preciosa your lawful wife, and at present I bestow her upon you in that expectation, as the richest jewel of my house, my life, and my soul, for in her I bestow upon you Doña Constanza de Acevedo Meneses, my only daughter, who, if she equals you in love, is no wise inferior to you in birth. Andrew was speechless with astonishment, while in a few words Doña Guiomar related the loss of her daughter, her recovery, and the indisputable proofs which the old gipsy woman had given of the kidnapping. More amazed than ever, but filled with immeasurable joy, Don Juan embraced his father and mother-in-law, called them his parents and señores, and kissed Preciosa's hands, whose tears called forth his own. The secret was no longer kept. The news was spread abroad by the servants who had been present, and reached the ears of the alcalde, the dead man's uncle, who saw himself debarred of all hope of vengeance, since the rigour of justice could not be inflicted on the corregidor's son-in-law. Don Juan put on the travelling dress which the old woman had preserved. His prison and his iron chain were exchanged for liberty and chains of gold, and the sadness of the incarcerated gipsies was turned into joy, for they were all bailed out on the following day. The uncle of the dead man received a promise of 2,000 ducats on condition of his abandoning the suit and forgiving Don Juan. The latter, not forgetting his comrade Clement, sent at once in quest of him, but he was not to be found, nor could anything be learned of him until 4 days after, when authentic intelligence was obtained that he had embarked in one of the 2 Genoese galleys that lay in the port of Cartagena, and had already sailed. The corregidor informed Don Juan that he had ascertained that his father Don Francisco de Cárcamo had been appointed corregidor of that city, and that it would be well to wait until the nuptials could be celebrated with his consent and approbation. Don Juan was desirous to conform to the corregidor's wishes, but said that before all things he must be made one with Preciosa. The archbishop granted his license, requiring that the banns should be published only once. The city made a festival of the wedding day, the corregidor being much liked, and there were illuminations, bullfights, and tournaments. The old woman remained in the house of her pretended grandchild, not choosing to part from Preciosa. The news reached Madrid, and Don Francisco de Cárcamo learned that the gipsy bridegroom was his son, and that Preciosa was the gitanilla he had seen in his house. Her beauty was an excuse in his eyes for the levity of his son, whom he had supposed to be lost, having ascertained that he had not gone to Flanders. Besides, he was the more reconciled when he found what a good match Don Juan had made with the daughter of so great and wealthy a cavalier as was Don Fernando de Acevedo. He hastened his departure in order to see his children, and within 20 days he was in Murcia. His arrival renewed the general joy. The lives of the pair were related, and the poets of that city, which numbers some very good ones, took it upon them to celebrate the extraordinary event along with the incomparable beauty of the gitanilla. And the licentiate Pozo wrote in such wise that Preciosa's fame will endure in his verses whilst the world lasts. I forgot to mention that the enamoured damsel of the inn owned that the charge of theft she had preferred against Andrew was not true, and confessed her love and her crime, for which she was not visited with any punishment, because the joyous occasion extinguished revenge and resuscitated clemency.
Section 16 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly, The Generous Lover, Part 1. O lamentable ruins of the ill-fated Nicosia, still moist with the blood of your valorous and unfortunate defenders! Were you capable of feeling, we might jointly bewail our disasters in this solitude, and perhaps find some relief for our sorrows in mutually declaring them. A hope may remain that your dismantled towers may rise again, though not for just a defence, as that in which they fell. But I, unfortunate, what good can I hope for in my wretched distress, even should I return to my former state? Such is my hard fate. In that freedom I was without happiness, and in captivity I have no hope for it. These words were uttered by a captive Christian as he gazed from an eminence on the ruined walls of Nicosia, and thus he talked with them, comparing his misery with theirs, as if they could understand him, a common habit with the afflicted, who, carried away by their imaginations, say and do things inconsistent with all sense and reason. Meanwhile there issued from a pavilion or tent, of which there were 4 pitched in the plain, a young Turk of good-humoured and graceful appearance, who approached the Christian, saying, "I will lay a wager, friend Ricardo, that the gloomy thoughts you are continually ruminating have led you to this place." "It is true," replied Ricardo, for that was the captive's name, "but what avails it? Since, go where I will, I find no relief from them. On the contrary, the sight of yonder ruins have given them increased force." "You mean the ruins of Nicosia?" "Of course I do, since there are no others visible here." "Such a sight as might well move you to tears," said the Turk. "For anyone who saw this famous and plenteous isle of Cyprus about 2 years ago, when its inhabitants enjoyed all the felicity that is granted to mortals, and who now sees them exiled from it, or captive and wretched, how would it be not possible to mourn over its calamity? But let us talk no more of these things, for which there is no remedy, and to speak of your own, for which I would fain find one. Now I entreat you, by what you owe me for the good will I have shown you, and for the fact that we are of the same country, and we were brought up together in boyhood, that you tell me what is the cause of your inordinate sadness. For even admitting that captivity alone is enough to sadden the most cheerful heart in the world, yet I imagine your sorrows have a deeper source, for generous spirits like yours do not yield to ordinary misfortunes so much as to betray extraordinary grief on account of them. Besides, I know that you are not so poor as to be unable to pay the sum demanded for your ransom, nor are you shut up in the castles of the Black Sea as a captive of consideration, who late or never obtains the liberty he sighs for. Since, then, you are not deprived of the hope of freedom, and yet you manifest such deep despondency, I cannot help thinking that it proceeds from some other cause than the loss of your liberty. I entreat you to tell me what is that cause, and I offer you my help to the utmost of my means and power. Who knows but that it was in order that I might serve you, that fortune induced me to wear this dress which I abhor. You know, Ricardo, that my master is the caddy, which means the same thing as the bishop, of this city. You know, too, how great is his power, and my influence with him. Moreover, you are not ignorant of the ardent desire I feel not to die in this creed, which I nominally profess. But if it can be done in no other way, I propose to confess and publicly cry aloud my faith in Jesus Christ, from which I lapsed by reason of my youth and want of understanding. Such a confession I know will cost me my life, which I will give freely, that I may not lose my soul. From all this I would have you infer, and be assured, but that I may know what remedies or palliations your case may admit of, it is necessary that you explain it to me, as the sick man does to the doctor, taking my word for it that I will maintain the strictest secrecy concerning it." Ricardo, who had listened in silence all this while, finding himself at last obliged to reply, did so as follows. "If, as you have guessed rightly, respecting my misfortune, friend Mahmoud, so also you could hit upon the remedy for it, I should think my liberty well lost, and would not exchange my mischance for the greatest imaginable good fortune. But I know that it is such, that though all the world should know the cause whence it proceeds, no one would ever make bold to find for it a remedy, or even an alleviation. That you may be satisfied of this truth, I will relate my story to you as briefly as I can. But before I enter upon the confused labyrinth of my woes, tell me what is the reason why my master, Hassan Pasha, has caused these pavilions to be pitched here in the plain, before he enters Nicosia, to which he has been appointed Pasha, as the Turks call their viceroys." "I will satisfy you briefly," replied Mahmoud. "You must know, then, that this is the custom among Turks, for those who are set out as viceroys of any province, not to enter the city in which their predecessor dwells until he quits it, and leaves the newcomer to take up his residence freely, and when the new pasha has done so, the old one remains encamped beyond the walls, awaiting the result of the inquiry into his administration, which is made without his being able to interfere, and avail himself of bribery or affection, unless he has done so beforehand. The result of the inquiry, enrolled on a sealed parchment, is then given to the departing Pasha, and this he must present to the Sublime Porte, that is to say, the court in front of the Grand Council of the Turk. It is then read by the Vizier Pasha and the 4 lesser Pashas, or, as we should say, by the President and members of the Royal Council, who punish or reward the bearer according to its contents, though if these are not favourable, he buys off his punishment with money. If there is no accusation against him, and he is not rewarded, as commonly happens, he obtains by means of presents the post he most desires, for at that court offices are not bestowed by merit but for money. Everything is bought and sold. The bestowers of the office fleece the receivers, but he who purchases a post makes enough by it to purchase another which promises more profit. Everything proceeds as I tell you. In this empire all is violence, a fact which betokens that it will not be durable. But, as I fully surely believe, it is our sins that uphold it. The sins, I mean, of those who imprudently and forwardly offend God, as I am doing. May he forgive me in his mercy. It is then, for the reason I have stated, that your master, Hassan Pasha, has been encamped here 4 days, and if the Pasha of Nicosia has not come out as he should have done, it is because he has been very ill. But he is now better, and he will come out today or tomorrow without fail, and lodge in some tents behind this hill, which you have not seen, after which your master will immediately enter the city. And now I have replied to the answer you put to me." "Listen, then, to my story," said Ricardo. "But I know not if I shall be able to fulfil my promise to be brief, since my misfortune is so vast that it cannot be comprised with any reasonable compass of words. However, I will do what I may, and as time allows. Let me ask you, in the first place, if you knew in our town of Trapani a young lady whom fame pronounced to be the most beautiful woman in Sicily? A young lady, I say, of whom the most ingenious tongues and the choicest wits declared that her beauty was the most perfect ever known in past ages or the present, or that may be looked for in the future. One of whom the poets sang that she had hair of gold, that her eyes were 2 shining suns, her cheeks roses, her teeth pearls, her lips rubies, and her neck alabaster, and that every part of her made with the whole, and the whole with every part, a marvellous harmony and consonance, nature diffusing all over her in such exquisite sweetness of tone and colour, that envy itself could not find a fault in her. How is it possible, Mahmoud, that you have not already named her? Surely you have either not listened to me, or when you were in Trapani you wanted common sensibility." "In truth, Ricardo," replied Mahmoud, "if she whom you have depicted in such glowing colours is not Leonisa, the daughter of Rodolfo Florencio, I know not who she is, for that lady alone was famed as you have described." "Leonisa it is, Mahmoud," explained Ricardo. "Leonisa is the sole cause of all my bliss and all my sorrow, for it is her, and not for the loss of liberty, that my eyes pour forth incessant tears, my sighs kindle the air, and my wailings weary heaven and the ears of men. It is she who makes me appear in your eyes a madman, or at least a being devoid of energy and spirit. This Leonisa, so cruel to me, was not so to another, and this is the cause of my present miserable plight. For you must know that, from my childhood, or at least from the time I was capable of understanding, I not only loved, but adored and worshipped her, as though I knew no other deity on earth. Her parents and relations were aware of my affection for her, and never showed signs of disapproving it, for they knew that my designs were honourable and virtuous. And I know that they often said as much to Leonisa, in order to dispose her to receive me as her betrothed. But she had set her heart on Cornelio, the son of Ascanio Rutilo, whom you well know, a spruce young gallant, point de vis in his retire, with white hands, curly locks, mellifluous voice, amorous discourse, made up, in short, of amber and sugar paste, garnished with plums and brocade. She never cared to bestow a look on my less dainty face, nor to be touched in the least by my assiduous courtship, but repaid all my affection with disdain and abhorrence, whilst my love for her grew to such an extreme, that I should have deemed my fate most blessed if she had killed me by her scorn, provided she did not bestow open, though maidenly favours on Cornelio. Imagine the anguish of my soul, thus lacerated by her disdain, and tortured by the most cruel jealousy. Leonisa's father and mother winked at her preference for Cornelio, believing, as they well might, that the youth, fascinated by her incomparable beauty, would choose for her life, and thus they would have a wealthier son-in-law than myself. That he might have been, but they would not have had one, of better birth than myself, or of nobler sentiments, or more approved worth. Well, in the course of my wooing, I learned one day last May, that is to say about a year ago, that Leonisa and her parents, Cornelio and his, accompanied by all their relations and servants, had gone to enjoy themselves in Ascanio's garden, close to the seashore on the road to the salt pits. "I know the place well," interrupted Mahmoud, "and passed many a merry day there in better times. Go on, Ricardo." The moment I received information of this party, such an infernal fury of jealousy possessed my soul that I was utterly distraught, as you will see, by what I straightway did, and that was to go to the garden, where I found the whole party taking their pleasure, and Cornelio and Leonisa seated under a nopal tree, a little apart from the rest. What were their sensations on seeing me, I know not. All I know is that my own were such that a cloud came over my sight, and I was like a statue without power of speech or motion. This torpor soon gave way to choler, which roused my heart's blood, and unlocked my hands and my tongue. My hands indeed for a while were restrained by respect for that divine face before me, but my tongue at least broke the silence. "Now hast thou thy heart's content," I cried, "O mortal enemy of my repose, thine eyes resting with so much composure on the subject that makes mine a perpetual foundation of tears. Closer to him, cruel girl. Cling like ivy around that worthless trunk. Comb and part the locks of that new Ganymede, thy lukewarm admirer. Give thyself up wholly to the capricious boy on whom thy gaze is fixed, so that, losing all hope of winning thee, I may lose to the life I abhor. Dost thou imagine, proud thoughtless girl, that the laws and usages which are known in such cases by all mankind are to give way for thee alone? Dost thou imagine that this boy, puffed up with his wealth, vain of his looks, presuming upon birth, inexperienced from his youth, can preserve constancy in love, or be capable of estimating the inestimable, or know what riper years and experience know? Do not think it. One thing alone is good in this world, to act always consistently, so that no one be deceived unless it be by his own ignorance. In extreme youth there is much inconstancy. In the rich there is pride, in the arrogant vanity, in men who value themselves on their beauty there is disdain, and in one who unites with all these in himself there is a fatuity which is the mother of all mischief. As for thee, boy, who thinkest to carry off so safely a prize, more due in my earnest love than to thy idle philandering. Why dost thou not arise from that flowery bank, and tear from my bosom the life which so abhors thine? And that not for the insult thou puttest upon myself, because thou knowest not how to prize the blessing which fortune bestows upon thee. 'Tis plain indeed, how little thou esteemest it, since thou wilt not budge to defend it for fear of ruffling the finical arrangements of thy pretty attire. Had Achilles been as placid tempered as thou art, Ulysses would have certainly failed in his attempt for all his show of glittering arms and burnished helmets. Go, play among thy mother's maids. They will help thee to dress thy locks and take care of those dainty hands that are fitter to wind silk than to handle a sword. In spite of all these taunts, Cornelio never stirred from his seat, but remained perfectly still, staring at me as if he was bewitched. The loud tones in which I spoke had brought round us all the people who were walking in the garden, and they arrived in time to hear me assail Cornelio with many other opprobrious terms. Plucking up heart at last from the presence of numbers, most of whom were his relations, servants, or friends, he made a show as if he would rise. But before he was on his feet my sword was out, and I attacked not him only, but all who were before me. The moment Leonisa saw the gleam of my sword she swooned away, which only exasperated my frantic rage. I know not whether it was that those whom I assailed contented themselves with acting on the defensive as a raving madman, or that it was in my own good luck and adroitness, or heaven's design to reserve me for greater ills, but the fact was that I encountered 7 or 8 of those who came under my hand. As for Cornelio, he made such good use of his heels that he escaped me. In this imminent danger, surrounded by enemies who were now incensed to vengeance, I was saved by extraordinary chance. But better it would have been to have lost my life on the spot than to be saved in order to suffer hourly death. On a sudden the garden was invaded by a great number of Turkish corsairs, who had landed in the neighbourhood without being perceived by the sentinels in the castles on the coast or by our cruisers. As soon as my antagonist descried them, they left me, and escaped with all speed. Of all the persons in the garden the Turks captured only 3, besides Leonisa, who was still in her swoon. As for me, I fell into their hands after receiving 4 ugly wounds, which, however, I had revenged by laying 4 Turks dead upon the ground. The Turks, having effected this onslaught with their usual expedition, returned to their galleys, ill satisfied with the success which had cost them so dear. Having set sail, they quickly arrived at Fabiana, where, mustering their hands to see who was missing, they found that they had lost 4 Levantine soldiers, whom they esteemed their best men. They resolved to revenge the loss on me, and the commander of the galley immediately ordered the yardarm to be lowered in order to hang me. Leonisa was present at all this. She had come to her senses. Seeing herself in the power of the corsairs, she stood weeping and wringing her delicate hands, without saying a word, but listening if she could understand what was said by the Turks. One of the Christian slaves at the oar told her in Italian that the captain had ordered that Christian to be hanged, pointing to me, because he had killed in his own defence 4 of the best soldiers belonging to the galley. On hearing this, Leonisa, it was the first time she showed any pity for me, bade the captive tell the Turks not to hang me, for they would lose a large ransom, but return at once to Trapani, where it would be paid them. This, I say, was the first, as it will also be the last mark of compassion bestowed on me by Leonisa, and all for my greater woe. The Turks believed what the captive told them. Interest got the better of their resentment, and they returned the next morning with the flag of peace. I passed a night of the greatest anguish, not so much from the pain of my wounds, as from thinking of the danger in which my fair and cruel enemy was placed among those barbarians. When we arrived at the town, 1 galley entered the port, the other remaining in the offing. The Christian inhabitants lined the whole shore, and the effeminate Cornelio stood watching from a distance what was going on in the galley. My steward immediately came to treat for my ransom, and I told him on no account to bargain for it, but for that of Leonisa, for which he should offer all I was worth. I furthermore ordered him to return to shore, and told Leonisa's parents that they might leave it to him to treat for their daughter's liberation, and give themselves no trouble about the matter. The chief captain, who was a Greek renegade named Yusuf, demanded 6,000 crowns for Leonisa, and 4,000 for me, adding that he would not give up one without the other. He asked for this large sum, as I afterwards ascertained, because he was in love with Leonisa, and did not wish to ransom her, but to give me and 1,000 crowns to boot to the other captain, with whom he was bound to share equally whatever prizes they made, and to keep Leonisa for himself, as valued at 5,000 crowns. It was for this reason that he had praised us both at 10,000. Leonisa's parents made no offer at all, relying on my promise, nor did Cornelio so much as open his lips on the matter. After much bargaining, my steward agreed to pay 5,000 crowns for Leonisa and 3 for me, and Yusuf accepted this offer at the persuasion of the other captain and of all his men. But as my agent had not so large amount in ready money, he asked for 3 days to get it in, being resolved to extend all I possessed rather than fail to rescue us. Yusuf was glad of this, thinking that something might possibly occur in the interval to prevent the completion of the bargain, and he departed for the isle of Fabiana, saying that in 3 days he would return for the money. But fortune, never weary of persecuting me, ordained that a Turkish sentinel descried from the highest point of the island, far out at sea, 6 vessels which appeared to be either the Maltese squadron or one belonging to Sicily. He ran down to give warning, and as quick as thought the Turks who were on shore, some cooking their dinner, some washing their linen, embarked again, heaved anchor, got out their oars, hoisted sail, and heading in the direction of the Barbary, in less than 2 hours lost sight of the galleys. I leave you to conjecture, friend Mahmoud, what I suffered in that voyage, so contrary to my expectation, and more when we arrived the following day at the southwest isle of Pantanalea. There the Turks landed, and the two captains began to divide all the prizes they had made. All this was for me a lingering death. When Leonisa's turn and mine came, Yusuf gave Fatala, the other captain, myself and 6 other Christians, 4 of them fit for the oar, and 2 very handsome Corsican boys, as an equivalent for Leonisa, whom he himself retained, Fatala being content with that arrangement. I was present at all this, but I knew not what they said, though I saw what they did, nor should I have then understood the nature of the partition, had not Fatala come up to me and said in Italian, "Christian, you now belong to me. You have cost me 2,000 crowns. If you desire your liberty, you must pay me 4,000, or else die here." I asked him if the Christian maiden was also his. He said she was not, but that Yusuf had kept her with the intention to make her a Moor and marry her. And this was true, for I was told the same thing by one of the Christian rowers, who understood Turkish very well, and had overheard the conversation that passed between Yusuf and Fatala. I told my master to take measures for possessing himself of the maiden, and that I would give him for her ransom alone 10,000 gold crowns. He replied that it was impossible, but he would let Yusuf know the large sum I offered for the Christian girl, and perhaps he would be tempted to change his intention and ransom her. He did so, and ordered all his crew to go on board again immediately, for he intended to sail to Tripoli, to which city he belonged. Yusuf also determined to make for Biserta, and they embarked with such speed as they use when they discover galleys to give them chase or merchant craft to plunder. They had reason for this haste, for the weather seemed to be changing and to threaten a storm. Leonisa was ashore, but not where I could see her, until just as we were embarking we met at the waterside. Her new master and newer lover led her by the hand, and as she set foot on the ladder that reached from the shore to the galley, she turned her eyes upon me. Mine were fixed on her, and such a pang of mingled tenderness and grief came over me that a mist overspread my eyes, and I fell senseless on the ground. I was told afterwards that Leonisa was affected in the same way, for she fell off the ladder into the sea, into which Yusuf plunged after her, and brought her out in his arms. This was told me in my master's galley, into which I had been carried insensible. When I came to my senses I found myself there, and saw the galley steering a different course, and carrying off the half of my soul, or rather the whole of it. My heart sank within me again. Again I cursed my unhappy fate, and clamorously invoked death, till my master, annoyed by my loud lamentations, threatened me with a stick if I did not hold my tongue. I restrained my tears and groans, believing that the force with which I compressed them would make them burst a passage from my soul, which so longed to quit this miserable body. But my misfortune did not end there. The storm which had been foreseen suddenly burst upon us. The wind veered round the south and blew in our teeth with such violence that we were forced to quit our course and run before it. It was the captain's intention to make for the island and take shelter under its northern shore, but in this he was disappointed, for such was the fury of the storm, that although before it we had been making way continually for 2 days and nights, yet in little more than 14 hours we saw ourselves again within 6 or 7 miles of the island, and driving helplessly against it, not where the shore was low, but just where the rocks were highest and threatened us with inevitable death. We saw near us another galley, on board of which was Leonisa, and all its Turk and captive rowers straining every nerve to keep themselves off the rocks. Ours did the same, but with more success than the crew of our consort, who, spent with toil, and vanquished in the desperate struggle with the elements, let fall their oars, and suffered themselves to drift ashore, where the galley struck with such violence that it was dashed to pieces before our eyes. Night began to close in, and such were the shrieks of those who were drowning, and the alarm of those on board our galley, that none of our captain's orders were heard or executed. All the crew did was to keep fast hold on their oars, turned the vessel's head to the wind, and let go 2 anchors, in hopes to delay for a little while the death that seemed certain. Whilst all were in dread of dying, with me it was quite the reverse, for the fallacious hope of seeing in the other world her who had so lately departed from this. Every instant the galley delayed to founder or drive ashore was to me an age of agony. I watched every billow that dashed by us and over us, to see if they bore the body of the unfortunate Leonisa. I will not detain you, Mahmoud, with a recital of the tortures that distracted my soul in that long and bitter night. It is enough to say that they were such that had death come, it would have had little to do in bereaving me of life. Day broke with every appearance of worse weather than ever. We found that our vessel had shifted its course considerably, having drifted away from the rocks and approached a point of the island. Setting all of us to work, both Turks and Christians, with renewed hope and strength, in 6 hours we doubled the point, and found ourselves in calmer water, so that we could better use our oars. And the Turks saw a prospect of going on shore to see if there were any ruins of the galley that had been wrecked the night before. But heaven denied me the consolation I hoped for in seeing in my arms the body of Leonisa. I asked a renegade, who was about to land, to look for it and see if it had been cast on the strand. But, as I have said, heaven denied me this consolation, for at that moment the wind rose with such fresh fury that the shelter of the island was no longer of any avail to us. Seeing this, Fatala would no longer strive against the fortune that so persecuted him. He ordered some sail to be spread, turned the prow to the sea and the poop to the wind, and himself, taking the helm, let the vessel run over the wide sea, secure of not being crossed in his way by any impediment. The oars were all placed in their regular positions, the whole crew was seated on the benches, and no one else was seen on foot in the whole galley but the boatswain, who had lashed himself strongly amidship for his greater security. The vessel flew so swiftly that in 3 days and nights, passing in sight of Trapani, Milazzo, and Palermo, she entered the Straits of Messina, to the dismay of all aboard, and of the spectators on shore. Not to be as long-winded as the storm that buffeted us, I will only say that, wearied, famishing, and exhausted by such a long run, almost all round the island of Sicily, we arrived at Tripoli, where my master, before he had divided the booty with his partners, and accounted to the king for 1/5 part, according to custom, was seized with such pleurisy that in 3 days it carried him off to hell. The king of Tripoli, and the alcalde of the Grand Turk, who, as you know, is heir to all those who die without natural heirs, immediately took possession of all Fatala's effects. I became the property of the then Viceroy of Tripoli, who a fortnight afterwards received the patent, appointing him Viceroy of Cyprus, and hither I am come with him, without any intention of redeeming myself. He has often told me to do so, since I am a man of station. As Fatala's soldiers informed him, I have never complied, but have declared that he was deceived by those who exaggerated my means. If you would have me tell you my whole purpose, Mahmoud, you must know that I desire not to turn in any direction in which I may find any sort of consolation, but that the sad thoughts and memories which have never left me since the death of Leonisa may become so identified with my captive life that it may never afford me the least pleasure. And if it's true that continual sorrow must at last wear out itself, or him who suffers it, mine cannot fail to wear me out, for I am resolved to give it such free scope that in a few days it shall put an end to the wretched life I endure so unwillingly. This is, brother Mahmoud, my sad story. This is the cause of my sighs and tears. Judge now if it is enough to draw from them forth from my inmost vitals, and to engender them in the desolation of my afflicted heart. Leonisa is dead, and with her all my hope, and though whilst she lived it hung by the merest thread, yet, here the speaker's voice faltered, so that he could not utter another word, or restrain the tears which coursed each other down his cheeks so fast that they bedewed the ground. Mahmoud mingled his own with them, and when the paroxysm had somewhat abated, he tried to console Ricardo with the best suggestion he could offer, but the mourner cut them short, saying, "What you have to do, friend, is to advise me how I shall contrive to fall into disgrace with my master, and with all those I have to do with, so that being abhorred by him and by them, I may be so maltreated and persecuted that I may find the death I so much long for. I have now, said Mahmoud, experienced the truth of the common saying, that what is deeply felt is well expressed, though it is true that sometimes excess of feeling paralyzes the tongue. Be that as it may, friend Ricardo, whether your woes inspire your language, or your language exalts your woes, you shall always find in me a true friend, to aid or to counsel. Though my youth, and the folly I committed in assuming this garb, cry aloud that I am little to be relied on in this capacity, I will try, however, to prove that such a conclusion is unfounded, and though you do not desire either counsel or help, I will not the more desist from doing what your case requires. Just as people give a sick man not what he asks for, but what is good for him. There is no one who has more power and influence in this city than my master, the Cadi. Not even your own master, who comes to it as viceroy, will have so much. This being the case, I may say that I am the most powerful person here, since I can do what I please with my master. I mention this because it may be that I shall so contrive with him that you shall become his property, and being constantly with me, time will tell us what we had best do, both for your consolation, if you will or can be consoled, and to enable me to exchange the life I lead here for a better one. Thank you, Mahmoud, for the friendship you offer me, replied Ricardo, though I well know that, do what you may, it will avail nothing. But let us quit this subject and go to the tents. For, as I perceive, great numbers of people are coming forth from the city. No doubt it is the old viceroy who is quitting to give place to my master. It is so, said Mahmoud. Come then, Ricardo, and you will see the ceremony of the reception. Come on, said Ricardo. Perhaps I shall have need of you, if the superintendent of my master's slaves have missed me, for he is a Corsican renegade of no very tender heart. Here the conversation ended, and the two friends reached the tents, just as the new Pasha was coming out to receive his predecessor, Ali Pasha. The latter became attended by all the Janissaries who have formed the garrison of Nicosia ever since the Turks have had possession of it, in number about 500. They marched in two divisions, the one armed with guns, and the other with drawn scimitars. Arrived at the tent of Hassan, the new Pasha, they all surrounded it. Ali made a low obeisance to Hassan, who returned the salutation, but did not bow so low. Ali then entered Hassan's tent, and the Turks placed the new Pasha on a powerful steed, richly caparisoned, and led him round the tents, up and down the plain, vociferating in their own language, "Long live Sultan Suleiman, and Hassan Pasha, his representative," which they frequently repeated, and each time louder and louder. This part of the ceremony being ended, they brought Hassan back to Ali's tent, where the two Pashas and the Cadi remained alone together for an hour to consult, as Mahmoud informed Ricardo, as to what was to be done upon the works which Ali had begun. Afterwards the Cadi appeared at the door of the tent, and proclaimed in Turkish, Arabic, and Greek, that all who desired to crave justice or make any other appeal against Ali Pasha might now enter freely, for there was a Hassan Pasha, sent by the Grand Signor to be Viceroy of Cyprus, who would accord them all reason and justice. End of The Generous Lover, Part 1. Recording by Kirk Ziegler.